The two sisters each carried 2 bottles of soda as they walked home, discussing how to spend the remaining 5 cents. If their mother didn't ask for it, they planned to keep it and buy candy tomorrow. "Are you Sanjing?" A woman's voice suddenly came. The sisters, who had been whispering, looked up and saw 2 people approaching. The man was Zhang Mingli, whom they knew from today's trip to the gymnasium. The woman next to him was probably his wife. Gu Sanjing nodded. Zhang Mingli's wife, Gu Huilan, took out a big white rabbit milk candy and handed it to the sisters. "Auntie saw you, and liked you very much. Here, take it." Gu Sanjing didn't know what to do at this moment, so she turned to Gu Siqing. Gu Siqing smiled and reached out to take a candy, saying, "Thank you, Auntie." Seeing this, Gu Sanjing also took a candy and said thank you. Gu Huilan admired the good manners of the Gu family's children and smiled as she asked, "I heard from your uncle that Sanjing has a lot of talent. Will she go to the sports school after the new year?" Gu Sanjing nodded. Gu Huilan continued, "What did the coach say? Did your dad give the coach money?"
Vilain.
Zhang Mingli softly called her to stop. Gu Huilan looked at him, then turned back to smile at the sisters. "My son Xiaoqiang, you played together today, right? He also wants to go to the sports school, but the coach said he can take the exam in summer. I was thinking, if Xiaoqiang and Sanjing go to the sports school together, you'll have each other to look out for." Gu Huilan looked at Gu Sanjing and asked, "Tell Auntie what the coach said. If giving money to the coach can let you take the exam early, I'll pay the coach too." Gu Sanjing didn't speak. Instead, she looked at Gu Siqing. She knew she wasn't as clever as Xiao Si in this kind of situation. "Annie, the coach just said my older sister has talent and that she can take the exam after the new year." "We don't know anything else," Gu Siqing said, pulling Gu Sanjing's hand. "Auntie, we're going home now."
Goodbye.
She pulled Gu Sanjing along, heading home. When she felt sure that Zhang Mingli and the others couldn't hear them, Gu Siqing whispered, "Did she deliberately try to get us to say something? We definitely can't say that Dad paid the coach. In the future, if you don't know what to say, just say you don't know." Gu Sanjing nodded, then shook her head. "Shall see. I'm still not as clever as you." Gu Siqing snorted. "I'm not as fast as you, not as strong, I can't swim, and I can't do diving like you." Gu Sanjing smiled. "You're smart, but that doesn't mean everything else has to be perfect for you." Gu Siqing hummed again. Gu Sanjing gently held her hand and softly comforted her. The two sisters argued and then went home. After sitting down, they told about meeting Zhang Mingli and his wife on the road. Gu Zhengwo listened and said, "If anyone asks you again in the future, just say you don't know." "Why are the neighbors like that?" Wang Yueju was a bit unhappy. "If they want to ask about something, they could just come and ask us directly. Why do they have to ask the kids?" "Maybe they think the kids will tell the truth," Gu Zhengwo replied. At this moment, Gu Hui chuckled and said, "Who knows, they might have met our clever little girl." Everyone laughed at that. Gu Zhengwo took a sip of wine and asked Gu Siqing, "Little four, what do you want to learn?" After the new year, Yiming and Ahui planned to attend night school, and Jing would go to sports school. That left only their youngest daughter, who was the main student in the family. With how smart little four was, learning something extra besides school wouldn't be a problem. He even hoped she could learn piano, dance, or painting and excel at all of them. Then, when she went out, he would be very proud. Gu Zhengwo was lost in his own daydreams. Gu Siqing hadn't decided what to learn yet, but she needed to talk about skipping a grade now. She said, "I want to skip a grade and move to 5th grade when school starts after the new year." Her household registration had already been transferred to Lizhou, and a few days ago, Gu Zhengwo had already found a school. They had initially planned for her to directly transfer into 3rd grade at the start of school. Since Jing hadn't decided to go to sports school yet, Gu Siqing didn't bring up skipping a grade. 5th grade? Isn't that a bit too high to skip? Wang Yueju asked. She knew little four was good at studying, but jumping from 3rd to 5th grade was a big leap. "I think it's fine," Gu Siqing said seriously. "If you don't believe me, I can take the final exam paper for 5th grade tomorrow and do it." After she said that, Gu Zhengwo could only nod. He wasn't against her skipping a grade, but he was worried about the pressure of studying at a higher level. It might be better to follow the normal pace and focus on learning some talents. Once they finished talking, the family continued eating. Gu Siqing was still thinking about buying a courtyard house and felt restless. After a while, she organized her thoughts and asked, "Dad, what's the safest investment if we have money?" As soon as she finished speaking, she felt Wang Yueju's gaze suddenly shoot over, as if to say, "The money isn't even warm in my hands yet. What are you planning?" Gu Zhengwo seriously considered her question. Then Gu Siqing looked at Yiming and Ahui and asked, "Big sister and second sister, what's the safest investment if we make money?" "Buying a house and land," Gu Erwi said without much thought. "Isn't that what older generations always do?" Gu Zhengwo nodded. "Yes, in the past, wealthy landowners used to buy land." So, Gu Sihun looked at her mother, Wang Yueju. "I think it's better to buy a house with our money than to leave it in the bank." Wang Yueju and Gu Zhengwo exchanged a glance. Gu Zhengwo said, "We'll discuss this again later." Gu Sihing knew her parents needed to talk before making a decision, so she didn't bring it up again. The family continued happily eating dinner. Today they split the money and drank some wine. Gu Zhengwo was in a good mood. After washing up, he pulled his wife to bed for some exercise. Even though they were an old married couple, their different moods made the activity feel special. Later, Wang Yueju rested her head on her husband's chest, catching her breath.
"You.
Tell me, should we save the money in the bank or buy a house?" Gu Zhengwo thought for a moment. "Even if we buy a house, we shouldn't spend all the money. We're not sure how next year's business will go. Although we have 4 daughters, girls should have something secure for their future. If they can't, that's okay, but if they can, we should save some dowry for them. More dowry gives them confidence," Wang Yueju said. Gu Zhengwo patted her back. "Our sons and daughters are all the same. Our 4 daughters are no different from other people's sons. They will always have this home. I will keep working hard, and whatever I earn will belong to all 4 of them." "So, buying a house?" Wang Yueju asked. Gu Zhengwo nodded. "Our courtyard costs 5,000 yuan. Buying 4 similar houses is possible. But we should try to buy nearby, so the sisters can live close and look after each other." The shop closed, and the family slept in late, waking up around 8 a.m. They made simple breakfast with porridge and stir-fried cabbage. After eating, Gu Zhengwo took Sanjing to the gym for training. Gu Siheng went to Han's house to ask Han Jingping for help finding 5th grade exam papers. Recently, they had made friends with some local children. Han Jingping was on good terms with a young boy named City Lo, who seemed to have a younger brother in 5th grade. When they arrived at Han's house, they had just finished eating. Han Jingping was sweeping the floor with a broom, and Han Jingyang was playing with a top, spinning it with a whip. Seeing her, Han Jingyang smiled and said, "Little Four, come play with us." Gu Siqing nodded and walked over to Han Jingping, saying, "Brother Jingping, is City Lei's younger brother in 5th grade?" Han Jingping nodded. "What do you want to ask him?" Gu Siqing explained that she wanted to skip a grade, and then asked, "Can you help me borrow City Lei's younger brother's test paper?" Han Jingping didn't seem very curious about her skipping a grade, and said, "Wait a moment." He continued sweeping the floor. Gu Siqing watched Han Jingyang playing with his spinning top. At this time, Tian Huiying came out of the kitchen. Gu Siqing greeted her with a smile. "Auntie, Xiao Si came to play with Xiao Er?" Tian Huiying asked. Gu Siqing replied, "I have something to discuss with Brother Jingyang." Tian Huiying glanced at Han Jingping, who was sweeping, and said, "Don't play for too long. There will be other things at home soon." After Han Jingyang responded with a yes, she turned and went back inside. Gu Siqing looked at Han Jingping sweeping and then at Han Jingyang playing with the top, feeling that Tian Huiying favored her 2 sons differently, seeming to be a bit biased toward Jingyang. However, since Han Jingping was about 4 or 5 years older than Han Jingyang, it seemed reasonable for him to be more considerate of the younger one. Her mind was a jumble of thoughts. After Han Jingping finished sweeping and washed his hands in the kitchen, they left together. Seeing her slightly messy hair, Han Jingping couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it. He actually did, and it was soft and smooth, feeling very nice. Gu Siqing was used to his touch and didn't mind. "Did your dad ask you to learn something?" Han Jingping asked. Gu Sicheng sighed. Yes, but it's not confirmed yet. What about you? Did your dad ask you to learn something? Yes, but I don't want to. Gu Sicheng turned her head and looked at him. If you're not interested, then don't learn. Anyway, you're good at studying, so you don't need to take the art route. What do you want to learn? Han Jingping asked again. Gu Sicheng hadn't really thought about this question. She wasn't very interested in art. If she had to choose, she would pick dance. It's said that people who practice dance from a young age tend to have good figures and temperament. Although she wasn't born a fairy, she still hoped to become a beautiful woman when she grew up. Sigh. Women always can't get past the hurdle of loving beauty. If I learn something, I'll choose dance, Gu Sicheng said.
Why?
Because it makes me more beautiful. Han Jingping smiled when he heard her words, but when Gu Sicheng glared at him, he quickly stopped laughing. That's good. As they spoke, they arrived at City Lei's house, and he happened to be at home. Han Jingping talked to him about borrowing the test papers. Next to him, Si Tianyi turned to leave after hearing this, but Si Tianlei quickly grabbed his collar. Where are you going? Hand over your test papers. Si Tianyi hesitated and took out 2 test papers from inside the house. Han Jingping accepted them and thanked him. The 2 of them left. Outside the Si family's house, Gu Sihong was looking at the 2 test papers. Math scored 86, Chinese 83. Pretty good. But why did Si Tianyi look so reluctant to let others see his papers? Looking more carefully, something seemed off. With so many mistakes on the papers, how could the scores be over 80? Examining the scores again, Gu Sihong couldn't help but laugh softly. Both test papers had been altered. One was originally 36, the other 23, but they were changed to 86 and 83. The edits are pretty convincing, Gu Sihong said as he handed the papers to Han Jingping. He looked at them and also couldn't help but smile. Back home, Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi each took a paper to copy, then asked Gu Sihong to do his. Of course, these 2 papers weren't difficult for Gu Sihong. He finished both in over half an hour. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi then graded them. Math scored 100, Chinese was 80 except for the essay, which was 20. To them, the essay could even be given full marks. Shao Si, when did you start learning 5th grade material?
Gu Yimin asked.
At school, Gu Sihong replied vaguely. Neither Gu Yimin nor Gu Erwi doubted him. They knew Shao Si was smart. It was no big deal that he had learned 4th and 5th grade content early. At noon, Gu Zhengwo came back and looked at the 2 papers. Then he said, all right, after the new year, we'll talk to the school about skipping grades. That was settled. For lunch, they had dumplings filled with pork and cabbage. The family sat together, eating warm food. Gu Zhengwo also mentioned his plan to buy 4 more houses in Liqing, 1 for each of the 4 of them. Gu Sihong was surprised. That's not what I expected.
I don't want that.
Could a house in Liqing compare to a courtyard in Kyoto? She couldn't help but scratch her head. Dad, have you thought about buying a house somewhere else? Like Kyoto? This question immediately drew everyone's attention. Wang Yueju was the first to speak. You really like to think ahead. Do you think we can afford a house in Kyoto? In Wang Yueju's mind, only high officials and nobles lived in Kyoto. Ordinary folks, like them, couldn't possibly buy a house there. Gu Zhengwo frowned and thought for a moment, then asked, why did you suddenly remember to buy a house in Kyoto? Gu Zhengwo now values his young daughter's advice very much. Not to mention, she suggested starting a business and also recommended selling bread and clothes. These 2 ideas brought big changes to their family. Gu Sicheng saw that her father didn't directly oppose her and said, I just think that Kyoto is a very valuable place, so the houses and land there must also be expensive. Besides, maybe our business will grow to Kyoto someday. Comrade Gu Zhengwo, the bigger his dreams, the bigger his stage. Gu Zhengwo was eating dumplings and thinking deeply. At this moment, Gu Yimin said, it's just that we want to buy a house in Kyoto, but we don't know anyone there. How can we buy one? That's the problem. The house they currently lived in was also bought after they had been in Lake County for some time, getting to know the area well, and looking carefully for many days before buying. In places like Kyoto, royalty and relatives are everywhere. Without any friends there, it's not easy to buy a house. Talking about Kyoto, Gu Erwi thought of someone, Zhang Zijuan. But she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. She had clearly refused him, and if she asked him for help again, it would seem inconsistent. She silently pushed this thought aside. "Let me think about it," said Gu Jiangwo. Over the past few months, his thinking had changed a lot because of doing business. In the past, he might have thought it was hard to buy a house in Kyoto because there were no people he knew there. But now, his idea is, if you want to do something, there is always a way. Whether you look for a solution or not, that doesn't matter. "When will you go back to the village?" Wang Yueju asked. Gu Jiangwo replied, "I'll go see Lao Han later. He's looking for a shop front these days." After dinner, Gu Jiangwo went to Han's house. Han Dae had looked at a good shop front this morning, not far from his current store. They went together to take a look. On the way, Gu Jiangwo told Han Dae about buying a house in Kyoto and added, "It's just that I don't know anyone there." Han Dae listened and frowned silently for a moment before saying, "Jiangwo, I never thought about going to Kyoto to find that person." Gu Jiangwo was stunned and quickly said, "Where are you thinking of going? Don't say you don't want to find him. If you really want to go, I will stop you." Han Dae patted Gu Jiangwo's shoulder and said, "I was mistaken." Neither of them mentioned the matter again. When they arrived, Gu Jiangwo looked at the shop, which was a bit larger than their current one, but it only had a ground floor, with no upstairs. This didn't matter, since they now had a place to live. For evening store checks, a simple wire bed would do. Since they liked the place, they didn't hesitate and paid a deposit directly. They would discuss later who wanted the old shop and who preferred the new one. On their way back, they coincidentally met Han Yimin and her 3 sisters going to the gym. Today, Sanjing still had training in the afternoon. "Why didn't Jingping and Xiao Er come with you?"
Han Dae asked.
"Wait a moment, I'll call them over, so they can go with you. It's holiday time, so they should go out and have fun." He quickly walked off. Gu Sihong and others waited at the bus stop for the Han brothers. When they arrived, everyone headed together to the gym. After buying tickets, they went straight to the swimming pool. Inside, they saw Guo Huilan, Zhang Mingli's wife, talking politely to the coach. The coach training Sanjing was named Guan Luan. He was responsible for diving training and recruitment at the sports school. Seeing that Gu Sanjing was a good talent, he decided to give her an additional test immediately. Guo Huilan wanted her son, Zhang Xiaoqiang, to also take the exam after the new year, which made the coach hesitant. He asked the coach who tested Xiaoqiang's talent. Xiaoqiang had some talent, but it wasn't outstanding enough to warrant extra testing. Xiaoqiang's mom, taking the exam early isn't good for him. "It's better to let him train a bit more before testing," said the coach. Guo Huilan was unhappy with the coach's words, but kept a smile on her face. "Coach Guan, please make an exception. Testing 1 child or 2 makes no difference.
Just let Xiaoqiang try."
The coach felt helpless. "All right, the exam is on March 18th. When the time comes, bring your child to the school for the test." Guo Huilan quickly expressed her thanks. "Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, since time is tight, you should go train now," said the coach. Guo Huilan happily left with Xiaoqiang, saying as they walked, "See? Mom had to say a lot of good things to the coach just for you to take the exam after the new year. You must work hard, okay? You have to make Mom proud, understand?" Xiaoqiang nodded hesitantly. Gu Sihong watched the mother and son's back and shook his head. Some parents like to push their children too hard. They think it's for the child's good, but what is the real reason? Sometimes, it's their own vanity. Sanjing went to the changing room to change into her swimsuit and then followed the coach to train. Gu Sihui and the others watched for a while before leaving to play somewhere else. Next to the gym, a new ice skating rink opened. Many young people were skating there. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi, who are both under 20, saw something new and wanted to check it out. The two of them took Gu Sihui and the Han brothers to the skating rink. The skating rink was very simple. It was just a cleared area next to the gym, with the ground smoothed out and 2 tape recorders playing music. Outside the fence of the skating rink, many people gathered, and inside, lots of men and women held hands while skating. When someone fell, everyone else also fell down, causing a chain reaction and making the crowd laugh. Among those who fell was someone the Goose sisters knew, Zhu Yujiao. She got up from the ground and didn't notice Gu Erwi standing outside the fence. But two men playing with her kept glancing over at Gu Erwi and her sister. Following their gaze, she saw Gu Erwi. Her eyes immediately flashed with anger. She took off her ice skates and strode quickly toward Gu Erwi. The two men and two women with her saw this and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Where are you going?" "She's the one," Zhu Yujiao whispered through clenched teeth. "She's the one seducing Zhang Zijuan." The group looked at Gu Erwi and her sister, thinking they had the looks to attract attention. Those two older girls were very pretty. "Jia Jiao, when did you become so timid? Someone insults you, and you just endure it? That's not like you," said a round-faced woman next to Zhu Yujiao, with a hint of provocation in her voice. Zhu Yujiao was not very clever, and after hearing this, she shook off the hand pulling her and walked toward Gu Erwi. The others quickly followed, but only they knew whether they were there to help or just to watch the fun. Zhu Yujiao, barefoot, approached Gu Erwi and pointed at her, saying, You little." "Zhu Yujiao," Gu Erwi interrupted her, "if you want everyone to know your business and embarrass your parents, go ahead and make a scene." Her voice was very calm, even cold. Zhu Yujiao, overwhelmed with anger, was somewhat sobered by this icy tone. She lowered her arm and glared at Gu Erwi, saying, "I won't let you get away with this." Gu Erwi lifted her chin and said, "I'm waiting." Since Zhang Jingtong assured her she had nothing to fear, Gu Erwi was not afraid of Zhu Yujiao and the others. Over all this time, the Zhu family had made no move, which meant Zhang Jingtong had already warned them. Currently, Zhu Yujiao's threats are probably her own doing. A foolish person with no brains, she still isn't afraid. After doing business in Lizhou, Gu Erwi met more people and encountered more things. Her outlook and mindset became much broader. Zhu Yujiao, she truly no longer caught her eye. She coldly looked at Zhu Yujiao, who was barefoot and had twisted muscles, then turned to leave. She told herself that no matter how angry she was, she must not lose her temper in front of others. It's too ugly. Gu Siqing and a few others quickly followed her, carefully watching her. Feeling their gazes, Gu Erwi smiled and said, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "I'm fine." Gu Xing gave her a thumbs up. "My second sister isn't an ordinary girl. If she were, she would at least be angry or upset about this. But she acts like nothing happened. It just shows that some people are naturally broad-minded." Seeing Gu Erwi walk away as if nothing was wrong, Zhu Yujiao's furious eyes almost shot fire. But she couldn't really chase after her to scold her. Her father had already warned her not to cause trouble for the Gu family, because Secretary Zhang had warned her father. But just letting Gu Erwi go like this, she couldn't swallow the anger. "Jiao Jiao, are you really going to let her go?" Zhu Yujiao's best friend number 1 asked angrily. At this moment, her friend number 2 also said, "If it were me, I would definitely scratch her face until it's bloody. See how she still dares to use that face to flirt." Zhu Yujiao's already burning anger was fueled further by their words, and she was about to explode in rage. She gritted her teeth and asked, "What do you think we should do?" "That's hard to say," a mischievous young man number 1 said, with a smile. "Follow them, find a quiet place, and give them a good beating." Young man number 2 added, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and follow. They'll disappear soon." He then headed outside. Zhu Yujiao was pulled out of the skating rink by them and quickly chased after Gu Erwi and the others. When they reached the entrance of the gymnasium, they saw the group go inside. "Wait and see. They'll definitely come out again," young man number 1 said with a smile to young man number 2. Both understood that their reason for wanting to block Gu Erwi and her friends was because they found Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi attractive and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Of course, if anything happened, Zhu Yujiao would take the blame. They were just venting their anger for her. Best friends number 1 and number 2 exchanged smiles, knowing that Zhu Yujiao's friends were just teasing her to see her laugh, who allowed her to constantly show off her good marriage prospects in front of them when she was not engaged yet. "Listen, Jiao Jiao, you must not be soft-hearted, or next time someone will bully you again. Exactly, this time we have to give her a warning. A few people kept stirring trouble in Zhu Yujiao's ear, trying to keep her anger burning fiercely. Gu Erhui and the others didn't know about the danger outside. They went into the swimming hall to wait for Sanjing's training to end before leaving together. As they just stepped out of the gym, someone bumped into Gu Siqing, and her backpack was snatched away. When they looked closer, the person was the young man who had been with Zhu Yujiao earlier. The young man grabbed the bag and tried to run, but after a few steps, he felt a kick to his knee and fell to the ground. Then, a clean-looking young boy bent down and took the backpack from his hand, casually stepping on his hand. "Call the police." Someone said this, and the young man quickly replied, "No. No need to call the police. I was just playing around." This was completely different from what he had expected. He thought that after stealing their bag, they would chase him, and he could lead them to a quiet place. But who could tell him why a 12 or 13-year-old kid could be so fierce? "Gu Erhui, do you dare to come over and talk to me for a few words?" Zhu Yujiao stepped out, her eyes still burning with anger.
Gu Erhui was confused.
The person who was supposed to break off the engagement was Zhang Zijun Zhu Yujiao. Is bothering me really going to help? If I tell Zhang Zijun to reconcile with you, will he really do it? She exchanged a glance with Gu Siqing and the others, then said, "Okay. Where to?" Just a little ahead, Zhu Yujiao replied and started walking forward, with Gu Erhui and the others following. Gu Siqing took out 2 paper packets from her pocket and handed them to Han Zhengping, whispering a few words to him. Han Zhengping took the items expressionlessly, then divided one pack to Han Zhengyang and quietly explained a couple of things to him. Although Han Zhengyang loved to play normally, he was never careless in important moments. He seemed to act as if nothing had happened. Next to the gym was an alley which was blocked on one side because the gym was expanding, so hardly anyone passed through here. The group entered the alley and split into 2 sides to stand. Zhu Yujiao twisted her muscles and looked at Gu Erhui, saying, "You really have a lot of courage." After speaking, she looked at the young men, number 1 and number 2, nearby, with malicious thoughts. She secretly wished they could harm Gu Erhui here, so Zhang Zijun would see if he still wanted her. She had always believed that after Zhang Zijun broke off their engagement, he became engaged to Gu Erhui. Number 1 and number 2 had already harbored bad feelings toward Gu Yimin and Gu Erhui. Now, with so many people around, even if they couldn't do anything serious, they could still take advantage of the situation. The 2 men chuckled mischievously and were about to step forward, but just as they took a step, they saw the person in front of them raise his hand and spray something at their faces. Instantly, their eyes felt burning and painful. They could only close their eyes tightly and rub them hard, ignoring everything else. Zhu Yujiao and her 2 friends were not better off. All 3 had things thrown at their faces, and their eyes hurt so much that they crouched on the ground, crying. Seeing this, Gu Erhui and her friends rushed forward and started hitting and kicking them.
It was satisfying.
Not far away, at the alley entrance, 2 people on a military vehicle were watching. The soldier driving clicked his tongue and said, "I didn't expect a pretty girl to fight so fiercely." Turning to the person sitting in the passenger seat, he asked, "You're in such a hurry to come over. What's wrong? Aren't you going down to stop it? Look at those people getting beaten." Luo Yongnian watched as one of the figures kicked a man in the groin and said quietly, "Let's go." "Aren't you going to do something?" the other asked. Luo Yongnian replied, "Aren't you in a hurry?"
Hey,
who was the one insisting on coming over just now. Unaware that the whole fight was seen by others, Gu Yimin and the others, feeling they had enough, stopped their actions and quickly ran outside. Zhu Yujiao and her friends lay on the ground like dead dogs, all over their bodies aching terribly. They had wanted to teach Gu Erhui and the others a lesson, but unexpectedly, they ended up lying on the ground, unable to move. Especially the young men, number 1 and number 2, who were rolling on the ground clutching their groins. They swore they would never fight with women again. After getting off the bus, Gu Sihong and the others discussed quietly not to tell their parents and cheerfully went home as if nothing happened. On the way, The four sisters from the Gu family whispered and planned to make some chili powder since their supplies were running low. When they entered the house, Wang Yueju was washing clothes. Even with warm water, her hands were red and frozen. Seeing this, Gu Sihong said to her husband Gu Zhengwo, who was repairing a stool, "Dad, let's buy a washing machine." Gu Zhengwo glanced at his wife, who was washing clothes, and also wanted to buy one. Even though he had money, buying a washing machine wasn't simple. He needed an industrial license. Moreover, even with the license, the supply at the supply and marketing cooperative also mattered. "After the new year, I'll try to buy one when I go shopping," he said. This was the easiest way. Gu Sihong sighed. That was just how things were in those days. Many items were hard to get. Meanwhile, Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi rolled up their sleeves and washed clothes with Wang Yueju. Gu Sihong and Gu Sanjing went into the kitchen to add water and cook. At dinner, Gu Zhengwo said he would return to the village the day after tomorrow and asked them to pack anything they needed. After eating, Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi secretly took some chili powder back to their room from the kitchen. Gu Sihong and Gu Sanjing were already waiting. The four sisters gathered together, wrapped the chili powder in paper, and each took a few packets. Zhu Yujiao and her friends lay on the ground for over 10 minutes before they could stand up. Then they helped each other onto the bus and went home. Of course, best friend 1 and 2 blamed Zhu Yujiao a lot, thinking that if it weren't for her, they wouldn't have been beaten. The young men also felt the same, though they didn't say it aloud. They were upset with Zhu Yujiao in their hearts. Zhu Yujiao hobbled home, her face bruised and swollen. When Lu Hongyun saw her, she screamed and rushed over to hug her, crying. Although her injuries weren't very serious, many spots hurt when touched, and being hugged made her hurt even more. "Mom, move aside, I'm going to die from the pain," Zhu Yujiao cried. Lu Hongyun was heartbroken and gently asked, "What happened?"
Who did this to you?
Zhu Yujiao had never experienced something like this before and had never felt such unfairness. She cried and said, "It was Gu Erwi. She hit me. Mom, let my dad chase them out of Liqing." "Chase who out of Liqing? Do you think Liqing is your home?" Zhu Tianlin came in. He had been in a bad mood these days and couldn't vent his anger on the Gu family, so he was scolding everyone at home. Hearing this, Zhu Yujiao felt even more wronged. She recounted everything from start to finish, and then said, "It's all Gu Erwi. I won't let her get away with it. Didn't I tell you not to bother them? Why don't you listen?" Zhu Tianlin scolded her. "Don't go after them anymore." There was someone above, Zhang Jingtong, who was pressuring for a promotion. He didn't want to ruin his career over this petty anger. But Zhu Yujiao couldn't bear to stay silent. She picked up the phone and dialed the Zhang family in Kyoto. It was Zhang's family maid who answered the phone. She said she was looking for Zhang Zijuan. Soon after, he heard Zhang Zijuan's voice. "Hello. Brother Zijuan, you don't know how fierce Gu Erwi is. She hit me today and I get lost." Zhang Zijuan suddenly hung up the phone loudly. Zhu Yujiao was crying while holding the phone. Gu Siqing and her family didn't bring much when they returned to the village, just a few clothes each and some things for the new year. The family of 6 entered the village loudly. As soon as they reached the village entrance, they were surrounded by people asking questions. "Jiangua, you must have made a lot of money. How did you do it? Business? What kind of business? Wow, look at your daughters. They're getting more beautiful. Has Min and Hui found fiancés yet?" The family returned home feeling like they had just fought a battle. After resting for a while, Jiangua went to Wang Danny's house, while Wang Yueju and others prepared dinner and tidied up. It had been many days since they last returned, so the house was full of dust. Jiangua brought some gifts and a bread coat for Wang Danny. She was very happy to see it and said that the bread coat could be worn by Gu Xueqiang, while she also complained that Jiangua didn't bring clothes for Gu Xuebing. Jiangua ignored her complaints and sat for a while before returning home. Wang Danny took the gifts he brought and went to Gu Jianqing's house. Jiangua saw this, but said nothing. He had shown respect where it was due. He couldn't control everything else. That evening, they ate a simple meal, then went to bed. They were tired after a day of traveling. The next day, Jiangue and Wang Yueju discussed whether to sell the grain at home or find a way to get to Lizhou. If they wanted to go to Lizhou, they needed to ask Han Dai's brother-in-law Wu Anbang, who drove a truck. After dinner, Jiangue went to Han's house to ask Han Dai to inquire about Wu Anbang's truck. Gu Siqing and her sisters started preparing things for the new year, but before they could begin, someone came to see Hui about an arranged marriage. Gu Hui didn't even think twice and told Wang Yueju to refuse. She didn't want to get engaged or married right now. She wanted to work hard with Jiangue in business and think about relationships a few years later. Wang Yueju also planned to tell her two daughters about marriage later. Their family was getting better and better, and their daughters were becoming more outstanding. Naturally, they wanted to find someone even better. It wasn't about being snobbish. Both their family and their daughters deserved the best. The matchmaker was a bit unhappy and left. Once outside the Gu family house, many people asked her about the situation. Soon, a group of people gathered to gossip about the Gu family. What's the use of Jiangue making money? Without a son, the family business will belong to others in the future. How can it belong to someone else? Wang Danny already said that everything Gu Zhengwo has in the future will belong to his two sons. Can Gu Zhengwo agree? There's no way to disagree. After all, he has no sons. Maybe they can find a son-in-law to move in. But finding a son-in-law who is willing to move in isn't easy. Who has the ability and would do that? Gu Zhengwo and his family ignore the gossip outside. They say what they want, and they don't care. Because they have enough money now, they don't have to buy things carefully like before. This year, they are living happily. On the third day of the new year, Han Dai came to say that Wu Anbang could help them with a trip. The whole family started packing food to take to Lizhou. Most of their food is hard to buy in Lizhou. While they are busy packing, Deng Ziming and Zhang Xuanping go to visit relatives at Zhang Chuantao's house. Somewhere in between, something happened. Zhang Xuanping and Deng Ziming argued loudly, drawing a crowd. In the end, Deng Ziming left on his bicycle, leaving Zhang Xuanping sitting on the ground, crying loudly and heartbreakingly. The Gu family members just ignored it and went on with their work. They think Zhang Xuanping's troubles are her own fault. She can't blame others. Zhang Xuanping is a selfish and cruel person. It's hard to understand why she chose to marry Deng Ziming, who has no job. People say marriage is a woman's second rebirth. If she makes the wrong choice, no matter what kind of woman she is, she ends up hurt. They have quite a few things to take, like corn, wheat, peanuts, and sweet potatoes. Gu Xueqiang came early to help. He is strong and really helped a lot. After a day of work, Gu Xueqiang stayed for dinner. After eating, he said to Gu Zhengwo, "Uncle, I want to start a business." He knows his family situation well. His father is selfish and only cares about himself. His mother is greedy and foolish. Growing up in such a family, he can only find his own way. Since Gu Zhengwo left last time, he's been thinking about trying something. After a long time, he decided, "Uncle, I know I'm not very smart, but I am willing to work hard," Gu Xueqiang said again. Gu Zhengwo patted his shoulder. "Starting a business isn't as easy as you think. First, come with me to Lizhou and see how things are." Gu Xueqiang's eyes got a little moist. "Don't worry, uncle. I will learn well." Gu Zhengwo, "Yes, when you leave, you don't need to bring much. Just a few sets of clothes will do." Gu Xueqiang nodded, thanked Gu Zhengwo, and left with a warm heart. He believed that as long as he worked hard, life would eventually improve. After washing up, Gu Zhengwo returned to his room, told Wang Yueju about Gu Xueqiang wanting to leave with them, and said, "You know that kid Xueqiang well. He's very different from Jiansheng and the others. That kid is honest and hardworking." "Enough," Wang Yueju interrupted him. "Didn't I say he shouldn't go? I've watched that kid grow up, I know his character well. But the second brother and his wife can't just go because of him." "That's for sure," Gu Zhengwo replied. "Xueqiang is grown up now. He knows what to do. If he becomes successful and starts his own family, the second brother and his wife won't bother us anymore." Wang Yueju hummed in agreement. Meanwhile, Gu Xueqiang never told Jiansheng and Zhang Chuntao about leaving with Gu Zhengwo. When they set out on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, he simply followed the truck. Jiancheng, his wife, and Wang Danny only found out at night that Zhang Chuntao kept scolding Gu Xueqiang for being unfilial, saying he never told her anything. Wang Danny didn't say anything. She was actually quite happy. The eldest son taking Xueqiang away meant he liked Xueqiang. Maybe he would adopt Xueqiang later, giving him a better life. That way, the eldest son wouldn't have to give all his belongings to the 4 daughters. Jiancheng still acted indifferent, saying the children were grown up and could do whatever they wanted. This made Zhang Chuntao so angry she almost vomited blood. This time, both families traveled by truck to Li. The ride was bumpy, and they felt like their bones would break. The truck drove right to the gate, and they happily unloaded things from the vehicle. The noise attracted many neighbors who came to ask what was happening, and some even helped. Seeing bags of grain being carried into the yard, the neighbors couldn't help but envy. Although the supply of grain from the supply and marketing cooperative was enough, it was limited. Only 1 jin, half a kilogram, per person per day. If they wanted more, they had to find a way. This was why Gu Zhengwo didn't sell grain, but took it to Liqing. He had a few acres of land left, which he rented out to his neighbor, San Auntie, who paid rent in grain. Gu Zhengwo said at the time, no money, just grain. After unloading everything, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei wanted to invite Wu Anbong for a drink. Wu Anbong was eager to join, but the convoy urged him to go back and return the vehicle, so he had no choice but to leave quickly. He was very jealous of Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei's success. Just a few months ago, they still flattered him, asking him to talk about things outside.
He kept a secret from them.
Unexpectedly, a few months later, they bought a house in Lizhou. Where could he argue with them now? Carrying the generous payments from Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei and feeling unfairly treated, he drove away. Gu Zhengwo and the others rested for a while. Wang Yueju took out bedding and tidied up Gu Xueqiang's room. Since there were no empty rooms in the front yard, she arranged his room in the backyard. Gu Xueqiang was used to doing chores at home. He was quick and efficient. Without Wang Yueju's help, he finished cleaning the room. After finishing the housework, he started on other tasks. Wang Yueju called him to stop and said, Xueqiang, take a break. Think of this as your home. Don't be so formal. Gu Xueqiang smiled and nodded, but being informal was impossible. Although Gu Zhengwo was his uncle, and his aunt and 4 sisters treated him well, this wasn't his home. He couldn't act completely at ease and do whatever he wanted. He was grateful to his uncle's family and wanted to do more chores to feel at peace. Dinner was simple, corn porridge and dishes of cabbage and tofu. Because Gu Xueqiang was there, Wang Yueju wanted to cook more dishes, but Gu Zhengwo said no. They would be together every day, and it felt awkward if they overdo it. Everyone would feel uncomfortable. Wang Yueju thought about it and agreed. During dinner, the family talked casually, just like usual. The 4 sisters also included Gu Xueqiang in their conversations, which made him feel more relaxed. In fact, at someone else's house, he wouldn't need to do this, but their relationship with Gu Jianqing's family had been strained for years. They knew Gu Xueqiang was a good person, but they weren't as close as cousins usually are. Everyone was tired after a day of driving. After a simple wash-up, they all went to rest. Gu Xueqiang didn't sleep well that night. He thought about the past and the future. His heart was full of energy and excitement. The next morning, after breakfast, Gu Yimin went with Gu Sanjing to the gym for training. Gu Zhengwo took Gu Xueqiang to find Han Dei to discuss the shop. Actually, their shops were very close, so it didn't matter who wanted which. Gu Sihun, Gu Erwi, and Wang Yueju gathered some sweet potatoes and peanuts to give to nearby neighbors. Gu Sihun carried a net bag of sweet potatoes and peanuts to Zhang Xiaoqiang's house next door. As soon as she entered, she heard Zhang Xiaoqiang's mother, Gua Huilan, say, "It's just a cold. It won't affect training. I saw that Sanjing already went to train. If you're not talented, you should work harder. The slow bird flies first, understand? Hurry up and go. I'll accompany you to the gym for training." Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up listlessly. At that moment, Gua Huilan saw Gu Siqing carrying a mesh bag, paused, and smiled, saying, "Siqing is here. Yes, I brought some sweet potatoes and peanuts from our family farm. My mom asked me to give you some. Gu Xing glanced at the tired and drooping Zhang Xiaoqiang, sighed inwardly, and thought he was a very pitiful child. When Gu Xing left Zhang Xiaoqiang's house, Gua Huilan rode her bike, taking Zhang Xiaoqiang to the gym. From afar, Gu Xing could still see the helpless and tired look on Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. Pushing a child too hard is really not a good thing. After Gu Zhengwo returned at noon, he said they would keep using the old shop, while the Han family would use the new shop. The two shops are now completely separate. In the afternoon, Gu Zhengwo took 2 sacks of peanuts and Han Dei, carrying 2 sacks of corn, went to visit Qiu Weiguang and Zhu Qingjuan's house to pay their respects for the new year. Last year, both of them had helped them a lot, so it was right to give gifts. Also, relationships grow closer through visits and exchanges. Qiu Weiguang's wife, Zhu Qingfan, looked at the 2 sacks of grain and said, "With such generosity from you 2 comrades, you'll definitely do very well in the future." Now, they're already doing very well. Qiu Weiguang smoked and said, "They've bought a house in Lizhou." Really? They make so much money selling clothes? Zhu Qingfan was surprised. How long have they been in business? Qiu Weiguang felt happy for Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei, but also a bit anxious. Maybe soon he would have to ask them for help. "Old Qiu, maybe I should sell clothes too?" Zhu Qingfan asked, looking at Qiu Weiguang. Qiu Weiguang frowned. "Don't be silly. How can you sell clothes while working your job?" Zhu Qingfan thought for a moment. "My job is easy. I can run a shop, buy some stock, and have my sister Xiaoling run the store for me. That's just nonsense. I heard from Zhang Wo and the others that they've had a hard time getting their stock. You're not capable of doing that." Qiu Weiguang rejected her without hesitation. Zhu Qingfan snorted. "I won't buy stock. I'll just get supplies from Gu Zhengwo and them. I'll ask for a discount. Even if I earn less, it's fine." Qiu Weiguang still frowned and said no. Zhu Qingfan glared at him. "Don't worry about it. I'll talk to them when I get back." Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei didn't know Zhu Qingfan wanted to buy clothes from them. They were preparing to go to Shinsher City to buy supplies. During dinner, Gu Zhengwo mentioned going shopping and said, "This time, Xiaoqiang will go with me." He separated from Han Dei, and this time they could shop together. But next time, it might not be the same. Shopping alone is difficult because the markets, whether in Shenzhen or on the train, are very chaotic. It's better to have at least 2 people together. Gu Xiaoqiang is a strong boy, so it's good to bring him. Gu Zhengwo also wants to teach him things. Everyone agreed with this plan, but Gu Erwi said, "Dad, I want to go too." She also wants to see the world. Gu Zhengwo thought for a moment and said, "Okay, you can come along. Tomorrow, you and Xiaoqiang will buy tickets at the train station." Then he looked at Gu Yimin and said, "Next time, Yimin will go too." Gu Yimin happily nodded because she also wants to go out and see. Once everything was decided and tickets bought, they set off for Shenzhen. Wang Yueju no longer packed food for them, so they would eat on the train. Along with Han Dei, there was also Ma Feiyue, the son of sister Tian Huiying's family, who was also learning to do business with Gu Xiaoqiang. However, it was uncomfortable that Ma Feiyue kept coming close to Gu Erwi to talk, but he only said silly, pointless things. Luckily, Gu Xiaoqiang noticed and started talking to him, so he wouldn't bother Gu Erwi. They traveled on the train for 3 days. Fortunately, they bought sleeper tickets, otherwise, Gu Erwi's small body wouldn't handle it. They stayed in a state-run hotel, and Gu Zhengwo booked a room next to Gu Erwi and Gu Xiaoqiang's. "Don't open the door at night if anyone knocks. Even if you need to go to the bathroom, call me to go with you." Gu Zhengwo kept warning her before going back to his room to rest. Not long after, someone knocked on Gu Erwi's door. "Erwi, it's me, Ma Feiyue. I brought you a pot of hot water." Gu Erwi curled her lips and pulled the blanket over her head, pretending she didn't hear. Outside, Ma Feiyue knocked for a while but had to leave when no one opened the door. The next day, Ma Feiyue took advantage of just the 2 of them being there to ask Gu Erwi, "I brought you hot water yesterday. Why didn't you open the door for me?" Gu Erwi said, "I thought you might be a bad person." "Didn't you recognize my voice?" Ma Feiyue asked, moving closer to her. She stepped back 2 steps and coldly said, "I'm not sure if you're a good person either." Ma Feiyue was speechless. That was too direct. Gu Erwi didn't pay him any more attention and quickly went back to her room to pack. She decided she must tell her dad about Ma Feiyue knocking on her door last night. It was really disgusting. The items were just packed when Gu Zhengwo and Gu Xueqiang arrived. Gu Erwi went with them to the clothing factory. As they walked, she told them about Ma Feiyue knocking on her door last night. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhengwo's face turned cold. "I'll talk to Uncle Han about this later," he said. Gu Erwi agreed, thinking it would be better if Han Dai spoke to him, so everyone would save face. At the hotel entrance, they met Han Dai and Ma Feiyue. Gu Xueqiang stood protectively in front of Gu Erwi, blocking her view of Ma Feiyue. The factory was close by, within walking distance. On the way, Gu Zhengwo told Han Dai about Ma Feiyue. Han Dai frowned and said, "I'll talk to him later." "Don't worry, Zhengwo, I won't let him bother Erwi again." In Han Dai's mind, Ma Feiyue's interest in Gu Erwi was like a toad wanting to eat a swan, very bold. When they arrived at the factory, they split up. Gu Zhengwo first took Gu Erwi and Gu Xueqiang to a bread clothing manufacturer. Salesman Zhang was still there. Seeing Gu Zhengwo, he smiled and said, "Boss Gu, you're getting rich." Gu Zhengwo smiled and exchanged pleasantries with him. Gu Erwi looked at the clothes in the room, some spring jackets and women's small suits. She thought these clothes wouldn't sell well right now. It was still cold in Lizhou. Gu Zhengwo didn't pay much attention to their clothes. After chatting with Zhang for a while, he left with Gu Erwi and Gu Xueqiang. They spent the whole morning visiting different factories. At noon, they ate at a small restaurant. Gu Zhengwo asked, "What kind of clothes do you think we should buy this time?" Gu Xueqiang didn't know much, so he shook his head and said he didn't know. Gu Erwi said, "Men's leather jackets and women's wool coats." Gu Zhengwo took a sip and asked why. Gu Erwi thought for a moment and explained, "These two types of clothes are about the same price as bread clothes, and our customers can accept that. Also, these two styles are suitable for now. They can sell for at least a month or two. Plus, Lizhou doesn't have these clothes yet." Gu Zhengwo nodded in agreement. He liked these two styles too. After hearing Erwi's explanation, he felt even more confident about them. Gu Zhengwo thought the shoes were also good, and the market was not smaller than that for clothes. Both companies confirmed what goods to buy, and the next day they went directly to the factory to pick them up. This time, Gu Zhengwo and his team ordered 100 men's leather jackets and 100 women's wool coats, trying to test the market. After collecting the goods from the factory, Gu Erwi realized how hard it was to buy stock. Carrying 2 big bags, Gu Zhengwo and Gu Xueqiang arrived at the hotel, exhausted and sweating. They didn't leave the hotel again until the next day, when they headed to the train station. Fortunately, the goods were shipped by freight, or they would have had to watch over them closely. When they arrived in Lizhou and picked up the goods, Gu Erwi and Gu Xueqiang looked at the stock, while Gu Zhengwo went home to borrow a tricycle to bring the goods back. This buying trip took 7 days in total, and the time cost was really high. That's also why not many people go to the south to buy stock. Not to mention that the round trip alone takes 6 or 7 days, and there are dangers on the way. Trains are safer, just watch your money and prevent theft. Traveling by truck requires guarding against bandits. When they arrived in Shenzhen, they had to be very careful. One mistake could mean losing money, losing goods, or being cheated. They had earned quite a lot of money doing business, but the hardships were beyond what most people could bear. After the goods arrived, they displayed them in the shop the next day. To showcase, Gu Zhengwo and Gu Xueqiang both wore leather jackets. Both of them were good-looking, tall, and well-built, so they looked quite nice in the jackets. Gu Yimin, Gu Erwi, and Wang Yueju all wore wool coats. Not to mention that Yimin and Erwi were both young and beautiful, and the fitted wool coats looked stunning on these lively young women. As for Wang Yueju, nearly 40 years old, she took off her heavy cotton coat and put on a dark red wool coat with black pants. She looked graceful and dignified, appearing 7 or 8 years younger. Why do our 4 sisters look so good? Because we resemble our mother, Gu Sihong said to Gu Jiangwo. Dad, you got a big bargain. Gu Jiangwo was stunned by his wife's look. Suddenly, he remembered how Wang Yueju looked when they first met. That day, they went on a blind date, and she was wearing a red top. She was a girl of 16 or 17, smiling like a flower, so beautiful that he forgot to speak. 20 years had passed since then. She had accompanied him through storms and sunshine to this day. Gu Jiangwo couldn't say many passionate words, but he smiled and said, Indeed, I got a good deal. His words made the four sisters and Gu Xueqiang all laugh. Wang Yueju blushed from being laughed at and shot a quick look at Gu Jiangwo. You're also making trouble with the kids. Gu Jiangwo chuckled softly and then looked at their shoes. Let's go. Buy each of you a pair of shoes at Uncle Han's house. On the first day of opening his new store, Han Dei was busy setting out shoes and cleaning them. Wow, these clothes look really nice on you, Han Dei said with a smile when he saw them. Meanwhile, Tian Huiying kept glancing at Wang Yueju. They are about the same age, but her figure isn't as smooth as Wang Yueju's. Later, you also go get a piece and try it on, Han Dei said with a smile. Tian Huiying felt a bit shy, but didn't refuse. Wang Yueju smiled and asked Yiming, Erwi, and Gu Xueqiang to pick shoes. Gu Siheng and Gu Sanjing were talking with brothers Han Jingping. Tomorrow, Gu Sanjing would take the sports school exam, and Gu Siheng and Han Jingping's school was about to start soon. Han Jingping, acting like a grown-up, told Gu Sanjing, Don't be nervous. The coach said you can pass if you perform normally. Gu Sanjing nodded, not feeling nervous at all. The coach told her that as long as she performed at half her usual training level, she would pass. Are you nervous or not? Han Jingping asked Gu Siheng with a teasing tone. He saw her test paper and knew she could easily pass the advanced exam. But Gu Siheng said, What if I am very nervous? Han Jingping asked kindly, What do you want to do? Gu Siheng replied, Buy some good food to comfort me.
Han Jingping smiled, okay.
Gu Siheng shrugged, thinking that this person might be a bit unpredictable. Usually, she's very easygoing and seems like anyone can tease her. But if she gets serious, she's like a little wolf. Over there, Wang Yueju and the others had already chosen their shoes. Gu Siheng walked over and thought, fashion really does go in cycles. Her mom and the others picked sturdy, wide tie leather shoes, which were also trendy when she traveled through time. Do you think they look good? Gu Erwi asked her. Gu Siheng quickly nodded. Yes, they look great. Uncle Han has good taste. Han Dei chuckled, still the little four so sweet. Then he patted Gu Siheng's head and said, Little four, be my daughter. I promise to treat you better than your dad. Gu Siheng sighed, Uncle Han. Maybe in the next life. In the next life, I'll be your daughter. Han Dei laughed again, secretly feeling a bit regretful that he hadn't had a daughter in this life. The shoes were chosen, and Gu Jiangwo paid, so everyone went together to their shop. Han Dei asked Ma Feiyue to watch the store, and they went to Gu's shop to pick out clothes for Tian Huiying. Just now, Ma Feiyue wanted to get closer to Gu Erwi, but Han Dei stopped him. If he does this again in the future, he will be sent home. Han Dei won't tolerate conflicts between him and Gu Jiangwo. Ma Feiyue was naturally unhappy and felt Han Dei was being a bit too controlling. Gu Erwi isn't engaged, and he isn't either. Why can't he show himself in front of Gu Erwi? Maybe if he performs well, Gu Erwi will agree to marry him. Tian Huiying chose a dress that was different in style from Wang Yueju's. Although her waist was a bit thicker than Wang Yueju's, it wasn't very wide, and the dress made her look quite elegant. Both Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi said she looked nice, and she also thought she looked good. Second aunt, how do I look in this one? Asked Ma Feixia, Ma Feiyue's younger sister. She had come to Lizhou with Han Dei this time. She was holding a dress similar to Gu Yimin's, but since she was a bit shorter, it didn't look very good on her. Everyone in the Gu family didn't comment on whether she looked good or not. They mainly didn't know if Tian Huiying would pay for the dress. If Tian Huiying, given the relationship between the two families, decided to buy her a dress, it wouldn't be a problem. But Ma Feixia, that was unlikely. Tian Huiying looked at the dress Ma Feixia was wearing and honestly said, Feixia, this dress doesn't suit you. Tian Huiying didn't want to buy Ma Feixia clothes. Giving her a new pair of shoes was already a favor. How could she also buy her clothes? If she bought her clothes this time, what about next time? After all, she was just a niece, not a daughter to be raised as her own. But Ma Feixia didn't seem to understand Tian Huiying's meaning. She looked in the mirror, then turned to Gu Erwi, thinking her dress looked nice, and asked Gu Erwi to get her a similar one to try on. Gu Erwi helplessly brought her one. Ma Feixia put it on and looked in the mirror, feeling it looked good. She told Tian Huiying, "Second aunt, I want this one." With so many people present, what could Tian Huiying say? She could only agree to buy it for her. At this moment, customers arrived at the shop. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi went to serve them, and Tian Huiying paid for 2 dresses and left. Of course, Gu Zhengwo charged at cost price. Even so, Tian Huiying was unhappy. It wasn't about money. It was about Ma Feixia not understanding proper behavior. Just like earlier when Gu Xueqiang bought shoes in their shop, Gu Zhengwo wanted to help pay, but he refused and took the money himself. It's still the same point. It's not about having a lot of money, but about being sensible. She is an aunt, not a mother, and has no obligation to spend money on you. The Han family's legal case is not their concern. Now they face a new problem. The customers coming are not here to buy clothes, or rather, not just one piece. They want to take clothes from them to sell, asking how much per piece. Gu Sihing's eyes lit up when she heard this. Wholesale. But she only listened quietly without speaking. We want to take some clothes from you to sell at Jinyuan Square. Boss, how much can you give us per piece? 2 women, around 27 or 28 years old, came. One was tall and big, the other smaller and delicate. The smaller woman was the one speaking. Gu Zhengwo didn't expect that their first business after the new year would be like this. He never thought anyone would want to buy from them to resell, and he didn't even have a concept of wholesale. But his first reaction was not to refuse, but to ask, "How many pieces can you take?" The 2 girls looked at each other without answering. The taller girl then looked at Gu Yimin and said, "You're from Shanshui town, right? I saw you there before." The reason she remembered was because Gu Yimin looked nice. She had looked at her a few more times.
Gu Yimin was a bit surprised. "You are? I'm Wu Qiyun.
I used to be a young worker at the Crescent Bay in Shanshui town." Wu Qiuyun then pointed to the smaller girl. "Her name is Su Lei. She used to work with me at Crescent Bay." Such a coincidence. Gu Yimin smiled a little more, but she didn't seem very friendly. She knew the girl was trying to build a closer relationship with them to gain some benefits. They were strangers, and giving them more benefits would reduce their own. It's better to keep business straightforward. "We didn't find work after returning, and we don't have much money," Su Lei said shyly. "We want to take 3 pieces of one style. After selling them, we'll come back for more." Gu Zhengwo looked down, calculating costs and profits. Their current clothes include leather jackets, wool coats, and jeans. The leather jackets come in 2 styles, the wool coats in 3 styles, and the jeans are the same, but in different shades. The wholesale price for leather jackets is 25 yuan, similar to bread jackets, and he plans to sell them for 55 yuan. If they take 3 of each style, that's 6 jackets, earning 10 yuan profit per jacket, totaling 60 yuan. The wool coats cost 20 yuan wholesale, with a planned selling price of 45 yuan. For 3 styles, taking 3 of each style makes 9 coats, earning 10 yuan profit per coat, totaling 90 yuan. Let's set aside the jeans for now. The leather jacket and wool coat can earn us 150 yuan. This is just one sale. This business can work. After thinking, he said, "By the way, we're half neighbors. I won't charge you much. The retail price for the leather jacket here is 55 yuan, but I'll sell it to you for 35 yuan. You can sell it for 20 yuan profit. The wool coat sells for 45 yuan, but I'll give it to you for 30 yuan each. The jeans sell for 15 yuan, and I'll give you 9 yuan per pair." The 2 girls whispered to each other, then shyly asked, "If we can't sell them, can we return them?" They only had 600 yuan, which was cobbled together. If they bought clothes and couldn't sell them, they wouldn't be able to eat and might even owe money. Gu Zhengwo frowned after hearing this. He thought for a moment and said, "You can return them within a week, but the returns shouldn't affect our sales. Also, this is your first time doing business, and since we're half neighbors, I want to help you. Next time, it won't be like this. The two girls quickly nodded. If they could sell these clothes this time, it would prove the business works. Next time, they wouldn't return the goods. If they couldn't sell this batch, they wouldn't do this business again. In the end, they took 6 leather jackets, 9 wool coats, and 5 pairs of jeans, paying a total of 525 yuan. Gu Jiangwo and his team earned 160 yuan. After the girls left, the family gathered to discuss. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation since starting their business. In their view, buying stock usually meant going directly to the manufacturer. They had never thought of selling in bulk through middlemen. If we can do this business long-term, we'll definitely make more money than retail, said Gu Erwi. But will we often have customers like that? Asked Gu Yimin. Gu Jiangwo was silent for a moment and said, there probably will be. It's not easy to buy goods in Shenzhen. So many want to buy from the south but are afraid. But if they get supplies from us, it's much simpler. Wang Yueju asked, how do they know to come to us for supplies? Just tell them, said Gu Sanjing. Everyone looked at her. Gu Yimin asked, how do we tell them? Gu Sanjing waved her hand, I don't know. She just said it casually. If they didn't know, then telling them was enough. Gu Siheng didn't say anything. She understood now. Her parents and sister are very resourceful. If they want to do something, they always find a way. It's just a matter of time. Her suggestions are based on past experience, which sometimes isn't suitable for the present. Furthermore, the family's future business still depends on parents, older sister, and second sister. If she participates too much using her later experiences, her parents' and sister's abilities might not develop well. So, it's better if she doesn't interfere too much in some matters. Gu Jiangwo and others discussed for a while, then customers came to the shop and they started working again. Later, Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju took Gu Sihong and Gu Sanjing home. The shop was left with Yimin, Hui, and Xue Qiang, who could handle the work. Gu Jiangwo began preparing to renovate the yard. Around 7 p.m., Yimin, Hui, and Xue Qiang closed the shop and returned home. Before dinner, the family sat together to count today's earnings. Just after the new year, business was naturally not as good as before, but today's sales were still decent. They earned a total of 300 yuan, with more than half coming from a wholesale order. Everyone saw the potential in wholesale, but they hadn't figured out how to do it yet. They could only put it aside for now. Gu Jiangwo took the money and handed it to the family finance manager, Wang Yueju, then said, from now on, Yimin, Hui, and Xue Qiang, I will pay you each a monthly salary. 30 yuan a month, and anyone who sells a piece of clothing will get an extra yuan. Gu Sihong secretly gave Gu Jiangwo a thumbs up, thinking, see, the salary plus commission system is coming. Both Yimin and Hui had no objections to Gu Jiangwo's decision, but Xue Qiang said he didn't want a salary. He felt he was an apprentice, and Big Uncle already took good care of his food and lodging. How could he ask for a salary? And such a high one. 30 yuan is the salary for many regular workers in the factory. That's what you deserve, Gu Jiangwo said to Xue Qiang. The city isn't very safe. If you're not here, I would have to stay in the shop all the time. I don't trust Yimin and Hui, 2 girls, to stay alone in the shop. Besides, you've helped a lot. Since opening the shop, many things had happened, and Gu Jiangwo was worried about Yimin and Hui staying alone there. He had to admit that pretty girls often attracted unwanted attention. Also, business was good before the new year, so there were probably many envious people. He felt more at ease when Xue Qiang was in the shop. Xue Qiang wanted to refuse again, but was stopped by Gu Jiangwo. That's settled. Xue Qiang could only agree. Further refusal would seem petty. After settling this, Gu Jiangwo brought up tomorrow's exam for Gu Sanjing. He patted his daughter's head and said, don't be nervous. Even if you don't pass, it's okay. I can pass. Gu Sanjing is very confident. Gu Jiangwo smiles, okay. My Sanjing can get in. Tomorrow, I'll go with your mom and Xiao Si to accompany you. Gu Sanjing nods, Dad, you don't need to worry. I can pass. Gu Jiangwo. Is he really that nervous? Well, he does seem a bit
concerned.
After all his hard work and effort are just to make sure his wife lives well and his children succeed. Since the coach said Sanjing has talent, he has secretly imagined her winning the championship more than once. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone to avoid jokes and pressure on Sanjing. After washing up and going to bed at night, Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju can't sleep, thinking about Sanjing's exam tomorrow. Wang Yueju's biggest worry isn't that Sanjing might not pass, but that she'll have a tough training after she gets in. I saw the older kid from next door training his little brother every day. That kid is almost out of his mind from all the training, Wang Yueju worries. If Sanjing gets in, will the coach push her that hard too? Sigh, I don't expect these kids to be famous. Just safe and healthy is enough. Gu Jiangwo turns over. Don't worry. The sports school isn't far from home. We often go to see Sanjing. If it doesn't work out, she can come back. Xiaoxi is taking a grade skipping exam in a few days. She said she wants to learn dance, right? Tomorrow, after Sanjing's exam, we'll take her to sign up. Yimin and Hui are also attending night school. Before Wang Yueju can finish, she is embraced by the man beside her. If you can't sleep, do some exercise. Seeing her change into that outfit today made him feel restless. After breakfast the next day, Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju take Sanjing and Sihong to the sports school. As they step out, they meet Zhang Mingli and his wife, along with Zhang Xiaoqiang. The two families greet each other and then head to the bus stop to go to the exam. Although it's a supplementary test, the process and standards are strict, no leniency, even stricter than usual. Sanjing isn't nervous at all. Sihong praises her for her strong mental attitude. For athletes, mental strength is just as important. Some athletes train very well but perform poorly in competitions because their mental state isn't good. Sanjing takes 2 tests, swimming and diving. The results come out immediately. Both scores are good, but it's clear she has more talent in diving. In the end, the school admits her as a diving student. Although they had expected Sanjing to get in, when it actually happened, Gu Jiangwo and his family couldn't be happier. School starts in 3 days. Let's go back and prepare. Since I will start living at school soon, I need to prepare my luggage. The school will provide uniforms. The coach is also very happy. With such a promising student, it will be easier for him to succeed. Maybe Gu Sanjing can even join the national team, which would give her a bigger stage. He would be proud then. After finishing the procedures here, Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju took the 2 children and left. But as soon as they exited the coach's office, they saw many people running toward a 4-story building on the west side. Some were shouting, "Call the police! Call the police!" Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju each held a child tightly and followed the crowd. When they reached the building, they saw 2 familiar people standing among the crowd, Zhang Mingli and Guo Huilan. Zhang Xiaoqiang, come down now, do you hear me? Huilan looked up and shouted, "You didn't pass the exam, and you still have the nerve to stay up there? Come down quickly. If you come down now, I'll pretend nothing happened. But if you wait too long, you'll see." Gu Siding looked up at the building and saw Zhang Xiaoqiang standing at the edge of the roof. If he took one more step forward, he could fall from the 4th floor. "I know you've been unhappy with me. I've been trying, but you're still not satisfied. I think if I die, you won't be angry anymore. Mom, I'm really so tired." Zhang Xiaoqiang moved slightly, and everyone below gasped in shock. Zhang Xiaoqiang.
Auntie.
Gu Siding interrupted Huilan, who was about to say more. "You can't talk to Xiaoqiang like that now. Aren't you afraid your son might jump because you upset him? How can a mother be like this? Yes, you shouldn't speak to him like that. You should comfort the child." The people around also started criticizing Huilan. Her face turned red. "Ma'am, please don't upset the child anymore," a school leader said softly to Huilan. "Let's get the child down first." At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang took another step forward. Huilan's heart was pounding. She finally realized her son truly wanted to jump, not just scare her. She cried out to the upstairs Xiaoqiang, "Mom was just joking earlier. I won't pressure you anymore, okay?" He was her only son. How could she not feel heartache? She only wanted him to be excellent. Why has it come to this? Xiaoqiang, Mingli also called up, wait up there. Dad will come to get you, okay? Dad promises he won't force you to practice sports, won't pressure you to study, and won't compare you to others. The above Zhang Xiaoqiang remained unmoved. He stared blankly below, seeming hesitant about whether to jump down. The police station was a bit far from here, and no police had arrived yet. Gu Xiqing saw Zhang Xiaoqiang staring down blankly, and her heart grew more nervous. At this moment, Gu Zhengwo whispered to the school leader beside him, I'll sneak up to the top floor. You distract him. The school leader had never dealt with such a situation before. In their panic, they hadn't thought of this plan. Hearing Gu Zhengwo, they quickly nodded. Gu Zhengwo quietly went away. Gua Huilan stood there crying, while Zhang Mingli looked helpless. At this time, Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his foot, as if to jump down. Gu Xiqing shouted loudly, Zhang Xiaoqiang, jumping from the 4th floor won't kill you. But it could break your leg or hurt your head. You might not die, but you'll be in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Can't run, can't jump, can't go out to play. When we play, you'll just watch longingly. If you hurt your head, it will be even worse. If you become a fool, you'll be laughed at every day, not knowing what you're doing. People around. Is there really such advice? Zhang Xiaoqiang withdrew his foot and asked below, which floor is deadly to fall from? Gu Xiqing shrugged. I don't know. Anyway, you won't die falling from the 4th floor. Zhang Xiaoqiang. How do you know? Have you jumped? Gu Xiqing. I haven't jumped. Someone in our village did. His face was all swollen, disgusting to look at, and his leg was broken. He had to walk with a crutch. Ugh. I can't think about it. It makes me uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaoqiang, you can't become like that, or your classmates will think badly of you. Gu Xiqing couldn't see Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes, but she felt he was more hesitant. Just then, Gu Zhengwo reached the rooftop. But Gu Xiqing had run out of words and didn't know what to say anymore. She looked at Zhang Mingli beside her. Uncle Zhang, talk to Xiaoqiang. Zhang Mingli responded, Son, listen to your dad. I'll buy you delicious food. Roast flour duck, roast young chicken, roast goose, roasted pig, roasted duck, cured meat. Gu Xiqing. Are you doing a comedy act?
Dad, wrong.
You forgot the soy sauce chicken, Zhang Xiaoqiang said from above. Everyone. You should have memorized the dishes earlier. Really? Then let me tell you again. Roast flour duck, roast young chicken, roast goose.
Ah.
At that moment, Gu Zhengwo suddenly rushed forward and hugged Zhang Xiaoqiang tightly. The people downstairs all sighed in relief. Soon after, Gu Zhengwo carried Zhang Xiaoqiang over. Gu Huilan took Zhang Xiaoqiang and was about to spank him, but Zhang Mingli quickly stepped in to stop her. Enough, if you can't pass the exam, then so be it. If not, just learn some comedy with me. It really sounded like a comedy act. Seeing that everything was fine, everyone dispersed. Zhang Mingli pulled Zhang Xiaoqiang aside to thank him, but Gu Zhengwo waved his hand, saying it was not necessary. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at Gu Sihong and asked, Is it really true that falling from the 4th floor can't kill you? Gu Sihong replied, I think your dad is pretty good at remembering food names. It was quite funny. Zhang Mingli felt a little embarrassed. I just started learning too. I'm just glad the kid is okay, Gu Zhengwo said, pulling Gu Sihong along. Wang Yueju held Gu Sanjing's hand as the family headed outside the school. Wang Yueju whispered to Gu Sanjing as they walked, It doesn't matter if you're talented or not. As long as you're happy, that's what counts. Don't learn from Xiaoqiang, okay? Wang Yueju was quite frightened by the incident of Zhang Xiaoqiang jumping from the building. Nothing was more important than children being healthy and safe. Don't worry, Mom. I won't be like Zhang Xiaoqiang.
And
Gu Sanjing looked back at Zhang Xiaoqiang. I think he was just pretending. Gu Sihong also turned to look at Zhang Xiaoqiang when he heard her words. Zhang Xiaoqiang was being held by Zhang Mingli, who seemed to say something, and Zhang Xiaoqiang even smiled a little. Gu Sihong clicked her tongue. If he was really acting, Zhang Xiaoqiang should become an actor and join a show called The Birth of a Drama King. He'd probably do well. The 4 of them returned home shortly after. Soon, they heard the crying and shouting from the neighbor's house. "Look what you've done to my grandson. If you're capable, go become an athlete and win a championship. Why are you forcing my grandson?" Then came Gu Huilan's voice, arguing and defending herself. Listening to the noisy family quarrel, Gu Sihong suddenly had an idea. She decided to write a novel from a child's perspective, describing how children see learning, parents, teachers, classmates, friends, and so on. Using the simple language of an 8 or 9-year-old, she wanted to portray what was happening around them. The book would be called Whose Childhood Isn't Full of Worries. After having this idea, Gu Sihong felt a surge of excitement inside. She had always been interested in literature, but in her previous life, she was busy with studying and work, so she had set aside this hobby. In this life, she thought she would have more time to develop her interest. But she never considered turning writing into a profession. She had other careers she preferred and dreamed of. In the afternoon, Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju took her and Sanjing to the Cultural Palace to register for interest classes. Gu Siheng had a clear goal, so they went straight to the dance class registration desk. The person in charge was a woman in her 20s, with a graceful figure and exceptional elegance. Her walking and gestures were naturally beautiful. Wang Yueju couldn't help but ask, "Comrade, do you also practice dance?" The woman smiled generously. "Yes, my mother is a dancer. I learned from her since I was young." Wang Yueju looked at the teacher and then at her daughter, thinking that if her little fourth daughter also learned dance, she might develop such grace in the future. She immediately asked how much it cost and was ready to pay. Gu Siheng quickly pulled her back, surprised that even the usually thrifty Wang Yueju had an impulsive side. "Mom, let's go inside and see how it looks," Gu Siheng whispered to Wang Yueju. Wang Yueju became more aware of her impulsiveness and, holding Gu Siheng and Sanjing, entered the dance training room. Gu Zhengwo glanced inside and saw a few women dressed very tightly. He quickly turned around, told his wife he would wait downstairs, and went down. Inside the classroom, the dance teacher demonstrated some difficult moves and then gave Gu Siheng a few simple ones, praising her repeatedly, even complimenting Wang Yueju. In the end, Wang Yueju happily paid the fee, then took her 2 daughters downstairs to meet Gu Zhengwo. After leaving the youth palace, Gu Siheng said she wanted to buy a notebook. The family went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy paper and some pens. Sanjing asked Gu Siheng what she needed the paper for, but she brushed it off. The next day, Gu Siheng was going to take a skip-level exam at school. After breakfast, Gu Zhengwo took her to school, which was nearby and within walking distance. On the way, Gu Zhengwo said, "Little fourth, it's okay if you don't pass the exam. Just don't be nervous." Gu Siheng replied. It seemed that comrade Gu Zhengwo was also frightened by the incident of Zhang Xiaoqiang jumping off the building. The skip-level exam was arranged with the school beforehand, based on Gu Siheng's previous exam results. This time, the exam was the first semester final test for 5th grade, but not the previous year's exam paper. It was created by the 5th grade teachers themselves. The difficulty was much higher than last year's final exam. In the adjacent office, Gu Zhengwo handed a cigarette to the director of teaching. Director Lu Wenhai took the cigarette but didn't smoke, holding it in his hand and asking, "I heard your family sells clothes?" Gu Zhengwo nodded, "Just doing a small business." Lu Wenhai smiled and said, "Come visit my shop when you have time." Gu Zhengwo replied, "Sure, you're always welcome." An hour later, Gu Siqing handed in her test paper. The teacher corrected it immediately, and she scored full marks in both math and Chinese. Both teachers looked at Gu Siqing with a strong sense of possessiveness. "Gu Siqing. Gu Siqing." Both teachers spoke at the same time, but Lu Wenhai interrupted after calling her name. "Gu Siqing, come to my office to register the day after tomorrow when school starts." They would be embarrassed if they fought over students in front of parents and other students. The teacher still looked at her with bright eyes. After Gu Siqing left the office with Gu Zhengwo, she could still feel their intense gazes behind her. Gu Zhengwo was very happy. Yesterday, his 3rd daughter was accepted into a sports school. Today, his younger daughter passed her advanced exam. In a few days, his eldest and 2nd daughters would start night classes. The family business was doing very well. Gu Jiangwo was so happy he wanted to sing. Wang Yueju knew about the exam results and said happily, "Today, Mom will cook at least 6 dishes to celebrate for you." These past few days were happier than New Year's, and she even wanted to set off a few firecrackers. Gu Xiqing felt only SOSO. As someone who had been reborn, jumping from 3rd grade to 5th grade in elementary school didn't make her very happy. She still had to hang out at school. When she entered the house, she took out some draft paper and wrote the words whose childhood isn't troublesome. First, she outlined the story. Last night, she had already thought about the main plot in her mind. The story centered around 2 families with 4 children, 2 girls and 2 boys, aged between 7 and 10. The first story was based on Zhang Xiaoqiang's jump from a building. After planning, she picked up a pen and started writing on the draft paper. She had written over 100 words when someone knocked on the door. She turned her head and saw brothers Han Jingping and Han Jingyang. "Fourth, how did your advanced exam go?" Han Jingyang asked as he approached Gu Xiqing. Gu Xiqing covered her draft with a book and said, "I passed. When school starts in a few days, I'll go to 5th grade." She watched Han Jingyang's expression carefully, worried he might feel disappointed or hurt. They were the same age, played together before school, and had been in the same class since then. Now that she suddenly jumped grades, she was afraid Han Jingyang wouldn't handle it well. But Han Jingyang proudly said, "I knew you could pass. They didn't believe me, but I'll go tell them." He proudly ran away, and Gu Siheng didn't know what to say. Such a mischievous friend. Is quite good. Most people in this world are ordinary. They look average, come from average families, and have average grades. Everything about them is just average. But within this ordinariness, some people live happily, while others compare themselves and become unhappy, twisting their minds and doing things they can't undo. Actually, accepting that you're just average and enjoying your simple life can also be a kind of happiness. "Here you go," Han Jingping said as he approached, holding out 2 chocolate coins. Gu Siheng smiled and took one. "Where did you get this?" Han Jingping didn't answer, but said, "Didn't I say the other day I'd bring you some treats to cheer you up?" It was just a joke back then, and he didn't take it seriously. Just now, he was playing with Si Tianlei. His relative works at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and during the New Year, they sold many chocolates like these to Si Tianlei's family. Si Tianlei just gave him 2, so he brought them to her. "Although this cheer-up gift is a bit late, the chocolate is pretty tasty," Gu Siheng said as she chewed the chocolate. Han Jingping smiled slightly and placed the other chocolate on the table. "As long as it's tasty, that's enough. I'm leaving now." He then headed outside. Gu Siheng put the chocolate into her drawer and continued writing her novel. 2 days later, school was starting again. Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui also needed to attend night school. Gu Jiangwo bought 2 bicycles to make it easier for the sisters to get home after school. It wasn't easy to buy these bicycles either. They used connections to get 2 industrial tickets and waited a few days before finally purchasing them. The day before school started, the head teacher Lu Wenhai and his wife, Zhao Jinling, came to the shop. Gu Jiangwo wasn't there at the time because he was busy arranging for people to renovate the yard. Gu Yihui heard that Lu Wenhai was Gu Siheng's teacher and saw that they didn't seem to be there to buy clothes, so she asked Gu Xueqiang to ride a bike and go find Gu Jiangwo to come back. Just as Gu Xueqiang left, Wu Qiuyun and Su Lei, who had been stocking goods in the shop earlier, came in with big smiles. Seeing their expressions, it was clear that the clothes they took had sold well. Gu Yihui asked with a smile, "Your business is doing pretty well?" Both nodded and smiled. Wu Qiuyun said, "The clothes we took last time are almost sold out. We want to restock a bit." They didn't have a storefront and set up a stall at Jinyuan Square. Jinyuan Square is a large square in Lizi City, next to a park and some historic buildings. Many people visit there every day. Here, setting up a stall is unique for the 2 of them, so their business is naturally very good. Not long after, they came back to restock. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi were very happy that they returned. Gu Erwi asked, "How much do you want to take this time?" Each style of leather jackets needs 5 pieces. Each style of wool coats also needs 5, and we want 20 pairs of jeans. Gu Yimin immediately prepared the stock, while Gu Erwi calculated the costs. As they collected the money, Gu Yimin packed the clothes for them. The two didn't stay long and left with the clothes. Are they buying goods from you to sell? Director Zhao Wenhai asked the Gu sisters. Yes, they're selling at Jinyuan Square, Gu Erwi replied. Lu Wenhai exchanged a glance with his wife and said, We came today also to buy some goods from you to sell. Lu Wenhai's wife, Zhao Jinling, has no job. Their family of four relies only on Lu Wenhai's salary. Their two children are in school, and life is very tight. Last year, they noticed Gu's shop. Zhao Jinling even waited nearby for a while. Seeing how good their business was, she couldn't sleep for many nights. The idea of starting her own business grew like a seed in her mind, making her restless. She told Lu Wenhai about her wish to start a business. Lu Wenhai observed Gu's shop for a few days and thought selling clothes could work. But how to get stock was a problem. Clearly, Gu's shop didn't have clothes from the local clothing factory in Lizhou. But going to the south to buy stock was not possible for them. Lu Wenhai works at a school, so he has no time to go south for supplies. Even if he had time, he was hesitant. The journey to the south is long, and he heard that both trains and southern cities are chaotic. What if something happens? Zhao Jinling, as a woman, wants to make money, but she doesn't have the courage to go alone to the south to buy stock. Because they wanted to start a business but couldn't, their marriage suffered this year. Surprisingly, Lu Wenhai met Gu Jiangwo at school and they had a decent chat, so they barely knew each other. After returning home, Lu Wenhai discussed how to start this business with Zhao Jinling. In the end, they decided to buy goods from Gu's shop to sell. However, they didn't know if Gu Jiangwo was willing to do business with them. Today, they came to the shop with a tentative attitude, hoping to discuss buying goods. Unexpectedly, they found that someone had already taken goods from the shop to sell. So, what's left to hesitate about? Lu Wenhui expressed their interest in purchasing goods to sell. Gu Erwi listened and happily explained the retail and wholesale prices for each style. She also said, You're my family's teacher from Xiaoxi school, so we can't let you risk losing money. After you take the goods, you can return them within 3 days, as long as it doesn't affect my sales. Zhao Wenhui and his wife didn't expect such a good opportunity. They wanted to try doing business knowing there was a chance they might lose money. They were mentally prepared for that. But they didn't expect such a great chance to come to them. Then, we want 5 pieces of each style of our leather jackets and wool coats, Zhao Wenhui decided, since they could return the items if needed. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi were calculating again, each taking some goods. When Gu Jiangwo returned, Zhao Wenhui and the others had already left with the goods. In just a short time, they earned a total of 540 yuan from these 2 wholesale deals. They once again saw that wholesale business could be profitable. After these 2 wholesale clients, Gu Jiangwo and others understood that wholesale made more money than retail. However, neither Gu Jiangwo nor Gu Yimin, Gu Erwi, or Gu Xueqiang impulsively decided to start wholesale immediately. The main issue was stock supply. Traveling from Lizhou to Shenzhen took 6 or 7 days. Even if they went there every day, they couldn't guarantee enough stock. You could buy a lot at once, but what if the stock piled up? Of course, doing business involves risks, but since they recognized the problems, they needed to find ways to reduce those risks. Another issue was customers. The 2 wholesale clients weren't enough to support their wholesale business, so they needed to find more customers. How to do that? After closing the shop, everyone was silent, thinking about how to solve these problems. Dad, these are the epidemic prevention flyers distributed on the street. Gu Xiqing handed a flyer to Gu Jiangwo and said, Getting vaccinated early can help fight off the disease. It sounds pretty smooth when you read it. Gu Jiangwo was preoccupied and didn't look at the flyer. Seeing he was distracted, Gu Sihui approached Gu Erwi and said, Second sister, these flyers are pretty good. If we distribute them, everyone will understand the importance of epidemic prevention. Gu Erwi nodded, and after 2 seconds, her eyes lit up. Yes, flyers. Her voice was full of excitement, and everyone looked at her. Gu Erwi happily said, Isn't it obvious that people know we do wholesale? We can distribute flyers, like these epidemic prevention flyers. Gu Jianhua smiled as he looked down at the health promotion leaflet in his hand, as if he had found a treasure. After a while he said this method will work. We can distribute it around our shop, at the train station and bus station, Gu Yimin suggested. A few people gathered again to discuss how to make and distribute the leaflets. Gu Siheng and Gu Sanjing helped Wang Yueju cook. School starts tomorrow, and Sanjing will stay at school. Wang Yueju spent the whole day in the kitchen preparing things, spicy sauce, tea eggs, dried tofu, so she could take them to school. Don't keep everything to yourself. Share these with your classmates, Wang Yueju softly advised Sanjing. We'll visit you every few days. If you want to eat something, I'll send it to you. Wang Yueju's voice was full of reluctance, as if she was saying goodbye forever. Gu Siheng and Gu Sanjing didn't want to disturb her feelings, so they just listened quietly. During dinner, Gu Jianhua and the others had almost finished planning the leaflet distribution. When they sat at the table, they started discussing how to ensure enough stock without causing a backlog. It seemed like a difficult balance, like choosing between two good things. If necessary, I'll stay in Shenzhen long term. When I need supplies here, I'll send them by train, Gu Jianhua said. Hearing this, Gu Siheng got excited. Shenzhen. The housing prices there are sky high. Maybe I should buy a house there. Dad, if you're going to stay there long term, it's not very convenient to keep staying in hotels. Why not buy a house? It would be nice if it had a yard like ours, so it's more comfortable. Gu Jianhua. I was just suggesting, and now you're thinking I should buy a house there? Are you saying I shouldn't come back? Gu Jianhua. We'll talk about that later. Gu Siheng. Okay. After Gu Siheng said this, Gu Jianhua became more convinced that this plan could work. And since it's just the beginning, maybe once he gets used to it, he won't need to stay there long term. Tomorrow is the first day of school. After dinner, the family watched Wang Yueju pack the things Sanjing needed to take to school. Since a 10-year-old girl was going to stay at school, everyone felt a bit uneasy and gave Sanjing some advice. Gu Jianhua. Go and practice hard, but don't push yourself too much. Gu Yimin. If the training gets too intense and you can't handle it, tell the coach and let us know. Gu Erwi. Be careful and don't let others take advantage of you. Gu Siheng. They've finished saying everything I wanted to say. I wish you a bright future. Gu Xuecheng. If anyone bullies you at school, I'll go and teach them a lesson. Wang Yueju finished packing her luggage and said, just eat well, practice well, and have fun when you get to school. Gu Sijing gave Wang Yueju a thumbs up and summarized perfectly. The next day, Gu Jianhua took Gu Sanjing to the sports school, and Wang Yueju took Gu Sijing to register at her school. Actually, Gu Sijing thought she could handle registering herself and didn't need to be accompanied. But since Han Dei had already gone to see off the Han brothers, she couldn't appear too special. Because she did well on the advanced grade exam, she was welcomed by several 5th grade homeroom teachers. After some competition, Gu Sijing was finally assigned to class 1 of the 5th grade. After completing the enrollment procedures, the teacher took her to the classroom of class 1. Han Zhengyang went to class 2 of the 3rd grade. Without introducing herself, the homeroom teacher led her to the last row of desks, saying, sit here for now. We will rearrange the seats this afternoon. Gu Sijing smiled and said hello. She thought the spot was quite good and perfect for slacking off during class, but she couldn't change the teacher's decision. Her temporary desk partner was a girl with short hair, strong eyebrows, and a brave look. She raised her chin to Gu Sijing and asked, you look pretty young. How old are you? Gu Sijing honestly replied, I'll be 9 soon. The girl raised an eyebrow. A grade-skipping student. Gu Sijing didn't answer, and the girl put her arms on the desk and fell asleep. Gu Sijing took out her Chinese textbook, looked at the characters, and thought about the story in her mind. In the afternoon, her seat was changed again, and she sat in the middle of the 2nd row, an obvious spot where it was hard to slack off. After school, Han Jingyang was already waiting for her at the door, and they went home together. The school was close to home, only about 5 minutes on foot. When they arrived home, Gu Jianhua and Wang Yueju were about to go to the shop to replace Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui, who were starting night classes today.
The food is in the pot.
Eat first, then do your homework. We'll be back around 7, Wang Yueju said as she walked and talked. Gu Sijing waved her hand to let them go. Soon, Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui returned. They ate a little and then rode their bikes to night school. Both of them had finished middle school and were learning high school subjects at night school, so they were in the same class. When they entered the classroom and found their seats, the woman next to them smiled and started talking. "You're also attending night school." The two sisters turned their heads and saw that the person had bought clothes at the shop this morning. She was wearing a gray wool coat, which she had purchased earlier today. The two sisters smiled and started talking to her. Before long, the three became familiar with each other. The woman's name was Tong Lu, 22 years old, living in the provincial military district compound. Although Tong Lu was from a family with high-ranking officials, she was not pretentious and spoke straightforwardly and clearly. At 9:30, after school, the three of them left the classroom together. When they reached the school gate, Tong Lu saw a military vehicle and the people inside from a distance. She was surprised and said to Yimin and Erwi, "How are you getting home? Maybe he can give you a ride." Yimin and Erwi also saw the military vehicle and the people inside. Both were stunned because the person in the vehicle was Luo Yongnian. Erwi instinctively held Yimin's hand. Luo Yongnian saw them and seemed surprised for a moment. Then he got out of the car and walked over. Erwi felt Yimin's body stiffen briefly, but she quickly relaxed. "Are you two also studying here?" Luo Yongnian asked as he approached Yimin and looked at her. Yimin had composed herself and smiled confidently. "Yes, but I didn't expect to meet Brother Luo here." Luo Yongnian nodded, still looking serious. "How are you getting home?" "I can give you a ride." Yimin waved her hand with a smile. "No need. We came by bike. Our family is already here to pick us up." Luo Yongnian looked in the direction Yimin was pointing and saw a young man, about 18 or 19, tall and broad-shouldered, pushing a bicycle toward them. "Brother Luo, Tong Lu, we're leaving now," Yimin said with a smile as she said goodbye to them. She held Erwi's hand and walked toward Gu Xueqiang. Then the three of them rode away. "Can we go now?" Tong Lu asked the dazed man. He usually looked serious and focused, but she didn't expect him to zone out sometimes. Luo Yongnian withdrew his gaze, turned, and walked to the military vehicle, then opened the door and got in. After Tong Lu sat in the front passenger seat, he started the car. "Why are you here?" Tong Lu asked, turning to look at his profile. "Doing some work. I ran into Director Luo." Luo Yongnian spoke simply, but Tong Lu understood his meaning. He was in the city for work and met her mother, Director Luo, who asked him to pick her up. The car was moving steadily. Tong Lu looked outside at the night scenery for a while, then turned and asked Luo Yongnian, "How do you know those two sisters?" Luo Yongnian replied, "They're from the same hometown." Tong Lu nodded and then curiously asked, "How are your relations with them?" "They both look very pretty. You don't know, but during class today, many boys secretly looked at them." Luo Yongnian didn't speak, and Tong Lu didn't mind. She said, "You should get to know their older sister Gu Yimin better." Luo Yongnian still didn't say anything. Tong Lu continued, "You're not young anymore. If you like someone, let's forget about our past issues." This time, Luo Yongnian turned to look at her with a frown. "Are you always so casual in what you do?" Tong Lu rolled her eyes at him. "Forget I said anything." The car stopped at the gate of the military compound. Tong Lu got out, took a few steps back, then leaned on the car window and said, "Seriously, I'm serious. If you like someone, I won't hold you back." "It's not what you think." Luo Yongnian pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. Tong Lu pouted, her eyes fixed on the girl, but she stubbornly refused to admit it. At home, Gu Xueqiang went to the backyard. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi washed their faces and then soaked their feet together. Gu Erwi carefully looked at Gu Yimin's face. She seemed calm, showing no emotion. But whenever she saw Luo Yongnian, there was always a little something in her heart, right? She was worried that Gu Yimin might be hiding something inside without telling anyone. "Are you okay?"
Gu Erwi asked.
Gu Yimin looked up at her. What could possibly be wrong? That Luo Yongnian. It's all in the past. Besides, I don't have much to do with him, Gu Yimin said a bit helplessly. Although I'm not as smart as you in business, I'm not stupid. If he's not interested in me, Why should I keep thinking about him? That's just torturing myself. Gu Erwi felt relieved. Actually, you two aren't really suitable. Not only has he been divorced, but he's also much older than you. Plus, every time I see him, he always looks serious. Living with him would probably be pretty boring. Alright, let's not talk about him anymore. Gu Yimin changed the subject. If we're doing wholesale, shouldn't we come up with a name for our shop first? Otherwise, how will people find us? In this situation, it is normal for him to develop feelings, but later Luo Yongnian rejected the older sister's advances, which was quite a to her. However, after so much time has passed, there isn't much genuine emotion left. Plus, Luo Yongnian seems to have a special relationship with Tong Lu. As the older sister said, she's not naive. Still longing for him in this situation is just self-torture. The two sisters no longer mention Luo Yongnian and instead gather to discuss the shop name. But choosing a good name is not easy. They discuss until 11 o'clock without any result. In the end, they each go back to their rooms to rest. Gu Yimin lies on the bed, her mind flashing with the image of Luo Yongnian's tall, serious figure. She smiles slightly and closes her eyes to sleep. Although she had agreed to marry Deng Ziming, her first true crush was Luo Yongnian. As a young girl experiencing her first love, that vague fluttering feeling still seems to linger now. Looking back, she realizes she was too impulsive at that time. Luckily, he rejected her then. After coming to Lizhou, meeting more people, and encountering more things, she begins to understand that doing things can't rely only on feelings and emotions. She needs to analyze rationally what should be done and what shouldn't, knowing what is right and what is wrong in her actions. Although she hasn't fully mastered rational thinking yet, she is learning and gradually training herself. Gu Zhengwo is not someone who procrastinates. Since he has decided on a wholesale strategy, he starts to implement it. The first step is choosing a shop name. Without a name, even if they distribute flyers, people wouldn't find their store easily. However, Gu Zhengwo only has a junior high school education, and with limited time and heavy tasks, coming up with a good name quickly is quite difficult for him. In the end, they decide to brainstorm as a family during dinner. Gu Zhengwo, how about Wanda? Gu Xiqing looks at her father. Could he be reincarnated too? Alibaba, what about that name? Gu Xiqing asks, but Gu Zhengwo frowns. What kind of name is that? It sounds strange. Gu Xiqing thinks, okay, strange it is. Second sister Hui. Evergrande, how about that? Cough, cough. Gu Xiqing chokes on her water. Are all the famous company names nowadays so common? Wang Yueju pats her on the back and says, how about Wankai? Gu Xiqing, cough, cough. She chokes again. Mom, you're so talented. Gu Yimin, honesty, that's okay? Gu Xiqing stops coughing and finally thinks they have a decent name. Everyone looked at Gu Xueqiang, and he was the only one left to speak. The poor student Gu Xueqiang hesitated for a while before finally saying a name, Xuanfa. Alright, it's confirmed. Those big shots' naming skills are not very good. He scratched his head and said, how about Nishang clothing? Everyone looked confused. What does that mean? Gu Xiqing explained, Nishang refers to the clothes worn by immortals. Gu Zhengwo frowned tightly and thought for a moment before saying, not smooth to say. How about bright light clothing store? Gu Xiqing repeated it twice. It sounded quite smooth. She didn't say anything else, and others had no objections. So, the store was named Bright Light Clothing Store. After deciding on the name, they planned to make flyers the next day. After dinner, Gu Zhengwo went to the Han family to talk to Han Dei about doing wholesale. The two of them started a business in Licheng, one selling clothes, the other shoes. Their businesses didn't conflict. If there's a way to make money, Gu Zhengwo wouldn't forget him. We'll stay in Shunshur. When we need goods at home, just call us. We'll ship the goods by train, Gu Zhengwo said. That's my initial idea. When we start, we might encounter some problems, but we'll deal with them then. Han Dei smoked and listened, then thought for a moment before saying, all right, tomorrow I'll go with you to make flyers, and then we can go to Shunshur together. Han Dei is decisive. Running a business requires careful consideration, but when it's time to act, you must be quick. Business always involves some risk. Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui finished dinner and then rode their bikes to night school. As soon as they entered the classroom, Tong Lu waved at them. "Here, I've saved seats for you." Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui walked over. Although Tong Lu seemed to have a close relationship with Luo Yongnian, since Gu Yimin no longer cared about Luo Yongnian, they didn't need to stay away from Tong Lu. "I knew we were destined to meet. You and Luo Yongnian are still hometown friends," Tong Lu said with a smile, but her eyes subtly observed Gu Yimin's expression. Her sixth sense told her there might be something between Luo Yongnian and Gu Yimin. But unfortunately, Gu Yimin kept smiling, and her expression didn't change at all when she heard Luo Yongnian's name. Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui didn't talk much about Luo Yongnian, they just smiled and changed the subject. Tong Lu didn't mention Luo Yongnian again. The three of them talked about Gu family store. Since they planned to do wholesale next, the two sisters took every chance to tell others about their store's wholesale business, hoping to attract a couple of clients. Sure enough, Tong Lu was very interested and asked many detailed questions. In the end, she said she would talk to her friends, and if anyone wanted to sell clothes, she would take them to Gu's shop. After school, a military vehicle came to pick up Tong Lu, but it was not Luo Yongnian. The two sisters from the Gu family were also there to pick them up, along with Gu Xueqiang, and they went home together. The next day, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei went to have flyers made. After 2 days, the flyers were ready, just in time for Sunday. Gu Siheng finished her dance class and, with the Han brothers, handed out the flyers. In this era, most flyers were issued by government units to promote policies, so everyone looked at them carefully. When people saw that the flyers were from Guangming Clothing Store and Wanfa Shoe Store, many asked what was going on. As a result, the number of customers at both stores increased significantly, and everyone was talking so much they felt their throats dry. Near closing time, Zhu Qingfen, the wife of Qiu Weiguang, came to Gu's shop and hesitated before saying she wanted to buy stock to sell. Seeing her hesitation, Gu Zhengwo said, "Doing business always has risks. But if you want to try, take some clothes to test. If it doesn't work, you can return the clothes to me." Zhu Qingfen was surprised she could return goods. She was hesitant at first, but then happily took some clothes and left. After distributing the flyers, the wholesale customers didn't seem to increase much for now, but retail sales at the store clearly improved. The stock was running low, and Gu Zhengwo prepared to leave for Shenzhen. Before going to Shenzhen, he had a sign made with a red background and gold lettering, very eye-catching. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei set out for Shenzhen once again. This time, their mood was noticeably different from previous trips, more confident and ambitious. Both of them were ready to give it their all. They left Lizhou for 2 days. The flyer started to work, and more people came to ask about wholesale. Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui kept a record in a notebook. This would help them plan their stock. Running a business is all about exploring and gradually learning. That noon, the sisters and Gu Xueqiang were eating in the shop and discussing stock issues. Gu Yihui looked through her notebook and said, "There are 30 people asking about wholesale, and 10 of them are confirmed to buy." Gu Yimin put down her chopsticks and used a pen to do some calculations on paper. 10 customers, each buying about 5 pieces per style, makes 50 pieces per style. If we restock every 5 days, we need to prepare at least 100 pieces for each style every week. We also sell some retail items ourselves, and among the wholesale clients whose orders are uncertain, maybe some will come to pick up goods. I think we should prepare at least 200 pieces for each style. Gu Erui looked at her accounting paper and said, "Okay, we'll call Dad this afternoon. Prepare 200 pieces for each style. As for jeans, let him handle it himself. Anyway, better to prepare more." Gu Xueqiang was eating and listening to his sisters discuss, but he didn't speak. Since he had only been here a short time and was still new to many things, he thought it was better not to say much. At that moment, they heard a car outside. The siblings looked toward the door and saw a military vehicle parked there. The door opened and Tong Lu along with 2 women got out. Because she was friends with Tong Lu, the sisters stood up and went to greet them at the door. Outside, in the driver's seat, Zhuang Xueming saw the 2 sisters from the Gu family and paused. Weren't they the 2 girls he saw fighting that day? That day, he and Luo Yongnian were in the city, passing by the sports center. Luo Yongnian asked him to stop, and then kept staring at those two girls. When he saw someone trying to bother them, Luo Yongnian urgently told him to follow and see what would happen. He thought Luo Yongnian might come to rescue them heroically, but the girls turned out to be quite strong and fought off the troublemakers fiercely. They didn't need any help. Later, he asked Luo Yongnian what their relationship was, but Luo Yongnian didn't say a word. He didn't expect to see them again today. What a coincidence. "I'll pick you up in an hour," he called out to Tong Lu and the others, then drove off. "You haven't eaten yet?" Tong Lu asked when she saw the food on the table. "Almost finished," Gu Yimin said as she and Gu Xiaoqiang tidied up the dishes. Gu Erui greeted Tong Lu and her friends. "These are my two friends." Tong Lu introduced the two women with her. "This is Wu Fong and Zhao Shui." Gu Erui smiled and greeted them. Wu Fong shyly smiled back, while Zhao Shui nodded gently, with a kind expression. "Do they live near the military area? Do they have anyone selling your goods there?" Tong Lu asked. Gu Erui knew there was a military area in Lizhou but didn't know exactly where, so she asked, "Where's the military area?" "It's about 30 miles west of Lizhou City." Gu Erui shook her head. "Our current clients are all in Lizhou City." Tong Lu then told Zhao Shui and Wu Fong, "Did you hear that? There's no military area nearby." "How much are these clothes?" Wu Fong touched a red wool coat and asked. "Retail price is 45, wholesale price is 30, Gu Erui replied. Wu Fong thought the coat was a bit expensive, but smiled without saying anything. She then asked about other styles of clothing. Gu Erui happily explained each one. Zhao Shui stayed silent, standing gracefully nearby and listening. Tong Lu was chatting with Gu Yimin, occasionally mentioning Luo Yongnian. Gu Yimin wasn't sure if Tong Lu was testing her, but she had already decided to give up her feelings for Luo Yongnian and naturally didn't show anything. After a while, customers started to arrive at the shop. The sisters asked Tong Lu and her friends to look after the clothes while they greeted other customers. When the current group of customers left, Tong Lu and her friends were about to leave too. Before leaving, Wu Fong shyly asked if she could buy a wool coat at the wholesale price. Gu Erui looked at Tong Lu. If it was a stranger, she would definitely say no without hesitation. But since Tong Lu brought her here, she hesitated. Actually, her relationship with Tong Lu wasn't very close, just classmates at night school who could chat. But Tong Lu seemed to have an important background, so she wanted to see what Tong Lu thought. It wasn't that she was snobbish. As a businesswoman, she knew that good relationships are important for success. Building a good connection with someone influential might bring great benefits. Conversely, a bad relationship could cause serious problems. Tong Lu heard Wu Fong's request and looked a bit embarrassed. She smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, everyone has their own rules in business." Wu Fong blushed and awkwardly apologized before leaving. Just then, their ride arrived, and the three of them got into the car. Zhao Shui sat in the front passenger seat and asked with a smile, "Xueming, are you done with your work?" They were engaged, and her tone was affectionate. Zhuang Xueming replied, "Yes, but I need to go back immediately." "We're finished shopping too," Zhao Shui said. Tong Lu was heading back to the military district, Wu Fong was going to the station, and after dropping them off, Zhuang Xueming drove back to the military area. On the way, he asked Zhao Shui, "How are those two girls at the shop?" Zhao Shui's heart tightened briefly, but she kept a calm smile and asked, "Why do you want to ask about the girls?" "Old Luo probably likes one of them. Maybe you'll see each other often in the future." If Luo Yongnian married one of the girls, they would live together and meet frequently. "Really? Isn't Luo Yongnian dating Tong Lu?" Zhao Shui asked. Zhuang Xueming listened to her words without hesitation and said, "Impossible. They are definitely not possible." Zhao Shui was surprised. One of them is not married, and the other is not engaged. Why is it impossible? Anyway, it's impossible, Zhuang Xueming said firmly, with a slightly aggressive tone. Zhao Shui pursed her lips and said nothing. When they arrived at the military district, Zhuang Xueming went directly to Luo Yongnian's office to find him. The two had a close friendship, and he didn't beat around the bush. He looked straight at Luo Yongnian and asked, "Are you dating Tong Lu?" Luo Yongnian was writing a report. He put down his pen after hearing the question but didn't speak. He was thinking about whether to tell him some things. You're not saying anything. Do you, or do you not have a relationship with Tong Lu? Zhuang Xueming asked anxiously, even a little angry. Unlike his urgency, Luo Yongnian was silent for a moment before saying, Tong Lu is pregnant.
She.
What do you mean? Zhuang Xueming was furious, as if he was on fire. He raised his hand and pointed at Luo Yongnian. Luo Yongnian, are you still a person? How could you do such a thing? Can you be fair to Zhou Cheng? Zhou Cheng only. Can you stay calm? Luo Yongnian interrupted him. The child is Zhou Cheng's. Is it Zhou Cheng's? Zhuang Xueming suddenly fell silent. Then Luo Yongnian continued, when you were unconscious, Zhou Cheng told me before he died that Tong Lu was pregnant and asked me to help take care of her. Zhuang Xueming took a while to process this and then asked, what do you mean now? Why didn't you tell me? Zhou Cheng sacrificed himself to save me. How can you hide such a big thing from me? Luo Yongnian leaned back in his chair, looking tired. Tong Lu wants to have the baby, but she and Zhou Cheng are not married, so the baby would be considered an illegal resident. So you two decided to get married? A fake marriage, Luo Yongnian said, with no change in tone. We agreed that I would file for marriage in the next couple of days. Once the paperwork is done, we will get the marriage certificate. Then she will go abroad, and after the baby is born, she will come back to register the household. We will then get a divorce. Going abroad was something Tong Lu suggested a few days ago. She insisted that he liked Gu Yimin and was worried he wouldn't be able to explain himself later. Tong Lu's relative was abroad, so she chose to go abroad to have the baby. Zhuang Xueming wiped his face. No, I can't let you do this. If it were me, Zhou Cheng sacrificed himself to save me. I should be the one to handle this. What about your girlfriend Zhao Shui? Luo Yongnian does not see himself as a very selfless person. He is willing to sacrifice for his comrades on the battlefield, but in everyday life, he wouldn't give up everything for others' sacrifices. Zhuang Xueming could insist on marrying Tong Lu falsely, and Luo Yongnian wouldn't oppose it. As Zhuang Xueming said, Zhou Cheng sacrificed himself to save him. The key point is that Zhuang Xueming has a fiancée he is about to marry, which he hadn't told Luo Yongnian before. You still have a girl you like? Zhuang Xueming asked. I think Zhao Shui can understand. Luo Yongnian didn't comment on whether Zhao Shui would understand. As for the rumor that he likes Gu Yimin, he himself wasn't sure about that. Although he had been married once, he still felt somewhat unfamiliar with love. When he married, his grandmother said he was old enough and should get married. During his visit home, she introduced him to a girl for matchmaking. Because time was tight, they married 3 days after meeting. 3 days after the wedding, he returned to the army, and they were often apart. She was illiterate, so they didn't write letters. Their only contact was the money he sent home each month. A couple of years ago, the border was unstable. He was either on the battlefield or in intense training at the military base, so he had no time for her to join him. Once things stabilized, he wanted her to come with him, but when he returned home, he found her in bed with another man. What did he feel at that moment? Probably anger. His dignity as a man was hurt. But he wasn't truly angry. They only spent 3 days together, so without feelings there was no reason to be angry. What about his feelings for Gu Yimin? The first time he saw her, he thought she was pretty and smart. The second time, he was handling his divorce, and her father invited him to dinner to thank him. He declined because he wasn't in the mood. At that time, he didn't have strong feelings for her. Later, she sent him a sweater by mail. No one had ever knitted him a sweater before. It was the first time someone cared about him, and she was a very beautiful girl.
He felt a little different inside.
But he still sent the sweater back. First, his grandmother had just passed away, and he had just divorced. He didn't want to think about personal matters for a while, so he didn't want to delay such a good girl. Second, he thought they weren't suitable for each other. They were probably about 10 years apart in age. He was divorced, and if she married him, she might be at a disadvantage. Later, he saw her in Liz Ho. He was surprised to see her there. When he saw her in danger, He asked Zhuang Xueming to drive over with him. But what he saw was her fighting someone fiercely. Now, thinking back, her fighting spirit seems almost funny. When leaving, Zhuang Xueming kept asking about her situation but didn't say anything himself. Sometimes, he would think of her, and when he did, his heart would soften, and he would feel unexpectedly happy. Last time at the night school entrance, he saw her and felt a mix of surprise and disappointment. He had already told Tong Lu about their fake marriage. At first, he didn't think much of the fake marriage, but seeing her made him feel strangely anxious. However, the decision was made, and he couldn't change it. Moreover, Zhou Cheng had sacrificed himself, and he couldn't let Zhou Cheng's child become an illegal resident. Even if he felt a flutter in his heart, he suppressed it. Maybe he really liked her. All right, it's settled then. I will marry Tong Lu in a fake marriage, Zhuang Xueming announced his decision again. Luo Yongnian snapped back to reality and asked, "Can your partner understand?"
Yes.
Even if she couldn't understand, he had to make her understand. This was the only thing he could do for Zhou Cheng. Besides, it wasn't Luo Yongnian's business. He was going to date and marry someone. He had already been divorced once, and if he divorced again, who would want him? He had been with Zhao Shui for 2 years and understood her well. Gentle and sensible, she would definitely support him in doing this. Luo Yongnian nodded and said, "You should listen to her opinion first." Probably she wouldn't agree, but he would try. He didn't know the feelings between Zhuang Xueming and Zhao Shui, but if he was already dating the young girl, he wouldn't pretend to marry her. Why should the girl suffer such injustice? As for whether Zhao Shui would be wronged, that was not his concern. Before the night school started, Tong Lu called Gu Yimin outside to talk. They sat on a bench beside a small flower bed. Gu Yimin saw from the corner of her eye that Tong Lu's belly looked a bit swollen. She thought she looked quite slim, but her belly was so big. "I called you out to tell you that I have nothing with Luo Yongnian, or rather, it's complicated." Gu Yimin saw that Tong Lu wanted to explain but couldn't find the words, so she smiled and said, "Why are you explaining to me?" Tong Lu turned her head carefully to look at her, trying to see something from her face, but there was nothing. "You don't look like you're 18 or 19, she said. Tong Lu recalled how she was at 18 or 19, living boldly and freely, saying whatever she wanted and doing whatever she pleased. She smiled bitterly, realizing those days were gone forever. "Before, I had a boyfriend. He was a comrade of Luo Yongnian. They were very close." Tong Lu looked into the distance and softly said, "He is very handsome, especially when he smiles. His smile can melt your heart. He works very hard. Before going on a mission, he told me that if he made a contribution this time, he might get promoted to deputy battalion commander. Then my parents wouldn't oppose us being together so much. But he didn't come back later." Gu Yimin saw tears in her eyes and felt helpless. She took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. Although she hadn't known Tong Lu for long, every time they met, she seemed cheerful. She didn't expect her to have gone through such a thing. She had never fallen deeply in love with anyone, but thinking about how painful it must be when a loved one passes away, she felt sad for her. "I'm pregnant," Tong Lu continued. "I found out the day before he left. I told him, just so he would have something to care about on the battlefield, so he wouldn't ignore everything, and that I and the baby were waiting for him. But he still sacrificed himself to save others. Sometimes I think I hate it, but even if I hate him, he can't come back." Her tears flowed more fiercely. Gu Yimin didn't know how to comfort her, so she held her hand. Maybe she just needed someone to listen right now. Tong Lu wiped her tears and smiled a little. "Don't laugh at me. I don't usually act like this." Gu Yimin held her hand gently and said softly, "You're very strong. I couldn't do what you did." Tong Lu held her hand back. "I didn't marry Zhou Cheng. If the baby is born, it will be an unregistered child."
So,
she looked at Gu Yimin with regret and continued, "Luo Yongnian came back from the battlefield and told me that Zhou Cheng told him about my pregnancy before he died and asked him to help me. He said I could come to him if I had any difficulties. Later, I told him I would fake a marriage so the baby wouldn't be unregistered."
He
agreed. Gu Yimin was shocked. She had never heard such a complicated and strange story before. Fake marriage? Such a thing exists in the world? Seeing her surprised face, Tong Lu said again, I know. Asking for this is selfish, but I have no other choice. My parents already disapprove of me being with Zhou Cheng. If they find out I'm pregnant with his child, they will definitely make me abort it. I can't use my family's influence to register the child. Gu Yimin wanted to say, why are you telling me this? But then she listened as Tong Lu continued, I hope you can understand Luo Yongmian. I have nothing to do with him, it's just a fake marriage. I know I am being very selfish.
Um,
Tong Lu, Gu Yimin interrupted her, I think you might have misunderstood. There's nothing going on between me and Luo Yongmian. Did he say something to you? If Luo Yongmian dares to tell others about mailing her the sweater, she will team up with Er Hui and Xiao Si to confront him. Is there anything more to say? His eyes look at you differently, Tong Lu said. You don't know, but he's very precise about his actions. That day, he looked at you in a dazed way. Gu Yimin doesn't believe her words. If Luo Yongnian liked her even a little, he wouldn't have sent the sweater back. She stood up and said, there's really nothing between us. You don't need to explain to me. Class is about to start, let's go inside. Tong Lu doesn't believe that there's nothing between Gu Yimin and Luo Yongnian. Whether she admits it or not, he has already explained himself. She admits she's very selfish, but for the sake of the child, she has to do this. After returning home from night school, Gu Yimin repeated what Tong Lu told her to Gu Erhui, then asked, if you were Tong Lu, what would you do? Gu Erhui thought for a moment and said, I would choose not to have the child. Maybe I can't understand Tong Lu's feelings for her partner. But logically, not having the child is the best choice. I think so too, Gu Yimin agreed. Gu Erhui sighed, Luo Yongnian is really a good person, but good people can be very tired sometimes. Gu Yimin sat there stunned for a moment and said, maybe we can't understand the kind of friendship they share. Think about it. If a very good friend died in front of us, and they left a final message before passing, we would try to fulfill their wishes too. But just thinking about it makes her tired. Being with someone like that would probably be exhausting.
Gu Erhui nodded.
That's true. We haven't experienced it, so we can't understand that heaviness. The two sisters sighed again. All of this stems from war. Without war, there wouldn't be these joys and sorrows. No matter how touching or regrettable the story is, it's someone else's life. The next day, Gu Yimin went to the shop as usual with Gu Erhui and Gu Xueqiang. The sisters first called Gu Zhengwo in Shunshi to ask how much stock he needed. After hanging up, Gu Zhengwo went to the factory to pick up the goods, then shipped them by train to Lizhou. After finishing, they returned to the hotel. He and Han Dei bought some peanuts and wine, then sat in the room chatting and having a few drinks. Gu Yimin and Gu Xueqiang were moving goods into the house, while Gu Erhui was arranging items inside. After making 2 trips back and forth, Gu Yimin went outside again. Zhao Shui looked at her and said, I'll go inside and get a stool for Tong Lu. Stay here, I'll go get it, Gu Yimin replied, then went inside and brought out a stool with a cushion on it. She placed the stool next to Tong Lu, then stepped down the stairs to continue moving goods. But as she stepped down, she heard Tong Lu cry out in pain and then roll over to her side. Gu Yimin was stunned for a moment, then quickly bent down to help Tong Lu. At this moment, Zhao Shui rushed over, also bending down to help Tong Lu, saying, Yimin, how could you be so careless? You bumped into Tong Lu. Gu Yimin looked at Zhao Shui in shock. I didn't touch her at all. Never mind all that. Just take Tong Lu to the hospital, Zhao Shui said urgently, sounding like Gu Yimin was making a fuss. Seeing Tong Lu sweating from the pain, Gu Yimin didn't hesitate. She helped her onto a tricycle, and Gu Xueqiang rode her to the hospital, with Gu Yimin walking beside them. Zhao Shui quickly caught up. Gu Erhui saw what was happening and ran out of the house. Gu Yimin waved to her, saying, You watch the shop, I'll take her to the hospital. The hospital was not far away. It took about 7 or 8 minutes to get there. Tong Lu was in so much pain she couldn't walk. Gu Yimin looked at Gu Xueqiang, wanting him to carry Tong Lu into the hospital. Gu Xueqiang, A young man who had never dated anyone blushed deeply at the idea of carrying a woman.
Carry.
Me inside, Tong Lu said painfully. Gu Yimin pushed Gu Xueqiang gently, and he bent down to pick her up. The hospital was crowded. Gu Yimin cleared the way for the people passing by, and Gu Xueqiang quickly carried Tong Lu into the obstetrics and gynecology department. The doctor saw their situation and hurriedly arranged for her to go into the examination room. Gu Yimin and Gu Xueqiang waited outside. After a while, Zhao Shui came over, having gone somewhere earlier. She stood about 2 meters away, clearly showing her disapproval. Gu Yimin remembered her earlier saying she had bumped into Tong Lu and didn't want to pay attention to her. She had thought Zhao Shui was nice, gentle even, but now she saw she was two-faced. About 10 minutes later, the doctor came out. Gu Yimin immediately stepped forward to ask about her condition. Her condition is now stable. Both mother and baby are fine, but she needs to rest well at home and avoid falling again. Gu Yimin nodded quickly. The doctor added, she will stay in the hospital for observation today. If everything is okay, she can go home tomorrow. After the doctor left, Gu Yimin asked Gu Xueqiang to handle the hospitalization procedures. She went inside to check Tong Lu's condition. Zhao Shui was faster and entered the examination room first. Tong Lu, are you okay? Is everything all right? Zhao Shui asked with concern, holding Tong Lu's hand. Tong Lu's stomach still hurt a little. She endured the pain, sat up, squinted at Zhao Shui, then looked at Gu Yimin. She was pushed down the stairs, but she didn't know whether Zhao Shui or Gu Yimin was responsible. Zhao Shui was standing beside her at the time, so she could have pushed her from behind. Gu Yimin was also going down the stairs, and she could have reached out to push her at that moment. She didn't want to think badly of anyone, but someone clearly wanted to harm her unborn child. She reached out to touch her slightly bulging belly, feeling a wave of fear. If the baby was lost, her only hope in this world would be gone. Gu Yimin sensed Tong Lu's suspicious gaze and felt a chill in her heart. She genuinely cared for Tong Lu and was sympathetic because of her situation. But she never expected that she wouldn't even get basic trust from her. At this moment, Gu Xueqiang, holding some documents, stood at the door and said, "The hospitalization procedures are done." Zhao Shui helped Tong Lu to sit on the bed gently, with Gu Yimin following behind. Since she already suspected her, there was no need to be overly friendly. The ward had 3 beds, but the other 2 were empty. Zhao Shui supported Tong Lu to sit on the bed and softly asked, "Do you want some water?" Tong Lu shook her head. Zhao Shui then showed her care and concern, but Tong Lu's face remained pale. Zhao Shui looked a bit awkward. She glanced at Gu Yimin and then said to Tong Lu, "Is there anything uncomfortable?" When Yimin was coming down the stairs, she was too careless and accidentally caused you to fall. Gu Yimin didn't respond to this. Gu Xueqiang, with an angry expression, said, "You're talking nonsense. I saw everything." Yimin didn't even touch her. Zhao Shui looked at Gu Xueqiang with disdain. "You two are siblings, so of course you support your sister. Besides, Tong Lu didn't blame you. Do you really need to distance yourselves like this?"
You.
Gu Xueqiang was speechless, unsure how to defend himself against Zhao Shui's accusations. "Call the police." Gu Yimin finally calmed down. She thought through everything carefully. It was obvious that Zhao Shui was setting her up. She didn't know if Zhao Shui and Tong Lu had some grudge, but she definitely didn't want to be the scapegoat. There were only 4 people present. Tong Lu was unsure who pushed her, but Zhao Shui insisted it was her. She is related to Gu Xueqiang as siblings, but no one believes his words. So, they couldn't clarify things themselves and had to call the police. "There's no need to call the police for this," Zhao Shui said with a smile as she sat beside the hospital bed, holding Tong Lu's hand. "We're not strangers. If we talk openly and apologize, this will be over." Tong Lu pulled her hand away and, after a moment of silence, said, "I also think we should call the police." Actually, she was pretty sure who pushed her, but without proof, she decided to leave it to the police. "Why call the police?" a man's voice asked, and then 3 men in military uniforms entered. Tong Lu agreed to call the police. In fact, Zhao Shui's approach was not clever at all. Or, if Gu Yamin was a weak person, her plan might have worked, but clearly Gu Yamin was not. She was calm and direct, determined to call the police. Zhao Shui wanted to make the matter vague and avoid confrontation, but their attitudes showed who was stronger. She didn't understand why Zhao Shui wanted to harm her, but she didn't want to let Zhao Shui get away. This matter had to be reported. If she called the police, her pregnancy with Zhou Cheng's child might be revealed to her parents. But Zhao Shui already knew about it. Wasn't it only a matter of time before her parents found out? Without proof, she couldn't do much to Zhao Shui. Although Zhao Shui was only a stepdaughter, she was still officially the daughter of Captain Zhao. After a brief thought, she decided to call the police. At that moment, 3 people entered the ward: Luo Yongnian, Zhuang Xueming, and Yi Qi. How did Yi Qi come here? Gu Yamin glanced at the men who entered. She recognized Luo Yongnian. Another had taken Tong Lu and others to a shop before. The third, though also in uniform, looked refined and gentle. Compared to Luo Yongnian and the other soldier, he was much more polished. They all seemed familiar with each other. In the room, only she and Gu Xueqiang were together. Clearly, they were weaker compared to the others. Gu Yamin felt a bit nervous, but stubbornly refused to show any sign of it. She even turned to look at Gu Xueqiang and signaled with her eyes that he shouldn't worry. The 3 tall, strong soldiers entered. Gu Xueqiang was a little nervous, worried that Gu Yamin might get hurt. But seeing her still comforting herself, his tense heart eased considerably. He couldn't be weaker than a girl. He shifted his steps slightly, standing behind Gu Yamin in a protective stance. Why do we need to call the police? Yi Qi was the first to speak, smiling as he said this, as if chatting casually. Tong Lu is not very familiar with Yi Qi, but she has heard many things about him. For example, he is the highest-ranking officer in the Lizhou military district. Although he is a political instructor, his military skills are excellent, especially his marksmanship. Also, even though he is a second-generation soldier, he has earned his current position through his own strength. Today, he happened to see something, and instead of hiding it, she decided to tell him so he could handle it. He is a full battalion-level instructor, senior to Luo Yongnian, the deputy battalion commander, and can inquire about military matters. Moreover, military issues should not be taken to local police stations, as that would cause trouble. So Tong Lu explained everything and finally said, Yimin insists on calling the police, but Zhao Shui seems to disagree. I think it's better to handle it fairly, without blaming anyone. Although she didn't explicitly say who was responsible, her words clearly pointed to someone. Everyone in the room understood, including Zhao Shui. She looked at Tong Lu in disbelief, tears in her eyes. Tong Lu, are you saying I pushed you? Tong Lu still felt some pain in her stomach and looked pale, appearing quite pitiful. She moved slightly and said, I didn't mean that. I'm just stating the facts. I didn't want to call the police. I thought everyone gets along well, and if there's a misunderstanding, we can talk it out, Zhao Shui said softly, tears in her eyes, gentle and fragile. She wiped her tears and added, if you want to call the police, I will cooperate fully. Zhuang Xueming looked at Zhao Shui, who was crying, then at Gu Yimin, who remained calm. He was unsure whether to believe Zhao Shui because he had just told her about the plan to pretend to marry Tong Lu, and then this incident happened. However, after 2 years of knowing Zhao Shui, he believed she wouldn't do such a thing. He had told her clearly that after registering the marriage with Tong Lu would go abroad, and after having the baby, she would return. It wouldn't affect their plans, just delay the wedding. He didn't know much about Gu Yimin, so he couldn't judge whether she was involved. At this moment, Luo Yongnian had already stood beside Gu Yimin. Although he hadn't spoken, his posture was obvious. He believed Gu Yimin. Luo Yongnian thought there was no need to investigate further. It was obvious Zhao Shui was responsible. First, he had no issues with Gu Yimin. He only liked her a little and was misunderstood by Zhuang Xueming and Tong Lu. Gu Yimin had no motive to harm Tong Lu. On the other hand, Zhao Shui's motive was clear. If Tong Lu's child was gone, Zhuang Xueming wouldn't marry her in name only, and her crisis would be over. As an outsider, Luo Yongnian saw clearly that Zhao Shui was very nervous around Zhuang Xueming. After all, she was only Zhao Tuan's stepdaughter, and it was said she didn't get along well with Zhao Tuan's biological daughter. Zhuang Xueming was the best candidate she could hold on to. She shouldn't allow any danger to arise between her and Zhuang Xueming. And now, Tong Lu is that danger. There's no need to trouble the local authorities about the army matters, Yi Qi said. Then he looked around at Tong Lu, Zhao Shui, and Gu Yimin and said, I'll help ask about this. Both Tong Lu and Zhao Shui agreed, and Yi Qi looked at Gu Yimin. Although he still had a slight smile on his face, Gu Yimin felt an invisible pressure. She looked at him too, and his smile grew a little wider. Comrade Gu Yimin, what do you think? Gu Yimin didn't know how to answer. Actually, she wanted to call the police. Her father had a good relationship with the police chief, Zhu Qingjun. With Zhu Qingjun involved, at least he wouldn't side with Zhao Shui. But this person in front of her was different. They were both in the army, and it was obvious he knew Zhao Shui too. Would he side with Zhao Shui? Don't be afraid. Instructor Yi is very fair. Luo Yongnian's deep voice reached her ears. Gu Yimin turned to look at him. Seeing his determined gaze, she felt a bit more at ease. Now she understood that her misfortune was probably because of Luo Yongnian. But she still believed in his character. When he said the instructor was fair, she trusted him. So she nodded slightly. Yi Qi looked back and forth between Gu Yimin and Luo Yongnian, then stepped over to sit on the bed at the back of the room. Instantly, the room seemed to be under his control. Gu Yimin realized that a strong presence isn't only found in serious, stern people. Some people look gentle and smile, but they can still have a powerful aura. I need to understand some details first, Yi Qi said to Tong Lu. Your child is Zhou Cheng's, Tong Lu replied. At this point, continuing to hide the truth was no longer possible.
Yi Qi nodded seriously.
At that moment, Luo Yongnian said, This child will become an illegal resident if born. Before Zhou Cheng sacrificed himself, he asked me to take care of Tong Lu. To get the child registered, I discussed a fake marriage with Tong Lu. A few days ago, Xueming found out about this and said he should marry Tong Lu temporarily. I told him to discuss it with Zhao Shui before making a decision. Zhou Cheng sacrificed himself to save Zhuang Xueming. Everyone in the army knew this, and Yi Qi was clearly aware of it too. He did not comment on Luo Yongnian's fake marriage. He looked at Gu Yimin and asked, Did you know about the fake marriage before? Yes, a few days ago Tong Lu told me, Gu Yimin answered honestly. Her answer made her seem more suspicious. But she chose to tell the truth. She didn't blame Tong Lu and wasn't afraid. Yi Qi responded with a hum and then looked at Tong Lu, asking, Why did you tell her about the fake marriage? Tong Lu looked at Luo Yongnian and Gu Yimin with some guilt in her eyes. She said, I thought Yimin and Luo Yongnian might have something going on. I was worried Luo Yongnian might not explain it well later, so I wanted to explain it to her. Are you two dating? Yi Qi asked Gu Yimin. Gu Yimin quickly replied, No. Because of her quick answer, Luo Yongnian felt a bit upset. He said, We're just fellow villagers. We've only met twice. When he said this, he glanced at Gu Yimin out of the corner of his eye, but she looked calm. Luo Yongnian felt a strange sadness inside, but he kept a serious look on his face. Yi Qi nodded again, and then asked Gu Yimin, Comrade Gu Yimin, where is your home? Gu Yimin said, I am from Shanshui Village, Yongmen County. Yi Qi chewed on the word Shanshui Town, and then looked at Zhuang Xueming. When did you and Zhao Shui plan to get married? Zhuang Xueming looked at Zhao Shui with some guilt in his eyes. This year. Zhuang Xueming told you about the fake marriage. Did you agree? Yi Qi asked Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui pursed her lips, looking a bit wronged and helpless. I agreed. Zhou Cheng is Xueming's lifesaver, and he's also mine. Tong Lu is pregnant with Zhou Cheng's child and needs help. No matter how hard it is, I have to help her. Zhuang Xueming was touched by her words. He moved his finger, wanting to hold her hand, but thought about the many people inside and stopped himself. Did you stand to Tong Lu's left or right? Yi Qi's question was sudden. Zhao Shui hesitated for a moment and then said, left. Left side. Are you sure? Yi Qi asked. Zhao Shui thought for a moment and then said, yes, I'm sure. Why did you go to Gu Yimin's shop with Tong Lu? Yi Qi asked again. Zhao Shui said, to buy some clothes to sell. Where do you plan to sell them? At the military district. Which part of the military district? This time, Zhao Shui thought for a moment before answering, at the west gate of the family compound. As soon as she finished, Yi Qi immediately asked, did you tell the neighborhood committee of the family compound?
Tell.
No, I haven't. You saw Gu Yimin push Tong Lu with that hand. Zhao Shui was still thinking about her previous answer's flaw. She used the excuse of buying clothes to get Tong Lu to go with her to Gu Yimin's shop, aiming to harm Tong Lu's unborn child and frame Gu Yimin. Taking clothes to sell was just an excuse. She didn't plan to sell anywhere or tell the neighborhood committee. When Yi Qi asked about this, she instinctively wanted to lie, but then thought Yi Qi might check with the committee, so she changed her answer. If Yi Qi then asked why she didn't tell the committee, how should she respond? But who knew Yi Qi wouldn't ask that, instead asking which hand Gu Yimin used to push Tong Lu. The question was too sudden, and she felt flustered. She said she saw Gu Yimin push Tong Lu with her left hand, but then corrected herself, saying it was probably her right hand. Where exactly was Tong Lu pushed, her back or waist? Yi Qi quickly asked again. Zhao Shui became more nervous. She was very tense when she pushed Tong Lu, only giving her a quick shove, so she didn't know exactly where she pushed. At that moment, only she and Gu Yimin were present, along with Gu Xueqiang. Gu Xueqiang is Gu Yimin's cousin. Zhao Shui firmly believed that everything Gu Xueqiang said was false, and just to help Gu Yimin, so no one would believe him. Thinking about her hesitant answer earlier about the left hand, she realized it was not good for her. She decided she couldn't hesitate this time. After figuring out the key point, she said waist. She pushed her waist. Yi Qi looked at Tong Lu, who said, someone pushed my back at that moment. Only now did Zhao Shui remember Tong Lu was involved. She had only been thinking about framing Gu Yimin and forgot about Tong Lu. What should she do now? It's the back. Yes, I forgot, Zhao Shui nervously said. Tong Lu sneered, actually, I was pushed at the waist. I don't remember. Zhao Shui looked at Tong Lu and said, when I saw you fall, I was so scared I can't remember everything. Zhao Shui, my baby is over 5 months old now. She has all her organs and is already a little person. Your actions are like killing, do you know that? Not just you. You're killing both me and my child. Tong Lu's words made Zhao Shui's mind almost stop working. She had lived for over 20 years. Although she had her own little schemes, she never thought about killing anyone. Why did you push Tong Lu? Yi Qi's next question hit her hard. Zhao Shui, feeling confused, instinctively said, her baby has to die.
Zhao Shui.
Zhuang Xueming shouted at Zhao Shui. As Yi Qi asked questions one after another, Zhuang Xueming realized that Zhao Shui might be involved. But when he heard her say that Tong Lu's child must die, he was filled with extreme anger. She couldn't understand how a kind and gentle person like her could do such a cruel thing.
Why?
Why did you do this? Zhuang Xueming's eyes were blazing with anger, and even his muscles twitched. The truth was out, and Zhao Shui didn't care anymore. She gave a sad smile to Zhuang Xueming. You're asking me why? I should be asking you. Why do you want me to pretend to marry Tong Lu? Do you think I'm easy to talk to? Or do you think I'm just Zhao's adopted daughter, and I can't find a better partner than you? I didn't, Zhuang Xueming said. He knew that pretending to marry Tong Lu made Zhao Shui suffer, but they were going to live together for a lifetime. She should accept this. He wasn't really going to marry Tong Lu.
But you do, Zhao Shui said.
Actually, deep down, you think I don't deserve you. When we're together, I have to be careful and agree with everything you say.
What are you talking about?
Zhuang Xueming had never thought about whether they were a good match. He truly liked Zhao Shui. But now, it seemed he liked the version of her she was pretending to be. Gu Yimin didn't want to hear any more of Zhuang Xueming and Zhao Shui's love and hate. She looked at Yi Qi and said, it's none of my business anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Yi Qi stood up. I have a few things to say to you.
Gu Yimin was surprised.
She didn't understand what Yi Qi wanted to say to her. Was he going to apologize for Zhao Shui? It didn't seem like he should be the one apologizing. But since he had said it, she decided to listen. She stood up and followed Yi Qi outside. Luo Yongnian didn't expect Yi Qi to speak privately with Gu Yimin. He instinctively followed. But as soon as they stepped outside, Yi Qi turned back and said to him, "I have something to discuss with Comrade Gu Yimin alone." Gu Yimin followed Yi Qi to a quiet place, where they stood facing each other. Yi Qi was tall, and standing next to him made her feel a bit pressured.
She took a step back.
Yi Qi still had a smile on his face, but it wasn't as strong as before. He asked, "Comrade Gu Yimin, do you know Yi Xingjian?" Gu Yimin didn't expect him to ask this question. She was surprised and a little cautious. Yi Xingjian came to Shanshui town a few years ago, but no one knew where he came from. She was in middle school in Shanshui town at the time. Once, because their class monitor wrote her a love letter, a few girls from her class blocked her. They wanted to hurt her. At a critical moment, someone shouted, and those girls thought someone was coming. They all ran away in a rush. When everyone had left, she looked back and saw an old man dressed in a patched Zhongshan suit, very thin. Gu Yimin had seen him before. He wasn't from Shanshui town. He came here because of some issues. At that time, most people wouldn't dare to approach someone like him. She didn't say much to him, just thanked him, and ran away. 2 days later, the town held a meeting to discuss those people, and she learned that the person who helped her was named Yi Xingjian. During those years, everyone said those people weren't good. She was young then, and couldn't tell what was right or wrong. But she knew Yi Xingjian truly helped her. Helping a stranger like that meant he probably wasn't a bad person. Later, out of gratitude, or maybe sympathy, she secretly gave him medicine a few times when he was very ill. She left the medicine at his door and quickly walked away, never talking to him. After that, she never saw Yi Xingjian in town again. She didn't know if he had an accident or gone back home. In the beginning, she was worried about his disappearance, but over time, she forgot. After all, he wasn't a close family member. Many years passed, and she almost forgot about that person. She didn't expect to be asked about him today. Gu Yimin didn't know if Yi Xingjian's story was in the past. If she said she knew him now, would it affect her or her family? Yi Qi saw that she remained silent and chuckled softly, saying, "It seems you know him." Gu Yimin felt that talking to a clever person was really scary. You say nothing, and they can still guess everything. Also, just now, he made Zhao Shui admit that she pushed Tong Lu with only a few words. She looked up at him, still silent. "I won't say anything. What can you do to me?" Yi Qi thought this girl was really interesting, brave, stubborn, and a bit smart. Suddenly, he wanted to tease her and said, "I have something that should be with you.
When will you return it to me?" Gu Yimin was truly surprised this time.
When they first met, how could she have his thing? And even if he was related to Yi Xingjian, she never took anything from Yi Xingjian. Was he trying to blackmail her? Yi Qi saw her eyes widen and her small mouth slightly open, looking adorable. He clenched his fist and covered his slightly raised lips with his hand under his nose, then lowered his hand and said, "You don't remember? Go back and think about it carefully. It's none of your business now. You can go back." After speaking, he turned and walked away, then entered Tong Lu's hospital room. Gu Yimin pursed her lips and also turned to leave. When she reached the door of Tong Lu's room, Luo Yongnian came out and quietly said to her, "I'll see you off." Gu Yimin felt it was better to clarify some things with him. She no longer had any feelings for him. It was too complicated. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have suffered such an unfair trouble. But she couldn't deny that Luo Yongnian was a good person. Whether it was when he saved her initially, or this time helping Tong Lu with a fake marriage, it showed he was kind. Such a good person could be appreciated and respected, but living together was better not to. Just like Zhuang Xueming and Zhao Shui. Admittedly, Zhao Shui was malicious, but in this matter, she had suffered a lot of unfairness. Think about it, if she dated Luo Yongnian and he married Tong Lu in a fake marriage, she would also feel very sad. She admitted she was selfish and couldn't sacrifice herself for others. The two walked one after the other, with Gu Xueqiang following not far behind. Outside, they found a quiet place to talk, while Gu Xueqiang stood about 2 meters away. "I've wanted to thank you for a long time," Gu Yimin spoke first.
Thank you so much for that time.
Even though this time Luo Yongnian suffered an unfair trouble because of her, Gu Yimin still appreciated him for saving her back then. Without his help, she might not be living such an easy life now. If Xiao or Rai had succeeded back then, even if she didn't marry him, she wouldn't have been able to get past her own mental barrier. "No need to thank me. When you see someone in trouble, you should help," Luo Yongnian said. "I'm sorry about what happened this time." Gu Yimin responded with a hum. She thought about it. This was a matter of principle, and he really should apologize to her this time. "I hope you can explain to your comrades and friends about us." Gu Yimin looked into his eyes seriously and said, "I don't want anyone to misunderstand our relationship in the future." She felt Tong Lu was really sick, just because Luo Yongnian looked at her a few more times. What did that prove? Luo Yongnian clenched his fist. He sensed this might be his last chance to confess to her. He said, I really like you. I hope you can give us a chance to get to know each other." Tong Lu's pregnancy had already been exposed, and her parents would soon find out. What he needed to do next was figure out how to get Commander Tong and his wife to agree for Tong Lu to have the baby. As long as they agree to have the child, household registration is not a problem. Actually, one of Tong Lu's reasons for proposing a fake marriage was to hide it from her parents. Now that the fake marriage is no longer necessary, he feels he can consider his feelings for Gu Yimin. "Sorry, I think we are not suitable," Gu Yimin said calmly. Her feelings for him had been vague at first, and now, after nearly half a year, those feelings had faded almost completely. After this recent incident, there was almost nothing left. "You are really a good person," Gu Yimin added. "My dad isn't in leeching these days. When he returns, I'll ask him to thank you properly." Gu Zhengwo has always remembered Luo Yongnian's help and wanted to thank him sincerely, but never had the chance. Gu Yimin also thought that just saying thank you is too simple. She believed a proper gesture was better. Of course, it was Gu Zhengwo who should do that. Luo Yongnian first felt that hearing "you are a good person" didn't sound very natural. He also didn't expect Gu Yimin to refuse so straightforwardly. But he also couldn't bring himself to persist or chase after her, because his feelings for Gu Yimin weren't strong enough to pursue her desperately after being rejected. "I understand," Luo Yongnian said, then turned and left. Gu Yimin also turned around and went back to the shop with Gu Xueqiang. Yi Qi sat on the innermost bed in the hospital room, watching Zhao Shui cry and complain about her grievances, while Zhuang Xueming looked guilty yet resolute as he scolded her. Some people are probably very capable at work, but terrible at handling personal feelings. Zhuang Xueming was likely like that, and Luo Yongnian probably wasn't much better. Luo Yongnian and Zhuang Xueming both had excellent military skills, and not many people at their age reach such positions. But they didn't handle personal matters well. Soon, Luo Yongnian returned. Yi Qi estimated that he had only been talking with Gu Yimin for about 3 or 4 minutes. "Everyone's here, I just want to say a few words," Yi Qi said. Zhao Shui and Zhuang Xueming didn't speak, and the room fell silent. Yi Qi looked at Tong Lu. "Zhou Cheng is a martyr. Your situation should be reported to the organization. Even if your parents disagree with you having the child, the organization will find a solution." Tong Lu lowered her head and tears fell. She had considered telling the military about her pregnancy with Zhou Cheng's child, but as soon as the thought arose, she pushed it down. Getting pregnant before marriage, if others found out, she couldn't bear the gossip and rumors. Additionally, if the child is born, they might be looked down upon by others. She thought about quietly registering their marriage with Luo Yongnian, finding a hidden place to give birth, then registering the child's birth and quietly divorcing afterward. No one would know. She had a good plan, but she didn't expect Zhuang Xueming to find out about it, almost causing her to lose the baby. Yi Qi looked at Luo Yongnian and Zhuang Xueming and said, "The matter has already happened. You two should handle your personal issues. I will report everything to Commissar Zhang tonight, and he will handle the next steps. Commander Tong is of a higher rank than him, so it's not his job to do the ideological work. Besides, He didn't want to get involved in this matter. After speaking, he stood up and left. He came to the city on official business and didn't expect to encounter such a situation. But a pleasant surprise was meeting that young girl. His family's old master had been talking about her for many years, saying that if it weren't for those few packets of medicine, he might not be alive today. When the old master left Shanshui town, it was still a tense period, and he didn't dare to look for that young girl. Later, when things improved, it was difficult to find her because they didn't know her name. He never thought he would meet her here today. Walking over to Luo Yongnian, Yiqi stopped and said, "I need to talk to you for a moment." They left the hospital room and took a few steps before stopping. This time, Yiqi's face was serious, and his voice was stern. "A girl's reputation is very important. I hope you handle the follow-up matters well." Luo Yongnian thought about Yiqi's private talk with Gu Yimin earlier and felt uncomfortable, but he still said, "I understand." Although he and Yiqi served in the same camp, Yiqi as a deputy battalion commander and him as a full battalion-level instructor, they often worked together. But Yiqi, despite appearing gentle and always smiling when speaking, was actually quite cold. This was normal, though. Being a second-generation soldier with a solid military background, graduated from military school, fought on the battlefield, achieved merits. At 27, he was a full battalion-level officer. That alone was a source of pride. He didn't expect Yiqi to care so much about Gu Yimin. Was it because Gu Yimin was beautiful and he fell for her at first sight? He thought that was almost impossible. Not only was Yiqi calm and deeply strategic, but even he himself wouldn't fall for someone at first sight.
Why?
As this thought arose, Luo Yongnian quickly suppressed it. Since he had already decided not to entangle with Gu Yimin anymore, he wouldn't pay attention to anything related to her. He was different from Yiqi. He had no powerful background, no higher education, and if he wanted to advance further, he had to focus most of his energy on his work. For him, love between men and women is a luxury. Don't worry, it was just a misunderstanding between Tong Lu and Zhuang Xueming. I explained everything clearly to them, Luo Yongnian said again. Yiqi nodded. Although he wasn't very close to Luo Yongnian, they often worked together, so he understood him well. His character was definitely good. He reached out and patted Luo Yongnian's arm. "I know you have a deep bond with Zhou Cheng, but do what you can. Tong Lu has Commander Tong behind her." After saying this, Yiqi turned and left. Luo Yongnian stood there for a while before returning to the hospital room. Thinking back now, the fake marriage was indeed a bit rushed. When Tong Lu suggested it, he thought it was just about getting a certificate, which wouldn't affect him. He didn't expect so many things to happen later. In the room, he told Tong Lu, Zhuang Xueming, and Zhao Shui, "I am just a fellow villager of Gu Yimin. There is no romantic relationship between us now, and there won't be in the future. Please don't make wild guesses anymore." He then looked sharply at Zhao Shui. "A girl's reputation is important. If anyone outside says something inappropriate, I definitely won't let it go." Tong Lu and Zhuang Xueming, along with Luo Yongnian, understood that even if they sometimes spoke carelessly, they didn't mean any harm. Since he warned them, they wouldn't speak recklessly again. But Zhao Shui was different. To prevent Zhuang Xueming and Tong Lu from having a fake marriage, she even tried to cause Tong Lu to have an abortion, which showed she was a very malicious person. He had to warn her sternly. Zhao Shui felt like the whole world was against her. She and Zhuang Xueming were about to get married, but Zhuang Xueming was going to register with Tong Lu. Don't talk to her about a fake marriage. Zhou Cheng was gone, and Tong Lu wanted to find a father for her unborn child. Tong Lu was the daughter of Commander Tong, her own biological daughter. Marrying her meant having a father-in-law who was a commander. Could Zhuang Xueming resist the idea? Even if he didn't feel attracted, wouldn't Commander Tong be tempted? A daughter who got pregnant before marriage, she could marry a young, capable officer. He would be so happy he'd wake up smiling. And why did it change from Luo Yongnian and Tong Lu's fake marriage to Zhuang Xueming? It must have been Gu Yimin causing trouble. She was so beautiful that a man couldn't resist her tears and tantrums. Everyone got what they wanted, but she was the only one feeling wronged.
Why?
Now Luo Yongnian was even threatening her. Everyone in this world seemed to harbor malice toward her. But what could she do? She couldn't afford to offend anyone in this room. She was brought into the Zhao family as a stepdaughter by her mother. No matter how obedient or hardworking she was, her stepfather always favored his biological daughter. Her biological mother, trying to please her stepfather, also tried to please his daughter. In a family with two daughters, their treatment was very different. If something happened to Zhao Jiayan, her stepfather would do anything to help her fix it, but he wouldn't do the same for her. Now, she was very scared, afraid that Tong Lu wouldn't forgive her. Zhao Shui always focused on the main point when she looked at things. This time, she clearly saw that the center of the problem was Tong Lu's child. As long as her child was gone, all the problems would be solved. So, she targeted Tong Lu's child and tried to frame Guimin. Now that her plan was exposed, she knew the real focus was still Tong Lu. Not only because she was the victim, but also because her father was a military officer. Whether Colonel Tong could accept the child in Tong Lu's belly or not, he could not accept his daughter being hurt. That was also why she had earlier wanted to blame Guimin. Now, she had to get Tong Lu's forgiveness. Only if Tong Lu forgave her, Colonel Tong might let her go. Otherwise, if Colonel Tong didn't act, her stepfather would also deal with her. Tong Lu, Zhao Shui cried as she tried to hold Tong Lu's hand, but she avoided her. She didn't feel embarrassed and continued crying. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me at the time, why I had that idea. I'm really scared afterward, afraid something would happen to you and the baby. Tong Lu, please forgive me. I know I was wrong.
I'm sorry.
Zhao Shui sobbed, but Tong Lu remained calm. Having gone through Zhou Cheng's death, she didn't know how many tears she had shed, so tears no longer moved her. Zhao Shui, originally, I was the one who was supposed to marry Luo Yongnian. Later, Zhuang Xueming found out and said he wanted to switch and marry me instead. Luo Yongnian told him to discuss it with you. If you didn't agree, I would never have married Zhuang Xueming. But why did you want to harm me and the baby? This isn't just about being ungrateful, it's about the true nature of kindness and evil in people's hearts. I will never forgive you, no matter what. Zhao Shui knelt by Tong Lu's hospital bed, tears streaming down her face, no longer pretending to be gentle. Tong Lu, you know my situation. If you don't forgive me, I can't stay in the Zhao family. I beg you, please forgive me this time. Tong Lu ignored her and looked at Zhuang Xueming and Luo Yongnian. She said, I'm sorry for the fake marriage. I shouldn't have used your feelings for Zhou Qing to make things difficult for you.
Sorry.
Don't say that, Tong Lu. Zhuang Xueming interrupted her. Zhou Qing sacrificed himself to save me. I should take care of you and the child. Luo Yongnian said, don't say such things anymore. Things are already like this. Now, we just need to figure out how to fix it. Think about how you'll tell your parents. Tong Lu looked determined. Anyway, the child will be born. Even if they disagree, I will still have to give birth. She had initially agreed to the fake marriage to avoid conflict, but now she knew she had to face it. If you have any difficulties, talk to me and Xueming, Luo Yongnian said. Zhuang Xueming added, I'll go with you to see Commander Tong. Zhao Shui watched as the three of them discussed what to do next. No one paid attention to her. She realized that Tong Lu was truly clever. She could easily win the hearts of two men and make them willing to do anything for her. She stood up, left the hospital room, and returned with a bottle of water. She poured some for Tong Lu and asked if she was hungry or wanted to eat something, showing sincere apology through her actions. Zhuang Xueming felt uncomfortable seeing her like this, but he was confused about how to handle his feelings for Zhao Shui. That evening, Tong Lu's parents came to the hospital. They entered the room and immediately asked Zhao Shui and Zhuang Xueming to leave, saying they wanted to talk to Tong Lu alone. Zhuang Xueming wanted to say a few words, but Commander Tong's glance made him stay silent. Commander Tong and his wife looked angry and disappointed. Tong Lu's mother, Luo Suiying, took a deep breath before speaking. I won't mention the foolish things you did before. Now I ask you, can you marry Luo Yongnian? Truly marry him? Hearing this, Tom Lu felt her breathing become difficult. She said Luo Yongnian and Zhou Cheng are good friends. How can we really get married? Again, Zhou. Thinking of Zhou Cheng's sacrifice, Luo Suiying swallowed the rest of her words. She continued, then you should have the abortion. Tom Lu lowered her head and said nothing. Luo Suiying felt her head buzzing with anger. She took a deep breath and said, Tom Lu, I am your real mother. Can I harm you? Zhou Cheng sacrificed himself for the country. He is a hero, and I respect that. But you can't ruin your life because of him. I just had a child. How can that ruin my life? Tom Lu's tears flowed uncontrollably. This is my child with Zhou Cheng. When he was alive, you didn't agree with us being together. Now that he's gone, this child is my only reason to keep going. Can't you just support me? Russell Ng was almost furious. She took a few deep breaths before saying, I gave birth to you and raised you. Now this child is your only motivation to live. Tom Lu, what are we to you? What are your parents? Are we your enemies? I'm not saying that. Tom Lu wiped her tears. Russell Ng sneered, you just think because we are your parents, no matter how much you cause trouble, we won't really abandon you. Tom Lu stayed silent. She knew she had wronged her parents, but she couldn't abort this child. She needed to leave Zhou Cheng a future. Tom Lu, Russell Ng said after a moment, I'm thinking about your future. You're only in your 20s. You still have many good years ahead. Why let a child hold you back? Tom Lu calmed down too. She looked at Russell Ng and Tong Ziyong and said, Mom, Dad, I'm grown up now. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I can make my own choices. Just because you think it's right doesn't mean I do. I understand you want me to abort the baby and find a better partner. But my happiness in the future depends on me, not just on a man. Oh, and it also depends on my dad. Russell Ng didn't know what to say. Tong Ziyong's serious expression softened after hearing her last words. All right, since you've made your decision, whatever happens in the future is on you, Tong Ziyong said. Tomorrow, I'll call your aunt and ask her to help you find a school abroad. You should go quickly. Finish your studies and then come back. How can she have a baby abroad? Frankly, Russell Ng was still worried about her daughter. Tong Ziyong replied, if you're worried, you can go abroad with her. He didn't mean to hurt Tong Lu, but having the baby in the country meant dealing with gossip. Would she be able to handle that? Besides, she wouldn't be alone abroad. Fine, I'll go abroad to stay with her for a while. But Russell Ng snorted coldly. Zhao Shui must pay the price. Russell Ng has always been strong-willed. The only reason she agreed to compromise this time was because Commissar Zhao talked to them. He wanted them to respect Tong Lu's wishes. Although Commissar Zhao spoke gently and did not mean to force, he represented the organization's decision. Therefore, they had to compromise. He could accept his daughter, but he wouldn't easily forgive those who harmed his child. Hearing about what Zhao Shui did, she was terrified. She was worried not only about Tong Lu's pregnancy, but also about Tong Lu's safety. If things went wrong, both could die. Tomorrow, I will go to see Zhao Kong and ask him how to deal with this wicked daughter, said Luo Suiying confidently. She believed she could handle Zhao Shui herself without anyone's help. After agreeing, Luo Suiying opened the door and let Zhuang Xueming and Zhao Shui in. She said, you've stayed here watching over Tong Lu for so long. Thank you. You can go now. She even smiled as she said this, without criticizing Zhao Shui at all. This made Zhao Shui more nervous. She had heard how strict Director Luo was and prepared herself for her scolding and yelling. But now, she hadn't received any rebuke, which suggested she might have a backup plan.
Aunt Luo about.
Zhao Shui started. Tong Lu's health cannot be disturbed. You should go back. We will talk after Tong Lu is discharged. Luo Suiying interrupted. She didn't give Zhao Shui a chance to apologize, which made her even more scared. Zhao Shui carefully looked at Luo Suiying. Auntie, take your partner and leave, Luo Suiying told Zhuang Xueming. Zhao Shui wanted to apologize and continue, but that wasn't easy. Zhuang Xueming nodded and pulled Zhao Shui out of the ward. What are you doing? I want to apologize to Major Tong and his wife, Zhao Shui said, pulling away from Zhuang Xueming. Zhuang Xueming didn't say anything and pulled her arm, leading her outside. Once they reached a quiet place outside the hospital, he said, Director Luo's meaning is very clear. She doesn't want to hear your apology. What should I do? Zhuang Xueming, what do you think I should do? Zhao Shui started crying again. Zhuang Xueming was annoyed. How could she ask what to do after doing such a wicked thing? Did you ever think about what would happen if your plan was exposed? Now you're asking me? Why did I do this? It's all because of you. If you didn't plan to marry Tong Lu in name only, I wouldn't have done this, Zhao Shui said. Zhuang Xueming was speechless. I asked for your opinion at the time. We already discussed this. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Zhao Shui, let's forget it. What do you mean? Zhuang Xueming, what do you mean? Zhao Shui yelled, grabbing his arm. Zhuang Xueming felt embarrassed and ashamed. He shook off Zhao Shui's hand and said, I admit I didn't think carefully about pretending to marry Tong Lu. Maybe I also hurt you. But I really can't marry someone like you. He didn't know who might offend Zhao Shui in the future and what cruel tricks she might use. Zhuang Xueming walked away quickly, while Zhao Shui sat on the ground crying. The next morning, Tong Lu was discharged from the hospital. After settling her at home, Luo Suiying went to Zhao's house. Both the Zhao and Tong families live in the military district compound in Lishu City, but in different buildings. Luo Suiying arrived at Zhao's house within minutes. When Jiang Onrong opened the door and saw Luo Suiying, she was surprised. They had never interacted much. Usually they just nodded hello. Luo Suiying is the chief doctor at the provincial military hospital, and her husband is a regimental commander. She is just a housewife. Jiang Onrong felt a bit inferior when she saw her. Director Luo, why are you here? Please come in, Jiang Onrong said with a smile, inviting Luo Suiying inside. Luo Suiying sat down without exchanging pleasantries and asked directly, Is Zhao Shui here? Oh, yes, Jiang Onrong said, and went to knock on the bedroom door on the east side. Shui, Director Luo is here. Come out and meet her. Hearing Luo Suiying was here, Zhao Shui was scared and dared not come out. Jiang Onrong waited a while but saw she didn't come out, so she awkwardly told Luo Suiying maybe she's not feeling well. Luo Suiying sneered and said, It's okay if she doesn't come out. I can tell you directly. Realizing Luo Suiying was not here to be friendly, Jiang Onrong sat carefully opposite her and said, Go ahead. Yesterday, Zhao Shui deliberately pushed my daughter down the stairs, almost causing her to die. That can't be true? Jiang Onrong, already timid, was now trembling with fear. The matter was clarified by Yi Qi during the interrogation, and even Zhao Zhengwei knew about it. The case was closed. Luo Suiying's gaze was cold enough to freeze people. She continued, I'm here today to get an explanation. But your family's affairs are not your decision. You should tell Zhao Kong about this and ask him to give me an answer. After saying this, Luo Suiying stood up and left. Jiang Onrong was stunned for a long time before reacting. She pushed open Zhao Shui's room door and saw her sitting on the bed. She walked over and asked, Is what she said true? Seeing that Zhao Shui didn't speak, Jiang Onrong knew Luo Suiying's words must be true. She was both angry and scared, trembling as she pointed at Zhao Shui and asked, Why? Why did you do such a thing? Why? It's because of you. If you had found me a capable father, I wouldn't be like this now. Zhao Shui cried as she told Zhuang Xueming about his plan to pretend to marry Tong Lu. She then said, Are you happy now? You must be so happy. Zhuang Xueming doesn't want me anymore, so you can let him marry Zhao Jian. Jiang Onrong started crying. Why are you so ungrateful? I told you to be patient, but you always compare yourself to Yan Yan. We rely on your father's support, and Yan Yan is his real daughter. How can you compare yourself to her? Besides, he hasn't treated you badly. Yan Yan has everything you have, but you took her chance at marriage, and in the end, it all fell apart. I really can't help you this time. Doesn't he always say, he treats me like his own daughter? Then he should help me settle this, Zhao Shui shouted at Jiang Onrong. Jiang Onrong ignored her and left the room crying. That evening, Zhao Kong came home. Jiang Onrong didn't hide anything and told him everything. Zhao Kong was shocked for a long time before he found his voice. Then he angrily threw his cup on the floor. He paced around the room several times to calm down. After lighting a cigarette and finishing it, he said, "Let's get a divorce." "I told you last time. That was the last time." Jiang Onrong didn't expect Zhao Kong to directly talk about divorce. She started crying hesitantly. "Xiao Shui made a mistake, and you punish her, but how can you say divorce? Since I came to this family, I've worked hard to serve you and Yan Yan. I treat Yan Yan like my own daughter and have been nicer to her than to Xiao Shui." Jiang Onrong kept talking about how hard she had worked over the years and how much she had sacrificed for the family. Zhao Kong grew more annoyed listening. She had done a lot for the family, but also enjoyed the benefits. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have such a stable life with her child. It was pointless to be too obvious about everything. Anyway, this marriage was definitely going to end. Zhao Shui's actions this time could have caused harm, and what if she did something worse next time? If she's unhappy again, what if she hurts Yan Yan? Last time, she just took someone's chance at marriage, like her daughter said. If a man can be taken away, he wasn't a good match. But this time, she did something so malicious. If they didn't divorce, first, she might harm his daughter in the future. Second, if she did something like this again, he'd have to clean up the mess. He just couldn't understand. How did a well-behaved, obedient child turn into this? Don't say such things. You know well how you and your daughter have been doing all these years, Zhao Kong said calmly, having made up his mind. Last time, Yan Yan went on a blind date with Zhuang Xueming. She flattered him and wanted to go with her. During the date, Yan Yan left for a while, and Zhuang Xueming changed his mind and decided to marry her. Afterwards, you said it was the last time, and if she made mistakes again, I could handle her, right? My way of handling it is to divorce you. You can take her wherever you want. From now on, your mother and daughter have nothing to do with me. Zhao Kong spoke with a calm but firm tone. Jiang Onrong sat on the ground, crying loudly. Zhao Kong ignored her and prepared to go to the Tong family to apologize. He still had to clean up this mess. At this moment, Xiao Shui came out of the house. She looked at Zhao Kong and said, "You always say you treat me like your own daughter, but ask yourself honestly, do you treat me the same as Zhao Jian? Yes, you haven't neglected me materially, but what about emotionally? When Zhao Jian cried as a child, you held her and comforted her. When I cried, you just said, 'Don't cry, let your mom make you something tasty.'" Zhao Kong was almost furious. When he married Jiang Onrong, Zhao Shui was already 8 years old. He was her stepfather, not her biological father. How could he hold her and comfort her? You can't reason with someone who has a wrong view of the world. People always say I am the same as Zhao Jian. Zhao Shui continued. Why did Zhuang Xueming introduce Zhao Jian to me instead of her? If this had been Zhao Jian's fault, would you just abandon her and ignore her? Yan Yan would never do such a wicked thing. Zhao Kong was so angry his eyes nearly popped out. He didn't expect to raise such a treacherous person after so many years. Yes, I am wicked. If you don't support me, what should I do, fight or compete? Zhao Shui shouted at Zhao Kong. If Zhao Kong were her real father, she could be just like Zhao Jian, no fighting, no grabbing, because Zhao Kong always put good things in front of Zhao Jian. Divorce. This marriage is over, Zhao Kong said to Jiang Onrong. Don't say military marriage is hard to divorce. With what your daughter did this time, the divorce will be approved quickly. The higher authorities wouldn't allow such instability in his family. Let Xiao Shui move out. Is that okay, instead of divorcing? Jiang Onrong begged, grabbing Zhao Kang's arm and crying. Zhao Kong shook her off and left to apologize at the Tong family. Living with Jiang Onrong for so many years, there was no real love, but Zhao Shui was too dangerous. If something went wrong, his family and future could be ruined by her. After Zhao Kong left, Jiang Onrong looked at Zhao Shui with red eyes. You're so stubborn. Keep being stubborn. What kind of mistake did I make to have a daughter like you? Now, both of us have to go back to the village. Not long ago, your grandmother asked about your marriage. Maybe you should go back to the village and let her introduce you to someone. Jiang Anrong and Zhao Kong are from the same village. One lost his wife, and the other lost her husband. They got married through matchmaking. Jiang Anrong knew that Zhao Kong could find someone better than her, but he married her because he knew her well and knew her daughter wouldn't be mistreated. After they married, she carefully tried to please Zhao Kang's daughter, Zhao Jian. Luckily, Zhao Jian was sensible. Although they weren't very close, she didn't make things difficult for her. However, her own daughter, Zhao Shui, kept comparing herself to Zhao Jian and always felt she was not as good. Fortunately, Zhao Shui knew that she and her mother were living under someone else's roof. Even though she felt upset about not being as good as Zhao Jian, she didn't show it. Their family had been living peacefully for many years. But unexpectedly, Zhao Shui boldly tried to take Zhao Jian's marriage prospects. When it happened, she was terrified. Luckily, Zhao Jian was proud and believed that if Zhuang Xueming could be taken away, he wasn't a good match for her, so she didn't make a big deal out of it. However, after that incident, Zhao Jian and Zhao Kong started to treat her and Zhao Shui differently. They became more cautious around her and Zhao Shui. She felt sad inside but couldn't say anything because Zhao Shui was the one who made the mistake first. A long time passed, and Zhao Shui was about to marry Zhuang Xueming. After getting married, Zhao Shui moved out of this house, and things should get better. She knew she still had to rely on Zhao Kong to live. But she never expected that this time, Zhao Shui would dare to harm someone's life. Tong Lu's father was a military commander, and her mother, Director Luo, was very powerful. Not only her, but even Zhao Jian would face serious trouble if they did something like that. "Pack your things. We will be moving out soon," Jiang Anrong said coldly to Zhao Shui. "From now on, you won't even be known as Deputy Commander Zhao's adopted daughter." Zhao Shui wiped her tears. "If we're going back to the village, then go. I won't go back, and I'll never go back, even if I die." Since Jiang Anrong married Zhao Kong, she moved to the Liuzhou military district and never returned to the village. She couldn't live in that kind of environment anymore. Jiang Anrong now understood that her daughter was ungrateful. She couldn't even raise her properly as her own mother. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Anrong went to open it. Standing outside was Zhuang Xueming. She stepped aside to let him in. "Xueming, what's the matter?" Zhuang Xueming looked at Zhao Shui, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying, but his face remained calm. He placed the gung note on the table and said, "I'm here to take back the gung note." Jiang Anrong had expected this outcome and silently went inside to get Zhuang Xueming's gung note. Zhao Shui watched Zhuang Xueming with a cold smile and said, "Zhao Jian was right. Men who get taken away are not good matches." Hearing her words, Zhuang Xueming frowned. At that moment, Jiang Anrong brought out his gung note. He took it and turned to leave without saying a word. On the way downstairs, he bumped into Zhao Jian coming upstairs. He wanted to say hello, but Zhao Jian didn't even look at him and simply brushed past him. Zhao Jian said that men who get taken away are not good matches. Zhuang Xueming remembered what Zhao Shui had just said and smiled bitterly. They had agreed to meet for a blind date, himself and Zhao Jian, but Zhao Jian had brought Zhao Shui along. At the time, he thought Zhao Jian might be shy, so she brought her sister along. Now he realized it was probably Zhao Shui's plan. The blind date was at Lishu City People's Park. The three sat together talking, and Zhao Jian left for a while. As soon as she left, Zhao Shui blushed and told him how much she liked him, also saying how hard life had been at Zhao's family. It was their first time meeting the Zhao sisters, so naturally, there was no real feeling between them. Zhao Shui's passionate confession made him, a young man inexperienced in love, feel proud. In the end, he decided to date Zhao Shui. Looking back now, he thought he was really foolish. Gu Yimin and Gu Xueqiang returned to the shop. Gu Erui was busy with work, and they immediately helped out. They only stopped and discussed what had happened earlier when Gu Sihing came to deliver lunch at noon. Gu Sihing listened to his older sister tell the full story and couldn't help but click his tongue. It was more dramatic than a TV drama. Truth really does come from life. Then Gu Yimin started talking about Yi Qi and Yi Xingjian. Finally, he said he had something of mine. I've thought hard, but I couldn't figure out what it was. What could I possibly have of his? I don't even know him. I've never spoken to Yi Xingjian either. Gu Siheng tooted again. He's really something. Gu Yimin asked what. He's good at flirting, Gu Siheng replied. Gu Yimin immediately said, I think so too. Gu Erwi looked at her older sister, but said nothing. Anyway, given the current situation, Yi Qi didn't seem to have any bad intentions. After lunch, Gu Siheng took her lunchbox and went home. When she arrived, Wang Yueju was tidying up the house. Since the house was about to be renovated, all the furniture needed to be moved out. Through this renovation, Gu Siheng realized that her mother was not an ordinary person. With such a big yard and so many rooms to renovate, Comrade Wang Yueju arranged everything in an orderly way. She placed her lunchbox in the kitchen and went to help. Wang Yueju waved her off, saying, Don't help now. You have to go to school later. There's still some time before school, Gu Siheng replied, helping her pack clothes from the wardrobe. She added, Let the workers handle moving things. Just pay them a bit more. I know. How are your studies these days? Tomorrow is Sunday, and I can't take you to dance class. I'll ask Jinping to go with you, Wang Yueju said. Gu Siheng responded, You don't need to worry about my studies. I'll bring home the first place in the exam. Hearing this, Wang Yueju's face lit up with a happy smile. Then her daughter said again, I'm not 3 years old. You don't need to worry about dance class. After school, I'll tell Brother Jinping to go with me tomorrow. Actually, she could go alone, but her mother would worry, so she decided to find someone to accompany her. Wang Yueju felt a sense of satisfaction. The family's business was thriving, and her children were obedient and sensible. Suddenly, she remembered her third daughter at the sports school and asked, I wonder how Sanjing is doing at school? Gu Siheng replied, You should find time to visit her. Wang Yueju nodded and decided that, even if she was busy in the next few days, she would make time to visit Sanjing at school. Gu Siheng helped with chores for a while, then grabbed her school bag and headed to school. At the alley entrance, she met brothers Han Jingping and Si Tianlei, along with brothers Jingping and Tianlei. Both Han Jingping and Si Tianlei were in middle school and rode bikes to school since it was a bit far. Gu Siheng walked over and naturally sat on the front bar of Han Jingping's bike, with Han Jingyang on the back seat. Si Tianlei was with Si Tianyi, and they all went to school together. At the elementary school gate, Han Jingping and Si Tianlei dropped them off, then rode away on their bikes. Gu Siheng and Si Tianyi entered the classroom together. As soon as she sat down, Ma Dongmei came over and knocked on her desk, saying, Come out for a moment. I want to talk to you. Ma Dongmei had once shared a desk with her for half a day. The girl was carefree and had a boyish temper. They didn't have much interaction, so they weren't very familiar. Gu Siheng didn't know what she wanted to talk about. The two of them left the classroom one after the other and stopped at a quiet place. Ma Dongmei leaned against the wall, acting like the older sister, and asked, Who is the boy who always rides his bike to take you to school? Which boy? Gu Siheng asked. Ma Dongmei replied, The one. Who looks very fair. She seemed a little shy. Gu Siheng guessed what she meant and honestly said, We are neighbors. Ma Dongmei nodded and took out a folded heart-shaped letter from her pocket, handing it to Gu Siheng. You give this to him. Gu Siheng. Is this really a love letter? Wow. How old are 5th graders? 10? 11? Gu Siheng didn't want to take the letter, but Ma Dongmei shoved it into her arms and ran off. Gu Siheng felt like she was holding a hot potato. After thinking for a moment, she decided to put the letter in her pocket. After school, she walked home with Han Jingyang and Si Tianyi. When she got home and finished her homework, her mom's dinner wasn't ready yet. Gu Siheng took the love letter and went to Han's house. Han Jingping was doing his homework. The young boy was tall and straight, fair-skinned, with delicate features, definitely quite charming to girls. She placed the heart-shaped love letter in front of him and said, A girl from our class asked me to give this to you. Han Jingping turned to look at her. She asked you to give it to me? Gu Siheng shrugged. She pushed it into my hand. What could I do? Then open it and see. Han Jingping said. Gu Sihung had never seen a primary school love letter before and was curious. She asked, "Really? You want me to look?"
Sure.
Han Jingping continued doing his homework indifferently. Gu Sihung glanced at him, picked up the heart-shaped letter, and opened it. The moment she saw it, she burst out laughing. "Hello, fair classmate. I don't know your name, but every time I see you, my heart goes pum-pum-pum, and it feels like it's going to jump out." Gu Sihung couldn't help but laugh out loud. Han Jingping glanced at the letter and continued with his homework. After laughing for a while, Gu Sihung placed the letter beside him and said, "If she asks me tomorrow, what should I say?" "Say whatever you want."
Han Jingping replied.
"All right, sometimes even young boys can be pretty cool." After finishing everything, Gu Sihung turned to leave. When she reached the door, she looked back and said, "Come with me to dance class tomorrow."
Han Jingping nodded. Okay.
The next day, after breakfast, Han Jingping rode his bike over. Gu Sihung packed her things and sat on the back seat to go to dance class. This dance class, Gu Sihung had only attended a few times and was still practicing basic skills like backbends, leg presses, and splits. When she first started learning, her posture was definitely not pretty. When facing unfamiliar people, Gu Sihung didn't care much. After all, they didn't know her, so if her posture wasn't perfect, it didn't matter. But when facing friends, she felt very shy. To attract students, the teacher allowed people to watch from the door. At this moment, Han Jingping was standing at the door watching her practice splits. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Gu Sihung quietly said, "There's a library over there. You can go read there." Han Jingping understood she was shy, smiled, and turned to leave. He was often very good-tempered. After dance class, Gu Sihung asked him to take her to the post office. Her novel had over 20,000 words now, and she wanted to try submitting it. She decided to submit it to a children's newspaper. Currently, popular children's newspapers in the country include Children's Pictorial, Children's Literature, and Huagui Youth Newspaper. Gu Sihung chose to submit to Huagui Youth Newspaper, which targets readers aged 8 to 18, matching her novel's audience. It also has a section for serialized stories. Plus, it is the most widely circulated youth newspaper in the country. She didn't hide this from Han Jingping and told him, "I just want to try submitting it. Don't tell anyone yet. I'll let you know if it gets published." Gu Sihung's manuscript was over 20,000 words, about 50 pages of paper. She bought the largest envelope, put the manuscript inside, affixed a stamp, and handed it to the postal workers. It cost only 8 cents. The two rode their bikes home. At the alley entrance, they saw a military vehicle passing by. As it went past, someone inside the vehicle called out, "Kids, is Gu Imin's house around here?" Gu Sihung jumped down from the bike's back seat and looked at the man in the vehicle, who was dressed in military uniform, with clear, handsome features and a gentle but strong demeanor. More handsome than Luo Yongnian. "Come with us." Gu Sihung got back on the back seat of the vehicle and Han Jingping rode ahead. Yi Chi smiled slightly, pressed the accelerator, and followed them. This kid was quite interesting. When they reached Gu's house entrance before going in, they heard Wang Yueji's voice. "Just put the cabinet here, and pile the other stuff here too." Gu Sihung and Han Jingping went inside, and Yi Chi, carrying gifts, followed behind. Wang Yueji saw Gu Sihung and said, "Hurry up and tidy your things. Originally, we planned to paint each room one by one, but now they say the front yard can be painted all at once. Quickly tidy up your things in the house." Gu Sihung didn't speak, but looked back at the tall and slender Yi Chi. "Oh my, such a big person standing here, didn't you see?" Wang Yueju finally saw Yi Chi, noticed he was holding a gift, clearly here to visit, but she remembered they didn't have this kind of relative.
Who are you?
Wang Yueju asked. Yi Chi smiled slightly. "My name is Yi Chi. Comrade Gu Imin once helped my father. I'm here today to thank Comrade Gu Imin on behalf of my father and to visit you and uncle." Wang Yueju didn't know about Gu Imin helping Yi Xingjian, was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "Come inside and sit. We're renovating, so it's a bit messy." Every room in the front yard was being moved around. Only the kitchen hadn't been touched, so Wang Yueju could only invite him into the kitchen. Yi Chi didn't mind, put down his gift and rolled up his sleeves.
"Auntie, I'll help."
No need, no need. Wang Yueju quickly stopped him, but Yi Qi's long legs made it hard to stop him. Yi Qi went over to greet a few construction workers, then started helping them move things out of the house. He looked good, with a distinguished aura, and although he looked out of place among the workers, he managed to blend in, chatting with them while working. Gu Sihing leaned close to Wang Yueju and said, "Mom, is this okay?" Wang Yueju understood what she meant, but she smiled and said, "What's not okay? Go pack your things." Gu Sihing shrugged and went back to her room, followed by Han Jingping. She packed her clothes, and Han Jingping sorted her books. While working, Gu Sihing told her about the relationship between Gu Yimin and Yi Qi's father, then asked, "Do you think he's suitable to be Big Sister's husband?" Han Jingping looked out the window at Yi Qi, who was bending over working, and said, "Better than Deng Jiming." Gu Sihing rolled her eyes. "That's not really comparable, okay?" Han Jingping found her eye roll adorable and smiled with a slight grin. Around noon, the construction workers started to leave for home. Wang Yueju's lunch was almost ready. Today, she had guests, so she cooked 6 dishes, which was quite a feast. But Han Jingping wasn't going to eat here. After washing his hands, he was about to leave. "There's a lot of ribs, take some." Wang Yueju offered a small bowl of ribs to Han Jingping. He didn't refuse and took the ribs and left. "Set the dishes on the table." Wang Yueju smiled and told Yi Qi to sit down and eat. She also packed lunch for Gu Yimin and others, saying, "Yimin and the others are eating at the shop. I'll pack it for them and have Xiaoxi deliver it." Yi Qi wondered why Gu Yimin wouldn't come back for lunch. Hearing Wang Yueju, he said, "I'll deliver it. It's easier for me to drive." "That's a bit inconvenient. You came all this way and haven't been properly hosted," Wang Yueju said apologetically, but she added more food to the lunchbox. Yi Qi smiled. "We're all family. Don't be so polite." Wang Yueju handed him a mesh bag with several lunchboxes, saying, "Let Xiaoxi go with you." Yi Qi knew Xiaoxi was that clever little kid. He smiled and said, "Okay." He carried the bag of food and headed outside. Wang Yueju called Gu Sihing, who was still packing in the room, "Take the food to your sister and them." She also gave her a yuan and whispered, "Buy a few bottles of soda." Gu Sihing took the money and followed Yi Qi. The military truck had a high chassis and Gu Sihing, being short, had to climb up, feeling a bit embarrassed and blushing slightly. Yi Qi found it funny, and his smile grew wider. Gu Sihing, feeling mischievous, turned to look at Yi Qi starting the car and said, "You took something from me. Why are you giving it back?" Yi Qi was surprised and turned to smile, asking, "What did I take from you?" Gu Sihing said, "A joke." Yi Qi laughed heartily. "Kid, who did you learn that from?" Gu Sihing replied, "From you." Yi Qi remembered teasing Gu Yimin and smiled again, then said, "I really do have something at your sister's place." At the shop, Gu Yimin and the others were busy. There were 3 or 4 wholesale customers. Gu Yimin was handing out goods, Gu Xueqiang was packing, and Gu Erwi was counting money. The 3 worked smoothly together. Seeing Gu Sihing and Yi Qi come in together, they were momentarily surprised, but since there were customers, they each went back to their work. Yi Qi was capable and not awkward at all. He placed the mesh bag with lunchboxes on the table and rolled up his sleeves to help Gu Xueqiang pack. Gu Erwi called Gu Sihing over and asked, "What's going on?" Gu Sihing said, "He's been working at home for a long time and knows how to act." Gu Erwi glanced at Yi Qi busy working and whispered, "Knowing how to act shows he has good intentions." "Is it a bit sudden?" Gu Sihing asked quietly. Gu Erwi gave her a sidelong look. "What's sudden?" Gu Sihing replied, "He just met once, and is already acting like this." Gu Erwi, "Kids don't understand these things. Go play." "Hey, you're just overreacting," Gu Siqing said unhappily. "Next time, don't expect me to deliver messages for you." Gu Erwi smiled and pinched her face. "You're pretending to be an adult every day, and you're still addicted to it. Here's some money to buy a few bottles of soda." She took out a yuan and handed it to her. Gu Siqing took the money and left. 1 penny can't stop a hero, and now she was poor. She did things like collecting money, from both sides too. Gu Yimin was about to give the clothes her client ordered to Gu Xueqiang, but a green arm reached over. When she looked up, she saw Yi Chi smiling. She was stunned for a moment and handed the clothes to Yi Chi. Why are you here? You helped our family so much. I have to thank you, Yi Chi said. He was working quickly, folding dozens of clothes and tying them up with a rope, showing skill that was just as good as Gu Xiuqiang's. Gu Yimin didn't think she had helped Yi Xingjian much. When she saw him get sick and gave him medicine, it was because he had helped her first.
I didn't do much at the time. Yiki smiled.
She thought she hadn't done much, but she had saved his father's life. A few clients paid and took their clothes and left. At this moment, Gu Xiqing came back holding several bottles of soda. Gu Yimin poured water for everyone, and they washed their hands and sat around a small table to eat. Yi Chi was used to eating silently in the army. Gu Yimin and the others weren't very familiar with him, so the room was quiet for a while.
Yeah, Commander?
Gu Xiqing looked at Yi Chi and called out. Just call me brother, Yi Chi said, wanting to laugh when he saw her. He thought she was so clever and lively. Big brother Yi, Gu Xiqing asked, where are you from? From Kyoto. I'm serving here. Oh, Kyoto, she exclaimed. You could buy a courtyard house there. Her voice was a bit loud, and everyone looked at her. Gu Xiqing, Kyoto. That's a good place, full of talented people. Gu Yimin shyly smiled at Yi Chi. Gu Erwi handed her a piece of pork rib.
Eat.
Why was she so eager to buy a house in Kyoto? Gu Xiqing also felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head to eat her pork rib. She was thinking about how to buy a house in Kyoto. Kyoto has many fun places, Yi Chi said. When I have free time, I'll take you to visit. What fun things are there in Kyoto?
Gu Xiqing asked.
Yi Chi talked about the interesting places in Kyoto while eating, and the meal finally stopped being so quiet. After dinner, Gu Erwi went upstairs to wash the dishes. Gu Siheng went home, and Gu Xiuqiang also left. Only Gu Yimin and Yi Chi remained in the shop. One stood inside the counter, the other outside. Gu Yimin poured him a glass of water. Yi Chi took a sip and said, I called my family and told my dad I found the girl who gave him medicine years ago. My dad really wants to come to Lizhou to see you. No, you don't need to, Gu Yimin waved her hand. It was Uncle who helped me first. Still, you should thank him, Yi Chi said seriously. My dad can't come to Lizhou now, so let me thank him on his behalf.
Gu Yimin was not shy.
She said, then you should also thank your dad for me. Yi Chi lowered his eyes, took a sip from his teacup, and looked at her with a smile. Did you remember something of mine from your side? Gu Yimin thought he was joking earlier, but now that he asked again, she shook her head seriously. I really don't have anything of yours. Yi Chi placed the teacup on the counter. A letter. Seeing her pause, he asked, do you remember now? Gu Yimin nodded. But I burned it. Is it very important? The letter he mentioned was from a time when Yi Xingjian was taken away by some people during a meeting. A letter accidentally fell on the ground. At that time, a letter could cause trouble, so she secretly put it in her bag. She didn't dare to look at it on the way back and burned it directly.
Yi Chi just wanted to tease her then.
The letter was from when he visited his father. His father's comrade, Uncle Zhao, asked him to pass it to his father. That day, after seeing his father, he handed over the letter before leaving. Unexpectedly, as he left, those people took his father to a meeting, and the letter fell on the ground. He watched from nearby, worried about his father, and afraid the others might see the letter. Just then, he saw a girl about 14 or 15 years old bend down and pick up the letter, then quickly put it into her bag and ran away. He sighed in relief and felt grateful to her. In that letter, Uncle Zhao told his father he was trying to find a way to solve his problems. If those people got the letter, not only would his father's issues remain unsolved, but Uncle Zhao might also be implicated. He had a good memory and remembered her face after just one look. So even after many years, he recognized her when he saw her in the hospital. Don't be nervous. It's not very important, Yi Chi said. Gu Yimin let out a breath of relief. As long as it wasn't important, that was good. Looking at Yi Chi, Yi Xingjian's position must be quite high now. If that letter was very important, she might have burned it, which could cause trouble. When did your family move to Lizhou? Yi Chi changed the subject. Gu Yimin briefly explained how their family started their business. During the conversation, Yi Chi asked some questions he was interested in. They talked happily. When another customer came in and Gu Yimin and the others got busy again, he left. Before leaving, he said he would come back when he was free. I think he's better than Luo Yongnian, Yi Chi said after he left. Gu Erwi replied helplessly, Am I really that eager to find a partner? Gu Erwi said, But when you meet someone good, you should grab the chance. Gu Yimin knew she was right, but she really wasn't in the mood for a relationship now. Yi Chi was good, probably the best young man she had seen with excellent qualities. But she didn't feel that special spark. Why did she feel attracted to Luo Yongnian back then? Maybe because he was a hero saving a beauty, or perhaps because she was inexperienced and lacked broad vision at the time. Doesn't it seem that at 17 or 18, it's easy to fall for someone, but after that age, even if you meet someone outstanding, you don't feel that strong emotional rush anymore? Goose Siding carried a lunchbox home. As soon as she entered, she saw Si Tianlei leaning against her wall, munching sunflower seeds leisurely. When he saw her, he reached out with a handful of seeds. Want some? Si Tianlei was playing with Han Jingping, so they knew each other well. Goose Siding pinched a few seeds from his hand and asked, What's going on? Si Tianlei didn't answer, but looked inside. Goose Siding followed his gaze and saw a small table at her kitchen door, with tea, sunflower seeds, and fruits. Her mother, Wang Yueju, and Si Tianlei's mother, Su Fong, were sitting there, chatting and munching seeds. Su Fong said, It's hard to arrange work at the factory. Not only uneducated people, even the educated have to wait in line. Wang Yueju replied, Yes, going to school is proper. Su Fong continued, It's not easy being parents. We raised them with so much effort, and now that they can take care of themselves, we still worry about their studies and future. I hope my 2 sons will study hard. If they do well, they can get into a university. If not, they can go to a vocational school. Either way, I want to arrange good jobs for them. He doesn't want to go to school now. After finishing elementary school, even if his father is the factory director, he can't arrange a job for him. Many people are watching him. Wang Yueju. That's true. Su Fong. I also have no choice. If he doesn't go to school, he needs to find a way to support himself. If you don't study well, you'll end up doing manual labor like this. Gu Siheng roughly understood the meaning, but who were these 2 mothers talking to? Looking at Si Tianlei, he didn't seem like the target. At this moment, a gray figure approached from the main house, head bowed. The person was covered in dust from head to toe, making it hard to tell the original color of their clothes, and their face was also thickly coated. If Gu Siheng didn't know him well, he wouldn't recognize this as Si Tianlei. Then, Su Fong's voice grew louder. I'm really worried about making him do manual work, but what can I do? He has to eat, get married, and have children someday. Even if I worry to death, I have to let him learn a skill. She wiped her eyes as she spoke. Gu Siheng thought, she's also quite the actress. Why did you come out? Keep working. Su Fong took a sip of water and said with a look of concern, learning a skill is hard. Do you think painting walls is easy? You have to start from the beginning. Painting walls might be dirtier and more tiring than school, but isn't that because you didn't want to go to school? I want to go to school, Si Tianlei said as he walked over and stood in front of the 2 mothers. Su Fong sighed. Tianlei, it's not that I don't care about you. I just want what's best for your future. You need to learn a skill to support yourself. Right now, enduring hardship is so you can have enough to eat later. I want to go to school, Si Tianlei repeated. But you only score in the 20s or 30s. That's not good. With your grades, you definitely can't get into middle school. Then you'll end up doing this kind of work again. Better to quit school early and learn a skill. Be a slow bird that flies first, understand? Su Fong covered her chest with her hand, her voice full of sorrow. Seeing you like this, my heart feels like it's breaking. But son, even if my heart is shattered, I have to endure it. Otherwise, how will you live in the future? Gu Siheng looked at Si Tianlei and quietly asked, Is your mom like this usually? She's a real drama queen. Si Tianlei didn't speak, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Meanwhile, Si Tianyi started crying. I want to go to school. I will study hard. He really couldn't take it anymore. Today, his mother found out that her exam scores had been altered and started scolding him painfully. He angrily said he wouldn't go to school anymore. His mother then took him to Gu Sihong's house and told him to learn wall painting from his master. He decided to learn, since his parents are both regular workers at the factory, and his father is the factory director. He plans to skip school for a few years, and when his parents retire, he can take over. But his mother said she has 20 more years before retirement, and during that time, she won't take care of him.
He has to support himself.
So he started working with the wall painter. He soon realized how hard it was. Before painting the wall again, they had to scrape off the old putty and paint. He worked on this kind of job and quickly got tired, unable to lift his arms, and he was covered in dust. Is this what learning is about? Want to study hard, right? Su Feng's tone became serious. Then set your own goal. Si Tianyi wiped his tears. Next time, I will at least rank 10th from the bottom. Su Feng took a deep breath. Being 10th from the bottom is better than last place. And after that? Si Tianyi promised I will get into middle school. Okay. Su Feng stood up, said goodbye to Wang Yueju, and then took her 2 sons and left. Gu Sihong leaned over to her mother and asked, when did you become so familiar with Aunt Sue? Wang Yueju was tidying up things on the table and said, we often meet when buying groceries. You know her kids, and after a while, we got to know each other. She took the things back to her room and added, we are newcomers here, so we need to build good relationships with the neighbors. Close neighbors are better than distant relatives. If there's a big or small problem, we can help each other. Gu Sihong nodded in approval. Wang Yueju is very adaptable and quickly found her way in life. Everyone in the family has their role, which is good. Is it? Yiqi, right? Wang Yueju asked Gu Sihong. What's your sister's relationship with him? Gu Sihong explained again about Gu Yimin and Yiqi's father and son. Wang Yueju listened, first frowning, then sighing. He seems like a good young man, but his family background is a bit high. Their family doesn't lack money now, so there's no need for their daughter to look at others' faces. Gu Sihong also sighed. Marriage isn't just about 2 people. It involves 2 families. Just like many city people look down on rural folks, some officials look down on businessmen. No matter how successful or wealthy their family is, in some people's eyes, they are just merchants. That's what family background means. Of course, Ye's family might not be from a powerful background, and her sister and Yiqi are still just getting to know each other. They were chatting and leaning close, mainly because they thought Yiqi was really good-looking. Missing out on him would be a pity. The story hasn't even started yet, so let's wait and see. Mom, how much money do we have now? Gu Siqing whispered. What do you want to do? Gu Siqing chuckled, nothing, just asking. Wang Yueju pulled her into the room and whispered, don't tell anyone outside how much money we have, or about our business. Understand? They keep their wealth private. Their business is doing well, but they're afraid of attracting trouble. Gu Siqing knew the importance of keeping their wealth private. She only asked roughly how much money they had, enough to buy a few courtyard houses in the city. Since her mother was very cautious, she probably couldn't find out now. She'd ask when buying a house later. The next day at school, Han Jingping took her and Han Jingyang to school, while Si Tianlei brought along a tired-looking Si Tianyi. At the elementary school gate, they met Ma Dongmei. She secretly glanced at Han Jingping and then casually walked away. Gu Siqing wanted to tell Han Jingping she was the girl who sent the love letter, but the young boy had already ridden off on his bike. Gu Siqing and Si Tianyi headed to the classroom together. What's the point of going to school? Si Tianyi asked Gu Siqing. Gu Siqing replied, not as hard as you working in my house yesterday. Si Tianyi sighed, try to get into middle school. His ambitions are really high. In the classroom, Gu Siqing went to Ma Dongmei's seat at the back and knocked on her desk. Both understood each other's meaning and left the classroom one after the other. On the playground behind the classroom, Ma Dongmei took out a chocolate coin and handed it over. Gu Siqing didn't hesitate, tore it open and ate it. It tasted very good. Do you think he's pretty and looks good? Gu Siqing asked while chewing the chocolate. Ma Dongmei blushed, and Gu Xiqing sighed inwardly. How should she advise a girl who's falling in love? She had no experience at all. Thinking for a moment, she said, actually, he's pretty boring. All he does is study all day. I'm even disliked for not studying hard enough. Ma Dongmei pursed her lips as if she made a decision. I see, she said, then turned and walked away. Gu Xiqing was confused. Was that it? She still wanted to try and persuade her further. After school, her older sister and others were still at the shop, and her mom was cooking. Her room had been moved to the backyard. Gu Xiqing went inside to do her homework. After finishing, she started writing her novel. She wondered if the more than 20,000 words she sent to the magazine could catch the editor's eye. I wrote over 1,000 words again. Gu Yimin came to call her for dinner. Gu Xijing tidied up, and they went to the front yard together. On the way, she asked, Big sister, what do you think of Yi Qi? Then she was slapped on the back of her head. Kids these days, worrying about so much. Gu Xijing. What could she say? After all, she was young. Gu Yimin felt very helpless. Everyone at home asked her how she felt about Yi Qi. She really didn't want to date anyone right now. She was only 19. Girls in the city usually got married in their early 20s. She wasn't in a hurry. Right now, she wanted to improve herself and learn more. If she became better, she wouldn't worry about finding a good partner. After dinner, Wang Yueju and her 3 daughters sat in her room, counting expenses for the past few days. After Gu Zhengwo went to Shenzhen, he shipped a batch of goods by train. Nearly a week had passed, and the goods were almost sold out. Another batch was on the way. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi checked the accounts for the week and then showed them to Wang Yueju. Since we started handing out flyers, more customers are buying wholesale, Gu Yimin said. If the next batch is as big as the last one, it probably won't last long. Gu Erwi added, I think after selling this batch, we should buy another one to sell until the end of the month. After the Lunar New Year, the weather gets warmer day by day. We need to prepare spring clothes early. Lately, she had been thinking about this. They sell clothes wholesale to retail clients. The retail clients only buy more when they sell out their current stock. The weather this month and next month is still good for selling leather jackets and wool coats. But by March, according to the lunar calendar, these clothes won't sell anymore. In March, their clients will start buying fall clothes. So, as wholesalers, they should prepare spring clothes in February. Otherwise, the clothes will be stuck in storage. She shared this idea, and Gu Xijing couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Her second sister truly had a talent for business. Gu Yimin and Wang Yueju listened and agreed to call Gu Zhengwo tomorrow to discuss this. They knew they weren't as good at business as Gu Erwi, so they thought it was better to follow her advice. At that moment, the front door was knocked. Gu Yimin was about to open it when Gu Xueqiang's voice came from outside. Great aunt, I'll open the door. Okay. Wang Yueju called out to the outside while tidying up the account books. She said, it's a good thing Xueqiang is here. Otherwise, just us women at home, I'm a little scared. After putting away the books and opening the door, they saw Tian Huiying and Han Jingping following Gu Xueqiang inside. Tian Huiying looked very upset, while Han Jingping remained calm. Come inside quickly. Wang Yueju invited them in. Gu Xueqiang saw he had nothing to do here and left. As soon as Tian Huiying sat down, she held Wang Yueju's hand and said, I don't know what to do anymore. I came to talk to you. Gu Yimin poured water for Tian Huiying and Han Jingping. Tian Huiying took the water and continued, Today I was balancing the accounts and found that 1,500 yuan didn't add up. I thought I made a mistake, so Jingping checked again, but it was still short by 1,500 yuan. That's a lot of money. Although 1,500 yuan isn't much for their families now, Tian Huiying had come from hard times. She and Han Dei worked very hard and saved for over 10 years to gather just 2,000 yuan. To her, 1,500 yuan was a big amount. In Wang Yueju's mind, it was also a lot. She asked, Do you know how the money went missing? At this moment, Tian Huiying was no longer afraid of losing face. She said, I suspect Fei Yue and Fei Xia. There are only 3 of us in the shop each day, and sometimes they take money. If they hide 100 or 200 yuan in a day, it adds up. Since starting wholesale, Han's business had been doing very well. Especially these past 2 days, they made about 1,000 yuan profit daily. If they hit 100 or 200 yuan, it wouldn't be easy to notice. It's them, Han Jingping said at this point. A few days ago, I told you they're acting a bit strange, buying a lot of things. But back then, Tian Huiying didn't take it seriously. What are you going to do? Wang Yueju asked Tian Huiying. If this had happened in their own family, Wang Yueju would definitely confront the siblings and search their things, but this was the Han family's matter. Also, Ma Feixia and Ma Feiyue were her sister's children, so she couldn't say anything. Who knew what Tian Huiying was thinking?
I don't know either, she said.
They're my niece and nephew. I don't know how to handle this. Wait here, I'll go deal with it, Han Jingping said as he stood up and went outside. Gu Siheng quickly followed. Ma Feiyue was taller than Han Jingping. What if a fight broke out? Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi saw this and also followed. Gu Siheng followed Han Jingping. It was already very dark outside, and the alley was quiet. They could hear their footsteps clearly. What do you plan to do? Gu Siheng asked nervously. She knew that Han Jingping usually seemed very gentle, but when he was serious, he could be quite frightening. You're so nervous, aren't you? Han Jingping said with a smile. We're just going to ask for the money back. It's simple. Gu Siqing responded with a but she didn't believe it would be that easy. Behind them, Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui also felt nervous, worried that Han Jingping and Ma Feiyue might start fighting. They had seen how fierce Han Jingping could be, but Ma Feiyue was taller and stronger than him. They thought that if things got bad, they would step in to help. The four of them together couldn't beat Ma Feiyue and his sister Ma Feixia. The four entered Han's yard. Han Jingping walked to a room in the west wing and knocked on the door. Gu Siqing and her sisters stood behind, holding their breath. Although Han Jingping looked calm and relaxed, based on how he usually handled things, he was definitely going to fight. He usually smiled and seemed easygoing, but the Gu sisters who had fought with him knew he was quick to act and very fierce. He only fought, never talked much, and his moves were dark and ruthless. That's how he could beat bigger people. The door was knocked 3 times. Inside, Ma Feiyue asked, "Who is it?" "Me," Han Jingping replied with a smile. Ma Feiyue didn't sense any danger and opened the door. But as soon as it opened, Han Jingping kicked him in the stomach. Ma Feiyue fell to the ground, caught off guard. At that moment, Han Jingping lunged forward, pressing his knee on Ma Feiyue's chest. He pulled out a small knife from somewhere and cut Ma Feiyue's hand. The cut wasn't deep, but blood immediately started to flow. Jingping, are you crazy? Why are you doing this? Ma Feiyue was so scared, he almost peed himself. He had never seen this fierce side of Han Jingping before. He was like a wolf. He used to think his younger cousin was good-looking, smart, and well-behaved, often called the kid from another family. But he never expected him to fight so ruthlessly. It was so sudden that he still didn't know how he ended up on the ground. "Where is the money?" Han Jingping asked.
What?
What money? Ma Feiyue knew he had been caught, but he still refused to admit it. His aunt Tian Huiying was his aunt, and Han Jingping didn't dare hurt him badly. But just as he finished speaking, Han Jingping held a knife against his hand and pressed his other hand down on the ground, grabbing his 4 fingers and forcing them to bend back painfully. The sharp pain made Ma Feiyue scream like a pig being slaughtered. Han Jingping, let go. If you keep doing this, my aunt won't forgive you. It hurts so much. Let go. At this moment, Ma Feixia heard the noise and rushed over. Seeing the situation inside the house, she shouted loudly, "Jingping, what are you doing?" Second aunt, come quickly." Her words were cut off when the 3 sisters from the Gu family pushed her into a chair. Then Gu Siheng said, "We already know about you and your brother stealing money. Hurry up and give it back, or you'll end up like him." Just then, Han Jingping increased his grip on Ma Feiyue's finger, causing him to scream painfully. Before Ma Feixia could admit anything, he yelled in a high voice, I said, there's a hidden pocket in my autumn shirt, and the money is inside." Now he truly understood. This young cousin was really tough. He was trying to break his hand. Take it out yourself, Han Jingping said, releasing one of his hands. Ma Feiyue, freed from the grip, endured the pain and tremblingly reached into his clothes to take out the money. First, a small roll of 5 yuan bills, then some 1 yuan and 10 yuan bills, and soon a small pile was in his hand. Seeing he was almost done, Han Jingping let go and picked up the money from the ground without counting it, then put it into his pocket. He looked at Ma Feiyue. She was so frightened she was frozen. When she saw Han Jingping's gaze, she felt cold all over. She quickly said, "All the money is with him." "I don't have any, I really don't."
Han Jingping nodded. "You two can keep sleeping.
"Tomorrow you still have to work at the shop."
Are we
"Going to the shop tomorrow?" Ma Feiyue asked in disbelief. Their theft had been exposed, so why send them back? Are they worried they might steal again? At this moment, Han Jingping said, "Who will work if you don't go to the shop?" After saying that, he turned and walked outside, with the 3 sisters from the Gu family following. They didn't really do anything. They could see that Han Jingping could handle the Ma siblings all by himself. The 4 of them returned to the Gu family house. They entered Wang Yueju's room, where Tian Huiying was muttering, "I take care of their food and drink, and I never thought they'd steal money." Seeing them come in, Tian Huiying immediately looked at Han Jingping and asked, "So, did you get the money back?" Han Jingping nodded and took the pile of money out of his pocket. Tian Huiying looked at it but didn't seem very happy. She knew that the brother and sister had been caught stealing. Since they were her own sister's children, she wondered how to handle this. Tomorrow, they still have to go to the shop. "I'll also take leave and go," Han Jingping said. "Starting tomorrow, we will hire more people." "Aren't there strangers working in the shop? Won't they steal again?" Tian Huiying asked. Han Jingping patiently replied, "You won't let strangers handle the money." Tian Huiying nodded. "That's true. There is more," Han Jingping said again. "I plan to call Grandpa tomorrow and ask him to come over." "Why do you want Grandpa to come?" "He can't really help," Tian Huiying said anxiously. "The old man used to be a team leader. Although he doesn't talk much usually, he's very strict, and she is a bit afraid of him. Having him around makes things a bit difficult for her. I can't stay in the shop all the time. Once we find someone, Grandpa can stay with you in the shop, and you can rest assured," Han Jingping said confidently. Tian Huiying was a little unhappy, but knew this was the best solution. If Han Dei found out, he would also call Grandpa over. But if Han Dei suggested it, she wouldn't dare refuse or complain. Since Han Jingping brought it up, she felt he didn't really get along with her. However, she didn't dare say that out loud, fearing Han Dei's anger. "Once Grandpa arrives and we hire new staff, we will let Ma Feiyue and the others go. Also, you should stay here tonight," she said. If she went back, the Ma siblings would definitely cry at her, especially since Ma Feiyue was injured. She might soften and cause more trouble. Wang Yueju also thought of this and quickly agreed, Yes, stay here tonight." Tian Huiying was also worried about the siblings crying, so she decided not to go back and instead slept with Wang Yueju. Gu Xiqing and the others left Wang Yueju's room. Gu Yimin said, "Jingping, you don't need to go back either. Stay here tonight with Xueqiang." She was worried Ma Feiyue might retaliate against Han Jingping tonight. Earlier, Han Jingping was able to overpower Ma Feiyue mainly because he caught him off guard. Ma Feiyue is older, taller, and stronger than him, so normally he wouldn't be his match. Of course, the reason he won so easily was also because he was very ruthless. No one knew how he developed this tough attitude. Usually, he looked gentle, fair, and handsome, so no one would expect him to be so fierce when working. "Okay, I'll sleep with Xueqiang tonight," Han Jingping said with a smile to Gu Yimin, then turned and knocked on Xueqiang's door before going in. Gu Xiqing glanced at the room and thought Han Jingping probably wouldn't sleep well tonight. With his meticulous and picky nature, it would be strange if he did. It wasn't that Gu Xueqiang was dirty. Han Jingping just paid too much attention to cleanliness. Forget it. She didn't care about him. The next morning, after Han Jingping got up, he started calling the village and also called Han Dei. Then, he went to school to ask for leave. In the Shenzhen market, Han Dei remained calm after receiving the call. He knew his eldest son's abilities, and since his father had gone to Lizho, he believed he could handle things there. He hung up and told Gu Zhengwo everything, then said he wanted to return to Lizho. Gu Zhengwo thought for a moment and decided to go back as well. Actually, as long as they didn't change the style of their clothes and called the factory, the salespeople there would ship the goods to Lizho by train. They stayed here for 2 reasons. First, to wait for the new spring products. Second, because they had been looking at houses these days. In the future, they planned to come often and having their own house would be more convenient. This time, they didn't need to bring goods back, so they decided to bring some local fruits instead. The oranges were ripe this season, and each of them bought about a dozen boxes, planning to keep some for themselves and give some to others. In Lizho, a day later, Old Han arrived, and Han Jingping started school. When they went to school together in the morning, Gu Xiqing asked him about the Ma siblings. Han Jingping said they were just doing their own thing. Gu Xiqing was a bit skeptical, thinking he was the one keeping them in check, so they wouldn't do anything reckless. Hiring relatives as shop clerks could be tricky if they were unruly. If they did well, it was fine, but if they were dishonest or took bribes, many problems could follow. So, it was wise to be cautious when hiring relatives. Have you heard back about your submission? Han Jingping changed the subject. Ma Feiyue and Ma Feixia obviously didn't work honestly. They complained loudly in front of their mother, especially Ma Feixia, who almost burst into tears. Luckily, Han Jingping was nearby and saw everything. Otherwise, their mother might have been fooled. It was better not to mention this matter. No, I haven't heard back yet, Gu Xiqing said, feeling a bit disappointed. After all, she had written the letters herself, putting a lot of effort into it. Wait a bit longer, Han Jingping said. Gu Xiqing nodded, unsure what else to do. In Kyoto, at the Huagui Youth newspaper editorial department, Yu Yang was an initial reviewer. His job was to categorize submissions from all over the country, distinguishing fairy tales from poetry and so on. After sorting, he handed the work to the editors for review. His job was dull, heavy, and tedious because many letters arrived daily. When he first started working there, he was full of enthusiasm, but after 3 years, he became more indifferent. Now, his desk was piled with letters, but he was lost in thought, holding a teacup. When could he find a more interesting and respectable job? Just as he was daydreaming, the chief editor, Yu Jianbai, threw a stack of letters onto his desk. Yu Yang, is this the work you're doing? How could these submissions end up in the trash can? Yu Jianbai, in his 50s, is honest and traditional, with a hot temper. Yu Yang feels both annoyed and afraid of this editor-in-chief. Seeing his angry face, Yu Yang quickly stands and says, I don't know. Maybe they accidentally fell into the trash and were thrown out. Editor-in-chief, you know my workload is heavy and I review so many letters every day. That's no excuse for throwing these submissions in the trash, Yu Jianbai said coldly. These are the author's hard work. They shouldn't be treated like that. I think you're not suitable for this job. Go work in the logistics department for a while. Yu Yang's face immediately changed color. How could he go to logistics? If he moved there, he wouldn't even see these manuscripts. Editor Yu, I promise to be more careful next time. I won't make such mistakes again. Yu Yang hurriedly admitted his fault, but Yu Jianbai wasn't willing to forgive easily. At this moment, a well-dressed, delicate-looking woman in her 30s entered the office. She approached Yu Jianbai and Yu Yang with a smile and asked, What's going on here? Yu Yang seemed to have found a savior. He begged, Editor Xia, please help me talk to Editor Yu. I won't dare to make such mistakes again. Xia Yingyuan looked at the pile of letters on Yu Yang's desk and then smiled at Yu Jianbai, saying, Editor Yu, Xiaoyu has a heavy workload, and mistakes can happen sometimes. Please give him another chance. If he makes a serious mistake again, there will be consequences. Yes, I promise to work carefully from now on and won't make such errors again, Yu Yang quickly assured. Although Yu Jianbai is strict and traditional, he understands human feelings. Since Xia Yingyuan is from a prominent family, he can't refuse her face. He said to Yu Yang, no more excuses. First, organize these letters properly for me. Yu Jianbai turned away with a cold face, and Yu Yang hurriedly thanked Xia Yingyuan. She smiled and waved her hand, saying, "Just work hard in the future." "Yes, I will work seriously." Xia Ingyuan smiled and left. Yu Yang watched her back with admiration. She is truly a perfect woman. After a moment of infatuation, Yu Yang began sorting the letters Yu Jianbai had just brought over. Among them was a large, thick envelope belonging to Gu Siheng. Gu Siheng didn't know her submission was almost thrown away as trash. Now she was sitting in front of a pile of fruit, starting to eat. Gu Zhengwo returned home, bringing along more than a dozen boxes of fruit. Wang Yueju and her 4 sisters were happier to see the fruit than money itself. They all sat together, lively, and enjoying the feast. Qingzhou has distinct seasons, and in winter, not only fruits but also vegetables are hard to find and taste bad. Now, Gu Zhengwo has brought back so many fruits, which makes it clear how rare they are. Gu Zhengwo is happy to see his wife and daughter like the fruits. He cuts an orange and gives it to his daughter and wife, saying, "If you like it, I will bring more next time." Gu Sicheng eats the fruit and also remembers Sanjing at the sports school, saying, "Tomorrow, I will send some to Sanjing." Gu Zhengwo then gives her a piece of orange, saying, "I won't forget." This trip took longer than expected, and a few days ago, he started missing home. Now, seeing his wife and daughter, Gu Zhengwo feels very happy. Suddenly, they hear a car at the door, and then the door is knocked. Gu Xueqiang goes to open it. Gu Zhengwo walks to the door and sees a tall, well-dressed young man in military uniform carrying a gift. Yi Qi came after work. Today, a comrade from Kyoto returned from a meeting and brought many gifts from his father, along with a message for the Gu family. So, he came straight after work. Seeing Gu Xueqiang open the door, Yi Qi greets him and walks in. When he looks up, he sees a tall man in his 30s or 40s standing at the kitchen door, watching him. He walks quickly over and greets with a smile, "Hello, Uncle Gu." Gu Zhengwo is a bit confused. Who is this young man? Calling him uncle upon first meeting. But he just pauses for a moment and also smiles, coming quickly. Their first meeting feels like they are old friends. Inside, Yi Qi first notices Gu Yimin chopping oranges with skill, clearly used to cooking. Then he sees a mountain of bright orange fruits on the table. Since he comes from the military compound in Kyoto, where the troops often send special supplies to Yixingjian, Yi Qi has never seen anyone eat fruit like this, neither in Qingzhou nor in Kyoto. Little Yi is here. Sit quickly. Wang Yueju has a good impression of him. He's good-looking and capable. My comrade went to Kyoto for a meeting. On his way back, my dad asked him to bring some Kyoto specialties, especially for you to try. Yi Qi casually places the gift on the table. Sit quickly. Wang Yueju offers him a chair and also hands him a piece of orange. Yi Qi took the item and said thank you. Then he looked at Gu Zhengwo and said, "When I came here last time, Uncle Gu wasn't home. I am Yi Qi. My father once stayed in a cattle shed in Shanshui town. Yimin gave my father some medicine, and those medicines saved my father's life. After my father returned to Kyoto, he often talked about it, saying he couldn't repay the life-saving kindness. Coincidentally, I recently met Yimin again." Yimin called him warmly, and Gu Yimin couldn't help but glance at him. This person is very friendly. Gu Sicheng leaned close to Gu Erwi and whispered, "He really knows how to get along. His social skills are exceptional, no wonder he's a counselor." Gu Zhengwo understood what was going on and sat down, saying, "Many people were in trouble back then. Offering a helping hand is nothing special." Gu Zhengwo naturally wanted to be modest so others wouldn't think they valued this kindness too highly. "That's not just helping out. My dad often talks about it," Yi Qi said as he took a bite of an orange. "This orange is really sweet." Gu Zhengwo replied, "Not long ago, I went to Shenshur City. They produced these oranges there, so I brought some back. I heard their development is very good," Yi Qi said. Gu Zhengwo nodded. "Yes, they are developing faster than here." As they continued talking about the economy, Gu Sicheng once again thought Yi Qi was very clever. Look, this was their first meeting, and he was already chatting so enthusiastically with comrade Gu Zhengwo. After a while, Yi Qi stood up to leave, saying he needed to return to the military. Gu Zhengwo brought out a box of oranges and said, Take this back and share it with your comrades. Yiqi didn't refuse. At this moment, Wang Yueju whispered to Gu Zhangwo that Luo Yongnian was also in this military district. She still remembered wanting to thank Luo Yongnian. Gu Zhangwo asked Yiqi, "Is Luo Yongnian also in your unit?" "Yes, we are in the same battalion," Yiqi replied. He had already guessed that Gu Yimin and Luo Yongnian weren't just from the same hometown, and now Gu Zhangwo asking about Luo Yongnian confirmed his suspicion. Gu Zhangwo then brought out another box of oranges and said to Yiqi, "Please take this box to Luo Yongnian and tell him that when he has free time, I will invite him to dinner." Yiqi agreed politely. The two of them each carried a box of oranges to the car. Yiqi said goodbye, got into his car, and drove away. The Gu family returned inside to continue eating oranges. Gu Yimin briefly told Gu Zhangwo about meeting Luo Yongnian in Lishu. Gu Zhangwo listened and nodded without showing much emotion. They finished eating and then washed up and rested. Gu Zhangwo and Wang Yueju, a married couple, haven't seen each other for a long time. After being in bed, they naturally felt close and talked together. Wang Yueju brought up her eldest daughter's relationship problems. "I used to think that Luo Yongnian being in Liz Ho was a kind of fate, but after what happened, it still makes me uncomfortable. Also, I can tell Isin isn't interested in him anymore. Yiqi is really good in every way, but his family background is a bit high. I haven't found anyone else suitable. Why are you in such a hurry? Isin is only 19. Girls in the city tend to marry later." "Take your time," Gu Zhangwo said. He wasn't worried about Isin and Erwi's marriage as long as his daughter was excellent. He believed they would find a good match. "I'm not in a rush, but if I see someone good, I want to grab a chance." "It's a pity to miss it," Wang Yueju sighed. "His family background is high." She paused. "It would be so much better if Yiqi's family was more like ours." Gu Zhangwo thought women liked to talk about these things that didn't matter. He said, "Whether she marries well or not depends on if the man can handle responsibilities, not just his family background. No matter how high his family is, if he always puts himself first, what's the point of a high family background?" "That's true. Even if she marries someone from a lower family, if the man doesn't take care of her, she will still live a hard life," Wang Yueju agreed. Hearing this, Gu Zhangwo leaned close and whispered with a smile, "Can your man handle things?" Wang Yueju playfully hit him, and Gu Zhangwo laughed too. Whether it's Luo Yongnian, Yiqi, or someone else, Gu Zhangwo didn't comment. He only cared about his daughter and being her support. In the past, their family wasn't well off. To make Isin's life better, he thought about finding a family with good conditions, at least so she wouldn't worry about food and drink after marriage. But now that their life has improved, they focus on whether Isin likes someone, not just material things. They now have the ability to choose, so naturally, they want their daughter to pick someone good and someone she likes. Yiqi drove to the military district and carried 2 boxes of oranges to Luo Yongnian's dormitory. Their dorms are next to each other. Although they are now living in the military district compound, they haven't married, so they didn't apply for a house from the army and still live in dorms. Luo Yongnian wasn't resting and heard a knock. When he opened the door, he saw Yiqi standing there. Yiqi slightly moved aside and said, "Come in." "No," Yiqi pointed to the 2 boxes of oranges on the ground. "I went to Gu's house today. Isin's father asked me to bring you a box of oranges. He also said to invite you to dinner when you have time." Luo Yongnian was surprised for a moment, then said, "Okay, I understand." He bent down and carried a box of oranges into the house. Yiqi carried the remaining box into his room. Luo Yongnian opened a box, took out an orange, cut it with a knife, then took a piece and put it to his lips to take a bite. The orange was sweet, but his heart felt a little sour. It was the first time in over 20 years that he felt this way, yet the result was like this. He wanted to let it go, but now he couldn't help but wonder, how did it come to this? After reuniting, they should have started fresh, gotten to know each other, and eventually been together. Yiqi carried the oranges into his room. He looked around and finally placed the oranges in the wardrobe. If those kids saw them, they would definitely take them. These oranges were from the Gu family, and he needed to eat them slowly. After placing the oranges carefully, he sat at his desk to continue unfinished work. He noticed Luo Yongnian liked Gu Yimin, but so what? Everyone should compete fairly. He usually made decisions quickly. He liked Gu Yimin, and since they had a good connection, he wanted to try to get along. Good girls are sometimes like opportunities. If you miss them, it could be a lifelong regret. Besides, he was at an age where finding a partner was important. Finding someone he liked was better than arranged marriage. The next day, after training, Yi Chi just opened his door when 2nd Battalion Commander Gao Ming stood at the door, leaning in to sniff the air. "Hey, Yi Chi, your room smells off." "What's that smell?" Gao Ming pushed open Yi Chi's door and looked around, sniffing like a police dog. Yi Chi casually took his lunchbox and headed out. "What smell?"
My father brought some stuff back.
"Didn't you see?" "No, it's not the same smell as what your father brought. It's orange scent." "Yi Chi, are you hoarding them?" Gao Ming said, walking over to the cabinet and opening the door to see the box of oranges.
Wow.
So many oranges. Where did you get them? Gao Ming asked, picking one out.
Yekisai dinwardli.
It looked like he couldn't hide it anymore. He said, "Just move them out. I'll share them with the soldiers." Gao Ming chuckled and carried the oranges out. When he reached Luo Yongnian's door, he saw him coming out. Gao Ming stopped beside him and sniffed him. "Luo Yongnian, you're not right either. You also smell like oranges." "Luo Yongnian, you're better than a police dog. Yesterday, Instructor Yi gave me 2 oranges." Ram Yongnian lied without changing his expression, then turned to make eye contact with Yi Chi. In that moment, they reached an unspoken agreement. The oranges in Ram Yongnian's house would be split equally between them. Although there was competition, they were still comrades. On the battlefield, they could still trust each other completely. Gao Ming didn't doubt Ram Yongnian's words. Oranges are rare in Lizhou, and only someone like Yi Chi, from the military compound in the capital, could get them. People like Ram Yongnian, who come from humble backgrounds, had no way to obtain such fruit. That day, at the breakfast table, there was an extra fruit, an orange. Because there were many soldiers, each only got a small piece. Still, everyone was happy to have something special to eat. The next day, Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju took a box of oranges to the sports school. Coach Li, who trained Gu Sanjing, saw the box and was impressed by Gu Zhengwo's generosity. Last time, he had given Gu Sanjing 50 yuan after just a few days of training. Now, with such valuable fruit, he was giving a whole box. Sanjing has good talent and works hard. She has improved very quickly. Although she arrived late for the last team competition, her results were quite good. I plan to let her compete in the provincial competition after a year of training. If she does well, she can then participate in national-level competitions. The coach honestly shared Gu Sanjing's progress, which parents always wanted to hear. At that moment, Gu Sanjing came in. Wang Yueju saw her and immediately felt emotional. The girl looked at least a size thinner than before. She must have endured a lot. Seeing her like this, the coach quickly said, "Our diet isn't as good as the national team's, but it's based on a special nutrition plan from experts. The children eat scientifically balanced meals." Gu Sanjing walked over, leaned against Wang Yueju, and smiled. "I haven't lost weight. I just gained some muscle. Feel my arm. I've even gained 2 jin." Wang Yueju pinched her arm, and it was indeed firm. The coach, knowing they probably wanted to talk privately with Gu Sanjing, excused himself from the office. "What's your usual diet? Do you get cold at night? Do classmates bully you?" Wang Yueju asked a series of questions. Gu Sanjing picked up an orange to peel, but found it difficult. Gu Zhengwo took it and rolled it on the table a few times, then peeled it and handed it to her. Gu Sanjing took a segment and put it in her mouth. The sour-sweet taste was delicious. Seeing the oranges, she was finally able to eat them and her mouth watered. She squinted her eyes and chewed happily. Seeing her enjoying herself, Wang Yueju chuckled. "My little girl is such a foodie. I'm doing pretty well here. The food is good and I sleep well. At the last team competition, I finished 5th. Thinking of Gu Sijing, who always ranks first, she explained, "I was the last to arrive at our team, and the coach said this result was already very good. I just miss you all a little." The couple felt very warm hearing this. They missed their 4 daughters, especially the one not with them. Gu Jiangwo stroked his daughter's head and said, "The day after tomorrow, Saturday, I will come early to pick you up. I will visit you often in the future." Gu Xijing smiled and nodded. "Your older sister and second sister also often talk about you. Yesterday, the fourth sister specifically said she left an orange for you," Wang Yueju added. Gu Xijing ate the orange and mumbled, "I miss them too." Gu Xijing still needed to train, so Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju didn't stay long. They talked for a while and then left. Anyway, she could go home this Sunday. When the couple returned home, Gu Jiangwo took 2 boxes of oranges and went out, giving 1 box each to Qiu Weiguang and Zhu Qingjun. Han Dai had already delivered oranges to them before. Seeing him bring another box made them very happy. Not only because they received such a rare gift, but also because Gu Jiangwo and Han Dai thought of them. Relationships between people are like this. Frequent visits make bonds closer. After Gu Jiangwo left, Qiu Weiguang's wife, Zhu Qingfan, looked at the 2 boxes of oranges and said, "I didn't realize how profitable business could be before. Now I've started my own, and I see it's really profitable. I make more in a day than I used to earn in a month at the factory. What do you think about me quitting and selling clothes full-time?" Qiu Weiguang was cautious. "How long have you been in business? Let's wait and see for a while longer." Zhu Qingfan thought his words made sense. She bent down and took an orange from the box, saying, "What do you think of Gu Jiangwo's daughters?" Qiu Weiguang shot her a glance. "What do you mean?" Zhu Qingfan sat beside him and said, "I think his daughters are a good match for our Xiao Yi. You've seen the oldest and second oldest. They're really beautiful. I've interacted with them a few times. The oldest has a good personality, gentle and kind. The second is straightforward and capable." Qiu Weiguang frowned at her words. Seeing this, Zhu Qingfan added, "Our Xiao Yi is also good. He looks fine and is a formal worker at the factory." "Let's talk about it later," Qiu Weiguang said, worried that if the match didn't work out, it could ruin their relationship. His son marrying Gu Jiangwo's daughter felt a bit forced. Zhu Qingfan thought her son was perfect in every way. She said, "If there's a chance, I'll mention it to Gu Jiangwo's wife. First, gauge their interest. If they're not interested, don't show a bad attitude," Qiu Weiguang advised. Zhu Qingfang is a proactive person. The next morning, after breakfast, she rode her bike to the Gu family shop. The shop was busy. Gu Yimin saw her carrying goods for customers and said with a smile, "Auntie, you're here. You keep busy. Don't worry about me," Zhu Qingfan replied, watching the lively scene inside. The business was so good that she felt a bit envious. "Okay, you can look around freely," Gu Yimin said before returning to her work. Zhu Qingfan looked at the clothes in the shop but kept glancing at Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Both girls had their own good qualities. However, compared to the two, she liked Gu Erwi a bit more. This girl was good at business. If she married into their family, working together with her mother-in-law, their life would surely get better and better. After more than half an hour, the customers left. Gu Yimin poured a glass of water for Zhu Qingfan and smiled, asking, "Annie, business is good for you too, right?" "Very good. It's thanks to you all," Zhu Qingfan said with a smile, accepting the teacup. Her eyes, however, looked at Gu Erwi, who was quietly recording accounts. Her focused look was also very attractive. Just by her appearance, her son would definitely like her. Gu Yimin noticed her gaze and guessed that Zhu Qingfan wasn't just here to pick up goods today. She asked, "Annie, do you have something to say today?" I want to talk to your mother about something," Zhu Qingfan replied. Thinking about her earlier look at Erwi, Gu Yimin guessed she might be trying to set her up with someone. She offered, "My mom is at home. Should I take you there?"
"Sure."
"I heard her family bought a new house. I want to see it," Zhu Qingfan said with a smile as she stood up. She rode her bike with Gu Yimin to the Gu family's home. It wasn't far, just a few minutes by bike. But when they reached the alley entrance, Gu Yimin saw a military vehicle parked there. The figure in military green at the driver's seat seemed to be asking about something. When she approached, she recognized Luo Yongmian. "Big brother Luo," Gu Yimin called out as she got closer. Luo Yongnian turned around and saw Gu Yimin supporting her bicycle from a short distance away. She was standing against the light, and Luo Yongnian thought she looked very beautiful at that moment. He was momentarily stunned, then found his voice. I was just about to ask where your home is. He believed feelings could be suppressed, but he didn't realize that some emotions only grew stronger when pushed down. Just ahead. Follow me, Gu Yimin said, and rode her bike again. Zhu Qingfen followed behind, glancing at the military vehicle and then at Luo Yongnian. She started to feel a bit insecure. She had to admit, this young man was a bit better than her son. Luo Yongnian slowly followed the car and parked at the Gu family's gate. He carried a gift and got out. Then he saw Gu Zhengwo smiling warmly. Comrade Luo. Gu Zhengwo greeted him cheerfully. You can just call me Yongnian, Luo replied. All right, Yongnian, Gu Zhengwo said generously. He led Luo inside the yard, saying, the house is under renovation, so it's a bit messy. The yard was indeed quite cluttered, with old furniture and new building materials piled up. Luo glanced around and followed Gu Zhengwo into the kitchen. Now, only the kitchen could comfortably host visitors, but luckily, it was large. Wang Yueju brought a stool for Luo to sit on, showing a warm attitude. No matter what, Luo had once saved Yimin's family, and out of gratitude, they wanted to treat him well. Luo said thank you and sat down. Seeing that Yimin had nothing more to do here, she told Gu Zhengwo she was going to the shop. Hearing this, Luo stood up and offered, Shall I give you a ride? No need, no need. Yimin quickly waved her off. The shop is very close, just a few minutes away. She left, and Luo didn't dare look at her back too much, but he listened to her movements outside while chatting with Gu Zhengwo. Over there, Zhu Qingfen was talking to Wang Yueju. Although seeing Luo made her feel a bit insecure, she still wanted to try. Also, it was clear that this young man was enthusiastic about Gu Yimin. She was interested in Gu Erwi, so there was no competition between her and the young man. Has your daughter Gu Erwi's marriage been arranged? Zhu Qingfen asked softly. Wang Yueju thought she was here to matchmake. Although her family's Yimin and Erwi weren't in a hurry to find partners, if a good match came along, it wouldn't hurt to consider. She replied, Not yet. How old is Erwi? Zhu Qingfen asked again. Wang Yueju said, 18. Perfect age. Such a lively young girl. Anyone would like her at first sight, Zhu Qingfen said with a smile. My son Xiao Yi is 20 this year. I'm also looking for a match for him. Nowadays, young people prefer free love, but I think we, as parents, should oversee things and get to know the families well. Wang Yueju understood her intention. She wanted to match her son with Erwi. Gu Zhengwo had told her about Qiu Weiguang's family. It seemed that after his son finished middle school, he became an apprentice at a factory. Later, he took over his grandfather's position and now worked as a formal employee there. Honestly, Wang Yueju didn't like her son's conditions. Not because of influence, but because her son's situation didn't match Erwi's. His son has just finished middle school. Hui, although also a middle school graduate, is currently attending night school and will be a high school student in 2 years. Hui also said she wants to continue studying. In terms of education, he is not as good as others. As for work, although he is a formal worker at a factory, he only earns about 30 to 40 yuan a month. Hui earns more in a single day than he does in a month. In this aspect, he is also not as good. Regarding appearance, she hasn't seen Qiu Weiguang's son, but judging by Qiu Weiguang and Zhu Qingfen's looks, he probably isn't very outstanding. So, this is also not a strong point. Overall, it comes down to 3 words: not a good match. Of course, Wang Yueju couldn't say this directly. She smiled and said, Hui is still young. My husband, and I think we should wait a couple of years before finding her a partner. That's also what she thinks. Smart people would understand this was a polite refusal, and Zhu Qingfen also understood. She forced a smile and said, Yes, nowadays girls get married in their early 20s. Waiting a few more years is fine. How is your business? Is it doing well? Wang Yueju changed the subject. Zhu Qingfen chatted with her for a while longer before making an excuse to leave. Wang Yueju saw her to the door. Back in the kitchen, looking at the clock, it was almost 11 o'clock. If they were hosting Luo Yongnian at home, they should start cooking now. She wasn't sure whether Gu Jiangwo wanted to host him at home or at a restaurant. Gu Jiangwo and Luo Yongnian were chatting. Wang Yueju approached and asked, "Are we eating at home or at a restaurant today?" Gu Jiangwo looked at Luo Yongnian and thought that inviting him to a restaurant would be more formal, so he said, "Let's go to a restaurant. Better to stay at home. We're all family." Luo Yongnian, with other intentions, naturally preferred to eat at home to feel closer. Since he said that, Gu Jiangwo agreed, "Then we'll eat at home. I can cook too." "I'll help Auntie," Luo Yongnian said, rolling up his sleeves and ready to help cook. Luo Yongnian understood clearly that if he wanted something, he had to fight for it. Otherwise, as someone from a humble background, he wouldn't have reached his current position. Originally, after being rejected by Gu Yamin, he thought of giving up. He couldn't keep pestering a girl like that. But last night he thought a lot. Now, being alone and striving to climb the ranks in the military, what is it all for? Yes, to protect the country. Besides that, it seemed he had nothing else. If feelings also had to be suppressed, then he would truly be like a cold machine. He didn't want to live that way. Just now, at the entrance of the alley, when I saw Gu Yimin, I felt my heart pounding strongly. It was excitement and longing, just like when I went to the battlefield long ago. At that moment, I realized again that I truly want this girl and want to spend my future life with her. Wang Yueju saw Luo Yongnian rolling up his sleeves, looking like he was really going to help cook. She felt it wouldn't be polite to refuse, so she said, "Then let's make dumplings. I'll go buy some meat." As she spoke, she carried a shopping basket and went out. Gu Jiangwo took out a bunch of green onions and Luo Yongnian helped peel the onion skins. "There was something I did wrong to Comrade Gu Yimin before." Luo Yongnian started talking about his plan to pretend to marry Tong Lu. "I joined the army with Zhou Cheng. We were in the same squad during basic training, then promoted together to squad leader, then to platoon leader, and then to company commander. Before going to the battlefield, he told me he wanted to earn a medal and get promoted again. I knew he wanted to marry Tong Lu. He died saving Zhuang Xueming, dying in my arms. Before he died, he told me that Tong Lu was pregnant and asked me to take care of them. I promised." Luo Yongnian spoke calmly, but Gu Jiangwo knew he must have been very upset inside. He had also been in the army and fought on the battlefield, so he understood Luo Yongnian's feelings at that time. Brothers who have gone through life and death together are closer than family. Gu Jiangwo didn't know how to comfort him, so he just patted his shoulder. "After I returned from the battlefield, I visited Tong Lu and told her to let me know if she needed help. Later, she asked me to pretend to marry her, giving the child a proper identity. Her parents didn't agree with her relationship with Zhou Cheng, and after Zhou Cheng sacrificed himself, they certainly wouldn't let Tong Lu keep that child. At that time, I thought I had no partner and signing a marriage certificate wouldn't matter much, so I agreed. I didn't expect so many things to happen later, or that it would involve Comrade Gu Yimin." Gu Jiangwo didn't comment on what he said. How could he? He understood that Luo Yongnian was acting with good intentions, but things got complicated because of the interference of two other people, turning into something bad. But this view was only valid if Luo Yongnian and Yimin had no connection. After finishing that story, Luo Yongnian silently peeled 2 more green onions and then said, "Looking back now, I realize I handled things poorly." He turned to look seriously at Gu Jiangwo and said, "I know I have many flaws, like being divorced. That's an unchangeable fact. But apart from that, I can change everything else for Comrade Yimin. My parents passed away early, and my grandmother died last year. I have an uncle who doesn't keep in touch much. I can say I am completely alone. I am willing to treat Comrade Yimin's home as my own. They say a son-in-law is half a son, but I can be a whole son." Luo Yongnian knows that the biggest difference between himself and Yi Qi is their background. Yi Qi is a second-generation military family member from the military district in Beijing, while his family are farmers for several generations. But this can also be an advantage for him. After marrying Gu Yimin, he can live in the Gu family home. He can treat the Gu family as his own. Can Yi Qi do that? Not to mention the complications of noble families. which can be very troublesome. If the family background doesn't match, no matter how capable Yichi is, can he stop others from looking at Gu Yimin? Gu Zhangwo understood his meaning. He liked Yimin and was willing to change his flaws for her, even to become a son-in-law. Of course, being a son-in-law isn't the nicest term, but that's roughly what he meant. Honestly, the second point is very attractive to Gu Zhangwo. He has no sons, and although he is satisfied with his 4 daughters, women are still different from men. There is a natural gap. For example, when there's a problem and physical strength is needed, having a son makes a big difference, especially one like Luo Yongnian. It's like having a strong scholar at home, which makes him feel more at ease staying in Shenzhen for so long. Having a capable and steady son in front of them gives the 4 sisters more security. Also, marrying out a daughter and bringing in a son-in-law are completely different. A daughter at home will never suffer unfair treatment. Of course, Luo Yongnian wouldn't let them marry in, but after marriage, the couple can definitely live in their family. This condition is truly tempting.
But
Yongnian, Gu Zhangwo said seriously, things are different now. It's no longer about parents' orders or matchmakers' words. My opinion isn't important. What's important is Yimin. I understand. I'm just expressing my stance and also showing Yimin my attitude. Luo Yongnian naturally knew that Gu Yimin was the key. His previous words were meant to try to eliminate Gu Zhangwo's prejudice against him, like his divorce and the previous almost fake marriage. As long as Gu Zhangwo doesn't become an obstacle for him. Gu Zhangwo patted Luo Yongnian's shoulder again. Although he didn't say anything, Luo Yongnian knew he probably had no objections to him. At this moment, Wang Yueju came back with meat. Luo Yongnian stood up, took the meat, washed it, and started chopping it into minced meat on the cutting board. He was quick with his hands and strong. Soon, the whole piece of meat turned into minced meat. Seeing Wang Yueju wash the cabbage and green onions, he took them and added them to the meat for chopping. You really know how to chop meat filling, Wang Yueju said with a smile. Luo Yongnian kept working with his hands and said, when I was a kid, my grandma made dumplings and I was the one who chopped the filling, but back then it was a meat filling. Hearing this, Wang Yueju remembered the hard times in the past. Exactly, back then we didn't use much meat for dumplings. Just adding a couple of eggs was good enough. Life was tough for everyone then. While talking about the past, Wang Yueju mixed the filling with flour. Luo Yongnian listened carefully, though he spoke little, and sometimes he could reply with half a sentence. Gu Siheng came home from school and saw her mother smiling while rolling dumpling skins, and her father was sitting with a tall man, both listening and making dumplings. School's out, Wang Yueju said to Gu Siheng. Today we're making dumplings for lunch. Oh, this is Brother Luo. Gu Siheng smiled at Luo Yongnian. Hello, Brother Luo. Is this Luo Yongnian? He looks decent, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He's not as handsome as Yichi, but he's not bad either. His manner is very different from Yichi's. Yichi is gentle and refined, while Luo Yongnian looks serious and cool. Luo Yongnian knew a little about Gu's family and guessed that she was Gu Yimin's youngest sister. He smiled at her. Hello. Gu Siheng put down her school bag, washed her hands, and picked up a dumpling skin to start making dumplings, but Wang Yueju quickly took it away. It'll be ready soon.
you don't need to make them.
Ugly dumplings aren't wanted. Go get the lunchbox. You'll deliver the food to your sister and them later. Gu Siheng pouted, feeling it was unfair to attack her personally like that. After making the dumplings and boiling them, Wang Yueju put some into a lunchbox, planning to send it to Gu Siheng's family. Luo Yongnian said he would drive and deliver it. Then, just like a few days ago, Gu Siheng climbed onto the military truck, which started and drove out of the alley. The only difference was that the driver was now Luo Yongnian instead of Yichi. Another difference was that when she got on the truck, Yichi smiled, but Luo Yongnian just looked at her. Once she sat down, fastened her seatbelt, and the vehicle started, his face remained expressionless. Gu Siheng couldn't help but tease him and turned to ask, if you wanted to put an elephant in the fridge, how many steps would it take?
What?
Luo Yongnian looked confused. He didn't expect to be asked such a random question. Are kids nowadays so unpredictable? Gu Siheng asked again, if you wanted to put an elephant in the fridge, how many steps would it take? Luo Yongnian thought seriously for a moment and said, "Why put an elephant in the refrigerator? Besides, it wouldn't fit." Seeing his serious face, Gu Siheng couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, Luo Yongnian, even without a sense of humor, knew he was being teased. He turned to look at the smiling child beside him and also smiled. "Then how do you suggest we put it in?" he asked. "Think about it yourself," Gu Siheng replied. As they arrived at the shop, there were a few customers inside. Gu Yimin and the others were busy, so Luo Yongnian went over to help. Gu Siheng leaned close to Gu Erwi and whispered, "Doesn't this scene look familiar?" Gu Erwi glanced at Luo Yongnian and said, "Soldiers usually like to work hard." Gu Siheng nodded and then reached out her hand. Gu Erwi took out $1 and gave it to her, and Gu Siheng went to buy some soda. The two of them were treated quite well. Just now, their mother also gave her $1 to buy soda. When will I be able to achieve financial freedom? Gu Yimin didn't feel much when she saw Luo Yongnian again. She wasn't interested in finding a partner right now. Some things were too complicated or unclear, and she wanted to take some time to reflect on herself. Gu Siheng returned with the soda, and the dumplings were already served. Several people sat together to eat. Since they didn't know Luo Yongnian well, and he was quiet, the atmosphere was a bit silent. Gu Siheng tried to start a few conversations, but Luo Yongnian didn't join in. So they stopped trying to include him and started talking about their own things. Gu Xueqiang said, "I just saw 2 people enter Han's shoe store. It looked like Ma Feiyue's parents. Ma Feiyue's family lives in Ma's village, not far from Shangshui village." Gu Xueqiang wasn't very familiar with Ma Feiyue, but people from neighboring villages would recognize them. Gu Erwi looked across and asked, "Didn't they go home?" Gu Xueqiang replied, "Probably went home to complain." Gu Siheng thought about Han Jingping stabbing Ma Feiyue. The cut wasn't deep, but there was blood. If Ma Feiyue's parents held on to this, would Han Jingping get scolded? Tian Huiying wasn't very perceptive about such things. Gu Erwi seemed to guess her thoughts and said, "With Uncle Han around, Jingping is fine." Talking about Han Jingping, Gu Xueqiang clicked his tongue and said, "Jingping, that kid really. He has too much going on. Why is he so busy?" Gu Yimin asked. "Jingping has a good temper after all. A boy has too many messy things in his life." Gu Xueqiang remembered the night he slept with Han Jingping and couldn't help but complain. First, Han Jingping disliked the smell in his room, opened the window for fresh air, then complained that his shoes smelled bad, took them outside, and also said his clothes were messy on the bed. Gu Siheng's 3 sisters all laughed happily. Gu Siheng even said, "Brother Xueqiang, you should learn from Han Jingping. That way, you'll have a better chance of finding a partner." "Come on," Gu Xueqiang replied. "With his fussiness, he's even worse than a girl, so it's hard to find a partner." Gu Siheng thought to herself that Han Jingping probably already received many love letters. Just then, Han Jingping and Han Jingyang brothers came in. Gu Yimin greeted them. "Have you eaten? If not, let's eat together." "Okay," Han Jingping said as he went to wash his hands. Han Jingyang went straight to the table to sit and eat, but was pulled by Han Jingping by the collar to wash his hands first. After washing, the brothers sat down. Han Jingyang seemed really hungry and started eating with chopsticks. Han Jingping looked at Luo Yongnian and paused for a moment. Gu Siheng introduced, "This is Brother Luo." Han Jingping called out, "Brother Luo." Luo Yongnian responded. Gu Siheng remembered this young boy from a fight near the gymnasium alley. He was the fiercest among them. Han Jingping took the chopsticks Gu Siheng handed him and said, "Ma Feiyue's parents came, and our house is noisy. Are you okay?" Gu Siheng asked. "My third aunt insists that my brother hurt Ma Feiyue and wants us to take him to see a doctor," Han Jingyang said angrily, then turned to Han Jingping with dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you call me that night?" Han Jingping replied, "You were asleep and couldn't be woken up." Han Jingyang looked at Gu Siheng excitedly and asked, "Little fourth, was it exciting to fight?" Since there was another outsider, Luo Yongnian, present, Gu Siheng wanted to keep her image and said, "Ask your brother." Han Jingping said, "Eat." Han Jingyang continued eating. Han Jingping said, "With my dad here, it's definitely fine." Gu Siheng and her sisters felt the same and didn't bring up the Han family matters again. After dinner, Han Jingping took Gu Siheng and Han Jingyang home. Gu Erwi wanted to give Gu Yimin and Luo Yongnian some space to talk, but was stopped by a look from Gu Yimin. Luo Yongnian stayed a little longer in the shop, but since he couldn't find a chance to speak privately with Gu Yimin, he left. He had already told Gu Jiangwo what he wanted to say, so he thought she would tell her. Indeed, during dinner, Gu Jiangwo repeated Luo Yongnian's words and then said, "I told him I respect your opinion on this matter." Gu Yimin listened in silence for a moment and then said, "I'll think about finding a partner later." Gu Jiangwo didn't think it was urgent and replied, "Okay, I'll go along with whatever you decide." After all, his daughter was still young. After dinner and washing up, Gu Yimin sat on the bed reading a book. Gu Erwi and Gu Siheng came over to watch her. Gu Yimin felt a bit helpless and said, "Just say what you want to say." Gu Siheng asked, "Comrade Gu Yimin, how are you feeling now?" Gu Yimin rolled her eyes and replied, "I don't have any feelings." Gu Erwi asked, "Aren't you touched? Mom always says that Dad used to have many flaws, but look how much she's changed him." Gu Siheng said, "Big sister, you've been attracting admirers lately. Yi Chi is also interested in you." Gu Erwi added, "Both options are good. Choosing between them is a bit difficult." "Go to bed quickly," Gu Yimin said. Gu Erwi and Gu Siheng giggled and left, giving her some private space. Gu Yimin stared at her book, but she hadn't really read a single word. She thought a lot about the things she had experienced over the years, her naive engagement to Deng Ziming, dreaming of a peaceful, happy life. Later, she broke off the engagement, and then she met Luo Yongnian. Her life after becoming an adult seemed to be stuck in emotional events. When she arrived in Lizhou, she started a business and attended night school. She met more people and learned more things. She felt her life shouldn't be like this, at least not just finding a good partner, getting married, having children, and living a simple life of daily chores. What should she do? She couldn't quite figure it out now. Anyway, her happiness in life shouldn't depend on a man. Luo Yongnian's words were good, but if she were strong enough herself, she could live well no matter where she was after marriage. She thought of Tong Lu. She hadn't loved anyone passionately, so she might not understand her feelings for Zhou Qing before. But even if she loved deeply, her heart and body still needed restraint. If Tong Lu could have controlled herself, she wouldn't have ended up where she was now. So, impulsiveness is the devil. Sending Luo Yongnian a sweater in her youth was probably a mark of her reckless spirit. She couldn't do that anymore. Now, she needed to stay calm. She was not even 20 yet. What was she rushing for? Having made up her mind, Gu Yimin turned off the light and went to sleep. After the meeting, Yi Chi and Luo Yongnian came out of the conference room, walking side by side. Yi Chi said, "You should have no problem getting the spot to study at the military academy this time." Luo Yongnian nodded. This study opportunity is very important to him. If he can go and graduate successfully, he might get promoted again. Otherwise, his military career could come to an end here. Now, the army also values education. For officers like him, who have achieved military success but only have a high school education, future promotions are unlikely. "Did you go to the Gu family today?" Yi Chi asked. Luo Yongnian nodded again. Knowing his personality, Yi Chi paused for a moment and then said, "Want to chat over there?" Luo Yongnian also wanted to talk with him, so they went to a quiet corner of the training ground. Yi Chi spoke first. "My father stayed in Shanshui town for a while. She helped my father back then. What about you?" Luo Yongnian knew he was sharing information and replied, "When I visited home last time, I happened to see her in danger, and I helped her." They paused for a moment, then Luo Yongnian suggested, "Want to run a bit?" Yi Chi agreed, "Sure." They started running around the training ground together, keeping pace with each other, not falling behind. They kept running until they couldn't go on, and then slowed to a walk. Next month's military drill is very important. "We must seize the opportunity," Yi Chi said. Luo Yongnian replied, "Same here." This chance is very important for both of them. If they perform well, Yi Chi could be transferred to the Beijing military district, and Luo Yongnian, after studying at the military academy and graduating, could get promoted directly. At their age, achieving what they have is remarkable. They are among the best in the military. Luo Yongnian admired Yi Qi, who, despite having a powerful background, had reached his position through his own strength. Both of them liked a girl, a second-generation daughter. Maybe she had already caused trouble for Luo Yongnian before, but Yi Qi hadn't. Their competition was honest and fair. Yi Qi also admired Luo Yongnian. A soldier from a humble background like him was different. Luo Yongnian was not only capable but also good at seizing opportunities. Every step he took was cautious. But Luo Yongnian's willingness to help a fallen comrade, even if it meant pretending to be married and risking offending Colonel Tong, shows his good character. After the divorce, he would definitely upset Commander Tong. Also, after the divorce, Tong Lu would be raising a child alone. How would the organization view him? A bad impression could affect his chances of promotion. Luo Yongnian knew all this, but he still did it. Whether the fake marriage was the right choice or not, his loyalty and bravery are truly admirable. They both liked the same girl. The shy one probably would give up easily, but Luo Yongnian still competed with himself. Such a person is worth seeing as a rival and also as a teammate. On Saturday afternoon, Gu Zhengwo rode his bike early to the sports school to pick up Gu Sanjing to go home. The sports school allows students to go home only once a month. This was Gu Sanjing's first time returning home since she entered the school. Gu Yimin and her two sisters had already bought her favorite foods, and Wang Yueju prepared a hearty dinner. When Gu Sanjing returned home, she saw her favorite foods on the kitchen table, and her eyes sparkled with happiness. Gu Siheng hadn't seen her for nearly a month, and although she missed her, she didn't tease her. The sisters sat together, talking and eating snacks. Wang Yueju and Gu Zhengwo were busy cooking. Soon, they saw the two little girls chasing each other and playing around. Sanjing was running around the yard with Xiao Si. The couple looked outside and then smiled as they continued cooking. Of course, Wang Yueju was the main cook, and Gu Zhengwo helped. Dinner was lively and joyful. On Sunday, Han Jingping accompanied Gu Siheng to dance class. He said he needed to go to the library so they could keep each other company. The happy part was that when they returned from dance class, they received a letter mailed by the newspaper. Gu Siheng happily ran home holding the letter, with Han Jingping smiling behind her. They entered the house one after the other. Gu Siheng was so excited that her hands trembled a little, so she handed the letter to him and said, "You read it." Han Jingping first felt the thickness and joked, "So thick, if it's money, how much would it be?" Gu Siheng rolled her eyes and reached out to the letter from him. "This is the first letter with my manuscript fee. I'm giving it to you to open, and you're not willing?" Han Jingping smiled and dodged. "Willing, I am willing." He happily opened the letter and took out a newspaper, Huagui Youth newspaper. Gu Siheng took it and unfolded it. Her novel serialization was on the second page. Seeing the words whose childhood isn't full of worries, she grinned from ear to ear. Han Jingping leaned over to look and also smiled widely. "And this?" Gu Siheng put down the newspaper and saw Han Jingping holding a remittance slip which showed 281 yuan. "That much?" Gu Siheng looked at it in her hand and roughly calculated. It should be 10 yuan per 1,000 characters. That was quite a lot, especially since a worker's salary was only about 30 yuan. "Sticky bean cake, your pen name?" Han Jingping asked while looking at the signature on the newspaper. "Yes, do you like it?" Han Jingping, "It sounds delicious." Gu Siqing ignored him and sat on the bed to do her calculations. 10 yuan for 1,000 words. If I write 1,000,000 words, that's 10,000 yuan. Then I'll have enough money to buy a courtyard house in the capital. "Why do you want to buy a courtyard house in the capital?" Han Jingping sat beside her and asked. "You wouldn't understand. This was the obsession of someone reborn." "Xiao Si," Han Jingping asked again, "do you want to be a writer in the future?" Gu Siqing shook her head and quietly whispered to him, "I want to be a pilot." "Don't tell anyone." Han Jingping was surprised. "How can you have that dream? Are there female pilots in the world?" Gu Siqing looked at the remittance slip in her hand and said, "I just think flying in the sky is very free." In her past life, she was too constrained. During her free time, she often thought that if she could choose again, she would go to an aviation college and become a pilot, soaring in the sky. There was also a letter from the editor named Yu Jianbai in the envelope, roughly saying she should quickly write the next part of her novel. Gu Xiqing carefully kept the letter and the newspaper, then pulled Han Jingping to the post office to withdraw money. Wang Yueju saw the two rushing in and out quickly, then ran out with a spatula to ask, "Dinner is ready. Where are you going now?" Gu Xiqing said as she hurried out, "Big thing, happy thing.
I'll tell you when I get back."
Before she finished speaking, she disappeared. Wang Yueju held her spatula and went back inside to continue cooking, not paying much attention to her daughter's big or happy news. What kind of happy or big thing could a young child have? Gu Xiqing sat behind Han Jingping in the car, holding onto his waist with one hand, leaning forward and saying, "I've made money. What gift do you want? Anything under 10 yuan is fine." Han Jingping smiled. "So generous?" "Of course, sister is earning money," Gu Xiqing said proudly. Han Jingping glanced at her, noticing her ponytail was loose from running earlier, and her hair was messy around her cheeks. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Little kid, who are you calling sister?" Gu Xiqing was in a good mood now and didn't mind his teasing, replying, "Tell me quickly what you want. Don't miss the chance." "Then a fountain pen," Han Jingping said. Gu Xiqing waved her hand. "Okay, a fountain pen." They arrived at the post office to withdraw the money and were asked many questions by the clerk, probably because most of the people coming to withdraw money there weren't children. Finally, they got the nearly 300 yuan in cash and, with the money in hand, headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. Han Jingping bought a 2 yuan Shanghai brand fountain pen. Gu Xihong saw that nearby there was an 8 yuan Hero brand pen and pointed, saying, "I want this one." Han Jingping didn't refuse and smiled, agreeing to buy it. "What about Erping? Should I buy him a pen too?" Gu Xihong, now feeling lucky, naturally didn't forget her little friend Han Erping. "Let's buy a notebook," Han Jingping suggested. Gu Xihong thought that was good and chose a green plastic-covered notebook with a red peony flower printed on it, looking very festive. After buying the things, they rode their bikes home. When they entered the alley, each went back to their own house. Today, Sanjing had come home, and Wang Yueju prepared a big lunch. She told Gu Yamin and others to close up and go home to eat. When Gu Xihong arrived home, her family was already busy and gathered in the kitchen. Gu Xihong went to her room, put the newspaper in her pocket, and entered the kitchen. Gu Yamin saw her and smiled, saying, "If you don't come back soon, I'll have to come find you." Gu Xihong cleared her throat, then took out a brand new stack of Detuanjia notes and said confidently, "I've made money. I'm giving everyone some." Everyone in the room was stunned by her action. Gu Xihong didn't care and handed a note to Wang Yueju, then to Gu Zhengwo, and then to Gu Yamin, Gu Yihui, Gu Sanjing, and Gu Xueqiang. "Little four, are you really giving me this money?" Gu Sanjing looked at the big note in her hand, a little overwhelmed. She had never had so much secret savings before. "Of course," Gu Xihong replied. "But I don't know if Mom will ask for it back later." "Little four, how did you get rich?" Gu Yamin asked, clearly worried. Gu Xihong smiled mysteriously and then took out the newspaper, handing it over. Gu Yamin took it, confused, asking, "Your wealth has something to do with this newspaper?" Gu Xihong pointed to the newspaper and said, "Page 2. Whose childhood isn't full of worries. I wrote that." "Really?" Everyone in the room gathered around to look. Sure enough, the stories and people described in the article resembled the children around them. After reading, everyone asked Gu Xihong how she thought of writing these things and how she decided to submit them. Gu Zhengwo, holding the newspaper, laughed happily. He said, "Our family will produce a college student. Look, little four's writing is in the newspaper. Should we go back to our hometown and burn the newspaper for our ancestors to see?" Gu Zhengwo asked Wang Yueju. Wang Yueju asked, "Do your ancestors and the Gu family know how to read?" Gu Zhengwo was speechless. Anyway, he was happy. During dinner, Gu Zhengwo even took out some wine and asked Gu Xueqiang to have a few drinks with him. At this moment, the Han family arrived, carrying vegetables. Han Dai smiled and said, "Jingping went back and told me that Xiao Xi's article was published in the newspaper. I thought this was a big happy event, so I came over to celebrate with you." I also brought some cooked dishes. Gu Jiangwo was about to show off, so he quickly took out the newspaper. Han Dei and Old Han looked at it together. Old Han said, Jiangwo, your family is about to have a college student. Gu Jiangwo wanted to hear that, but he modestly said, that girl just writes good essays. She's still far from being a college student. But your Zhengping will definitely get into college. Every parent likes to hear their child praised. Han Dei and Old Han were very happy after hearing this. The two families happily ate together. By the end, both Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei were a little tipsy. Gu Jiangwo told Han Dei, only our families need to know about Xiao Xi's article being published. Don't tell others. Han Dei solemnly promised, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It won't affect the child's studies. After the Han family left, Gu Jiangwo told the same thing to his family members, and everyone understood. After tidying up the kitchen, Wang Yueju called Gu Sanjing aside and whispered, Xiao Xi's 10 yuan. Mama's keeping it for you. When you grow up, I'll give it to you. Gu Sanjing's face fell. She hadn't even warmed up yet. Mom isn't spending your money, Wang Yueju said again. Mom is saving it for you. If you kids take so much money and lose it, what then? Thinking about losing it made her feel very upset, so she took out the money and handed it to Wang Yueju, saying, Mom, remember to keep track of it. Wang Yueju replied, okay, I will. Wang Yueju carefully put away Gu Sanjing's 10 yuan and then turned to look for Gu Sihong. Seeing this, Gu Sihong quickly ran back to her room. If she didn't, her money would be taken away too. Wang Yueju carried a hot water kettle into the room. Seeing Gu Jiangwo still leaning on the bed reading the newspaper, she smiled and said, hurry up and wash your feet. Gu Jiangwo carefully folded the newspaper and put it in the drawer. He sat on a chair, pulled on his socks, dipped his feet into the warm water, and sighed comfortably. Wife, you gave me such good children. They're all so promising. Wang Yueju knew he was drunk, but hearing this made her feel very warm inside. After a while, she said, Xiao Xi has so much money. Maybe I should go ask her to take some back. 200 or 300 yuan is more than half a worker's salary for half a year. Their family wasn't short of money now. Although a few hundred yuan was a lot, it didn't really mean much to them. But when a child has so much money, it can be easy for them to develop bad habits. Tomorrow, let her keep it for tonight, Gu Jiangwo said. Wang Yueju thought for a moment and agreed. Now Xiao Xi is happy, so better not to make her upset. The next morning, there were many things to do, so Wang Yueju forgot about asking Gu Sihong for money. Gu Sihong, who was already prepared, felt a little disappointed. At noon, after school, she asked Han Jingping to take her to the post office again to send the 4,000 manuscripts she had. The 2 sets of manuscripts totaled nearly 80,000 words. Each issue of the magazine publishes about 5,000 words, and the Huagua Youth newspaper is published weekly. These 80,000 words will be published over about 4 months. After 4 months, it will be summer vacation. At that time, she might be able to go to Kyoto and persuade comrade Gu Jiangwo to buy a house there. If her novel serials are popular, it might even be published. Then she could buy her own place. Her little plans were ticking away happily. After dinner, Wang Yueju finally called her into the room. Xiao Xi, Wang Yueju said, you're just a kid. Here, Gu Sihong handed over the money before Wang Yueju finished speaking. Wang Yueju was surprised for a moment, then took the money and said, don't worry, Mom will keep track of it. She took out a small notebook, opened it, and the top of the first page had 3 characters. Gu Sanjing. Below it, it said the date and the amount saved, 10 yuan. She turned to the next page and wrote the name Gu Xiaoxi. Gu Sihong. Can I write my full name? Seeing Wang Yueju counting the money, she said, I spent 11 on gifts for Zhengping and Erpang. Wang Yueju hummed softly without saying anything. Actually, spending 11 yuan on gifts is quite a lot, even among adults. The money was earned by Gu Sihong herself, and she spent it reasonably, so she wouldn't say anything. In fact, the family had more money now, so they didn't pay much attention to these small amounts. In the past, Wang Yueju would definitely have said something. After handing over the money, Gu Sihong continued her schoolwork and writing her novel. 2 weeks quickly passed, and she received another letter from Yu Jianbai. The letter said her readers responded very well, and the editorial office received many letters from readers asking how she was handling her work. They also suggested she give him a call, as it would be more convenient to communicate over the phone. Gu Sihong looked at the phone number on the letter, thought for a moment, and decided to give him a call. Not far from the school, there was a public phone booth. Following the number left in the letter, she dialed the phone. After 3 rings, someone answered, "Hello." The voice was mature but elegant. Gu Siching's impression of Editor Yu improved immediately. She said, "Hello, I am Gu Siching." On the other end, Yu Jianbai had considered that the author of whose childhood is not troublesome might be young because the language in the story was straightforward, even childlike. However, the childlike language was well used, adding a special touch to the story. Still, he didn't expect the author to be so young, and her voice sounded quite tender. He asked, "Hello, may I ask how old you are?" 9 years old, in 5th grade, Gu Siching replied directly. She wanted to hide her age, but knew the editor would find out eventually. Yu Jianbai was silent for a moment and then smiled, saying, "I didn't expect that the author of Sticky Bean Bun is just a 9-year-old 5th grader. I'm just writing about what I see around me," Gu Siching said. That was also why she chose this topic. Being young, she wouldn't be seen as strange for writing about such things. "I can tell," Yu Jianbai said. "Gu Siching, you are truly outstanding. It's rare for someone your age to write such good stories. I hope you will cherish your talent." He originally wanted to talk about reader letters and future cooperation, but after learning she was only 9, he couldn't help but give some advice. A child with such literary talent should be nurtured carefully. Maybe one day, a great writer will come from China. "I understand, thank you. Can you send me the reader letters?"
Gu Siching asked.
"Yes, I can do that," Yu Jianbai thought for a moment and said, "Since you're still in school and also writing stories in your free time, you probably don't have much time to read the letters. Read them when you can, and leave the rest. Writing good stories for your readers is the best way to thank them." Gu Siching knew he was giving her good advice, so she replied, "Thank you for your suggestion. I understand." Yu Jianbai saw that she was so sensible and polite, which made a better impression of her. He asked, "How many words do you plan to write for this novel?" "Just over 100,000 words." Seeing that she had a plan, Yu Jianbai thought this number was good. He said, "All right, if the response continues to be very good, we can consider publishing it. I can introduce you to a publisher then." Gu Sihong quickly thanked him. "Thank you." Yu Jianbai smiled and said, "You're welcome. I will also apply to increase your writing fee." Gu Sihong, keep working hard and also keep up with your studies. Gu Sihong thought this editor was really cute and said happily, "Thank you. I will do my best." "Goodbye then," Yu Jianbai said. Gu Sihong replied, "Goodbye." After hanging up, Gu Sihong went to school. Yu Jianbai sat there lost in thought for a while. He was wondering whether to spread the story about the 9-year-old Sticky Bean Bun. Without a doubt, sharing the story would attract more attention to whose childhood is not troublesome, and their newspaper sales would also increase. But oh, Zhongyong, it's a lesson to be learned. After thinking carefully, he decided not to spread the story. It would be better if Gu Sihong also didn't share it. Thinking of this, he immediately wrote a letter to Gu Sihong. What he didn't know was that his phone call with Gu Sihong was overheard by someone. That person was Yu Yang, who was almost sent to logistics. After hearing the call, Yu Yang went to Xia Yuan's office. Xia Yuan was also the editor-in-chief of Huagui Youth newspaper, with a powerful background. Rumor had it that her brother was a leader in a certain department, and her father was even more impressive. She was late to the newspaper office. If she had come earlier, she might have been the editor-in-chief herself. Last time, Xia Yuan helped him avoid being sent to logistics, so he decided to cling tightly to her. After listening to the phone conversation, he went to Xia Yuan's office and told her everything about Yu Jianbai and Gu Sihong's call. Was it useful? Well, it was his way of showing goodwill. After Yu Yang left, Xia Yuan picked up the newspapers from the past 2 issues and carefully read Whose Childhood is Not Troublesome. She wasn't responsible for the serial novel section, so although she knew that the novel was being serialized in the newspaper, she didn't pay much attention. Now, after reading it carefully, she thought it was really well written. The language was lively, and the story felt very realistic, as if it was happening around her. On closer look, it also had deep educational meaning, which was beneficial for both children and parents. She never expected that such a novel was written by a 9-year-old child. If this novel continues to be popular, this child will surely become famous and be recognized as a genius child nationwide. Famous. Xia Yuan kept repeating this word in her mind. After work in the afternoon, she rode her bike home holding the latest 2 issues of the newspaper. She lives in the staff housing of Renmin University. The housing complex was built just a year ago, and it is occupied mainly by teachers and their families from the university. When she reached the 3rd floor, 2 women in their 40s, who were washing vegetables in the corridor, greeted her. "You're back from work." Xia Yuan nodded and entered her home. The 2 women, noticing her cold attitude, looked a bit embarrassed and turned away. "Why so proud?" "She just came from the government compound," one of them muttered. "If she's so capable, she should stay in the government housing forever."
Exactly.
Look at Xiao Yuan duo. She keeps her tightly controlled. Xia Yuan entered her house, which has 3 rooms and a living room. Given her husband Xiao Yuan's background and their family situation, they shouldn't have been allocated such a large house. But after she spoke to a few leaders from the university, the house was assigned to their family. She went to her daughter's room and knocked before entering. Her older daughter hadn't finished work yet, and her younger daughter was doing her homework. Xia Yuan took out the newspaper, flipped to the page serializing whose childhood is not troublesome, and said, "Han Han, take a look at this novel." Xiao Yunchan paused her writing, took the newspaper and looked at it. Then she said, "It's pretty good." Xia Yuan sat beside her and softly said, "The girl who wrote this novel is the same age as you, only 9 years old." Han Chan looked a little upset after hearing this. She was pretty, good at studying, and everyone around praised her. She didn't like hearing others being better than her. "I think you can also write a novel like this," Xia Yuan said. "As long as you write it, I can get it published in the newspaper, even in a book. Then, you'll be a famous genius child across the country." Han Chan's eyes lit up, her pretty face shining with excitement. "Okay, Mom, I'll start writing right now." Xia Yuan happily patted her head and then left the room. She believed her daughter could definitely write it, and once she did, Xia Yuan would help refine it. It would be even better, more popular, and more successful. By then, her younger daughter, Han Chan, would become an even more admired genius child, gaining more fame and benefits. With this foundation, Han Chan's future would be even brighter. Of course, she also knew the story of Zhuang Zhongyong, but as long as she was around, such things wouldn't happen to Han Chan. Gu Xiqing from Kyoto naturally didn't know about this. Their family's life was steady and normal. On the first day of the lunar February, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei went to the city to buy spring clothes. They stayed there for 2 days and bought the yard they had previously looked at. The yard isn't big, about 300 square meters, and costs around 4,000 yuan, similar to houses in Lizhou. After buying the house, they each went to bring in their own goods. In Lizhou, Gu Erwi and her team took a client from the southern city. They needed to supply goods to sell there. The store had only a few items left, just dozens. Once these clothes are sold, they will start selling spring outfits. Gu Erwi told the client, "You've seen these. We only have this much left. Spring clothes will be coming soon, and we won't restock. So, these clothes are non-returnable. Previously, they could exchange or return clothes, but now the remaining items can't be returned or exchanged." Gu Erwi wanted to explain this clearly to avoid future disagreements. Zhou Rongrong looked at the clothes and asked, "Can I get a discount?" She was small and charming, with a flirtatious voice and a seductive look in her eyes, like she was teasing. Gu Xueqiang, an honest young man, had already left the store, feeling overwhelmed. Since starting her business, Gu Erwi had seen many kinds of people. Although she was seeing someone like Zhou Rongrong for the first time, She still smiled and said, because this is our last batch, and we can't do exchanges or returns, I can give you a discount. Alright, I'll take all these. How much is it? Zhou Rongrong asked, glancing at Gu Xueqiang outside and giggling. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi pretended not to notice. They checked the goods and calculated the bill. Afterward, Gu Erwi said, these items, at the original price, total 524 yuan. I'll sell them to you for 400. That's a loss for us, just to clear out the stock. But remember, no returns or exchanges. Zhou Rongrong smiled flirtatiously again, okay. She then handed over 400 yuan to Gu Erwi but didn't leave immediately. Instead, she sat in the store, saying she couldn't carry so many items and someone would pick her up later. Half an hour later, a rough-looking man in his 20s, with a suspicious aura, entered. Without saying a word, he tied the goods to his bicycle and left. Zhou Rongrong also smiled and rode away on her bike. After the goods were sold, the siblings started tidying up the house. New stock would arrive in a couple of days, so they needed to organize everything. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi joked about Gu Xueqiang, warning him not to find someone like Zhou Rongrong. Gu Xueqiang blushed. 3 days later, the new stock arrived. When she looked inside, she saw sweaters, skirts, and leggings. The styles were very fashionable, and Gu Siheng thought they wouldn't be much different from what would be popular decades later. However, fashion is always changing. This year, skinny pants are in style. Next year, wide-leg pants will be popular, and maybe the year after, skinny pants will come back again. But to Gu Yamin and Gu Erwi, these clothes seemed a bit hard to accept as fashionable. Dad's taste is really... Gu Erwi struggled to find the right words. Ahead of his time, Gu Siheng said. Gu Erwi nodded. That's what I mean. Actually, it's not that Gu Zhangwo has especially good taste. It's because most spring clothes from the clothing factory in Shunshi are like this. From their experience selling bread jackets, he thinks people in Lizhou are quite good at accepting new things. They should also be able to accept these spring clothes. Sure enough, the next day, after Gu Yamin and Gu Erwi wore the new clothes, they had already reserved 2 sets before leaving the alley. The response over the next week was very good. Since this batch was just a test, they almost sold out in a week. 3 days later, Gu Zhangwo brought back another batch of clothes. On the day he returned, Zhou Rongrong, who had previously bought their stock, came to return the goods, saying they weren't selling well and insisting on a refund. If they didn't return the money, she warned that the shop might have to close. When Zhou Rongrong entered, Gu Erwi and the others were organizing the new stock. Gu Zhangwo, who had just gotten off the train, looked exhausted and was sitting on a chair resting. Zhou Rongrong, dressed charmingly, asked her assistant to put down the goods and said flirtatiously, "Boss, I didn't sell well. Can you exchange these for others?" Gu Erwi naturally remembered her, not only because she was the one who bought their stock, but also because of her charming aura. They had agreed that goods couldn't be returned or exchanged, so Gu Erwi wouldn't give her a swap. "Sorry, we said no returns or exchanges," Gu Erwi said with a smile. It wasn't the time to get angry yet. Zhou Rongrong pursed her lips, looking aggrieved. "Did you say that back then? I didn't hear it. You return goods to others but refuse me? Isn't that unfair?" She was clearly trying to cause trouble. Gu Yamin took out the record of her purchase and said, "Your total was 524, and we took 400. You remember clearly. We told you this was the last batch, offered you a discount, but no returns or exchanges. These are your records, I don't know," Zhou Rongrong said with a smile, looking at Gu Zhangwo. "Boss, do you think I can exchange these goods?" Her smile clearly carried a teasing look. Gu Zhangwo pretended not to see and stood up, saying, "No exchange, no refund." Zhou Rongrong looked upset again. "Boss, you're bullying me. I'm just a woman. I can't do anything, so I have to let a man talk to you. My man has a bad temper. If he hurts you or kicks you out of Lizhou out of anger, don't say I didn't warn you." Gu Zhangwo frowned slightly after hearing her words. Was this a tough problem? Actually, for a few hundred yuan worth of goods, exchanging them wasn't a big deal. But doing so would mean giving in. If he lowered his stance, it might suggest he's easy to bully. What demands would Zhou Rongrong and her people make next time? So, This item couldn't be returned. Rules are rules. They can't be changed, Gu Jiangwo said. All right then. Boss, you wait here tonight. I'll ask my man to come talk to you. She sneered and turned to walk away. Gu Yimin, Gu Erwi, and Gu Xueqiang approached Gu Jiangwo, looking worried. He smiled and said, "It's okay. We'll just wait here." Originally, he thought about letting Yimin and Erwi go home tonight, and he and Xueqiang would wait here. But then he thought, these two daughters of his probably won't be just housewives cooking at the stove. They might need to go out and experience things like he did. Maybe you should talk to Zhu Qingjun? Gu Erwi suggested. Gu Jiangwo thought for a moment and said, let's see how things go first. Relationships shouldn't be taken lightly. Zhu Qingjun is the police station chief. Calling him over for trivial matters would only cause awkwardness. So, they could only wait. I'll go home and get some things, Gu Erwi said, heading out. She wanted to bring back some chili powder, which was very useful in fights. She rode her bike home quickly, just in time to pick up Gu Sihing from school. Seeing her worried face, Gu Sihing asked, what happened? Gu Erwi didn't hide anything. Mainly because Gu Sihing usually behaved differently from other kids, and when fighting, she was no weaker than the two older girls. Gu Erwi even suspected that Xiao Si often followed Han Jingping and fought with others. Hearing this, Gu Sihing also became worried. She said, get some chili powder ready and maybe a few steel bars too. They'll come in handy during fights. Gu Erwi. Xiao Si, tell me the truth. Do you often follow Jingping and fight with people? Otherwise, how could she be so skilled? Gu Sihing sighed. Could she blame her for being influenced by TV dramas from her past life? In the TV show, many gang members are fighting, and aren't they all carrying steel bars? I just think that thing is handy, and it hurts when hit, Gu Sihing said. Okay, I'll ask my dad to find one, Gu Erwi said as she grabbed some chili powder and was about to leave. Gu Sihing also wanted to go, so only Wang Yueju, who was going shopping, stayed behind. At the shop, Gu Erwi told Gu Jiangwo about preparing the steel bars. Gu Jiangwo was a bit speechless. His daughter was so violent, but he still went to prepare them. On his way back, he was also with Han Dei and Han Jingping. 8 people sat inside the house, fully prepared, looking ready for a fight. Gu Sihing sat with Han Jingping, whispering if a few women come in later, crossing their arms and arguing. That would be fun. Han Jingping said, no wonder you write stories. Your imagination is really rich. Around 8 p.m., it was already very dark outside. Outside the shop, 5 or 6 people riding bikes arrived. They stopped their bikes and staggered into the shop, surprised to see so many people inside. The leader was named Sherdafa, a short, fat man with a long scar on his face, making him look fierce and scary. He suddenly threw a bag of clothes onto the ground and sneered, change it for me. At this point, Gu Jiangwo knew he couldn't give in. These people clearly weren't good. If he backed down now, who knew what they might do next? No, we won't change, Gu Jiangwo said. Then there's nothing more to say. Let's fight. As soon as Sherdafa finished speaking, several people behind him pulled out weapons, axes, knives, and iron bars, looking fierce and threatening. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei exchanged serious looks. If these people didn't have weapons, they wouldn't be afraid. But now, inside the house, there were Gu Sihing and her 3 sisters, all girls. If anyone got hurt, it would be bad. Gu Sihing and her sisters didn't expect these people to be so openly aggressive. Looking at the situation now, if a fight broke out, they might suffer. But none of the sisters stepped back or looked scared. Things had come to this point. Being afraid was useless. Seeing they weren't backing down, Sherdafa said, my name is Sherdafa. You guys should ask around in Lizho. Who dares to oppose me, both good and bad? Honestly, I like your shop. If you're smart, just hand it over quickly. If not, the consequences might be more than you can imagine. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi, filled with lecherous and intent. Gu Jiangwo didn't expect their shop to be targeted so quickly and so openly by others trying to seize it. Actually, giving the shop to them wasn't a big problem. They were just doing business, not owning the storefront. If the shop was handed over, they could open another one elsewhere and still run a good business. But as always, He believed he shouldn't lower his head, or else he would face endless troubles. He said, I run my business legally. I don't need to ask whose name it's under. I won't give up the shop. So, what are we waiting for? Let's do it, said Shida, gesturing with his hand. The people behind him were about to rush forward. Hey, what's going on here? At that moment, Yi Chi, playing with a wooden toy gun, walked in with a smile. Yesterday, the military exercise ended. Today, Yi Chi and others were in a meeting at the military headquarters. Afterward, he drove back to the military area and passed by Gu's shop. Seeing it still open at this hour, he took a quick look inside. He was surprised to see several people holding weapons, looking fierce and threatening inside. He immediately stopped his car and approached. When he reached the door, he overheard Shida saying that no one dared to mess with him because he was both a good guy and a tough guy. Then he pulled out his toy gun and walked in. Gu Jiangwo saw him and the toy gun, and he let out a sigh of relief. He thought that the weapons in their hands probably wouldn't stand up to real bullets. Indeed, Shida, upon seeing Yi Chi, initially thought he was just a handsome soldier, nothing special. But when he saw the toy gun in Yi Chi's hand, his pupils shrank sharply. A soldier who can carry a toy gun around must be a high-ranking officer. At that moment, Yi Chi had already reached him, and he kicked him in the stomach. A kick from a military elite wasn't so simple. Shida fell to the ground with a loud thud. The people behind him quickly stepped back, their fierce faces turning into expressions of panic and submission. Yi Chi followed closely, stepping on his chest and looking down at him from above. He said, You can't handle both the underworld and the righteous world? Where's your territory? I'll send people to take it down right now. Shida had to soften and admit, it was just a joke. Society is peaceful now. There's no such thing as underworld or righteous gangs. Yi Chi chuckled softly, You talk well. I hope you remember that this isn't a place for you to mess around. Stop doing illegal things, or one day, bullets might really find their way into your head. His tone was gentle but condescending. Seeing the dark hole of the toy gun, Shida was trembling all over. He usually leads a group of people who fight fiercely against wrongdoers, so he wouldn't dare really clash with the army. I understand. I will follow the rules from now on, Shirdafa said nervously. Yi Chi stepped back. Go away. Yes, I'll leave now. Shirdafa quickly got up from the ground and ran outside, followed by his group. Little Yi, thank you so much this time. Gu Jiangwo stepped forward and patted Yi Chi's shoulder. Yi Chi put away his wooden gun. I just happened to pass by and saw it. Have you eaten? Come on, let's go home and eat together, Gu Jiangwo said as he pulled him along. Since he helped so much, he definitely wanted to thank him. Yi Chi had already eaten, but he glanced at Gu Yimin, who was talking happily with Gu Erwi, her face gentle and calm. Suddenly, he felt a bit hungry. He smiled and said, Then I might as well join you for a meal. Gu Jiangwo laughed happily and took him home. Gu Yimin and the others packed up and rode their bikes back. Han Dai and Han Jingping also went to Gu's house for dinner. Because there were many people, Wang Yueju combined 2 tables. Everyone sat together, lively and cheerful. Gu Jiangwo wanted to have a few drinks with Yi Chi, but Yi Chi needed to drive, so he had to give up. Yi Chi is the kind of person who can talk to anyone if he wants to, but most of the time he prefers not to. However, today he definitely wanted to chat. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dai are both former soldiers, so they naturally had common topics and chatted enthusiastically. Han Jingping sat next to Gu Siheng. He looked at Yi Chi and whispered to Gu Siheng, I think he has other intentions. Gu Siheng asked, You can tell? Han Jingping, what do you mean I can tell? Am I stupid or dumb? Pass me a meatball, Gu Siheng nudged him. His arm was too short to reach. Han Jingping handed him a meatball and whispered again, Big sister? Gu Siheng nodded. Han Jingping clicked his tongue, and Gu Siheng quietly asked, What do you mean? Nothing. Gu Siheng shot him a look. You think you understand a lot just because you received a few love letters? That was almost personal attack. Han Jingping whispered, I haven't even read a single love letter. Wanna see? Gu Siheng, I'm not that bored. What are you two whispering about? Gu Erwi asked. Both quickly said nothing. Gu Yimin sat quietly next to Gu Erwi, eating. Everyone could sense Yi Qi's intentions, but she, as the person involved, could feel it even more. From the moment she sat down to eat, Yi Qi's gaze kept drifting toward her, as if he couldn't pretend not to notice. But she chose to ignore it. She is no longer as impulsive as before. The distance between her and Yi Qi is too great. Their family backgrounds and knowledge are worlds apart. She might catch up in knowledge if she works hard, but her family background cannot be changed no matter what. Initially, Deng Ziming had a big advantage because his uncle worked at the county police station. His family was very proud, not to mention Yi Qi's family background. Maybe his family isn't as prominent as Deng's, but she also feels pressure and lives uncomfortably. If she loved Yi Qi very much, she might be willing to face difficulties to be with him. But she doesn't, at least not now. Now, she just wants to focus on being herself. Everything else should happen naturally. Over there, Gu Zhengwo was talking to Yi Qi about buying a house in Kyoto. Our Gu family hasn't had a scholar in generations. Now, finally, we have Xiao Si, a promising young talent. To give her some pressure, I plan to buy a house in Kyoto so she can go to university there. How much do you think a big house like ours in Kyoto would cost? Yi Qi glanced at Gu Xiaoxi, who was whispering to Han Jingping, and knew Gu Zhengwo was just making an excuse. Saying they want to buy a house for their child's education sounds better than saying they want to buy property in Kyoto because they are wealthy. He also looked at Gu Yamin, who was quietly eating porridge. Her movements didn't seem as elegant as those taught in noble families, but she still looked very nice. Yi Qi was very supportive of the idea of buying a house in Kyoto. If their whole family moved there, he would be even happier. He thought it wasn't impossible. Business can be done anywhere. Being in Kyoto would allow him to take better care of them. I'm not exactly sure about the details. A house like yours in Kyoto would probably cost around 10,000, Yi Qi said. Gu Zhengwo wasn't surprised by this number. He was mentally prepared. Property in Kyoto is naturally more expensive than in Lishio. Then help me look at 2 or 3 houses. Even bigger ones are fine, as long as they're spacious, Gu Zhengwo said, turning to Han Dai. What about you? Han Dai looked at his eldest son, who was feeding Xiao Si. After a moment of thought, he said, buy it, for the kids' schooling. All right, I'll have someone find a few options. You can choose when the time comes, Yi Qi agreed.
Good.
In June or July, the clothing season is slow. Our whole family will go to Kyoto then, and we might buy the house while we're there, Gu Zhengwo said, recalling what the clothing factory boss told him. Yi Qi nodded, promising to find good properties by then. They enjoyed a pleasant meal together. Yi Qi initially wanted to bring up the matter of Gu Zhengwo and Gu Yamin, but then decided it was better to discuss it with his family first. After tidying up, Wang Yueju returned to her room. While making the bed, she told Gu Zhengwo, Yi Qi keeps looking at Min today. Gu Zhengwo nodded. Yi Qi showed no attempt to hide his feelings. He clearly saw it too. Wang Yueju finished making the bed, took out half-knit woolen pants, and sat in bed knitting, saying, everything is good here, but the family background is too high. Plus, Beijing is so far away. If Min marries into that family, it would be a distant marriage. They are from a noble family, and so far away. If she suffers any hardship, no one will listen or support her. Gu Zhengwo went out to pour out the foot bath water, and then came back. He said, the marriage isn't settled yet. That's true. I think Min isn't very interested, Wang Yueji replied. Gu Zhengwo lay down in bed. That girl knows her limits. If this marriage really happens, we'll see then. We can't let our child suffer. Wang Yueji sighed. She always had endless worries. The next day, Gu Zhengwo didn't go to the shop. Instead, he went to the police station to see Zhu Qingjun. Although Sherdafa was chased away by Yi Qi, he wondered if Sherdafa might cause trouble again. Better to prevent problems. Zhu Qingjun wasn't busy. He led Gu Zhengwo into his office, poured a glass of water, and smiled. The oranges you and E scent are quite rare in my house. My wife hid them and only gave one to me and one to the kid each day. Gu Zhengwo also smiled. Tell your sister-in-law there's no need for that. When you go to Shensher next time, bring back a few boxes. Zhu Qingjun sat behind his desk, leaned forward, and closed the distance between himself and Gu Zhengwo. He asked, since southern fruits are so popular here, why don't you and De-yi bring some to sell? No way, Gu Zhengwo replied after taking a sip. Fruits are delicate. They take several days to arrive from the south. If they get bumped or damaged, they won't look good. We eat them ourselves, but selling them is hard. Plus, if we buy less each time, we can't cover the transportation costs. If we buy more, they might spoil before we sell them all. Gu Zhengwo and Han De-yi had considered selling fruit before, but after careful thought, they decided against it. Zhu Qingjun, who had never run a business, didn't know how complicated it was. He laughed and said, "Looks like I'm inexperienced. If anyone in your family wants to try other businesses, they can come with me and De-yi to Shunsher to look around," Gu Zhengwo suggested. From their conversation, he realized Zhu Qingjun also wanted to start a business. He understood why. The police station chief's salary wasn't high. Everyone wanted a better life. "Okay, I'll find you and De-yi when the time comes." Zhu Qingjun really had plans to start a business. He was genuinely envious of Gu Zhengwo and Han De-yi. They don't know exactly how much money they make, but seeing how they buy houses, treat guests to meals, and give gifts generously, it's clear they earn a lot. Also, his sister Zhu Qingfan sells goods from Gu Zhengwo's shop and earns as much in a day as a month's salary. Just thinking about it makes people feel excited. "Why are you here today?" Zhu Qingjun asked Gu Zhengwo. "Do you know Shirdafa?" Gu Zhengwo asked. Zhu Qingjun frowned. "Why do you ask about him? Did he cause you trouble?" Gu Zhengwo nodded and told him what happened last night, then added, "I'm just worried he might come back to bother us again." Right now, Zhu Qingjun's main concern isn't Shirdafa, but Gu Zhengwo's military friend. Someone who can carry a gun outside is definitely not an ordinary soldier, maybe not even an ordinary officer. Gu Zhengwo actually knows someone like that. Thinking this, he said aloud, Shirdafa was a big boss in Lizhou a few years ago. Later, because he offended the head of the Revolutionary Committee, he was caught and sentenced. He just got out of prison last year, and he still reports to our station every month. But he's no good at business, so why would he want to rob your shop? Gu Zhengwo also told him about Zhou Rongrong. Zhu Qingjun said, "Wait a moment, I'll have someone bring him here for questioning." Gu Zhengwo knew Zhu Qingjun wanted him to stay here, so Shirdafa would realize their connection isn't shallow. If Shirdafa is smart, he won't bother him again in the future. No matter how tough local gangs are, they fear police uniforms, especially since Zhu Qingjun is the station chief. Gu Zhengwo remembered Zhu Qingjun's kindness. Since Shirdafa had recently been released from prison, the police station kept an eye on him. Soon, they found him and brought him to the station. When Shirdafa saw Gu Zhengwo and Zhu Qingjun chatting happily, he knew he had truly stepped into trouble last night. This boss Gu not only knows officers who carry guns but also the station chief. Both are against him. "Chief Zhu, Boss Gu," Shirdafa bowed and smiled. "It's my fault for not recognizing my place. I was wrong, Boss Gu. Please forgive me." People like Shirdafa, who mix with all kinds of circles, know how to bend and stretch. Gu Zhengwo didn't say anything. Zhu Qingjun said, "When did you start doing business?" Shirdafa flattered and replied, "Me? Doing business? That person I am seeing, no, my partner is Zhou Rongrong. I don't know who encouraged her, saying that Boss Gu's business is good and that we could also make money if we took over the shop. My ears softened, so I listened to her." Shirdafa then bowed to Gu Zhengwo, saying, "Boss Gu, I'm really sorry. From now on, if you need anything, just tell me, and I will try to help." "Is there anything I need your help with?" Zhu Qingjun asked. "Go back and ask your partner who encouraged her." Yes, Director Zhu. "Even if you don't tell me, I'll ask her when I go back. That woman always causes trouble for me." Shirdafa was also upset with Zhou Rongrong. "All right, just tell Zhengwo your answer tomorrow." Zhu Qingjun waved his hand, telling Shirdafa to leave. Since they didn't fight yesterday, he couldn't arrest him now. It was almost noon. Gu Zhengwo invited Zhu Qingjun to eat. They talked and built a better relationship over lunch. On the way back, Gu Zhengwo told himself that next time he went to Shenzhen, he would bring more fruit to give to Zhu Qingjun. Shi Dafa went directly to Zhou Rongrong's house instead of returning home from the police station. Zhou Rongrong lived in a big, messy courtyard on the outskirts of Lishou. The yard wasn't big, but housed more than 10 families. Her room was only 3 square meters, just enough for a bed, with no space left. When Shi Dafa knocked, she was sleeping inside. Hearing the noise, she leaned out the window to look and saw Shi Dafa. She quickly got up and opened the door. "Dafa, why are you here? Come in quickly." Shi Dafa followed her inside. Zhou Rongrong happily asked him to sit, but before she could speak, he slapped her across the face. "Tell me, who told you that Gu's shop makes money and encouraged you to steal it and run your own shop?" Shi Dafa usually acted tough and aggressive, so his slap was strong. Zhou Rongrong's face swelled immediately. "Tell me, who encouraged you?" Zhou Rongrong was stunned. She had been thinking that Shi Dafa wanted to steal Gu's shop and run it herself, so she could get rich and no longer live in this small, damp room. "Brother Fa, what did I do wrong for you to hit me?" Zhou Rongrong cried, tears falling like flowers. Shi Dafa slapped her again. "Don't you know? You deliberately tricked me, and you still say you don't know. Tell me, who told you that Gu's shop makes a lot of money?" Even if Zhou Rongrong was slow, she knew Shi Dafa hadn't actually taken over Gu's shop. It was probably taken care of by someone else, or he wouldn't be acting like this. She knew how ruthless Shi Dafa was, so she didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything. "It's Lu Yanping. She used to run a shop next to Gu's store. She knows their business is very profitable, and she told me that if I could open a shop like that, life wouldn't be so hard. Brother Fa, I'm not doing this for myself, but for our future. If we had that shop and earned more money, you'd have more face, right? Do I consider your future? Do you think I'd let you be my wife after just a few times? Stop talking nonsense. I won't let you get what I have." Shi Dafa sat firmly on the edge of the bed and continued, "Tell me about Lu Yanping and the Gu family. What's their problem?" Zhou Rongrong explained the conflict between Lu Yanping and the Gu family. Shi Dafa got angrier and kicked Zhou Rongrong. "Even the Zhu family working at the provincial government can't handle the Gu family. Do you want me to steal their shop? Are you trying to get me killed?" He became more furious and kicked Zhou Rongrong several times before walking away quickly. Since her shop was seized by customs, Lu Yanping's life became even harder. She borrowed part of the money to open the shop, but it not only failed to make money, it also lost a lot. Now she was heavily in debt. Finding a job was not easy, and for the sake of living, she argued with her husband every day, living a chaotic life. The harder her life became, the more she hated the Gu family. Zhou Rongrong was her middle school classmate, and they hadn't contacted each other for a long time. One day, they met on the street and talked. When Lu Yanping learned that Zhou Rongrong was involved with Shi Dafa, she came up with a plan to ruin the Gu family, using Shi Dafa to deal with them. Shi Dafa was a big boss in Lizhou, and she didn't believe the Gu family could escape this time. When Shi Dafa and his men stood in front of her, Lu Yanping knew her plan had failed again. She felt both hatred and fear. She knew what kind of person Shi Dafa was. Those he targeted never had a good ending. Lu Yanping trembled like a leaf. I'm friends with Rongrong." Shi Dafa had no patience for her rambling. He waved his hand, and the men behind him rushed forward to punch and kick Lu Yanping. These men were thugs, and they had no rules about hitting women. Lu Yanping was treated the same as a man. After the beating, Shi Dafa looked at her lying on the ground like a dead dog and sneered. "Next time I'm in a bad mood, I'll come find you again." He left with his people quickly. Lu Yanping was lying on the ground, unable to stand, and only was taken to the hospital after kind-hearted people saw her. The doctor examined her and said she had 3 broken ribs and would need to stay in bed for over 2 months. Lu Yanping once again learned the hard lesson of trying to steal but ending up with nothing. The next day, Shi Dafa went to Gu's shop. This time, he didn't dare to act so arrogantly. He even dressed up a bit to look like a normal person. When he saw Gu Zhengwo, he smiled and handed him a cigarette. "Boss Gu, business is booming." Although Gu Zhengwo didn't like this kind of person, he knew he couldn't offend him. Thugs and bullies often have no morals. After taking the cigarette, Gu Jiangwo invited him to sit down. Shirdafa sat and said with a smile, "Boss Gu, I was wrong before. I was tricked by someone. With your business, even if I tried to steal it, I wouldn't succeed." Gu Jiangwo didn't seem to want to fight with him. He just smoked and said, "Brother, sure, there are many ways to do business. It's better than risking danger." Shirdafa chuckled. "Boss Gu, you're a straightforward person. I've made a friend in you." Gu Jiangwo smiled and changed the subject. "Who's behind the trouble?" "Lu Yanping." "Boss Gu, you should know her, right?" Gu Jiangwo nodded. "We had some issues before, but that's all in the past. I didn't expect her to come out and cause trouble again. Don't worry, Boss Gu. I won't let her go easily. She dared to use me as a she's brave." Shirdafa's face turned fierce again. Gu Jiangwo patted his shoulder. "All right, I understand. The shop is busy now. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal." Shirdafa smiled and stood up. "Good, next time I'll have a drink with Boss Gu." Gu Jiangwo saw him to the door. Drinking was out of the question. It was just polite talk. People like him shouldn't be offended, but they shouldn't get too close either. As for Lu Yanping, he didn't need to intervene. Shirdafa wouldn't let her go. Recently, more shops had opened around Gu's store: clothing, shoes, food stalls, and more. The area was already lively, but now it was even busier. More people came to buy things, and everyone's business improved. However, Gu's shop remained one of the top. Gu Yimin and others were very busy every day. That noon, after finishing their work, Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi were counting money at the counter when they heard a car outside. Luo Yongnian came in. Gu Yimin invited him to sit, but Luo Yongnian said, "No, I just want to talk to you for a moment." Gu Erwi and Gu Xueqiang quickly looked for an excuse to leave when they saw the situation. The shop was left with only them, and the space suddenly felt a bit awkward. Gu Yimin poured him some water. Luo Yongnian held his teacup silently for a moment and said, "I'm going to military school in Kyoto for 2 years." "That's really good news." Gu Yimin sincerely cheered for him. "Yes." Luo Yongnian tightened his grip on the teacup, then reached into his pocket and took out a small box about the size of a palm, placing it in front of Gu Yimin. "This is for you." "No, I can't accept it," Gu Yimin said. Although she didn't know what was inside the box, she couldn't accept Luo Yongnian's gift. Luo Yongnian pushed the box back insistently. "I don't have anything valuable, only this is worth giving. It also shows my feelings for you." He then strode out quickly. With his tall stature and long legs, by the time Gu Yimin chased after him, he had already gotten into his car and sped away. Gu Yimin pursed her lips, took the box back to her room, and opened it. She was stunned by what she saw inside. Gu Erwi leaned over and asked, "What is it?" Gu Yimin lowered her head and looked inside, her expression frozen. Gu Erwi directly said, "Wow, this is really thoughtful." Inside the box was a neatly placed medal, a first-class merit medal. The first-class merit medal is the highest award in the military, and it also represents Luo Yongnian's greatest honor, symbolizing his years of effort and dedication in the army. Gu Yimin felt the small box was so heavy she couldn't hold it properly. Gu Erwi reached out carefully and touched the medal, saying, "I think he's quite good." He even gave such a valuable gift, which shows sincerity. "Our dad once said that many soldiers sacrifice on the battlefield and still don't receive a first-class merit. Luo Yongnian must have endured a lot of pain and blood to earn this medal. It is truly precious." Gu Yimin closed the box and carefully put it into her pocket, her hand instinctively reaching inside to touch it again. She never expected Luo Yongnian to give such a valuable gift. Her mind was a bit chaotic. After school in the afternoon, Gu Siheng learned about this and thought Yichi would flirt and Luo Yongnian wouldn't be outdone. When he made a move, it was a big one. Gu Yimin carefully stored the first-class merit medal, then said nothing, and went on with her tasks. Gu Siheng and Gu Erwi didn't ask much. Feelings are the most complicated. Both Yichi and Luo Yongnian are good people, but it depends on who Gu Yimin chooses. Choosing different people means different lives. There's no good or bad, only what kind of life she wants to live. Life continued steadily. Luo Yongnian went to military school and never returned. Yi Qi visited once but left quickly, saying he was being transferred to the capital and was busy with the handover. Business was still good. The house was renovated after 2 or 3 months, and everything looked fresh and comfortable, making people feel at ease just by looking at it, not to mention living there. Han Dei saw the Gu family's renovation and started renovating their own house as well. So, the Han family temporarily moved to the backyard of the Gu residence. Living in the same house made it easier for Gu Siheng and the 2 Han brothers to play together. Han Jingyang was told he couldn't share a room with Gu Siheng, or he might end up sleeping on her bed. One day, Han Jingyang brought a newspaper and pointed to a section, saying, "Look, copying you. So shameless." Gu Siheng took the newspaper and read it. It was the Huawei Youth Literature newspaper, and Han Jingyang was referring to a serialized story called Growing Pains. Gu Siheng carefully read the story. It was clear that it was imitating her story, whose childhood is not troublesome. She thought it was normal. Her story was becoming more popular among readers. According to Yu Jianbai, their newspaper's sales increased a lot because of her work. In this situation, it was strange if she wasn't being copied. The story Growing Pains was well written, with smooth sentences and a beautiful style. From a writing style perspective, it was completely different from hers. To show she was a 9-year-old girl, Gu Siheng intentionally used simple language and even childish words in her writing. Compared to her story, whose childhood is not troublesome, she thought both had their strengths. Her story was closer to children's minds, while Growing Pains was more dramatic. But another article below the story gave her some thoughts about Growing Pains. It praised the author, Ceylon, whose real name was Xiao Yunhan, a 9-year-old student from a scholarly family who was outstanding from a young age, and so on, all full of praise. Gu Siheng didn't care much about Xiao Yunhan's background or her supposed excellence, but she doubted her being only 9 years old. The writing style of Growing Pains definitely wasn't from a primary school student. Even an average adult probably couldn't write like that. Could it be ghostwritten? But that didn't matter to her. At this moment, the summer family gathering at the Kyoto Government Hall was filled with laughter. An elderly man in his 60s sitting at the main seat was smiling while reading a newspaper. He said, "I didn't expect little Henin to write such an article at her age. Your grandfather also mentioned that our summer family once had someone who passed the imperial exams. I didn't think that in Henin's generation, another star of literature would emerge." Xia Yunhan sat there proudly, smiling. She liked being called a member of the Summer family. Summer Yuan also looked proud and said with a smile, "I didn't expect this child to have such talent in writing." "Yes, you should nurture her well," said Grandma Summer from her seat. Summer Yuan took a sip of tea and said, "Mom, don't worry. I will definitely support her strongly. We can't let her talent go to waste." Grandma Summer nodded with a smile. "But I think that whose childhood is not troublesome is even better. The story feels like it's happening around us," said Summer Mingzhi, puckering his lips. He is the same age as Xia Yunhan, but their relationship is not good at all. He is from a branch of the Summer family, while Xia Yunhan is a granddaughter of the Summer family, yet she always looks down on him as a family outsider. Another child sitting beside Summer Mingzhi also said, "I also think whose childhood is not troublesome is better." Xia Yunhan's happiness faded. She looked cold and pouted without speaking. Summer Yuan was also unhappy. Of course, she didn't show it on her face like Xia Yunhan. She smiled and said, "Whose childhood is not troublesome is also very good. Henin is still young, and there's room for improvement." After she helped Xia Yunhan publish her story Growing Pains in the newspaper, Xia Yunhan received a lot of attention and praise. She quickly contacted the Writers' Association and was soon to become the youngest member. However, Growing Pains was often compared to whose childhood is not troublesome. Many people said that Growing Pains was not as good as the other story. This made her feel bad, and also jealous. She even had the idea to make whose childhood is not troublesome disappear completely. Summer Mingzhi's mother felt a bit awkward. They were from a branch family, living under the main family. Summer Yuan, though married out, still couldn't defend them. After exchanging a few awkward words, she took her disobedient son and left. Once she left, the other relatives of the Summer family also departed. After the outsiders left, Summer Yuan sat beside Grandma Summer and asked, "I heard that the Yi family came to probe?" Grandma Summer nodded. "Ying is only 20 and still in school. We don't need to rush. Yi Chi is a good kid, but the Yi family is a bit complicated." Summer Yuan's eyes brightened as she asked, "What do you think of Lulu?" "I think Lulu and Yi Chi are quite. If you're only thinking about Lulu, don't pay attention to this," Grandma Xia said. "I'm worried that Ying might be upset if she goes to the Yi family, and Lulu is even more unlikely. Lulu is surnamed Xiao, not Xia. It's not that we won't support Lulu, but if more issues come up in the future, supporting her might make her life harder." Summer Yuan felt unhappy after hearing Grandma Xia's words and looked upset. She said, "You're showing favoritism. What's the difference between your granddaughter and your step-granddaughter? You're just biased toward Ying." Grandma Xia felt a bit cold and replied with a serious face, "As an old woman nearing the end of my life, who can I support? The Yi family liked Ying because of your father and brother's influence. Lulu and Ying are different in status. You may not want to admit it, but it's true. Yi Chi's stepmother is not easy to deal with. If Ying married into that family, she might be cautious of us and not dare to do anything. But Lulu? Even a little disrespect could lead to uncomfortable, unspoken issues." "I understand," Summer Yuan said, though she felt quite resentful inside. She had suffered enough from being married off low, and she didn't want her daughter to marry low. "I'm only thinking of Lulu," Grandma Xia said earnestly. "I know," Summer Yuan replied perfunctorily. Grandma Xia sighed helplessly. After a few more words, Summer Yuan left. Soon after, the daughter-in-law of the Xia family, Feng Hailan, came back and sat down to chat with Grandma Xia. "I just visited my mother and told her about the Yi family's visit to gauge the situation," Feng Hailan said. "My mom also said that although Yi Chi is good, the Yi family isn't a good place to go." Grandma Xia sighed. Everyone could see the truth, but Summer Yuan couldn't. She turned to Feng Hailan and said, "Our children don't need arranged marriages to benefit the family. Our girls should live happily and comfortably without any grievances. The Yi family isn't suitable." Feng Hailan nodded. "You and my dad both love Ying. Girls should be loved properly," Grandma Xia said, her voice a bit weak. Seeing her look upset, Feng Hailan knew she was thinking of something sad, so she started talking about her son. "The college entrance exams are coming soon. His homeroom teacher said if he performs normally, he will definitely get into Kyoto University." Grandma Xia was happy to hear that. "We shouldn't put too much pressure on him. I wouldn't dare. We almost treat him like an ancestor," Feng Hailan replied. Summer Yuan returned home with her daughter. As soon as she sat down, Xiao Yunhan picked up a cup from the coffee table and suddenly threw it on the ground, startling Summer Yuan. "Why did you do that?" Summer Yuan shouted at Xiao Yunhan, who was crying. "I'm just angry. Why do they all say that whose childhood is not troublesome is good? Mom, tell the newspaper not to publish her novel anymore. I don't want to see it, not at all." Summer Yuan pulled her daughter to sit beside her.
"Not this time.
The novel has already been published, and the newspaper cares a lot about it. But if she wants to publish more articles, the newspapers in Kyoto won't accept her. That is the power of influence. Why make her young daughter famous early? Because she doesn't have a powerful father. If Xiao Yuhua had a high-ranking and influential husband like her brother, she wouldn't have to worry so much. If your family background isn't good, you need talent and fame to make up for it. That's why she wanted her daughter to become famous early. The sooner she becomes known, the sooner she can take control and promote her daughter's talent and beauty. All right, if she writes more novels, she definitely can appear in any newspaper in Kyoto, Xiao Yunhan said. Okay. Summer Yuan agreed seriously. She wouldn't allow anyone to suppress her daughter. Yi Chi drove back to the military compound. He had been transferred to the Kyoto military district for half a month and had been busy. Today was the first time he had free time to go home. His car stopped in front of a 2-story small building, and he honked the horn. A young man in military uniform came out to open the door. He was his father's guard. The car drove into the yard, and a woman in her 40s with a refined appearance came out of the house. Seeing Yichi, she smiled gracefully. Yichi is back.
Come in quickly.
Your father keeps talking about you every day. This was Yichi's stepmother, Lu Yuzhen. Yichi also wore a polite smile, but it felt distant and cold. He just nodded at Lu Yuzhen and went into the house. His polite manners as the eldest son were perfect, but also made him seem somewhat aloof. Lu Yuzhen pretended not to see and followed him into the house. Watching Yichi enter the study, she picked up the phone and dialed a number. In the study, Yichi sat opposite Yi Xingjian. Yichi talked about his work, and Yi Xingjian gave some advice. After discussing work, Yi Xingjian asked, "How is that girl Gu Yimin doing now? Does she have any demands?" "Of course, she will have to repay us." Yichi mentioned Gu Yimin, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He said, "Dad, I like Gu Yimin. I want to live with her in the future." His tone was firm, and Yi Xingjian knew his son's personality. Once he decided something, it couldn't be changed.
But
Yi Xingjian thought for a moment and said, "Your eldest sister thinks that Xia Jingtian's daughter, is a good match for you." She mentioned it to him, but the old lady of the Xia family didn't agree, nor did she oppose. She is probably still considering. Why didn't she discuss this with me before doing it? Yichi raised his voice, full of anger. Usually he was gentle, but at this moment, he was very upset. "She's doing it for your good," Yi Xingjian explained. "Our families are well matched, and the Xia family has good traditions. Also, Xia Qingzong and Xia Jingming hold real power. If our families unite strongly, your future will be better." Yichi was holding back his frustration, unsure how to express it. He stood in front of Yi Xingjian, looking down at him. "I joined the army in Lizhou without your influence, and I've reached where I am now. Doesn't that prove I don't need a so-called marriage alliance?" Yi Xingjian, wise and experienced, was not angry at his son's questioning. Instead, he spoke kindly. "I never said you must marry through an alliance. You're grown up, already at the regiment level. Who can influence your marriage now? I'm just explaining the situation. But if you like someone, I don't oppose it. Men fight outside, and when they come home, they want to see someone they like. I understand that." "I can understand that." Yiling pushed the door open and entered. She looked at Yichi with a serious face and a commanding tone. "Later, I will go to the Xia family and make arrangements. You will meet Xia Ying. If you like her, then you should like her." Yichi almost laughed out of frustration. Despite his high emotional intelligence, he felt stifled and wanted to vent. He looked at Yiling and said, "I'm grown up now. You don't have the right to control me anymore."
Yichi.
"When Mom gave birth to you, she had a difficult delivery and passed away. I raised you little by little. Now you're telling me this?" Yiling's eyes welled with tears, and she added, "Who am I doing this for? Do you think I want to be the bad guy?" Yichi took a deep breath to calm himself. "Sister, let's go to my room and talk." Yi Xingjian watched his children avoid him to speak privately. He couldn't help but feel sad. When did his two children become so distant from him? Yichi and Yiling entered the room and sat down. Yichi poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Yiling. Then they looked at each other silently. He said, "Sister, I know you are doing this for my own good. It's my fault that you had to suffer so much under her." The her refers to the stepmother, Lu Yuzhen. Yiling is a strong person who rarely cries, but at this moment, in front of her younger brother, she drops her tough exterior and becomes soft. Her eyes glistened with tears as she said, "You were raised by me since you were little.
How can I not care about you?
I also want you to be with the person you like, but are you sure you can protect her?" Yichi lowered his head without saying anything. Yiling continued, "When you were 5, I went to my grandmother's house and didn't take you along. When I came back, you were burning with a fever and unconscious. At the hospital, the doctor said if we had brought you later, you might have been burned so badly that you would have lost your mind. How did you get such a high fever? It was winter and you were outside playing sweaty. She made you take off your clothes to cool down and gave you cold soda to drink. When you were around 14 or 15, she started trying to set you up with someone. If I had found out too late, you might be a teacher now, having lots of children and living a simple life. Why didn't I get to go to college? Why did I marry your brother-in-law? You know all these things yourself. She is clever, and our father favors her. We suffer under her, but we can't find any proof. Do you think the girl you like can survive under her? Don't say you can protect her. You're always in the army. How can you protect her? Yichi, if you really like her, let her go. Don't let her fall into our family's trap. Yichi forced a smile. I'm just a fire pit in your words.
Yiling şuruk.
Well, there's nothing we can do. Our mother died early, and our father, confused, married us a stepmother who's scheming and cruel. Yichi was silent for a moment. Sister, we're grown now. She can't really hurt us anymore. At worst, we just won't come back. Actually, it wouldn't be hard to deal with Lu Yuzhen physically, but the key is that our father, Yi Xingjian, supports her. You can stay away for years. When you say you're busy with work, try having your wife stay away for years. See if she dares to do that. She'll spread the news all over the city that you're unfilial. Yiling had fought with Lu Yuzhen for so many years and knew her tricks well. Yichi, Yiling added, Xia Ying is the best match for you. She has the backing of the Xia family, so she's confident. Don't think Lu Yuzhen dares to do anything to her. If she does, Xia Ying can fight back. Then our dad won't have anything to say. Can the girl you like do that? Being a military wife isn't easy, especially in our family situation. She could have had a peaceful life, but you insist on pulling her into this. Yichi, you can't be so selfish. Your selfishness might ruin a girl's life. Yichi took out a cigarette and lit it. Seeing this, Yiling felt sad. I received a call from Lu Yuzhen. She asked me to come because she wanted us to argue and make Dad angry. She's good at this kind of trick. How long do you think the girl you like needs to get used to her constant schemes? Yichi remained silent, smoking. Yiling continued. You should have met Xia Ying. She's beautiful, no need to say more. The Xia family doesn't have ugly people. She's straightforward and honest. I can't guarantee she's as skilled as Lu Yuzhen, but if someone tries to bully her, she'll fight back immediately. If she's not bullied, you won't have to worry about the family. That kind of life is more peaceful. Yichi put out his cigarette. I understand. Don't go to the Xia family again. I don't think they'll agree. Yi Zhitian, who only has one daughter, is known to be very caring. Anyone who truly knows their family situation wouldn't agree to it. When Yichi and Yiling were young, Lu Yuzhen's tricks weren't very clever. But Yi Xingjian was often in the army and didn't have time to know about their sibling situation. As they grew older and faced hardships, Lu Yuzhen was too busy with her own life and stopped bothering them. In recent years, life improved. Lu Yuzhen's son grew up and started to compete for resources and things, so she began to act again. Yichi had been in Lizhou these years, but Yiling's life was the hardest. Because of Lu Yuzhen's schemes, Yiling married a high school teacher. Although he was a good person, he was not as well off as their family. The good thing was, her husband was honest and caring, and they were living a decent life. That was Lu Yuzhen's cleverness. If she arranged for Yiling to marry a villain, Yi Xingjian would never agree and would investigate thoroughly. But her husband, despite his poor background, was decent, so Yi Xingjian, even if angry, agreed. Lu Yuzhen wanted their siblings to have no helpers, which is why Yiling wanted Yichi to marry into another family. Thinking about all these years, Yichi felt a heavy pain in his chest. He was too weak as a child to fight Lu Yuzhen. Later, he went to military school and joined the army. To succeed without relying on Yi Xingjian, he focused entirely on his work. During those years, his sister's life must have been tough. Big sister, I am now a senior battalion officer and have been transferred to Kyoto. Our dad is over 60 and about to retire. If he doesn't give me his resources, who will he give them to? Yilei? Yichi sneered, thinking she was just a decorative pillow. Only Lu Yuzhen believed her son was perfect in every way. Therefore, Yichi continued, we don't need to be afraid of her now. Even if you argue with her directly, it won't affect me. Yiling wasn't as optimistic as Yichi thought. She said, Lu Yuzhen is very clever. She won't do anything to you now, but what about your wife? I tell you, even if you bring your wife along with you in the army, she can still stir up trouble. That's why I want you to find a wife from a good family. If it's Xia Ying, Lu Yuzhen would dare to make a move, but Xia Jingming would never let her get away with it. Lu Yuzhen's most promising older brother works under Xia Jingming. Big sister, do you think I'm so useless in your eyes? Yi Qi asked. Don't worry, live your own life peacefully. I've grown up and I can handle her now. How will you handle her? Yiling asked. Yi Qi, what does she care about the most? Yiling thought for a moment and said, Yilei, her position as Mrs. Yi and her family. Yi Qi smiled. That's all I need. Just wait and see. Yiling also smiled. Are you paving the way for the girl you like? Yi Qi, big sister, wasn't I powerless before? Otherwise, why would I keep her until now? Yiling felt a little better. It seemed her brother had found someone he liked and hadn't forgotten his sister. The brother and sister talked for a while, then left Yi Qi's room one after the other. At the door, Yiling stopped and said, I still insist on my opinion. Yi Qi didn't respond. He knew that whatever he said now was useless. Only by resolving Lu Yuzhen's issue could they reach an agreement about whether to marry or not. After leaving, Yiling was still the strong-willed person she always was. Yi Xingzhan and Lu Yuzhen sat in the living room. Seeing Yiling about to leave, Lu Yuzhen stood up and smiled. Yiling, you're leaving? Stay for dinner first. I'll cook your favorite dishes later. Yiling didn't look at her and simply said, No, I'll go home to eat. Yi Qi grabbed his car keys and headed out, saying, I'll take my sister home. The brother and sister left one after the other. Lu Yuzhen said, Did I do something wrong? When I saw Yi Qi come back, I thought they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so I called Yiling to come over and meet him. But I saw they both looked unhappy. She spoke with a smile on her face, but anyone who saw her smile could sense a hint of helplessness and grievance. Yi Xingzhan patted her hand and said, I'm not angry with you. Yiling wanted to introduce a match for Yi Qi, but he didn't agree. Lu Yuzhen responded, Speaking of which, Yi Qi is already at the age of marriage. They are siblings who get along well, so the girl Yiling introduced to Yi Qi must be the best. Why didn't Yi Qi agree? Yi Xingzhan believes his wife is kind and pure and genuinely cares for Yi Qi and Yiling, so he said without suspicion, Didn't I tell you that when we were in Shanshui town, a young girl saved me? Lu Yuzhen nodded. Yes, you said you wanted to thank her properly, but you couldn't find her. Yi Xingzhan smiled. It was fate that Yi Qi met her. He liked that girl. Lu Yuzhen's face lit up with happiness. Our Yi Qi is willing to risk everything to repay your kindness. Yi Xingzhan laughed loudly, then sighed and said, Yiling mentioned that the daughter of the Xia family is indeed more suitable. I plan to retire in a few years. This family needs Yi Qi to support it. If we could arrange a marriage, it would be better for him and for our family. Lu Yuzhen's eyes flickered slightly when she heard Yi Xingzhan say that Yi Qi would support the family in the future. Then she smiled and said, That's true, but Yi Qi likes that girl, so it's a difficult choice. Yi Xingzhan sighed again. Let Yi Qi decide for himself. I will do my best to help him before I retire, and after that, he will have to rely on himself. You should also think about our Xiaolei. Lu Yuzhen sighed softly. Xiaolei isn't as capable as Yi Qi. You should consider him more. I know this might seem selfish, but as a mother, who doesn't think for her children? Yiling is also always thinking of Yi Qi. Yi Xingzhan wasn't angry at her words. As a stepmother, if she always favored Yi Qi and Yiling, he would be worried. He simply liked her and preferred to speak openly about her thoughts, without secret schemes. Everyone is selfish. Lu Yuzhen's concern for her biological son is perfectly normal. You insisted on him joining the army, but he's not suited for it, Yi Xingzhan said. The army values strength. No matter how much I help him, I can't make him complete tasks or be the top of his class. Without my help in Lizhou, he would be a battalion commander at 27. That's rare nationwide. That's what makes him suitable for the military. Although Yi Xingzhan is shrewd outside, he speaks openly in front of Lu Yuzhen. One reason is trust, and the other is that he doesn't need to hide anything because Lu Yuzhen depends on him for her livelihood. Lu Yuzhen lowered her eyes briefly. No stepmother likes hearing that her husband's children are better than her own, especially when she hears it from her husband himself. But she can't show her displeasure because her role is to be gentle, pure, and understanding. She must keep her image intact. Yes, Yilei isn't as talented as Yi Qi, Lu Yuzhen said as she stood up and gently massaged Yi Xingzhan's shoulders. But because he's not as talented, I want to help him more. Yi Xingzhan nodded. You should persuade him to retire. After retiring, I will find him a good job that will support him for life. While I'm alive, I'll protect him. When I'm gone, what about Yi Qi? Don't worry, even though Yi Qi isn't close to you, you don't have major conflicts. When Yilei faces problems in the future, Yi Qi will definitely help. Lu Yuzhen felt a pang in her heart. Standing behind Yi Xingzhan, she took a deep breath and smiled as she spoke. I'll listen to you. I also know that Yi Qi is honest and straightforward. I will rely on him in the future. Yes, I like that you understand things clearly, Yi Xingzhan said comfortably, closing his eyes. Don't say, I favor one over the other. If Yilei had half of Yi Qi's ability, I would train him strongly too.
Sigh. Who does this child take after?
Always so ambitious. Lu Yuzhen stood behind him, taking another deep breath, feeling almost suffocated by her frustration. Yi Qi didn't come home until very late. He didn't want to stay in this house at all. Outwardly, everything seemed peaceful, but inside, it was full of tension and conflict. He entered the living room, where Lu Yuzhen was pouring a glass of milk into the bedroom. She was good at pretending, taking care of Yi Xingzhan meticulously. Seeing Yi Qi, she smiled slightly. You're back. Dinner has been waiting for you with your dad. Yi Qi nodded without looking at her and went upstairs to his room. His indifference made Lu Yuzhen very annoyed, but she couldn't complain. Yi Qi had always treated her this way, and Yi Xingzhan knew it. She hated that Yi Qi was so outstanding, overshadowing her son. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel so frustrated. After washing up, Yi Qi sat on the sofa by the bedroom window, took out a cigarette, and silently smoked. Today, Yiling told him he couldn't be so selfish and to let Gu Yimin go, but he didn't want to. Since childhood, he knew that if he wanted something, he had to fight for it. This time, he decided to be selfish. It's just Lu Yuzhen. He used to be unable to touch her, but now he could. If he took her down, she wouldn't be able to do anything. The best way was to get her to divorce the old man, but that seemed quite difficult. Once he finishes cleaning the house, he plans to confess his love to her and then propose to the Gu family. He believes he can make Gu Yimin happy. Lu Zhou Gu Xiqing is in 5th grade and about to take her middle school entrance exam. Wang Yueju was not very nervous at first. In the village, children's exams usually didn't concern adults, especially since Gu Xiqing's studies had always been smooth. But Sixiani's mother had already started preparing early. She insisted that the TV be turned off from 1 to 7 p.m. and the whole family should be kind and gentle to Sixiani to avoid affecting his mood and his exam results.
Wait.
Wang Yueju also started to feel nervous. Recently, Gu Xiqing had become the family's big panda, very precious. But she was a bit awkward and just wanted the exam to be over quickly. Today, Gu Xiqing was taking her entrance exam. As the family's big panda, she was treated especially well today. She was gently awakened by Wang Yueju. Xiao Si, wake up. Mom made your favorite fried dough sticks. Gu Xiqing sat up in bed, scratched her head, and said, my favorite food is meatballs. Pft, pft, pft. Today you can't say meatballs, Wang Yueju quickly said. Meatballs, meatballs. If you eat meatballs this morning, your exam might be ruined. Gu Xiqing dressed and said to Wang Yueju, don't learn from Aunt Sue. She has no confidence in Sixiani and relies on superstitions. But we still want good luck. Today, you must eat 1 fried dough stick and 2 eggs to score 100 points, Wang Yueju said. Gu Xiqing got out of bed and said, I think you should wear a cheongsam today. Wang Yueju was a bit confused. What do you mean? Wishing for victory at the start. Gu Siqing said as she headed out. Wang Yueju thought for a moment and said, I'll talk to Aunt Sue about this later. It's a good idea. Gu Siqing wondered, will that dramatic Aunt Sue really wear a cheongsam for good luck? After leaving to wash up, she saw her toothbrush already had toothpaste on it. After brushing her teeth, her older sister smiled at her with a comb. Xiao Si, come here. I'll comb your hair. Gu Siqing clicked her tongue twice. This treatment was truly the highest standard in their family. Her sister braided 2 pigtails and then took a red plastic headband to put on her. Gu Siqing quickly said, I don't want it. She really didn't like these plastic headbands or hairpins. But Gu Yimin thought it looked nice and said, it looks great on me.
See?
Gu Siqing turned her head to look at her and saw that her older sister's hair was loose today, with a thin pink headband. She matched her pink floral dress perfectly, giving off a very youthful vibe and looked very pretty. But she herself couldn't accept wearing it on her head, so she said, I always feel uncomfortable with this headband. It affects my exams. Gu Yimin quickly took off the red headband and said, then I won't wear it. For breakfast, Gu Siqing really ate a fried dough stick and 2 eggs. After eating, Han Jingping and Han Jingyang arrived. Gu Siqing sat on Han Jingping's bicycle to go to school. On the way, she told the brothers about her treatment, and Han Jingyang was very jealous. At the school gate, she saw Sixianyi, who was wrapped in his mother's love. When he saw Gu Siqing, he hurriedly broke free from his mother's hold and ran over, making Gu Siqing very happy. I'm really tired of my mom, Sixianyi said. Gu Siqing replied, don't be afraid. You'll be back to normal treatment tomorrow. The day after the exam, Gu Siqing's treatment returned to normal. She felt a bit disappointed but more comfortable. The exam results would come out in 2 weeks. Her father said that once the results were out, their family would go to Kyoto. They would play and buy a house at the same time. It was midsummer now, and the clothing season was over. The store had few customers these days. After selling the remaining 100 or so pieces of clothing, they planned to close for a while. The story whose childhood is not troublesome was nearing its end. The day before yesterday, she received a letter from Yu Jianbai discussing publishing matters. 2 publishers in Kyoto wanted to publish whose childhood is not troublesome. Gu Siqing replied, saying she would go to Kyoto soon and would discuss everything in detail then. That day, Gu Yimin received a letter from Luo Yongnian, sent from the military school. He was a quiet person, and even in his letter, he only wrote half a page, including his address and phone number, mentioning that he was doing well at the military school and had lost contact afterward. Gu Yimin held the letter with mixed feelings, laughing and crying. She guessed that the letter was probably just to give her his address, and since he was doing well at the military school, he might have felt awkward just writing the address, so he added the rest. She kept the letter and didn't plan to reply. If he had a chance to get his medal, she would return it to him. She really didn't want to talk about feelings now. At night school, she met many women who worked but still studied hard. Some were married, some were not, but all of them aimed to improve themselves, become better, and more independent. Although newspapers often say women can hold up half the sky, many women around me still rely on men. Even though I have a formal job and can be financially independent, I still depend on men mentally.
Why?
Because I am not yet good enough and can't break free from my own mental limits. To truly live as myself, I need to become better. I know very well that both Yi Qi and Luo Yongnian like me mainly because I look good. I don't believe I have other qualities that make them like me. Appearance is the most superficial thing. Over time, everyone gets tired of looks, and as we age, we all become women with wrinkles. What's important is a person's inner qualities. I come from a rural area and only finished middle school, so what inner qualities do I have? Love and romance can be put aside for now. Being young is the best time to learn more. I think about the impulsive act of sending Luo Yongnian a sweater before. Oh well, I won't mention it. Is Wang Qiuyue going to take the college entrance exam this year? Gu Yimin asked her friend Gu Erwi. Wang Qiuyue is their classmate in the night school. Gu Erwi thought for a moment and said, it seems so. She went to high school for half a year, but then the school stopped classes, so she didn't continue. She learns faster than us. Gu Yimin thought deeply after hearing this. Gu Erwi saw her silence and asked, "Do you want to take the college exam too?"
Do you want to?
Gu Yimin asked her. Gu Erwi shook her head. Compared to going to college, she more wants to run a business and make money. I want to try it when the time comes, Gu Yimin said. Wang Qiuyue is already married with children and still taking the college exam. Why can't I do it? Gu Erwi gave her a thumbs up. If our dad knew you had this idea, he would be so happy he couldn't sleep. He dreams of having a college student in our family. Gu Yimin smiled along with her. Their dad really talks about her taking the college exam every day. If she gets in, it will be a big surprise.
Don't tell anyone yet.
I'll tell you after I register. Gu Erwi nodded. I will definitely keep your secret. Once she decided to take the college entrance exam, Gu Yimin started to gather study materials. She bought many helpful books from the bookstore and studied every spare moment. She studied so hard that Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju probably noticed. Soon, her plan to take the exam couldn't be hidden anymore. Gu Zhengwo was so happy he smiled all day, and Wang Yueju even exempted her from all household chores to give her more time to study. At night, during rest, Wang Yueju said to Gu Zhengwo, "Maybe we should hire an assistant for the shop and let Yimin focus more on studying." Gu Zhengwo nodded after listening. All right, let's discuss with the sisters tomorrow. The next day, Gu Zhengwo discussed hiring staff with Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui. Both sisters thought it was fine. However, they couldn't hire anyone immediately because the shop was about to close for the day. Still, they could give a hint now so they could find someone faster later. Gu Xiqing's exam results for her transition to middle school came out quickly. As expected, she was the top student in the whole school, scoring perfect marks. Wang Yueju smiled and said, "See? Eating fried dough sticks with 2 eggs really works." Gu Xiqing thought, "Isn't it because I'm good at studying?" Never mind, her mother was happy, so that was the most important. After the exam results, they prepared to leave for Kyoto. Gu Zhengwo contacted Yi Qi by phone beforehand, and Yi Qi said he would pick them up when the time came. Although Gu Zhengwo found it a bit troublesome, they didn't know anyone in Kyoto, so there was no other choice. In Kyoto, after hanging up, Yi Qi went to his study and told Yi Xingjian about it. Yi Xingjian valued the Gu family coming to Kyoto. "Arrange for them to stay at our house," Yi Xingjian said. "We never got a chance to thank that young girl before. Now we have the chance. We must not treat her poorly." Yi Qi didn't want the Gu family to stay at his house, especially since Lu Yuzhen was still there. He didn't want Gu Yimin and her family to find out about his complicated situation. "Arrange for them to stay at the People's Hotel," Yi Qi said. "Their family is large and our house has few rooms, so it's not convenient." Yi Xingjian thought for a moment and agreed. "Then have them come over for dinner. I need to sincerely thank Gu Yimin and her parents." "All right, I'll arrange it." Yi Qi nodded slightly and looked outside with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He was sure Lu Yuzhen was eavesdropping outside. He deliberately raised his voice a little and said, "I found a few houses. When the time comes, let them choose." Yi Xingjian tapped his fingers on the table. "How about giving a house to that girl, Gu Yimin?" Yi Qi understood what he meant. He wanted to repay the favor quickly, but from what he knew about Gu Yimin and her family, they didn't really care about that so-called life-saving kindness, let alone want a house. He replied, "No need. They can afford to buy a house themselves. Giving them one might seem like we're looking down on them."
Yevingyan nodded.
"You handle it as you see fit." They exchanged a few more words. When Yi Qi left, Lu Yuzhen had already gone outside. He turned right and went upstairs. After climbing 2 steps, Lu Yuzhen's voice sounded behind him. "Did you do something to my brother?" Yi Qi turned around and looked down at her calmly. "Yes."
"Why?"
Lu Yuzhen twisted her face, her expression fierce like a wolf, no longer the gentle look she usually had. Since Yi Xingjian wasn't here, she didn't need to pretend to be innocent and gentle. Yi Qi saw her reveal her true nature and smiled faintly. "You haven't forgotten what you did to me and my sister, have you?" Lu Yuzhen clenched her fists, her eyes fierce, but to Yi Qi, it was nothing. He curled his lips and turned away, saying, "Be careful, or there will be a next time." Lu Yuzhen was angry and wanted to scream. Just then, the study door opened, and Yi Xingjian came out. What are you standing there for? Nothing. I asked Yi Qi what he wants for dinner. He didn't answer, and went upstairs. At that moment, Lu Yuzhen returned to her innocent and gentle look. Yi Xingjian showed no suspicion and said, he has to return to the army later.
You don't need to worry about him.
Lu Yuzhen walked over and linked her arm with his. The 3 kids often don't come home. When they do, I want to cook something nice for them. Yi Xingjian smiled and patted her hand. Yi Qi and Yi Ling have that temper. Don't mind it. Lu Yuzhen smiled. They're just kids. Why should I mind? As she spoke, she helped Yi Xingjian sit down, sighed, and asked, can you really think of a way to help my brother? Her older brother, Lu Yuliang, was reported for accepting bribes a few days ago. The evidence was solid, and he had been dismissed for investigation. Now she was sure it was Yi Qi who did it. But she didn't dare tell Yi Xingjian, or her past actions might be exposed. When Yi Xingjian heard her mention Lu Yuliang, his face darkened. Bribery was a serious taboo in both military and political circles. He said, let me handle it. Those involved in accepting bribes are careless. The government gave you a house, a car, a good salary, and social status. If you still accept bribes, it's your own fault if you're investigated or dismissed. So, Yi Xingjian wouldn't interfere with Lu Yuliang's situation. My connections are all in the army. I can't do anything, he said. Tears welled up in Lu Yuzhen's eyes. Yi Ling should have a good relationship with the Xia family, or she wouldn't be probing their secrets. Yi Xingjian stood up and said sharply, Yuzhen, you should know my temper. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it. Now, your job isn't to ask me to save Lu Yuliang, but to tell your family to be more careful in the future. After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Yuzhen was almost furious. Yi Qi and Yi Ling thought she was cruel, but they didn't consider why she did those things. If Yi Xingjian truly cared about her, she wouldn't feel so insecure. She also wanted to be a kind and beautiful woman, but reality forced her to do harsh things because if she didn't fight for herself, she would have nothing. Look at her, acting for so many years and scheming for so long, but in the end, it was all for nothing.
How could she be satisfied with that?
She calmed her mind and cooked Yi Xingjian's favorite dishes. After apologizing, Yi Xingjian finally looked pleased. Sometimes, she really couldn't understand Yi Xingjian. Maybe he cared about Yi Qi and Yi Li, but he never noticed all she did. If he didn't care, he would have given the best to Yi Qi after dinner. Lu Yuzhen asked, I just heard Yi Qi say something about buying a house. Is he planning to buy one? Yi Xingjian sipped his tea and casually said, it's the Gu family who wants to buy it. Oh, the house in Kyoto must cost at least 10,000. Lu Yuzhen didn't believe the Gu family was paying for it themselves. She was sure Yi Xingjian and Yi Qi were the ones paying. That's over 10,000 yuan. Yi Xingjian's monthly allowance was only 383 yuan, and in 2 years, he hadn't even saved 10,000. Spending so much at once was like hurting himself. It was probably Yi Qi's idea. He wanted to get money from Yi Xingjian. She used to think Gu Yimin was just a girl from the countryside, and if Yi Qi married her, that would be good. She wouldn't have to spend her own money. But now, she realized she couldn't let her into the Yi family. Gu Yimin was Yi Xingjian's savior. If she married in, Yi Xingjian would surely favor her everywhere, and Lu Yuzhen would have even less status in the family. They were about to leave for Kyoto. The sports school didn't have a summer vacation. Gu Zhengwo didn't want the whole family to go out, so he kept their third daughter at home and only asked for leave from the sports school for her. When Gu Sanjing found out they were going to Kyoto, she was so happy. She jumped up. The Han family also wanted to buy a house, but only Han Dei went to Kyoto. The others didn't go. Gu Siqing asked Gu Zhengwo why, and he said Han's business couldn't do without people. In this season, clothes and shoes were out of season, and the Han brothers usually weren't busy in the shop. Gu Zhengwo seemed reluctant to say more, so Gu Siqing didn't ask further. She just asked what gifts they wanted and promised to bring some from Kyoto. Han Jingping and Han Jingyang didn't know what was in Kyoto, so they told her to just pick things for them. Traveling from Lizhou to Kyoto by train takes about 2 days. Gu Zhengwo bought a sleeper ticket in advance, so the journey was quite comfortable. Gu Zhengwo had already told Yi Qi the train details before they left. When they arrived at the station, they saw Yi Qi standing at the exit. He was dressed in military uniform, tall and handsome, with a remarkable presence. Among the busy crowd, he was the most noticeable. Gu Yimin's gaze briefly lingered on him before she looked away. Yi Qi's eyes immediately went to her. She wore a light blue dress, and her loose hair fluttered in the wind as she moved, making her look youthful and lively. Yi Qi was a bit captivated, but he managed to look away and greeted Gu Zhengwo. "Uncle Gu, are you tired from the trip?" Gu Zhengwo laughed. "Not tired. I slept in a sleeper. Thanks for coming to pick us up." Yi Qi said it was no trouble and then led everyone to the parking lot. He brought 2 cars, his own and a car for Yi Xingjian. Gu Zhengwo, Wang Yueju, and Gu Yimin sat in Yi Qi's car, while Gu Xiqing, Gu Erwi, Gu Jing, and Han Dei rode in the car driven by Yi Xingjian's security guard. "My dad wanted you to stay at our house, but the rooms are a bit tight, so I booked a few rooms at the People's Hotel," Yi Qi said while driving. He saw Gu Yimin looking out the window with curiosity and added, "I took a few days off. When we get to Kyoto, I'll take you around to see the sights." Gu Zhengwo, having served in the military, knew how hard it was to get leave, so he asked, "Won't that interfere with your work?" Yi Qi quickly replied, "No, I still have leave." Gu Zhengwo didn't say anything more. "I found 5 houses to buy. 2 are near the Forbidden City, and they're quite suitable in size, though a bit expensive. When we get there, you can compare them." Yi Qi mentioned the houses. Gu Zhengwo asked, "How much are the houses near the Forbidden City?" "One is about 600 to 700 square meters, priced at 15,000 yuan. The others are cheaper, around 10,000 yuan, Yi Qi explained. Gu Zhengwo hesitated. The difference was 5,000 yuan, which was a significant amount. But even without knowing Kyoto well, he knew that being near the Forbidden City was a prime location. "I'll think about it," Gu Zhengwo said. Yi Qi understood that buying a house was a big decision and that he needed to consider carefully. He didn't know how much money the Gu family currently had, but based on his and Yi Xingjian's allowances, they couldn't casually buy a house. In the back seat of the car, Gu Xiqing also leaned against the window, looking at the scenery outside. Compared to decades later, Kyoto was much simpler back then, but it showed a sense of honesty and lacked the noise and restlessness of future times. Many people decades later said that society then was not as good as in the 1980s, with less gap between rich and poor and less pressure in life and spirit. In fact, nowadays, stress is all in people's minds. Life conditions are better decades later, and if she could choose, Gu Xiqing would still prefer to live in the later times. The People's Hotel was one of the best hotels in Kyoto. Even Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei, who often traveled south, had never stayed in such a fancy hotel. After settling in, Yi Qi told them to rest first. Tomorrow, he would come to pick them up for dinner at his house. Gu Zhengwo wanted to refuse, but Yi Qi said Yi Xingjian wanted to thank Gu Yimin face-to-face, so he could only agree. The hotel had a restaurant. When they went inside, they saw that everyone was dressed carefully, behaved politely, and even one table had 2 foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes. In such an environment, only Gu Xiqing and Gu Sanjing felt more at ease. The others were a bit nervous. It was their first time in such a fancy place, and they were worried about doing something wrong and being laughed at. Fortunately, their clothes were decent enough to boost their confidence. At this moment, Gu Xiqing and Gu Sanjing had already reached the food buffet area. Gu Sanjing saw many unfamiliar dishes and felt her mouth watering. "Little fourth, I want to eat all of these. What should I do?" Gu Sanjing whispered. Gu Xiqing leaned close to her ear and said, "If you take too much, you won't finish it and people might say you're wasting food." Gu Sanjing looked at the dishes with reluctance and nodded. Seeing this, Gu Xiqing said, "Anyway, we're staying here for several days. 2 dishes each meal, and by the time we leave, we've tried everything." Gu Sanjing was happy to hear that and learned to pick dishes with a plate like others. Gu Jiangwo and the others saw that the two little ones were so relaxed, so they also became more at ease and started choosing food with their plates. Kueizhou doesn't seem to have a hotel like this, Gu Erwi whispered after sitting down with her food. Gu Xiqing looked at her. Could it be that her second sister was thinking of opening such a hotel in Kueizhou? If they started a chain of hotels now, it wouldn't be impossible. But they weren't ready for that yet. At least, they didn't have hotel management experience. She thought this, but then heard Gu Erwi say, such a hotel must be very expensive. It wouldn't be suitable to open in Li County. Gu Xiqing took a sip of porridge and whispered, this should be state-owned. Gu Erwi had no idea about opening such hotels in Li County. She didn't even have that concept, or rather, she didn't dare to think about it. After eating, everyone returned to their rooms. Gu Jiangwo shared the details of several houses Yi Qi had found, then asked, which house do you think we should buy? Wang Yueju thought for a moment and said, I think we should buy a cheaper one. After all, it's all in Jingdu. But Gu Erwi said, I think the house near the Forbidden City is better, the location is good. We don't need to spend that 5,000 yuan. Han Dei also wanted a house near the Forbidden City. Gu Yimin said she was okay with any place. Gu Sanjing kept eating dried fruit. There were many kinds of dried fruit here and they were really delicious. Gu Xiqing looked at everyone and said, just buy them all.
We can afford it anyway.
Gu Xiqing felt she could now understand the feelings of those newly rich people. Buying everything they liked, showing off their wealth and acting spoiled. It's really satisfying. Of course, she wasn't truly rich. The real boss was her father, Gu Jiangwo. She really wanted to tell him, Dad, just experience what it's like to be newly rich for a bit. But in the end, she organized her words and said, Dad, the houses are just sitting here. They won't run away. Maybe buying them could even make us money later. Gu Jiangwo thought about their savings and her words, but finally couldn't decide and said, let's wait until we see the houses. Even though they were earning money now, spending several thousand yuan at once still made them feel a bit heartbroken. When the conversation was almost over, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The four sisters shared a room. Gu Xiqing and Gu Yimin slept on one bed, Gu Erwi and Gu Sanjing on the other. After washing up, Gu Xiqing sat cross-legged on the bed and said, I think Dad should buy a few more houses. One for Mom and Dad, and one for each of us four. Gu Yimin got into bed and asked, why do we need so many houses? Gu Xiqing leaned forward and whispered close to her, let me give you an example. When you get married someday and your husband has no house, you can live in your house. If you argue one day, you can confidently tell him, this is my house, and you can leave. Isn't that great? Gu Yimin. Gu Erwi. Gu Sanjing. Gu Xiqing ignores their expressions and says, if big sister-in-law has a house, you can live there. One day, if you argue, you can proudly say, old. I have a place to stay, big, nice, and spacious. I won't come back anymore. Isn't that great? Gu Yimin. Gu Erwi. Gu Sanjing. Gu Xiqing continues, see how confident that sounds. A house is our confidence.
Fourth sister, who did you learn this from? Gu Yimin asks.
Gu Xiqing lies without guilt. Si Tianyi said his mom told his dad that way. Both Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi think Aunt Sue, who is quite dramatic, could do such a thing. But it does sound pretty exciting. Gu Erwi leans against the bed and says lazily, your idea is good, but we probably won't live in Jingdu in the future. Gu Xiqing, why are you so good at finding loopholes? Whatever happens, having a house in Jingdu makes us more confident, Gu Xiqing adds. If Dad asks for advice again, we'll say we want to buy 5 houses in Jingdu. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi exchange glances. That's several houses, worth tens of thousands of yuan. They need to think carefully. Let's see the house first, Gu Erwi says, and Gu Yimin nods. Gu Xiqing sighs. She even wants to buy a whole street with her confidence, but the money isn't hers to control. Lying on the bed, she thinks about how to make money, whose childhood troubles could be published. If, decades later, a book sells well, the author could earn quite a bit. But she's not sure what publishing will be like in this era. Based on her analysis of book prices in this time, whose childhood troubles should be priced around 3 yuan. If she gets a 10% royalty, That's 3 mao per book. If it's distributed nationwide. She wonders how many copies it could sell across the country. If it sells hundreds of thousands of copies, she could earn tens of thousands of yuan in royalties. She hopes these are not just her daydreams. Before falling asleep, Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi keep thinking about what Gu Siqing just said. Whether in the village or in Lizhou, they've never seen a woman as confident as she described. But thinking about it still feels pretty good. Gu Sanjing puts the leftover dried fruit under her pillow, planning to bring it to her friends when she goes back. There was no conversation overnight. Early the next morning, Yiqi arrived and discussed the itinerary with Gu Zhengwo. They decided to visit the houses first, then go to the Yi family for lunch. The houses Yiqi chose were all well located. Gu Siheng roughly estimated that, although these 3 houses were not next to the Forbidden City, they were still within the Third Ring Road. These houses are connected, Yiqi said as he got out of the car and spoke to them. Most people in this alley work at the cotton spinning factory. Recently, the factory built new worker housing and many residents in this alley have moved into those new homes. The new houses need renovation, and since the old houses are just sitting here, we thought about selling them to renovate new ones. As they spoke, they entered a courtyard bustling with activity. Several families were busy moving. They saw a young couple, probably in their 20s, arguing. The wife, with a frown, complained, "Why are they bringing these furniture pieces into the new house? The new house should have new furniture." The husband, looking helpless, replied, "Why are you nagging? Do you have money to buy new furniture?" The wife said, "The house is going to be sold, right? Once we sell it, we'll have money." At this moment, they noticed Gu Zhengwo and Yi Qi's group. The wife whispered to her husband, "Are they the ones buying the house? Their clothes and appearance look pretty good. Why would they buy a house like this? It's better to buy an apartment." She spoke with a sense of superiority. The husband responded, "They're from out of town, not factory workers. Where would they get an apartment from?" His tone also carried a strong sense of superiority. Gu Siheng listened to their words and thought to himself, in a few decades, they'll be crying in the bathroom. This courtyard has 6 households. Their houses are already sold, and they'll be moving out soon, Yiqi said. The courtyard covers over 500 square meters, and they offered 10,000 yuan. The property and land certificates can be combined later. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei looked around the house and felt it wasn't as good as their house in Lizhou. But they knew they were in the capital city. Even a blade of grass here was more valuable than in Lizhou. Gu Siheng didn't pay much attention to this house. In fact, buying it didn't necessarily mean living there. What mattered most was its appreciation potential. Living in an old courtyard might not be as comfortable as a modern community with complete facilities, but it was more valuable. After viewing this house and 2 others, they found the situation similar. They couldn't decide immediately which one to buy and needed to go back and think carefully. Leaving there, they visited 2 more houses near the Forbidden City. The area next to the Forbidden City was different. Alleys were cleaner and more orderly, and the buildings were exquisite and simple. In the past, people living in such places were all high-ranking officials and wealthy people. When they entered a house, it was always clean and tidy. Yiqi said, "The owner of this house is a friend of mine from childhood. He needs to sell it quickly because he's going abroad and needs money." Gu Zhengwo and the others were satisfied with the house. The neighboring house looked similar. Yiqi knew they couldn't decide right away, so he said, "Think about buying the house first. Now, let's go home for dinner." Han Dei felt it was not good for him to go along, so he made an excuse that he had something to do and left early. The military district compound is one of the power centers in the city, so security is very strict. When the car was about 1,000 meters away from the compound, there were hardly any ordinary pedestrians. Entering the compound required registration. Name, age, workplace, proof letter, and other details were checked carefully. Once everything was verified, Yiqi signed his name and was allowed to pass. The car slowly drove into the compound, and they saw a team of armed soldiers marching in neat rows. They were patrolling soldiers. After 2 or 3 minutes, the car stopped in front of a courtyard with a 2-story small building. Yiqi pressed the horn, and soon a woman in her 30s, wearing an apron, opened the door with a smile. The two cars entered the courtyard one after the other. On the steps stood a man in his 60s, tall and energetic. Next to him was a woman in her 40s, with delicate features and a gentle demeanor. Gu Jiangwo and the others got out of the car. Yi Xingjian approached without any airs, smiling and shaking hands with Gu Jiangwo. "Are you Gu Yimin's father?" he asked. Gu Jiangwo smiled and greeted him. "Yes, hello, sir." Yi Xingjian laughed heartily. "No need to be so formal.
We're family now."
Gu Jiangwo called his wife and daughter forward to greet Yi Xingjian. Seeing that Gu Yimin's four sisters all looked quite attractive, Yi Xingjian patted Gu Jiangwo's shoulder and said, "Brother Jiangwo, you are really lucky." Gu Jiangwo was a bit nervous when he heard him call him brother because Yi Xingjian was about 60, while Gu Jiangwo was less than 40, a whole generation apart. In terms of status, they were also not on the same level. But since he was addressed that way, he could only accept it. "I mean, do you still remember me?" Yi Xingjian asked with a smile, looking at Gu Yimin. Gu Yimin stepped forward and smiled. "I remember. You look even more spirited than before." She was a little nervous, as Yi Xingjian was no longer the Yi Xingjian from Shanshui town, but a high-ranking military leader. But she tried to hide her nervousness and appeared quite natural. Yi Xingjian was very pleased with her and also satisfied with how the Gu family members behaved. It seems that the relationship is not quite suitable, but this family connection can still work. "Don't stand outside, come inside and talk," Lu Yuzhen said with a smile as she walked over to Wang Yueju. She had to admit that the women in the Gu family were all quite attractive. Wang Yueju, however, was almost 40, but still looked charming. No wonder Yi Qi was interested in Gu Yimin. Men are often attracted to good looks. "You are really lucky. All your children are handsome," Lu Yuzhen said with a smile to Wang Yueju. Wang Yueju smiled and replied, "Sometimes they can be quite mischievous." Wang Yueju followed Lu Yuzhen into the house, but her mind was turning over many thoughts. The lady of the family looked much older than Yi Qi, so she probably wasn't his biological mother. Stepmothers and stepsons often don't get along well, but this lady was smiling so kindly. She wasn't sure if she was genuinely happy or just pretending. Family relationships are complicated. When Yi Qi was with Wang Yueju, he suddenly seemed to lose some points. The meal wasn't ready yet, so everyone sat on the sofa in the living room chatting. Mostly, Yi Xingjian was sharing stories from his days in Shanshui town and expressing his gratitude to Yimin. Lu Yuzhen sat quietly beside him, smiling gently. Gu Yimin sat next to Wang Yueju and could feel Lu Yuzhen occasionally glancing her way. Although Lu Yuzhen kept smiling, she didn't seem to be showing genuine kindness. After chatting for a while, someone else entered. About 30 years old, tall, with features somewhat similar to Yi Qi, probably his sister. As soon as she came in, her eyes fell on Gu Yimin and Hui with a look of scrutiny. Gu Yimin immediately felt uncomfortable. Yiling's gaze lingered on Gu Yimin and Hui for a moment before she smiled and greeted the Gu family. When she recognized Gu Yimin, she took her hand and said, "Thank you so much. My father has been talking about you all these years." Gu Yimin felt a bit embarrassed by her enthusiasm and smiled, saying, "It was Uncle Yi who helped me first." Yi Xingjian chuckled and said, "Compared to your gratitude for my help, what I did was nothing." At that moment, the housekeeper announced that dinner was ready, and everyone went to the dining room. Because there were many people, the big table was full. They ate and talked while eating. Lu Yuzhen looked at Wang Yueju sitting beside her and asked, "I heard you're planning to buy a house in Kyoto?" "Yes, for the kids' future schooling," Wang Yueju replied. She usually didn't boast about her children but joked, "The Gu family hasn't produced a scholar in generations. My husband just wants to give her some pressure, since she does well in school. But she might not even get into college." Gu Siqing felt like laughing after hearing this. "Mother, your words sound very much like a nouveau riche." Lu Yuzhen naturally didn't believe her and thought that the Gu family was teaming up with Yi Qi to divert Yi Xingjian's money. "Which house did you like?" Lu Yuzhen asked. Yi Qi found a few houses and were considering which one to buy. Wang Yueju replied. Hearing this, Yi Xingjian said, if we buy, let's get the one near the Forbidden City. It's a bit expensive, but the location is good. Yi Qi had told him that the Gu family was in the clothing wholesale business. Although Yi Xingjian didn't do business himself, he knew a little about it and believed the Gu family could spare over 10,000 yuan. Gu Zhengwo also thought the house near the Forbidden City was good and said, let's go with the boss's suggestion and buy the one near the Forbidden City.
Ye Vingyan nodded.
For the paperwork, if Yi Qi is busy, I can ask my security guard to help. Buying a house involves many procedures and without connections, it could take a long time. Gu Zhengwo agreed. Seeing them settle on the house, Lu Yuzhen was worried because it cost over 10,000 yuan. They had saved for years just to gather that much money. They absolutely couldn't let Yi Qi take away so much at once. She smiled and said to Wang Yueju, although Xingjian's allowance isn't small, over 10,000 yuan is still a lot. It's hard for us to come up with that much. You don't understand the expenses of this family. What are you talking about?
Ye Vingyan interrupted angrily.
Lu Yuzhen's eyes instantly filled with tears. Xingjian, I'm just telling the truth. We don't have much savings, and giving them over 10,000 yuan for a house, how will we live in the future? Yi Xingjian was furious. When did he say he would buy a house for the Gu family? Just as he was about to scold her, the little girl from the Gu family, who had been quietly eating, spoke up. Our family has money. We didn't ask your family to pay for a house. Gu Sanjing was a bit unhappy and continued, counting on her fingers. Little Fourth said, we want to buy 5 houses. My parents get one, and the 4 of us get one each. If Uncle Han's family also buys that many, they get 1 house, Uncle Han and Aunt Han get 1, Brother Jingping and Second Fat get 1 each, total of 3. Our 2 families together will have 8 houses. After speaking, she looked at Yi Qi, who found fewer houses. Everyone. Gu Siqing thought to herself, I come from a wealthy family, proof of being a nouveau riche. Gu Sanjing's words made the room fall silent. Yi Xingjian is a proud person and felt like he was about to lose face. He desperately wanted to find a hole to hide in. Lu Yuzhen felt even more awkward and found it hard to believe. How could the Gu family be so rich? Weren't they just a bunch of country folks? Buying 5 houses cost 5 or 600,000 yuan. 5 or 600,000. What a huge amount. Her monthly salary was only 38 yuan. If she saved every penny without eating or drinking, it would take over 100 years to save that much. After marrying Yi Xingjian, she had felt proud of her life, except during those turbulent years. Now, a child's words had shattered her confidence completely. Even more surprising was Yi Ling. She wasn't as wealthy as the Gu family, but she didn't envy them. Everyone has their own way of life. Wealth doesn't always bring happiness. Moreover, even if the Gu family was rich, she still disagreed with Yi Qi and Gu Yimin's marriage.
Yi Qi wanted to laugh.
He had met Gu's youngest daughter and knew she was clever and lively. He never expected the 3rd child to surprise him so much. Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju also felt a bit embarrassed. They did have some money, but openly talking about it seemed like showing off. They really wanted to keep a low profile. Child, Xiaoxi was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Wang Yueju gently scolded Gu Sanjing. Which grade is she in? Yi Xingjian asked Gu Zhengwo with a forced smile. She goes to a sports school, Gu Zhengwo replied. Last year, the coach from the school looked at her and said she had some talent in diving, so she transferred there. That's good. Kids should develop their strengths. Yi Xingjian thought of his younger son, Yi Lei. He clearly wasn't suited for the military, but Lu Yuzhen insisted on sending him there. His performance in the army was terrible, always making a fool of himself. Thinking of this, he grew even more dissatisfied with Lu Yuzhen. He hadn't realized it before, but now he saw she was short-sighted and greedy. But even if he was unhappy with her now, he had to hold back and wait until the Gu family left before acting. Otherwise, he would be the one to embarrass himself. The rest of the meal became a bit awkward. Fortunately, Yi Qi found topics that interested Yi Xingjian and Gu Zhengwo, and in the end, the meal was barely acceptable. After eating, Yi Xingjian, Gu Zhengwo, and Yi Chi sat by the tea table, drinking tea and chatting. Wang Yueju sat on the sofa in the living room with her 4 daughters, talking with Yi Ling and Lu Yuzhen. Lu Yuzhen is truly capable. After what just happened, she still managed to smile and speak kindly to Wang Yueju. Yi Ling sat beside Gu Yimin, exchanged a few words with her, and when she saw Yi Chi, who was talking with Gu Zhengwo, leave the room, she smiled and said to Gu Yimin, I have something I want to talk to you about alone. Let's go to our room. Gu Yimin didn't think they had known each other long enough to need a private conversation. But since she had already spoken, and as a guest, she felt it was polite to agree, so she stood up and followed Yi Ling to the room. Gu Erwi and Gu Sihing saw the two go inside and exchanged glances, but said nothing. They understood that the Yi family was not at peace. Letting the eldest sister get closer to the Yi family members might make her more likely to make a choice. Wang Yueju, who was talking with Lu Yuzhen, shared this same idea. Inside the room, Yi Ling poured a glass of water for Gu Yimin, and they sat facing each other. Yi Ling held the cup, looked at the young girl in front of her, less than 20 years old, full of youthful energy, like a flower bud about to bloom. Not only Yi Chi, but even she liked her. But liking her didn't mean she was suitable to marry into their family. First, I want to thank you again for helping my father back then. Without your help, we wouldn't be where we are today. I truly appreciate it, Yi Ling said sincerely. Gu Yimin was smart enough to realize that Yi Ling's words weren't just about gratitude. She smiled and replied, I didn't do much. Uncle Yi helped me first. Yi Ling could tell that the young girl genuinely didn't hold the life-saving favor in her heart. She sighed and said, You really are a good girl, but you and Yi Chi are not a good match. Gu Yimin was stunned by her words. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Ling added, For 2 people to be together, social status and background are very important. I don't look down on your family, but you should understand the big gap between your family and ours. Yi Ling's tone and expression were deliberately proud, meant to humiliate the young girl. Gu Yimin felt a sense of shame. She didn't think her background was bad, nor had she ever considered what might happen with Yi Chi. Why did Yi Ling speak to her with such attitude?
Yeah.
Listen to me first, Yi Ling said with a hint of disdain. I heard from Yi Chi that you only finished middle school. Do you know what level Yi Chi has achieved? He graduated from high school and attended a military academy, excelling in all subjects. Having joined the army and through his own efforts, he became a regiment-level instructor at age 27. Do you think your middle school education is enough to match him? Will you have common topics in the future? You are inferior to him in background and education. What other advantages do you have? Looks? In the upper circles of Kyoto, beautiful women are common. They are just toys for men.
You.
Comrade Yi Ling, Gu Yimin suddenly stood up, her face cold as ice. Don't you think it's strange to say these things to me? I've met Yi Chi no more than 5 times, and we talk for less than 10 minutes each time. We are just ordinary comrades. Why are you telling me this? Your Yi family is noble and our family is from farmers. But today, we came as guests invited by your father. Don't you think it's rude to treat guests like this? Is this the quality of your noble family? Your whole family is chaotic. I even think your family doesn't match mine. What nonsense. Gu Yimin got up and headed for the door. At the doorway, she heard Yi Ling say again, You won't run out crying to complain, will you? That would be so childish. Gu Yimin turned back with a cold smile. Are you afraid I'll go out crying? Yi Ling shrugged. Do you think I'd be afraid? Gu Yimin ignored her, pushed the door open, and left with no expression on her face. Although she was furious and wanted to complain, what good would it do? At most, Yi Xingjian would scold Yi Ling, and everyone would feel awkward. Yi Chi was chatting with Gu Zhengwo, but kept watching the door of Yi Ling's room. When he saw Gu Yimin come out with a calm face, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried Yi Ling might say something bad. The incident with Lu Yuzhen today was expected. He deliberately let Gu Yimin see only a small part of Lu Yuzhen's coldness. But she definitely didn't want Yi Ling to say anything bad about Gu Yimin. That's his older sister. He wouldn't treat Yi Ling the same way he treats Lu Yuzhen. Gu Yimin sat next to Wang Yueju, noticing her face wasn't looking good. Lu Yuzhen was still holding her hand and smiling happily, as if telling Wang Yueju, Mom, it's getting late. Let's go home. Wang Yueju wasn't happy talking with Lu Yuzhen. She looked back at Gu Sihong. Gu Sihong understood her meaning and stood up, walking toward Gu Zhengwo. He then stood beside him and said, Dad, didn't you say you'd take us out to play this afternoon? Gu Zhengwo immediately understood his little daughter's intention. He smiled and said goodbye to Yi Xingjian. Yi Xingjian also had something on his mind. He was thinking about how to scold Lu Yuzhen after Gu's family left. I'll prepare some things. You all take them and don't refuse. They're for Isin, Yi Xingjian said as he got up. Gu Zhengwo wanted to be polite, but Yi Qi had already gone to move things, so he could only give up. Yi Xingjian and Gu Zhengwo walked outside together. Lu Yuzhen and Yi Ling stayed behind with Wang Yueju and Gu Yimin. Gu Erwi, Gu Siheng, and Gu Sanjing went ahead to the door. Seeing Yi Qi loading things into the car, Gu Erwi went over to help. There were quite a few boxes, several large ones. Yi Qi put them in the trunk, and Gu Erwi bent down to help him carry a box. They worked well together. Just as they finished loading everything, a surprised voice came from afar. Gu Erwi? Gu Erwi turned around and saw a young man in a leather jacket and jeans, with curly hair, walking over. It was obviously Zhang Zijuan. Zhang Zijuan jogged over, looked at Gu Erwi, then at Yi Qi, and then at the two families happily chatting inside. His face suddenly showed a look of grievance. He looked at Gu Erwi and asked with a hint of accusation, You told me we are not from the same social background, but you're a perfect match with him? Zhang Zijuan pointed at Yi Qi. Gu Erwi was speechless. What is this all about? Then Zhang Zijuan said again, I think you just discriminate against me. Not wanting to embarrass herself, especially with Yi Qi standing nearby, Gu Erwi pulled Zhang Zijuan's arm aside and whispered, What are you trying to do? Zhang Zijuan looked at Yi Qi again and said softly, You just discriminate against me. Gu Erwi asked, What did I discriminate against you for? She found it all very confusing. Since arriving in Kyoto, this person seemed even more childish. Is it because you dislike that I have no job and look down on me as a spoiled rich kid? Zhang Zijuan glanced at Yi Qi and whispered, Actually, he's not much better than me. You really know yourself well. Gu Erwi lowered her voice too. Don't ruin my reputation. I have nothing to do with Yi Qi. I have no relationship with you either. As she was about to leave, Zhang Zijuan blocked her and asked, When did you come to Kyoto? Where do you live? Gu Erwi looked up at him. Why should I tell you? Honestly, this guy's curly hair actually looked pretty good, much more handsome than before. If you don't tell me, I won't let you go. I'll make others think we are not related, and neither you nor Yi Qi will succeed, Zhang Zijuan said, thinking his idea was very clever. I stay at the People's Hotel. Gu Erwi pushed him away and left. Zhang Zijuan squinted at Yi Qi, their eyes meeting. Zhang Zijuan raised his chin, tossed his car keys, and turned to leave. Yi Qi didn't know Zhang Zijuan well, but he had heard about him, mostly bad things. People said he was lazy, idle, and not as good as his two older cousins. Seeing him bothering Gu Erwi, Yi Qi said as she approached, That Zhang Zijuan. He's not someone who works hard. He usually didn't speak badly about others, so he chose his words carefully to be somewhat polite. Gu Erwi knew Yi Qi meant well and smiled, saying, I know, thank you. At that moment, Gu Zhengwo and others came over. Everyone got into the car. Gu Yimin deliberately didn't sit in Yi Qi's car. Yi Qi watched her get into the security guard's vehicle, frowning slightly. When they arrived at the People's Hotel, Gu Zhengwo and the others got out. Yi Qi smiled and said to Gu Zhengwo, Uncle Gu, I want to talk to Yimin for a few minutes. Gu Zhengwo looked at his daughter, paused silently, then nodded. Everything needed to be clear. This trip to the Yi family made him realize that no matter how good Yi Qi was, he and Yimin were not suitable. Wang Yueju followed Gu Zhengwo inside and whispered, The Yi family really isn't good. Do you think, Yimin? No, Gu Zhengwo replied. Yimin knows what she wants. Wang Yueju still worried and whispered again, Yi Qi's stepmother. She told me secretly that their family doesn't think highly of Yimin. They think we're trying to climb up. I told her we had no such intention, and Yimin doesn't either. I used to think Yichi was perfect, but now I see their family situation. I would never let Imin marry into that.
It's a mess.
Gu Jiangwo's face darkened, and he nodded unhappily. No father would be happy if his daughter was looked down upon. Next to the people's hotel was a small garden. Gu Imin and Yichi walked to the rockery in the garden. Yichi looked down at Imin, who was lost in thought. He organized his words, feeling nervous even though he usually tried to persuade others. Our family situation, as you saw today, isn't ideal, but I will handle everything at home.
No,
Imin said firmly, we're not suitable. Yichi didn't expect her to refuse so decisively and asked, what's not suitable? Everything about us isn't suitable. Gu Imin said, our families are too different. I finished middle school and you graduated from college. You are a senior officer and I don't even have a formal job. I don't deserve you. That's what your sister told me. Yichi was surprised. He didn't expect Yiling to say these things to Gu Imin. He quickly said, she didn't mean. I think some of what she said is right, and some isn't. Gu Imin interrupted him. Our family backgrounds are indeed different. You have a higher education and better abilities than me.
I really don't deserve you now.
But you're 27 and I'm 19. We are 8 years apart. Who knows what it'll be like in 8 years? Still, even if I become excellent, we might not be a match because by then, you'll be too old for me. After saying this, Gu Imin's frustration eased quite a bit. Anyone would be upset if they were belittled like that. Yichi was a good speaker, but now he didn't know what to say. Just then, a voice came from the other side of the fake mountain. Yichi is young and talented, but if we were dating, he really wouldn't be as suitable as me. First, about earning money. I now do foreign trade, and I make more in a day than he does in a year. As for family, his father is a high-ranking officer in the military, and my father is a top official too. His father remarried after his wife died, and I don't know if his stepmother is good, but after marriage, he has a mother-in-law, which can't be easy. My father lost my mother and hasn't remarried. When we get married, you won't have a mother-in-law bothering you, and my father likes you. Your life will definitely be more comfortable. Counting all this, you should look down on Yichi, not me. He can't compete with me because of his family background. Yichi's confession failed, and instead, Gu Imin criticized him harshly. Especially her comment, you're too old, hit his confidence hard. At that moment, he heard more criticism from the other side of the fake mountain. The words were so true that he couldn't argue back. Especially in front of Gu Imin, he felt even more ashamed. Gu Imin also heard the comments from the other side of the mountain. She couldn't help but smile slightly. That Zhang Zijuan really knows how to pick the right time and place to speak. But now, since the criticism was directed at her, she didn't dare to laugh. At that moment, Zhang Zijuan's voice rang out again. And also, don't think that Yichi is just a talented young man. Many families in Kyoto don't want to marry their daughters to him. Yichi couldn't stand it anymore. He turned around and walked to the other side of the fake mountain. Looking at Zhang Zijuan, who was smiling like a colorful peacock, he said, Zhang Zijuan, talking behind people's backs, is that how your Zhang family is taught? Zhang Zijuan was trying to show off by putting Yichi down. Suddenly, the person he was criticizing appeared in front of him. Were you surprised? Embarrassed? What surprised him even more was that Gu Imin was standing not far behind Yichi. Only then did he realize he had misunderstood before. Yichi was dating Gu Imin. Thinking that Yichi had overheard his words, he grinned and said, Yichi, you're here too? Just now, I was talking about you with Erwi. Gu Erwi looked up at the sky, as if to say, you were talking about someone behind their back, huh? Gu Imin admired Zhang Zijuan's thick skin as she walked over and took Gu Erwi's hand. Clearly, this was a place of conflict, and it was better for them to leave. The sisters from the Gu family left, and Yichi looked at Zhang Zijuan with a cold expression. Zhang Zijuan, however, smiled as he approached, handed him a cigarette and leaned lazily against the fake mountain, saying, What are you doing? I wasn't lying. Besides, our goals are the same. Once we both join the Gu family, we'll be family. No need to fuss so much. Yichi was too tired to argue with such a shameless young master. He simply glanced at him faintly and turned to leave. Zhang Zijuan shrugged and muttered, such a small-minded person, and calling himself a talented young man. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi returned to their room. Gu Erwi asked, "How did your talk with Yi Chi go?" Gu Yimin poured herself a glass of water, took a sip, and said, "I refused. Today, his sister said I wasn't good enough for him. Just now, I told him that in 8 years, he wouldn't be able to match me." Gu Erwi gave her a thumbs up and said, although Zhang Zijuan is a bit unruly, what he said was right. Yi Chi is good, but his family is hard to accept. I know. I just want a simple life. He's not suitable for me or his family, Gu Yimin said as she sat down. Gu Erwi sat beside her and asked, and Luo Yongnian? Is he suitable? Gu Yimin thought for a moment and replied, who knows? Gu Erwi smiled. Yes, we should really look into it. Just like Yi Chi. At first, we thought he was perfect in every way. But after getting to know him better, we found out about his family. Gu Yimin didn't want to talk about her own matters, so she changed the subject. What's going on with Zhang Zijuan? Gu Erwi sighed. When I was at the military compound, I ran into him. He misunderstood that I had something with Yi Chi, so he started bothering me. Gu Yimin saw that her tone was just helplessness, not dislike, so she smiled and didn't ask further. Only through close contact can one truly understand someone. Maybe Zhang Zijuan is suitable for Erwi? Many things are hard to say. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Wang Yueju brought in Gu Siheng and Gu Sanjing. The 5 women sat together talking. Wang Yueju wanted to ask Gu Yimin about her relationship with Yi Chi, but since Gu Siheng and Gu Sanjing were still young, she didn't ask. Thinking about Gu Sanjing saying at the Yi family that she wanted to buy 5 houses, she asked Gu Siheng Littleforth, why do you suddenly want to buy so many houses? Having a house gives us confidence. Think about it. If the older sister and second sister get married and argue with their husbands, they can say, I have my own house, big, nice, and spacious. I won't serve you anymore. Isn't that tough?
Gu Siheng said.
Wang Yueju nodded at her words. Seeing this, Gu Siheng joked, Mom, why don't you buy a house too? When you get tired of Dad, you can just stay there for a few days. Wang Yueju laughed. You always have clever ideas. Gu Yimin and the others also laughed. Just then, the door was pushed open again. Gu Zhengwo stood in the doorway. The 5 women inside. Gu Zhengwo looked puzzled. What's wrong? I just heard you all laughing. We were talking about buying houses, Gu Siheng said. I told Mom that having a house gives us confidence. She repeated her earlier idea. After hearing this, Gu Zhengwo said, then buy several more. I've thought about it. Money in the bank isn't as good as buying houses. Now that the country is reforming and opening up, more and more people like us will move from the countryside to the city to do business, work, or study. They need to settle in the city, so they have to buy homes. Maybe the housing prices will go up then. Even if they don't, it won't be hard for us to sell when the time comes. Gu Siheng had to give her father a thumbs up. His ideas and vision. If he doesn't become a wealthy man quickly, who will? Once everything was settled, Gu Zhengwo called Gu Yimin aside to talk. He wanted to ask how her conversation with Yi Chi went, since buying a house also involved Yi Chi. The father and daughter went to another room. Before Gu Zhengwo could ask, Gu Yimin said, I think it's not suitable with Yi Chi, so I refused. Gu Zhengwo felt very relieved. His daughter was not dazzled by the high status of the Yi family. He patted her shoulder and said, I understand. After buying this house, we will no longer be involved with the Yi family. This time they helped us buy the house as a way to repay the life-saving kindness from years ago. Gu Yimin nodded and said, just follow your advice. Once they made their decision, Yi Chi returned home, but Yi Ling had not left yet. Seeing her, he said directly, let's go to our room to talk. Yi Ling looked at his expression and knew he had heard what she said to Gu Yimin. She was mentally prepared and followed him into the room.
Why?
Yi Chi asked after closing the door. Yi Ling sat down on the sofa and looked up at him. Are you going to stand there and talk to me like that? Yi Chi exhaled and sat opposite her, then asked, Sister, why are you doing this? Haven't I already started sorting out Lu Yuzhen? It won't be long before she might even divorce Dad. Why are you still doing this? Yiling looked at Yi Qi, who was full of anger. He was raised by her, and he had never faced her with this kind of expression before. She smiled slightly and said, "Even without Lu Yuzhen, I wouldn't agree with your relationship with Gu Yimin. You two are simply not suitable for each other. Are you saying she doesn't deserve me?" Yi Qi said with a bitter smile. Yiling replied, "Yes, there's a big gap between you two. Do you know what she just told me?" Yi Qi said self-deprecatingly. "She said I'm 27, she's 19, and we're 8 years apart. Who knows what she'll be like in 8 years? Then you two are even less suitable," Yiling said. "Age is the biggest obstacle in your relationship. In 8 years, if she becomes outstanding, your marriage might become unstable." Yi Qi never expected that the biggest obstacle between him and Gu Yimin was his own sister. He said, "Sister, you have no right to interfere in my feelings and marriage. Do I not know whether I am suitable for Gu Yimin?" "You don't know because you are blinded by love," Yiling said earnestly. "You both come from very different backgrounds. Right now, you think she is perfect in every way, but what about later? She is young and beautiful now, and you think she is perfect. But over time, her glow will fade, and you'll see the gap between you two. This will hurt you and her." "Yi Qi, I don't want you to take the wrong path." Yi Qi only just now realized how strong Ling Ye's desire to control him is. He closed his eyes and said, "I know what kind of life I want. The path I take is my own choice. Ling Yi, don't say it's just you. Even Dad has no right to interfere in my life. This is the last time. I hope you won't do this again in the future." "Yi Qi, how can you talk to me like that?" Ling Yi stood up and shouted at Yi Qi, tears in her eyes. When her mother died, she was only 8 years old. From such a young age, she started raising Yi Qi little by little. Over the years, she dedicated almost all her energy to him. As a child, she worried he wouldn't grow up well. When he grew older, she worried he wouldn't succeed. Now, she worries about his future marriage happiness. Who is all this for? Seeing her tears, Yi Qi felt a bit soft-hearted. Without Ling Yi, his sister, it's hard to say if he could have grown up alive and well. But that's not a reason for her to control his life. You now have your own family. You should focus on managing your own home, not controlling me. Even Dad can't control me. Do you think you can control me?" Yi Qi said with unprecedented firmness. Then he added, "I can be your support, but I will never be your puppet." After saying that, Yi Qi opened the door and left. In the past 20 years, even with persecution from Lu Yuzhen and difficult times, Yi Qi always thought of himself as excellent. He never felt as completely defeated as he does now. He went to the bathroom for a cigarette, then sat in the study across from Yi Xingjian and said directly, "I want you to divorce Lu Yuzhen." Yi Xingjian thought he was hearing things. He asked, "Do you know what you're saying?" Yi Qi wanted to handle Lu Yuzhen slowly, but now he had no patience. He just wanted to quickly solve the mess at home. Even if he did, Gu Yimin still didn't want to be with him. "Do you remember when I had a high fever at age 5 and almost went crazy?" Yi Qi asked. Yi Xingjian thought for a moment. There was something like that. "At that time, you hadn't come home for a week while you were in the military. I was outside playing and sweating a lot. When I got home, Lu Yuzhen told me to take off my clothes to cool down. I took off my cotton-padded jacket, and she gave me cold soda. That night, I got a fever. And my sister didn't get into university." Yi Qi recounted everything Lu Yuzhen had done, one by one. Yi Xingjian was shocked and speechless. After a while, he said, "Why didn't you tell me this before? Did you believe what I said?" Yi Qi said, "I'm telling you now because I'm tired of waiting. I want to settle this quickly and make the family peaceful. If you don't believe me or insist on not divorcing, then neither I nor my sister will come back to this home in the future." Yi Xingjian looked at Yi Qi and saw he was more serious than ever. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Give me some time." Yi Qi nodded and got up to leave. When he made this request, he already guessed that Yi Xingjian would agree. Compared to his promising son, Lu Yuzhen could be abandoned. Moreover, Lu Yuzhen had done many hurtful things to him and Yiling. Some things are like that. Once you make up your mind, they become easier. but it seems he was a bit late to act. The next day, Zhang Zijuan arrived early at the People's Hotel in his car. As Gu Erwi and others reached the restaurant entrance, they ran into him. Uncle Gu, Aunt Wang, Zhang Zijuan greeted warmly, as if they had known each other for a long time. Gu Jiangwo naturally knew Zhang Zijuan, but didn't have a good impression of him. Wang Yueju had never seen him before. Now, seeing this young man with curly hair, he looked a bit strange, but quite handsome. As a second-generation rich kid still lively in Kyoto, Zhang Zijuan was very good at reading people. He could tell that his future father-in-law still held some prejudice against him, but his future mother-in-law liked him a little. Everyone has their own way of life. Like Zhang Zijuan, a member of Kyoto's upper class, people often sigh when they mention him. Only one of the Zhang family's many talented children is a reckless second-generation heir. But people also have to admit, Zhang's second-generation heirs are different from others. Although sometimes arrogant and domineering, he never caused trouble for his family. Some elders even liked him.
Why?
Because he knew how to read people, understanding whom he could offend and whom he couldn't. He knew when to be arrogant and when to hold back. And when it came to being liked, even Yi Qi, with his high emotional intelligence, couldn't compare. Zhang Zijuan could be shameless, which Yi Qi couldn't do. Now, Zhang Zijuan stood beside Wang Yueju, helping her serve dishes, and said, "When I visited our family's restaurant before, I saw how beautiful the eldest sister and heir we are. I knew their mother must also be extraordinary. Seeing you just as I imagined. And you are even more beautiful than big sister and second Hui. Guiming. Gu Erwi. You really are a master at putting others down. No one dislikes hearing kind words, and no woman dislikes being complimented on her appearance, even women nearing 40. Although Wang Yueju knew Zhang Zijuan's words were exaggerated, she couldn't help but feel happy. Have you been to our shop? Where are you from? Wang Yueju asked with a smile. Seeing Wang Yueju's gaze fall on the steamed dumplings, Zhang Zijuan quickly picked a few for her and said, "My family is from Kyoto. My dad works in Lishu, so I've also stayed in Lishu for a while. I am an only child. My mother passed away when I was about 8 or 9, but my father never remarried and focused entirely on his work." "Zhang-san, what are you doing here too?" A familiar voice came, and Zhang Zijuan's smile froze for a moment before he replied, "I have 2 older cousins. I am the third in the family. Auntie, I'll go say hello to my friends." Wang Yueju found the nickname Zhang-san a bit funny and smiled even more. She said, "Go ahead." Zhang Zijuan turned around with a smile, then looked coldly at a young man in his 20s and approached him closely, saying, "I told you not to call me Zhang-san." The young man grinned playfully. "It's just a nickname. It doesn't affect your chances with someone." "Come on. Stop eating here," Zhang Zijuan said as he pulled him away. Wang Yueju returned to the table with her tray, smiling. "That little Zhang is quite interesting." Gu Jiangwo snorted coldly. "Just a few compliments and he's interesting? I think he's just shameless." Wang Yueju looked at her 4 daughters and asked with a questioning look, "What's going on?" "Everything was fine just now." Gu Sihong sighed helplessly and handed Gu Jiangwo some vinegar, saying, "Dad, here's some vinegar." "Oh, dear. You're so happy because a young man is flattering you, even though he's your daughter's admirer. Dad, you're a bit jealous too." Gu Jiangwo took the vinegar and placed it nearby. Wang Yueju immediately understood and said with a smile, "Everyone's grown up, but still so petty." "How old is Gu Jiangwo?" "I'm not even 40 yet." Gu Sihong leaned close to Gu Yimin and whispered, "Zhang Zijuan is caught between 2 things." While making Wang Yueju happy, Gu Jiangwo was not pleased. Halfway through their meal, Zhang Zijuan returned and naturally sat beside Gu Erwi. He smiled and said to Wang Yueju, "Annie, do you have any plans today? Maybe I can take you to some fun places in Kyoto. I know Kyoto well." "No, thank you. We have something to do today." Gu Erwi refused. She and Zhang Zijuan are not close, and letting him interfere like this isn't good for anyone. But clearly, Zhang Zijuan had no intention of leaving, so Gu Erwi had to hold his arm and lead him outside. Outside the restaurant, they looked at each other. Gu Erwi said, Zhang Zijuan, you can't do this. I understand what you mean. You need to give me some space to think. Zhang Zijuan was silent for a moment. How long do you need to think? Gu Erwi honestly couldn't give him a clear answer. Feelings can't develop overnight. Anyway, she doesn't fall in love at first sight. I don't know how long it will take, she replied. Zhang Zijuan nodded. Okay, I understand. I'll go to Lixian to visit in a while. After saying that, she turned and left. Gu Erwi thought to herself that he was quite obedient and returned to the restaurant. Wang Yueju asked her, Xiaozhang left? Gu Erwi nodded. Wang Yueju added, he's a good kid. You can get to know him. Gu Zhengwo snorted. Good? He's slick with words. Wang Yueju ignored him. Today, he seemed out of sorts. The four sisters ate quietly, and the elderly couple argued a little, but since it wasn't serious, they kept silent. After the meal, Yi Xingzhan's guard came and said Yi Qi had a mission and returned to the army. He took them to buy a house. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei had already discussed it. They would buy one house next to the Forbidden City for their family, 2 houses for the Gu family, and 1 for the Han family. With money and connections, the paperwork for buying a house is complicated, but not too long. In 2 days, they paid for and transferred ownership of several houses, but the property and land certificates would take over half a month to arrive. That's simple, just come back in half a month to pick them up. Gu Siheng roughly estimated that the 3 houses they bought would be worth at least $1 billion in the future. $1 billion! Even in her previous life, she had never seen so much money. Rebirth really is wonderful. After buying the houses, the next step was to discuss publishing Gu Siheng's book, Whose Childhood is Not Troublesome, with the publisher. After breakfast that day, Gu Zhengwo and Gu Siheng went to the newspaper office together. At the entrance, they saw an elegant man in his 50s standing there. When he saw the father and daughter, he approached with a smile and said, Are you Gu Siheng? Gu Siheng hesitated for a moment. Yes, are you editor Yu? Yu Jianbai smiled kindly and nodded. That's me. Gu Siheng greeted him and then introduced Gu Zhengwo, saying, This is my dad. Yu Jianbai extended his hand and shook hands with Gu Zhengwo. Gu Siheng is very talented. You raised a good daughter. Hearing her being praised, Gu Zhengwo was happy but also felt a bit guilty. He hadn't taught his daughter to write after all. He said, I don't have much education. It's all her own effort. Yu Jianbai disagreed. You're being modest. A writer's growth isn't just about learning literature. The environment around her also influences her thoughts. The book Whose Childhood is Not Troublesome reflects positive, optimistic, and hardworking ideas. Yu Jianbai believed that Gu Siheng's living environment must be like that. Gu Zhengwo had finished middle school. Although he understood what Yu Jianbai said, he couldn't grasp the deeper meaning. He politely exchanged a few words with Yu, and then the 3 of them went into the newspaper office. After sitting down in the office, Yu Jianbai said, 2 publishers contacted me before, wanting to publish Whose Childhood is Not Troublesome. One is Kyoto People's Publishing House, and the other is the Worker Publishing House. These are the biggest publishers in Kyoto. I discussed the payment with them. Both offered 30 yuan per 1,000 words. Gu Zhengwo knew that his daughter's book was about 100,000 words. At 30 yuan per 1,000 words, that would be about 3,000 yuan. He thought that was already a good amount. Although this money couldn't compare to what they earned from business, a teacher's salary was only about 30 to 40 yuan. 3,000 yuan was almost 10 years' worth of a teacher's salary. It was definitely enough. But he heard his daughter ask, Is there no other way to settle this? Gu Siheng just realized that in this era, there was no such thing as royalties. 30 yuan per 1,000 words meant her book's copyright was bought outright for 3,000 yuan. She couldn't possibly agree to that. Yu Jianbai, hearing her question, frowned slightly. There are no other settlement methods at the moment. Do you have any suggestions? Gu Siheng thought carefully and said, I don't want a manuscript fee. I want a share of the profits. Yu Jianbai had never done business before and didn't fully understand what a profit share meant, but Gu Zhengwo's eyes lit up. Although he wasn't familiar with book publishing, his intuition told him that a profit share was definitely more profitable than a one-time payment. The meaning of a commission is that if my book is priced at 3 yuan per copy and the publisher sells one, I get a 15% cut, which is about 4 yuan and 50 cents per book. Gu Xiqing explained to Yu Jianbai. Royalty? Do you mean that?
Yu Jianbai asked.
Royalty existed before the founding of Xinhua Nation, like during the Republic era when many writers earned money from royalties and manuscript fees. But after Xinhua Nation was established, the royalty system was gone, and writers only earned from manuscript fees. However, now with reform and opening up, restoring the royalty system is possible, but it wouldn't be easy. According to Gu Xiqing, a 15% royalty means earning about 4 yuan and 50 cents per book, so selling 6 or 7,000 copies would bring in around 3,000 yuan. She also estimated that Whose Childhood Is Not Troublesome would sell even more. But the publisher's people aren't fools. How could they settle accounts with her this way? Gu Xiqing knew this was a tough problem, but nothing is certain until you try. She said, let's meet with the publisher first and see. Okay, Yu Jianbai replied. I've arranged to meet Director Wang from Kyoto People's Publishing House. We can go now. If you have any requests, discuss them with him face to face. The three of them headed to Kyoto People's Publishing House. Yu Jianbai was familiar with the place and went straight to Director Wang's office. Wang Qingji was in his 40s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, with a serious expression. When he saw Yu Jianbai, he didn't smile. After they sat down, he said, if you're sure about publishing Whose Childhood Is Not Troublesome with us, we can start the process now. His tone was very serious. Gu Xiqing and the others had other thoughts, and for a moment, the room fell into a tense silence. Wang Qingji didn't seem to notice the awkward atmosphere. After a while, he said, 30 yuan per 1,000 words is the best price I can offer. Even if you find the director, it's still this price. He thought Gu Xiqing and the others wanted to negotiate a higher price. But Gu Xiqing said, Director Wang, I want to settle in a different way. Wang Qingji looked at Gu Xiqing. He had heard from Yu Jianbai that the author of Whose Childhood Is Not Troublesome was a child under 10 years old. When he met Gu Xiqing earlier, he sensed that this child was different, calm and steady. Now he thought that this child was not only calm, but also quite brave. He had a blank, serious face, and he was so intimidating that even his own children were afraid of him. But the child not only wasn't afraid of him, but also suggested using a different way to settle the payment. There is only one way to settle the payment, so what other method does he want to use? Our way of settling is only this one, Wang Qingji said, with an unshakable tone. Yu Jianbai knew his temper, so he stayed silent. Actually, he was just a middleman. Some things weren't suitable for him to say. Gu Zhengwo's face looked a bit displeased. He felt Wang Qingji was being disrespectful. At least he should listen to what his little fourth son had to say. In fact, he hadn't realized himself that he never really saw Gu Xihong as a child. This was also a subtle influence of Gu Xihong. I know you only have one way to settle, but I own the rights to the book. I hope you can listen to my suggestion, Gu Xihong said. Wang Qingji once again thought the child in front of him was not simple. He spoke completely like an adult, not a kid at all. But then he thought, at such a young age, being able to write a bestseller, this kid must be extraordinary. Gu Xihong didn't know what he was thinking. Of course, even if she did, she wouldn't mind. When she first decided to write a novel, she knew her life would probably be associated with a reputation as a genius. Even if she was reborn, what does a genius's reputation matter? She added, I don't want a payment, I want a commission. That is, for each book your publisher sells, give me a corresponding percentage. Wang Qingji adjusted his sitting posture after hearing her words and said, currently, there is no royalty system in the country. Book publishing is a one-time payment. Gu Xihong replied, just because there isn't now doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Wang Qingji didn't hesitate and said, at least, I can't change that here. Since it had already been said, there was no need to continue the discussion. Gu Xihong was the first to stand up, followed by Gu Zhengwo and Yu Jianbai. The three of them said goodbye to Wang Qingji. Outside the publishing house, Yu Jianbai said, getting royalties is really difficult. Not to mention whether Wang Qingji will agree. Even if he does, he has to report it up the chain and go through layers of approval. It's too complicated. Gu Sihong understood that state-owned units and employees all receive fixed salaries. Working step by step and earning a salary shows their attitude toward work. But reform means breaking the old rules and may harm some people's interests, making it very difficult to implement. She didn't know Wang Qingji personally, and he had no reason to do something that would be thankless for her. She also didn't want to go to another workers' publisher. State-owned publishers are probably all the same. She asked Yu Jianbai, "Are there any private publishers in Kyoto?" Based on Gu Siqing's understanding of state-owned companies, it is almost impossible for them to change their current settlement system to a royalty-based one. The only way out now is to find a private publisher. However, she didn't know if there were any private publishers in Kyoto at the moment. Yu Jianbai has some connections in Kyoto's cultural circles. When he heard Gu Siqing ask about private publishers, he replied, "There are some, but they are newly established. They mainly publish foreign classics in China. But so far, they haven't published a single book." Gu Siqing thought for a moment and said, "Please help us connect with them." For Yu Jianbai, this was an easy task, and he agreed without hesitation. Gu Siqing and Gu Jiangwo both expressed their thanks to Yu Jianbai before returning to the hotel. At Kyoto People's Publishing House, in Wang Qingji's office, Xia Yuan was talking with Wang Qingji about the publication of her daughter Xiao Yunhan's novel, Growing Pains. Wang Qingji offered a price of 30 yuan per 1,000 characters. When Xia Yuan heard that he charged Gu Siqing the same, she wanted to negotiate a higher price to get ahead of her. She smiled slightly and said, "Director Wang, we've been working together for a while and I know your prices. Can you increase it a bit, maybe higher than 30 yuan per 1,000 characters? As long as it beats Whose Childhood is Not Troublesome." Wang Qingji knew that Growing Pains was in a rivalry with Whose Childhood is Not Troublesome. Or rather, Growing Pains was a one-sided response to the success of Whose Childhood is Not Troublesome. It's understandable. Both books have similar themes. One was published first, and the other later. The later one, Growing Pains, clearly followed the popularity of Whose Childhood is Not Troublesome. Since both works share the same theme, they naturally get compared. Although Growing Pains has more refined and beautiful language, people still prefer Whose Childhood is Not Troublesome. Whose Childhood is Not Troublesome may have somewhat childish language, but it is closer to children's lives, humorous and straightforward, making it more popular among young readers. Wang Qingji has known Xia Yuan for quite some time and has interacted with her many times. He understands her well. She is a competitive person who strives to be the best. Now, her daughter's book is being overshadowed, and given her personality, she naturally can't tolerate that. That's why she's here now. Wang Qingji thought for a moment, then, with a blank expression, said, "Editor Xia, you should understand that 30 yuan per 1,000 characters is already a good price. Growing Pains is not as popular as Whose Childhood is Not Troublesome. Normally, it wouldn't be possible to pay 30 yuan per 1,000 words, but considering their long-standing friendship and the reputation of the Xia family behind Xia Yuan, he agreed to 30 yuan per 1,000 words. Now, Xia Yuan is asking for a higher price, which really puts him in a difficult position. "My request isn't high," Xia Yuan said. "Just make the payment for the article more than Whose Childhood is Not Troublesome." "Don't worry about that." Wang Qingji sipped his tea and said, "We won't pay for Whose Childhood is Not Troublesome." Xia Yuan was surprised for a moment, then heard Wang Qingji add, "She wants royalties." Xia Yuan thought for a while and finally understood what royalties were. If you're not from the cultural circle, few people in modern Huagua know about royalties. Since the founding of the country, publishers no longer pay royalties based on a percentage. Instead, they set a fixed price per 1,000 words and pay a one-time fee. But if royalties are involved, the author has to wait until the book sells to receive periodic payments. If the book doesn't sell well, the author might not earn much. It's a riskier approach. Do you agree? Xia Yuan asked. Wang Qingji replied, "No, it's too complicated to handle." Xia Yuan smiled and asked again, "Did they go to the workers' publishing house?" "I'm not sure about that," Wang Qingji said. Xia Yuan stood up, smiling as she said goodbye to Wang Qingji. He saw her to the publishing house gate before returning. She was a bit petty, so when dealing with her, you had to show full respect, otherwise, she would be upset. After all, she has a good father. Xia Yuan left the People's Publishing House and went to the Workers' Publishing House, where she met Director Hu. They had known each other for many years. As soon as she mentioned him, he understood her meaning and said, "The whose childhood is not troublesome was arranged by our director to see if it could be published. I think it's far from your daughter's growing pains. Editor Xia, how do you raise your children? You're so excellent." Xia Yuan loved hearing such praise and smiled, saying, "It's mainly the influence of a good family environment." Director, who naturally understood what she wanted to hear and quickly said, "Exactly. Your family Xiao teacher is a university professor and you're an editor at a publishing house, whose cultural atmosphere is higher than yours." Xia Yuan felt even more comfortable. It's also because the children are talented themselves. As parents, we haven't done much. After listening to Director Hu's flattery and hearing him promise not to agree to royalties, Gu Sihong happily got up and left, satisfied. When she got home, her two daughters and Xiaoyu were all there, sitting in the living room watching TV. She walked over and sat down, asking her eldest daughter, Lulu, "I asked you to meet Yi Qi's older sister. Did you go?" Xiao Yunlu's eyes shifted away from the TV, and her gaze sparkled with gossip as she said, "I went to her house today. We were talking when she received a call. I vaguely heard the words divorce." Xia Yuan frowned slightly. Who is getting divorced? Yi Qi's father and his stepmother. Xiao Yunlu looked very gossip-prone, her expression like a woman gossiping on the street. Xia Yuan saw this and grew serious. "Watch your expression. How many times have I told you? No matter what, always stay elegant. Are you saying Yi Qi's dad is getting a divorce from his stepmother?"
Xia Yuan asked.
Xiao Yunlu straightened her back and wore a proper smile. "Most likely, yes." Xia Yuan thought for a moment, resting her chin in her hand. "That's not good news. Your grandma and your aunt both think Yi Qi is very good. They don't agree with his relationship with Xiaoying because of his stepmother. If Yi Xingjian gets divorced, your grandma and aunt would definitely agree." Suddenly, she was startled. Could Yi Xingjian be divorcing to marry into your grandfather's family? Xiao Yunlu was also surprised. "How is that possible? Why not?" Xia Yuan said. "Right now, many families in Kyoto want to marry into your grandfather's family. What should we do then?" Xiao Yunlu pouted and asked. "What else can we do?" "Find someone else," Xia Yuan replied. She understood that even though her two daughters were her granddaughters are still different from grandsons. The top circles in Kyoto are full of talented young men from good families who wouldn't be interested in her daughters unless her daughters were outstanding enough to make men unwilling to let go. But clearly, her eldest daughter didn't have that ability. Xia Yuan also found it strange. Xiao Yunlu was very attractive, but she just couldn't attract men's hearts. She had tried everything to set her up with some talented young men in Kyoto, but for some reason, after a few meetings, it just didn't work out. They all said they weren't suitable. This was really a headache for her. When Xiao Yunlu heard Xia Yuan say she wanted to change the person, she immediately became unwilling. Her elegant expression disappeared, and she said unhappily, "Why change? If Xiaoying doesn't agree, then it's my turn. If Xiaoying agrees, I have to give up. Why should I?"
"Stop shouting.
Look at yourself now." Summer Yuan leaned back on the sofa and said, "Now Yi Qi doesn't even know who you are. Why are you saying that?" Xiao Yunluo pouted and stayed silent. She really liked Yi Qi a few times. She had looked at him from afar and felt that he was good in every way. If Yi Xingjian really got divorced and it wasn't because of Xiaoying, it wouldn't be her turn. So many people in Kyoto are watching. Summer Yuan said, "Is the third son of the Zhang family named Zhang Zijuan?" Hearing Zhang Zijuan's name, Xiao Yunluo tensed up. "Yes, why do you ask?" Summer Yuan, "I heard he recently broke off his engagement." The third son of the Zhang family, although not as successful as his two older cousins and a bit lazy, isn't a big problem. Maybe I should go to the Zhang family to find out more?
Don't.
Xiao Yunluo's voice was filled with fear. Mom, do you know how scary Zhang Zijuan is? Seeing her nervous face, Summer Yuan frowned and said, Why are you so nervous? I think he's pretty good. That day, I saw him shopping with his great-aunt. Very obedient. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how arrogant and ruthless Zhang Zijuan is. I saw him beat someone bloody with my own eyes. The person was lying on the ground, looking like a dead body. Zhang Zijuan was still arrogant, saying he would fight again once the person healed. Xiao Yunluo still felt scared when she thought about it. The scene was too terrible. Summer Yuan frowned. Do you know why he beat that person? Xiao Yunluo shook her head, then heard Summer Yuan say, It's nothing serious. He caused trouble, but his father and his great-uncle helped him cover it up. But I still find him scary, Xiao Yunluo admitted. She and Zhang Zijuan were the same age and classmates, so she knew him somewhat. He was someone no one could control. She definitely didn't want to get involved with him. Seeing her truly frightened, Summer Yuan decided not to mention it anymore. Actually, these second- and third-generation children in Kyoto all seem perfect on the surface, but nobody knows what terrible things they've done behind the scenes. Zhang Zijuan just didn't hide his bad side. He showed it openly. After finishing talking about her older daughter, Summer Yuan turned to her younger daughter and said, Your book will be published soon. After it's out, I'll help you join the Writers' Association. You must work hard, read more books, and write more, understand? Xiao Yanhan was excited when she heard her book would be published soon. She asked happily, Really? Then my classmates can see my book too? Summer Yuan smiled. Yes, so you must work hard. You need to stand out from others, okay? Xiao Yunhan nodded heavily and said, Got it, Mom. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly stood up and said to Xia Yuan, do you think this is okay? Look at what you've done to the two kids. After saying that, he strode back into his room and slammed the door shut. Xia Yuan's eyes turned red with anger. Gu Xiqing and Gu Zhangwo returned to the hotel. Wang Yueju and the others had gone out to play and hadn't come back yet. The father and daughter were chatting in the room. Gu Zhangwo asked Gu Xiqing Littlefour, if we publish through a private publisher, do you think they might hide how many copies they sell? Gu Xiqing sat cross-legged on the bed and took out some dried fruit from under Gu Sanjing's pillow, eating while replying, I think everyone has their own motives. Publishers probably do hide the number of copies sold. But we're not fools. Even if we can't know exactly, we can estimate roughly. How do you know that? Gu Zhangwo asked. Gu Xiqing put another piece of dried fruit in her mouth and said, Once the book is published, it will definitely be sold in bookstores in Lizhou. If we know roughly how many copies are sold in Lizhou, we can estimate the total sales across the country. There might be some differences, but not too much. I think the publisher is aware of this, and even if they hide some, it won't be exaggerated. It's unlikely they sold 100,000 copies and only reported 1,000. Many things depend on good communication. She also hoped to make enough money from publishing the book to buy a courtyard house. Gu Zhangwo thought his little four was really clever, even more thoughtful than he had imagined. While they were talking, Wang Yueju and the others returned. Gu Sanjing saw that all the dried fruit she had hidden was eaten by Gu Xiqing and immediately tried to tickle her. I hid it so carefully, and you still found it. Gu Xiqing, hidden under the pillow, and you say it's hidden carefully? That's because your hiding wasn't careful enough. Now it's hidden in your stomach, much more secure. Gu Xiqing laughed and pushed her away as she dodged. Gu Sanjing chased after her, and the sisters started arguing again. They often fought, but Gu Zhangwo and the others didn't mind. They just sat together and talked. Today, Wang Yueju and the others went to see the 3 houses they bought, spending several 10,000 yuan on them, so they naturally wanted to take a good look. After we leave, if the house is empty and no one takes care of it, will there be problems? Wang Yueju asked worriedly. Gu Zhangwo wasn't concerned. Could someone come and tear down the house? Leaving it empty all the time isn't good. Maybe we should rent it out, she suggested. Wang Yueju said, Today I asked around. Renting 3 rooms in Kyoto costs about 10 yuan. Our 3 houses together have many rooms, and a month's rent adds up. The key is, once rented out, it's like someone is watching over the house. Gu Jiangwo also knows that renting out is good, but they are unfamiliar with Kyoto, so how to rent out the houses. He doesn't want to involve the Yi family. Isun has already refused Yi Qi, so it's better not to get too involved with them in the future. Let's see how it goes, Gu Jiangwo said. Gu Siqing overheard their conversation and came over to say, maybe we can talk to Editor Yu and ask him to keep an eye out for anyone interested in renting. Although today was the first time meeting Yu Jianbai, Gu Siqing had communicated with him many times before. She thought Yu Jianbai was a very good person, and asking him for help should work. Gu Jiangwo also thought it was a good idea and said, all right, next time we meet, let's invite him to dinner and discuss this. Gu Erui asked Gu Jiangwo and Gu Siqing how the talks about publishing were going. Gu Siqing recounted what happened. After hearing this, Gu Erui said without hesitation, of course, they should take a commission. Good things often face obstacles, so we shouldn't rush. Sometimes, confidence also determines your outlook. If it had been more than half a year ago, when the Gu family was still farming in the village and Gu Siqing's book was about to be published, she could have earned 3,000 yuan in royalties. The family would probably have celebrated with firecrackers. Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju lived frugally, saving only about 2,200 yuan over 10 years. Gu Siqing suddenly earned 3,000 yuan. How could they not be happy? They wanted a commission and royalties, which Gu Siqing suggested. They would advise her to take the 3,000 yuan first. But now, their daily income exceeds 1,000 yuan. They wouldn't overlook 3,000 yuan, but they wouldn't see it as very important either, and they wouldn't give up bigger opportunities for it. Everyone has ideals, but how can you talk about ideals when you're hungry? Why do the rich keep getting richer? Because they won't give up future opportunities for immediate gains. But for the poor, immediate gains might be their whole livelihood. They don't have the energy to think about the future. So sometimes capital also determines your height and outlook. With the support of the whole family, the next day Gu Siqing called Yu Jianbai to ask about his private publishing house. Yu Jianbai was very interested in Gu Siqing's book. After returning yesterday, he contacted the publishing house. They said they can have a face-to-face meeting. Yu Jianbai said, I have an important matter today, so I won't be able to go with you. I've already told them. It's okay, you go ahead with your work, Gu Sihong quickly said. My dad also said he wants to invite you to dinner when you're free. Yu Jianbai wanted to get to know Gu Sihong better, so he didn't refuse. He said, all right, then I'll have a drink with your dad sometime. Yu Jianbai also gave Gu Sihong the address of the publishing house before hanging up. This time, the whole family planned to go to the publishing house together. Just as they were about to leave, Han Dei came over and said he needed to go back to Lisho first. His main reason was to buy a house. Once he bought it, he planned to return home. Gu Jiangwo mentioned his plan to rent out the house, and Han Dei said he would do the same. He asked Gu Jiangwo to handle everything, and Gu Jiangwo naturally agreed. The private publishing house is called Xin Chung International Publishing. It's not far from the People's Hotel, just 2 or 3 bus stops away. Gu Sihong watched their group of 6 waiting for the bus. He thought that in the future, their family should buy a large capacity car, or they wouldn't fit. If they all got married and had several children, and they wanted to travel by car, they might need to prepare a big bus. Thinking about that scene made Gu Sihong smile. The bus arrived, and the family got on together. After 3 stops, they got off and followed the address Yu Jianbai gave. Xin Chung Publishing was inside a courtyard. When they reached the gate, they saw it was open, and inside, there was loud arguing, as if someone was fighting. Gu Jiangwo hesitated for a moment and stepped inside first, with Gu Sihong and the others following behind. Inside, they saw a woman in her 60s, standing with her hands on her hips, scolding 2 men wearing glasses. You really have no conscience. My wife has no income, just relying on this rent to get by. You rented the house but haven't paid the rent.
You.
Her words were harsh and unpleasant. The 2 men with glasses looked embarrassed and red-faced. The thinner man said, Aunt Lee, we paid the rent. We paid your son 2 days ago. Here, this is the receipt your son issued. The old woman didn't look at the receipt. I don't read. Why should I pay rent to him if I rent the house from you? The man with glasses was silent. The other, slightly plumper man with glasses saw Gu Zhengwo and the others approaching and asked, "Are you?" "We were introduced by Editor Yu." Gu Zhengwo stepped forward. "My daughter's book is going to be published." "Oh, whose childhood is not troublesome, right?" the man asked. Seeing Gu Zhengwo nod, he smiled and led the others into the office. As he walked, he apologized, saying, "There was a small misunderstanding with the landlord. Sorry to make you all laugh." He spoke politely and kindly. Gu Zhengwo, having met Yu Jianbai, knew that intellectuals are usually like this. He didn't say anything and just smiled. When dealing with these cultured people, Gu Zhengwo was a bit cautious. Maybe because he lacked culture himself, he looked up to educated people. Inside the office, the man introduced himself. "My name is Shui Yuanming, and I am the publisher's president." "Which one of you is Zandabeo?" Shui Yuanming had read the serialized story, whose childhood is not troublesome in the newspaper, so he knew Gu Sihing's pen name. When he saw the pen name, he told his friends that the author was probably young, or they wouldn't choose such a name. "I am," Gu Sihing said. Yu Jianbai had told him roughly about Gu Sihing, so Shui Yuanming wasn't surprised by her young age. He looked at her and said, "Chief Editor, you told me about your situation. You want to settle your payment with royalties, and we can do that here. Our publisher mainly publishes foreign classics in China, and the payment method for foreign works is also based on royalties." Shui Yuanming picked up his teacup, took a sip, and continued, "However, we need to discuss the royalty rate." Gu Sihing didn't speak. She felt they weren't ready to talk about royalties yet. Just then, a thinner man with glasses, who was outside talking to the landlord's elderly lady, came in. Shui Yuanming introduced him to Gu Zhengwo and others. "This is Vice President Su Hongwen." Su Hongwen smiled at the Gu family and said, "Sorry, but there are some problems with the house we rented." "Did they collect rent twice?" Gu Erwi asked. Su Hongwen, who was more talkative than Shui Yuanming, looked frustrated and said, "Yes, her son collected rent from us before, and now she's come to collect again. Also, the house belongs to several families, and we pay rent to multiple people each month. It's very troublesome." Gu Erwi said, "That's indeed very troublesome. It's better if the house belongs to just one owner." Su Hongwen sighed and said, "Exactly. But such houses are hard to find. We were in a hurry to open the business, so we rented this place. Looking back, we shouldn't have been in such a rush." "That's true," Gu Erwi added. "Aren't you from Jingdu?" "I am from Jingdu, but when we rented the house, we didn't expect so many problems. It's really quite troublesome." Gu Erwi and Su Hongwen started talking and quickly learned about the general situation of the publishing house. This publishing house was started by Su Hongwen and Shui Yuanming together. They had been sent to the countryside as educated youths and later both went to university. After graduation, the school assigned them jobs, but neither liked them. During the reform and opening up period, they used their connections and resources to start this publishing house. Shui Yuanming's family was not from the capital city, but they weren't far away. He had an aunt living abroad for many years, working in publishing, so he had access to foreign books. Su Hongwen's family was from the capital. His father worked in the Ministry of Culture and was a minor official with some influence. With this connection, their books could be sold in bookstores nationwide without problems. Although their publishing house was private and had not published a book yet, they had some strength. In this era, connections and relationships are considered strength. Having learned what they needed, Gu Zhengwo checked the time. It was already 11 o'clock, and suggested they go to eat. Su Hongwen and Shui Yuanming initially planned to discuss the publishing details with Gu Sihong, and if everything was fine, sign the contract so they could start publishing their first book immediately. Their first book wasn't a foreign classic, but based on the popularity of the serialized story, whose childhood is not troublesome, they estimated it would sell well after publication. Usually such books wouldn't be published by a new private publisher like theirs. Now, they had a lucky break, so they valued it highly. They wanted to sign the contract quickly and move on to the next steps. Surprisingly, they had been sitting there for an hour without discussing business, and the other party even invited them to eat together. In their culture, it's common to discuss business over a meal. Even though usually such books wouldn't be published by a new private publisher like theirs. Now, they had a lucky break, so they valued it highly. They wanted to sign the contract quickly and move on to the next steps. Surprisingly, Gu Zhangwo, with his long experience in business, had developed many skills for talking with people. After the meal, Shui Yuanming and Su Hongwen decided to move their publishing house to a new house Gu's family had bought, next to the Forbidden City, though they would pay rent each month. After the meal, both sides understood each other better and discussed some details, such as royalty rates and settlement cycles. The tax rate is 10%, which was the result of their negotiation. Initially, Gu Xiqing told Yu Jianbai that the royalty rate was 15%, intentionally setting it high. After signing the contract, the book publication was settled, and the family spent the next few days sightseeing around Kyoto. A week later, when their trip was almost over, they planned to return to Lixian. They were invited to Kyoto by the Yi family, so naturally, they needed to say goodbye before leaving. Gu Zhangwo called the Yi family. Yi Xingzhan answered, sounding very tired. Since their relationship wasn't very close, Gu Zhangwo didn't ask much after hearing his voice, only mentioning that they were leaving Kyoto. Yi Xingzhan hadn't been feeling well these days. After talking with Yi Qi that day, he was called back to the army. He had been investigating what Yi Qi told him. Actually, he didn't need to investigate because he believed Yi Qi's words were true. If Yi Qi was still a child, he wouldn't believe him, but now, Yi Qi didn't need to lie. He has 2 sons, but Yi Lei is almost useless now. The future of the Yi family depends on Yi Qi. Even though Lu Yuzhen still lives in this house, she can't stop him from using all resources on Yi Qi. Moreover, Yi Qi is fully capable of breaking free from him and can develop well on his own. Also, if Yi Qi wanted to get rid of Lu Yuzhen, it would be easy, just a matter of time. So, Yi Qi didn't need to lie to him. But he still investigated. Old cases are hard to trace, but recent events are easier, like Yi Ling's marriage. He found out Yi Ling was manipulated by Lu Yuzhen into marrying her current husband. He asked Yi Ling why she didn't say anything back then. Yi Ling sneered and said, "I told you, but you took that as an accident. Why didn't you just say she did it?" he asked. Yi Ling coldly replied, "If I had said it then, would you have believed me? You only believe Yi Qi now because he has the ability to make you believe him." That night, he sat in the study all evening, thinking about what had happened over the years. He had to admit he underestimated women, underestimated Lu Yuzhen. The next day, he decided to divorce. Lu Yuzhen naturally didn't want that and had been crying and making a fuss these past 2 days. Now, hearing that Gu Zhangwo said they were leaving, Yi Xingzhan instinctively tried to persuade them to stay. He knew that Yi Qi was in such a hurry to resolve Lu Yuzhen because of Gu Yimin. He wanted to let her see Yi Qi again before Gu Yimin left Kyoto. Yi Qi is in the military, with little free time. If they don't meet now, who knows when they will next. By then, the girl his son liked might belong to someone else. Originally, Yi Qi said he would stay in Kyoto with you all, but the army suddenly recalled him. He should be free in a couple of days, so he can come to see you off, Yi Xingzhan said. Gu Zhangwo naturally declined, smiling as he said, "Yi Qi has important work. We can go to the station ourselves." "No, I want to see you off. I'll ask Yi Qi to come back and do it," Yi Xingzhan said before Gu Zhangwo could refuse. Gu Zhangwo frowned tightly. He really didn't want to get involved with the Yi family. Not to mention Yi Qi's stepmother and his sister. Even Yi Xingzhan himself, Gu Zhangwo, didn't want much contact. He thought they were too opportunistic. After hanging up, Gu Zhangwo pulled Gu Yimin aside and said, "If you don't want to be involved with Yi Qi, then when you see him next time, make it clear, don't leave him any hope." Gu Yimin nodded with pursed lips. She actually thought she had made things clear with Yi Qi last time. But later, their conversation was interrupted by Zhang Zijuan, and it ended without resolution. They were about to leave. Gu Zhangwo arranged to have dinner with Yu Jianbai. They had met once a few days ago, but Yu Jianbai was busy then. This time, they planned to meet in the evening. Yu Jianbai also suggested inviting Su Hongwen and Shui Yuanming, and Gu Zhangwo naturally agreed. They agreed on a restaurant. This time, he wanted a more upscale place. Yu Jianbai, Su Hongwen, and Shui Yuanming were all connections of his family's youngest son in Kyoto, so he wanted to maintain good relations before leaving. After some family discussion, they decided to hold the dinner at Kyoto restaurant. It wasn't the best in Kyoto, but it ranked second or third, and the quality was good enough. As the time for the appointment approached, just as the family was about to leave, Yi Qi arrived in his car. Gu Jiangwo didn't expect Yi Qi to come, but he still greeted him warmly. "I was just on the phone with your dad." Yi Qi smiled. "When I got home, your dad just hung up from your call. The army had some matters, so I've been busy the past few days." Gu Jiangwo naturally understood. Soldiers are always on call, ready to be recalled at any time. Deep down, he didn't want his daughter to become a soldier's wife. He understood the hardships of military wives better than anyone. But now his eldest daughter was involved with 2 soldiers. "Are you heading out?" Yi Qi asked when he saw the Gu family was about to leave. "We're going out to eat with friends," Gu Jiangwo replied. Yi Qi's eyes flickered slightly. Before coming to Kyoto, Gu's family didn't know anyone else here besides him. Now, he was about to meet friends for dinner. It must be that Gu Jiangwo is good at socializing. But that's normal. Business people need social skills to succeed. "I'll take you there," Yi Qi said. Gu Jiangwo thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Although Yi Min and Yi Qi now felt a bit awkward, there was no serious conflict. Yi Qi came specially, so refusing might cause trouble between the families. Although Gu didn't want Yi Min to marry into the Yi family, he also didn't want any bad feelings. These Kyoto elites are not easy to offend. Even though Yi Qi seems easy to talk to, and Yi Min feels grateful to Yi Xingjian for saving her, Gu still chose to be cautious. The 6 members of the Gu family sat in Yi Qi's car, which was a bit crowded. Wang Yueju asked Gu Siqing to sit on her lap. She immediately refused, saying, "I'm about the same height as Sanjing, let her sit." It's a bit embarrassing for her to sit on her mom's lap at this age. "Later, we'll have dinner with the editor of Youth Daily, Yu Jianbai." Gu Jiangwo briefly explained how he knew Yu Jianbai, Shui Yuanming, and Su Hongwen. Yi Qi isn't the driver. He'll definitely eat with them later. Not knowing anything would be bad. When Yi Qi heard that Gu Siqing wrote a novel that was about to be published, he was surprised for a moment. Then he looked at Gu Siqing through the rearview mirror and said, "Little fourth, congratulations. I didn't expect there's a talented young writer around me." Gu Siqing had to praise Yi Qi's way of talking. His friendly tone and casual compliments made her happy. She thought to herself that she had the heart of an adult, and hearing this made her feel good. "I just wrote about what's happening around me," she said modestly with a smile. "Being able to write about what's happening around you isn't easy," Yi Qi said again. "It shows you observe well and pay attention to details. If your writing is liked by readers, it means your skills are good." "I just write whatever comes to mind," Gu Siqing continued modestly. "That's not something you can do just by random writing." Yi Qi turned to look at Gu Jiangwo in the front passenger seat and smiled. "Uncle Gu and Auntie know how to teach children." Gu Sihua turned to look at Yi Min, thinking maybe he should just be her older brother-in-law. "See? He's good at talking." Yi Qi's way of talking is different from Zhang Zijuan's flattery. He praises based on real qualities, slightly exaggerating so that the person being praised feels genuinely good about themselves. Right now, Gu Sihua feels that way. Gu Yimin looked out the window, lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking. Gu Siqing sighed. Perhaps all of Yi Qi's good qualities can't compare to that moment of excitement in the past. Moreover, Yi Qi is not perfect in every way. Love is truly a complicated matter. When they arrived at the restaurant, Gu Jiangwo had already reserved a private room. As soon as they sat down, Yu Jianbai and the others arrived. Gu Jiangwo introduced Yi Qi to them. After exchanging greetings and ordering food, they started eating and chatting. During the conversation, Yi Qi naturally revealed his identity. Both Yu Jianbai and Su Hongwen and Shui Yuanming were surprised when they learned who he was. They hadn't expected the Gu family to have such a strong backing in Kyoto. Of course, Yi Qi didn't deliberately show his identity. The rest of the conversation remained friendly and natural. Yi Qi thought that, regardless of whether he and Gu Yamin could end up together, the fact that Gu Yamin was grateful to their family would never change. He couldn't say this elsewhere, but in Kyoto, he could still support them. Halfway through the meal, Gu Yamin and Gu Erwi went to the restroom. On their way back, they bumped into Yi Chi, leaning against the wall and smoking. Seeing this, Gu Erwi greeted him and then returned to the private room, giving him and Gu Yamin some space to talk. This place was a corridor where talking was inconvenient due to the crowd. Yi Chi extinguished a cigarette and said, "Let's go to the back to talk." Gu Yamin nodded and followed him forward. Some things needed to be clarified. There was a small garden in the back of the restaurant, perfect for summer. The trees were lush, and flowers bloomed beautifully. Yi Chi stopped in front of a flower bush, while Gu Yamin stood opposite him, looking at the flowers in silence. Last time, Yi Chi hadn't finished what he wanted to say. This time, Gu Yamin decided to let him finish. Once he did, he would give up. Yi Chi was silent for a moment, and then said, "My feelings for you are not a sudden whim. When I saw you in Shanshui town, I remembered you and have been grateful to you ever since. Later, when we met in Lizhou, seeing how you've grown made me like every part of you. Maybe you think this liking came out of nowhere, but sometimes feelings can burst out suddenly. Although my feelings came unexpectedly, I have made many preparations to be with you. You know our family situation. I want to apologize on behalf of my sister for what she said. Rest assured, I am an adult man. Her decisions and actions won't affect me. Also, my father is about to divorce, so our family won't be so complicated anymore. If you choose to be with me, I can't promise everything, but I won't let anyone treat you unfairly at home." Gu Yimin lowered her eyes, listened as he finished speaking, then pursed her lips. Just as she was about to say something to him, she saw someone come out from behind the lush willow trees nearby, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." Yi Chi turned around, and no matter how good his manners, he also wanted to curse. It was none other than Zhang Zijuan coming out from behind the willow trees. Zhang Zijuan also felt he was really annoying. Why did he keep bothering Yi Chi? He didn't want to do that, he was just stepping out for a smoke. Such a coincidence. Zhang Zijuan staggered over and first smiled at Gu Yimin, saying, "Big sister, are you here for dinner too? Has Erwi arrived?" Gu Yimin steadied her mind and forced a small smile, replying, "Yes, she has." "Oh, then tell her I won't bother her later," Zhang Zijuan said, then offered a cigarette to Yi Chi, who refused. Gu Yimin was puzzled by his persistent behavior. Why wasn't he bothering Yi Chi today? Then she heard him say, "Erwi told me not to look for her and to give her some time. I have to listen to her." Gu Yimin, you really don't seem like someone who listens well. P.S. Everyone cares so much about the big sister's feelings, it puts a lot of pressure on me. I can only say that no one is perfect and nothing is perfect. That's just life. Also, Yi Chi didn't suddenly appear out of nowhere. His presence has a reason. I won't say more to avoid spoilers. Zhang Zijuan, no matter how shameless he was, knew Yi Chi was annoyed with him now. After saying a few words to Yi Chi, he left alone. His interruption almost made Gu Yimin forget what she was about to say. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Yi Chi, you're really good, but we are truly not suitable. This isn't because your sister said those things to me, but because I was angry. Our backgrounds are different, that's a fact. We live in different environments. I think I can't adapt well to your family or your social circle. I know myself well. I'm not very clever, and I can't handle complicated matters. I'm not very diplomatic either, so I might not get along well with the people around you. You might say, I'll help you, and if you work hard, you'll do well someday. Maybe I could work hard and succeed, but I don't want to. I don't want a life that requires constant effort to maintain stability. I just want a simple, peaceful life, but your life is destined to be different. Yi Chi really wants to say that you are very smart and clever. Otherwise, you wouldn't analyze things so thoroughly or make such rational choices. Basically, he doesn't like you. If he did, he would think about changing for you and facing life's problems together. Suddenly, he thought of Luo Yongnian. His intuition told him that Gu Yimin and Luo Yongnian's relationship wasn't just about saving and being saved. There must be more. When his first love was rejected, Yi Chi felt sad, but he still smiled and said, I understand. But don't let this affect your relationship with my family. You saved my father's life. That's true. Gu Imin nodded, but whether they stay in touch or not isn't up to her. They had said everything they needed to. The two of them went to the front yard. Yichi told Gu Imin to go ahead, saying he would join her later. Gu Erwi saw Gu Imin come back and whispered in her ear, "Did you talk?" Gu Imin nodded. Gu Erwi sighed. Feelings are really hard to explain. Then Gu Imin whispered to her, "I just met Zhang Zijuan. He asked me to tell you that he won't come to see you anymore. He's listening to you." Gu Erwi chuckled, saying she was shameless and dared to say anything. Gu Imin also smiled. When she was in Lizhou before, she saw Zhang Zijuan a few times. Back then, she thought he was just a carefree rich kid, but she didn't expect him to have this kind of personality. Actually, it's not so bad. After a while, Yichi returned, still smiling as if nothing had happened with the rejection. They enjoyed a happy meal, and Yichi took the Gu family back to the hotel. Before leaving, he said they would come to see them off at the train station tomorrow, and Gu Jiangwo didn't refuse. Back in the hotel room, Wang Yueju asked Gu Imin about her conversation with Yichi. After hearing her story, she said, "He's indeed a good kid, but he's really not suitable." After washing up and getting into bed, Wang Yueju leaned on Gu Jiangwo and talked about Gu Imin and Yichi's conversation. She added, "It's good that Imin can see clearly. Otherwise, we'd have to worry. Big families like ours have many outside troubles, even if there are no worries at home. Imin isn't Erwi. Her personality isn't suited for that. Living cautiously, no matter how noble the life, it's not as good as a simple, peaceful one." Gu Jiangwo also thought the same. Although he now runs a business and has money, he dreams of making a big future. But he never thought about trading his daughter's marriages for benefits. He works hard to earn money, to give his wife and children a good life. Using a child's marriage to gain benefits is the wrong way to go about it. Isin is still young. If she gets into college, she will still need to study and find a partner, so there's no rush. Gu Jiangwo is eager to have a college student in the family. Xiao Si still has several years before college. If his eldest daughter can get in, it would be a great blessing for the family. That Zhang Zijuan and Hui. Wang Yueju mentioned her second daughter's relationship again. Although Zhang Zijuan made her very happy that day, she wouldn't automatically consider him as a son-in-law. People still need to be carefully judged. Gu Jiangwo, hearing her mention Zhang Zijuan, snorted and said, Hui knows what to do. In the new society, city people value free love. Gu Jiangwo also thinks that free love is better than rushing into marriage after just one meeting, so he doesn't oppose his daughter meeting young men. As for Zhang Zijuan, he's not someone Gu Jiangwo particularly likes, but he has to admit that he seems pretty decent now. At least, Secretary Zhang seems like a good person. The next morning, Yichi arrived early at the hotel and took the Gu family to the station. After getting on the bus, Gu Hui told Gu Imin, not to brag, but Yichi really has good character. Yesterday, their confession was rejected, but today he still sincerely saw them off at the station. Gu Imin didn't say anything. Living with good people doesn't always mean happiness. Suddenly, she thought of Luo Yongnian and pressed her lips. When they arrived in Lizhou in the evening, the family washed up and rested at home. The next day, Gu Jiangwo took Gu Xinjing to the sports school, and Gu Sihing took gifts to the Han family for Han Jingping and Han Jingyang. Han Jingyang didn't know where he went to play, while Han Jingping was helping Han Dai with some accounts at home. When Gu Sihing arrived, Han Dai waved him over to play. The two entered Han Jingping's room. Gu Sihing took out the gift she brought and briefly told him what happened in Kyoto. Han Jingping listened with a smile and then asked, "So, in a while, your book will be in the bookstore?" Gu Sihing nodded happily. Having an adult soul and publishing a book makes her very happy. "Xiao Si, you're really impressive," Han Jingping said with a bright smile. Gu Sihing felt that Han Jingping's compliment, really impressive, made her happier than Yichi's praise. The young boy genuinely cheered for her. "When the royalties come in, I'll treat you to a big meal," Gu Sihing said. Han Jingping nodded with a smile. He truly thought Xiao Si was amazing, and was genuinely happy for her. Gu Zhengwo stayed at home for 2 days before heading to Shenzhen to prepare for the autumn clothes. Gu Yimin was studying at home diligently, while Gu Erwi was busy at the shop recruiting staff. On the first day at the shop, just as the door opened, Zhang Zijuan's car stopped outside. He carried a bag, swung it as he entered, and then took out 3 small, delicate boxes. "These are for you, big sister and auntie." Gu Erwi looked at the 3 small boxes, which had foreign writing on them, but she didn't recognize any of the words. She asked, "What are these?" "Perfume, imported from abroad," Zhang Zijuan replied. Gu Erwi fiddled with the 3 bottles of perfume on the counter, then looked up at Zhang Zijuan and asked, "Why do you like me?" He was caught off guard by her question, then smiled and said, "At first, I thought you looked nice, and that you were easy to get along with. Later, I thought you were pretty brave." She dared to slap my face, and even want to find my parents. Gu Erwi looked at him with a half-smile. "Just tell the truth." Zhang Zijuan grinned, showing 2 small tiger teeth, making him look even cuter. He was quite good-looking, Gu Erwi thought to herself, but she asked aloud, "What are you doing now?" When asked, Zhang Zijuan's eyes brightened again. He said, "I'm working with a childhood friend in foreign trade, importing goods from abroad to sell. His family has relatives overseas, so they have sources of supply, but he doesn't have money. I do, so we teamed up." He leaned in closer and said, "I just found out how profitable business can be. You know this perfume, right? When it comes from abroad, it costs 5 yuan a bottle. I sell it for 60. People in Kyoto are fighting to buy it. Just 1 bottle, and you make 55 yuan profit?" Gu Erwi was surprised. She picked up a bottle of perfume and looked at it from all sides. They sold bread clothes, earning 30 yuan per piece, but the cost was high too. Zhang Zijuan took a sealed bottle of perfume from her hand, opened the box, and took out a delicate, transparent bottle. He opened the lid, looked at Gu Erwi's fair wrist, and finally applied a little to his own wrist, saying, "Just a little on your wrist, and it'll smell good all day. If you spray it on clothes, it can last many days." He handed the perfume to Gu Erwi. She took it, mimicked him, and dabbed a little on her wrist. Then she saw Zhang Zijuan point to behind his ear, and said, "You can also put some behind your ears." Gu Erwi listened and dabbed a little behind her ear. Then she heard him say, "This stuff has high profit margins itself. It's a luxury item. It's not cheap abroad either." Gu Erwi repeated the words luxury goods in her mind. It was the first time she heard this term, but from the words themselves, she could understand what it meant. She just thought of many things related to it. Actually, their bread jackets should also be considered luxury items. 1 bread jacket costs over 50, which is nearly 2 months' wages for a worker. Clearly, only those with some extra money could afford it. But judging by the sales of their bread jackets, luxury goods still have a market in Lisho. "I haven't been doing this for long," Zhang Zijuan said again. "It's just small scale for now. Next, we plan to set up a trading company to focus on representing foreign products in China." "Representation?" Gu Erwi asked. Seeing her interest, Zhang Zijuan raised his eyebrows and said, "It means bringing a foreign brand's products to sell here, but not just selling. We also promote the brand." After returning to Kyoto from Lisho, Zhang Zijuan didn't continue to mess around. He started working seriously, listening to his family. The foreign trade business was something his 2 cousins had researched thoroughly, and his eldest uncle agreed before they started. He told Gu Erwi that this business was simple, but in the beginning it was really not easy. The customs procedures alone were complicated to learn, not to mention selling the goods after they arrived. He learned a lot during this process and paid a high price. Of course, he wouldn't tell Gu Erwi about the difficulties. He only boasted about how talented he was and how much money he made. When it comes to a girl he liked, he wanted to show his best side. But even though he didn't say it, Gu Erwi knew it wasn't easy behind the scenes. She herself was in business. Her father found it hard to import goods from Shenzhen, let alone Zhang Zijuan and his team importing from abroad. Since Zhang Zijuan didn't talk about it and just wanted to show off his shining moments, she let him do it.
It was quite interesting to watch.
Zhang Zijuan recounted his recent glorious deeds, and Gu Erwi poured him a glass of water. He took a sip and said, be my girlfriend. I promise to work hard in the future. Actually, I'm not worse than Yi Chi. Yi Chi could date her older sister, so why couldn't he date Gu Erwi? Hearing him mention Yi Chi, Gu Erwi softly said, "Don't talk nonsense. Yi Chi has nothing to do with my older sister." Zhang Zijuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity.
What? Does my sister not like Yi Chi? Oh.
He looked a bit guilty. Was it because he had disturbed him twice? If so, he really owed Yi Chi an apology. They had no grudge against each other, and it was a shame to cause trouble over this. "Don't talk nonsense," Gu Erwi said. Zhang Zijuan nodded. "I will listen to you." Then he smiled and said, "Be my girlfriend." Gu Erwi thought for a moment and replied, "Let's just be friends first and get to know each other. Maybe after you understand me, you won't want to be my boyfriend." "That won't happen," Zhang Zijuan quickly said, then added, "Think of me as a backup. When you're looking for a partner, consider me first." "Gu Erwi, okay?" Zhang Zijuan smiled. He didn't believe anyone would dare compete with him for someone. "I'll give you money." Gu Erwi took out 15 yuan and handed it to him. "At cost price." Zhang Zijuan didn't want her money, but Gu Erwi was firm. "We're not even dating yet." Unable to argue, Zhang Zijuan accepted the money. They chatted for a while longer, and then he was about to leave. He wanted to follow Gu Erwi home for dinner, but knew she wouldn't agree. Before leaving, he said, "Let's go ice skating this afternoon. My friend owns the place." Gu Erwi thought for a moment and agreed. She truly wanted to get to know Zhang Zijuan better. Compared to people like Yi Chi and Luo Yongnian, Zhang Zijuan might seem a bit childish and naive, but he saw things clearly. Many might say that mature and steady people are more reliable, but she felt that someone like Zhang Zijuan was more reassuring. He used his cleverness openly, making it easy to get along with him. She didn't want to have to think too hard when dealing with others outside or when facing her partner at home. At least, that's how she felt now. Zhang Zijuan left, and Gu Erwi stared at the 3 bottles of perfume in front of her, lost in thought. Everyone has ambitions and wants to become better. Her older sister wanted to go to university. That was her ambition. Her own ambition was to make their family business bigger and bigger. How big? She couldn't say exactly now. But compared to the company Zhang Zijuan mentioned earlier, they seemed small and insignificant. It wasn't that she was aiming too high. She just felt that if they kept doing what they were doing, they would only make some money and not truly build a career. They should have bigger goals. The notice to hire staff was written on a big red paper and posted at the door. Many people asked about it that morning. Gu Erwi thought 2 of them were suitable. At noon, she closed the shop and went home for lunch. At home, Gu Yimin was still reading in his room. Wang Yueju was cooking in the kitchen, and Gu Xiqing was sitting alone under the eaves, fanning himself and reading a newspaper. She walked over and sat next to Gu Xiqing, asking, "Did you go to play with Jingping?" Gu Xihun looked away from the newspaper and said, "He's studying. He just got into high school, and he hasn't even started yet, but he's already learning high school courses." Gu Erwi smiled. "You're about to publish a book, so he's feeling the pressure." Gu Xihun didn't think so. Han Jingping plans his work carefully and doesn't compare himself to others. "Do you read the newspaper?" Gu Xihun handed the newspaper to Gu Erwi and pointed to a report, saying, "Look, a supermarket opened in Haishur. On the first day, customers were packed." Gu Erwi looked at the newspaper. After she finished reading, Gu Xihun casually said, "I think this supermarket is similar to the small shop at the end of our alley. But their items are more varied, and customers can choose for themselves." Gu Erwi listened and looked at the report again, thinking deeply. After a while, she asked, "What do you mean?" Gu Erwi knew her little sister's newspaper wasn't given for nothing, and her words weren't random. Just like when she encouraged the family to start a business, this girl had big ideas. Gu Xihun didn't hide her thoughts either. She said, "I think this supermarket is pretty good. Of course, we don't have the ability to open such a big one now, but we could start a small supermarket like a convenience store, selling daily necessities. Basically, a future convenience store." Gu Erwi thought for a moment and said, "It's not easy to do. The key is sourcing supplies." Gu Xihun gave her a thumbs up. Her second sister was good at focusing on the key points. She said actually daily necessities are mainly rice, flour, cooking oil, pots, bowls, and some snacks. Now that the reform and opening up are happening, we can buy many things directly from manufacturers. I think they'd be willing to sell to us, but at first, finding suppliers will be a bit tricky. To get good prices and quality, we need to compare options carefully. Gu Erwi held the newspaper and thought for a while, then said, "Let me think about it. I need to discuss it properly with Dad when I get back." Gu Sihung nodded. The more goods we buy, the cheaper they will be. If one day we can open dozens or even hundreds of stores, someone will come to us to buy their products. Gu Erwi looked at her in surprise. Dozens or hundreds? How can you think so big? Gu Sihung said, "What's the point of just opening one store? It might not even make as much money as our current shop."
She was aiming for a chain.
She even wanted a nationwide chain. By then, it wouldn't be just a few hundred stores, like 7-Eleven, which is a global chain. Gu Erwi felt her mind was overwhelmed. She hadn't yet processed many things she heard from Zhang Zijuan. Now her little fourth sister said she wanted to open dozens or even hundreds of small shops in the future. She couldn't imagine it. Gu Siqing saw her stunned and said, "Of course, you eat your food one bite at a time." Then she noticed 3 delicate small boxes on the side. She took one out and opened it. It was perfume, French perfume. "Did Zhang Zijuan give it to you?" Gu Siqing asked. Gu Erwi snapped back to reality. "I bought it from him at wholesale price." Gu Siqing clicked her tongue. The speed was impressive. They had just returned from Kyoto, and he had already come after them. She didn't ask further. She didn't want to interfere in her sister's relationships unless there was a bad guy involved. But now, whether it was Yi Qi, Luo Yongnian, or Zhang Zijuan, they all seemed to have some issues, but none of them were bad guys. Gu Siqing went back to her room. Gu Erwi sat in a chair, fanning herself, thinking about her future plans. Maybe her view was too narrow, or perhaps her ambitions weren't big enough. Maybe she should go out and see more. After lunch and a short rest, Gu Erwi went to the shop again. She greeted a few people applying for jobs. By around 4 or 5 o'clock, Zhang Zijuan came again, wanting to take her ice skating. Gu Erwi closed the shop and got into the car, sitting in the front passenger seat. She looked around his car, feeling curious. She wondered why Zhang Zijuan had a car. Yi Qi and Luo Yongnian probably had company cars provided by the military, but Zhang Zijuan, who was unemployed, and Secretary Zhang, who was cautious, how could he be driving around in a car? Seeing her look at his car, Zhang Zijuan started the engine and said, "This car was a reward from my grandfather. Actually, it was because the Zhu family had saved his life, and in return, they arranged a marriage between the two families." His grandfather, wanting to save face, brought up the topic, and since there was no way to back out, they had to find a grandson to marry into the Zhu family. The 3 grandsons of the Zhang family didn't need to be chosen. They were all obvious choices. First, he was about the same age as Zhu Yujiao. Second, his 2 cousins were talented and promising. Who else would they sacrifice if not him? He didn't think he was very wronged. It was just an arranged marriage, not a real wedding. Besides, even if married, divorce was possible. He believed that breaking off the engagement or divorcing wouldn't hurt women much. That was something Zhu's family and Zhu Yujiao brought on themselves. But his family thought he was wronged because of this matter, especially his grandfather, who felt guilty and wanted to make it up to him. So he asked what he wanted. He simply said he wanted a car, which his grandfather could easily get for him. Indeed, although his grandfather thought he was showing off by driving around in a fancy car, he still bought him one. Of course, he couldn't tell Hui about this. He wanted to keep his pride. "How many days can you stay in Li County?" Gu Hui asked. "If you want me to stay longer, I will," Zhang Zijuan said with a playful smile.
Gu Hui.
"That's not what I meant." Zhang Zijuan was joking with her and added, "Maybe about 10 days. My dad is very clingy and wants me to stay with him." Gu Hui. "I don't believe your nonsense." When they arrived at the ice skating rink, Zhang Zijuan parked the car and took Gu Hui into the ticket office. The ticket seller saw him and immediately greeted him with a smile. "Young Master Zhang, you're a special guest today." Hearing the way they addressed Zhang Zijuan, Gu Erhui raised an eyebrow. Different circles have different ways of doing things. Just listening to the way they called him felt different. I'm bringing a friend to have some fun. Zhang Zijuan took 2 pairs of new ice skates from the ticket seller and handed one to Gu Erhui. He slowed down to put his own on. Gu Erhui was clever and could tell how to put on the skates at a glance, but she appreciated Zhang Zijuan's thoughtful gesture. After putting on her ice skates, Gu Erhui looked up and saw Zhang Zijuan's large hand reaching out. She hesitated for a moment, then placed her hand in his. It was her first time touching a man like this. Even though she was brave, her heart felt a little strange, but she didn't show it on her face. Zhang Zijuan also felt a bit different. A girl's hand was small and soft, so gentle that it softened his heart. Bend your knees like this, Zhang Zijuan demonstrated. When skating, keep your feet apart like an H-shaped pattern, just like me. I'll skate around once, and you can watch. He pushed off and glided smoothly around the rink, skating gracefully. He looked good, dressed fashionably, and his skating was stylish, attracting many onlookers. After 2 minutes, he returned and reached out his big hand again. Gu Erhui placed her hand in his and was slowly led onto the ice. At first, it was definitely difficult, but Gu Erhui was serious about everything. Before long, she was skating pretty well on her own. Zhang Zijuan saw how quickly she learned and felt a bit regretful. But later, they skated side by side, and he turned his head to see her smiling, delicate face. His heart was flying high. After playing for over half an hour, Gu Erhui felt a bit tired, so the 2 of them decided to leave together. Zhang Zijuan bought 2 bottles of cold soda and gave one to Gu Erhui after getting in the car. Shall we watch a movie tonight? Gu Erhui took a sip of the soda. No, maybe next time. Zhang Zijuan hummed, but still didn't want to send her home. He said, let me take you for a drive. The scenery at Chiha is really nice this time of year. Gu Erhui had fun earlier, and seeing his hopeful face, she quickly agreed.
Sure.
Zhang Zijuan happily started the car, grinning as he pressed the gas pedal. Seeing how happy he was, Gu Erhui couldn't help but smile too. Chiha used to be the moat around Lizhou's city walls. Later, when Lizhou expanded, the river was kept, and some osmanthus trees were planted along the bank. In summer, the air is filled with floral scent, and the scenery is beautiful. People from Lizhou love to visit here. The 2 walked side by side along Chiha. Zhang Zijuan kept talking about funny things around him, making Gu Erhui laugh happily. Around 7 o'clock, Zhang Zijuan finally took her home. After watching her go inside, he started the car and drove away, still smiling. People in love feel happy no matter what they do. They find joy everywhere. Gu Erhui wasn't as outwardly cheerful as Zhang Zijuan, but she felt good inside. During dinner, Gu Xiqing, Gu Yimin, and Wang Yueju noticed her good mood. After eating, Gu Yimin asked Gu Erhui, are you and Zhang Zijuan dating now? Gu Erhui shook her head. We're just getting to know each other. Gu Yimin smiled. Looks like you're getting along well. He has many flaws, but I like one thing about him. He's honest, straightforward, no beating around the bush, Gu Erhui said, then looked at Gu Yimin and added, actually, you just think too much. Whether it's Yi Qi or Luo Yongnian, if you have feelings, you should try to get along. I think I'm not good enough, Gu Yimin said. Gu Erhui agreed. Luo Yongnian, like them, comes from a rural background, but he's a military officer at the battalion level and is now attending military school. He'll probably do even better in the future. As for Yi Qi, his family background, abilities, and education make him stand out among his peers. Dating people like them can be stressful. Then ignore them. Wait until you're better, and then think about it. If they can't wait, just forget about them, Gu Erhui said. Yi Qi and Luo Yongnian are 27 and 28 years old, respectively, older young men. In their village, they might as well be grown men with children. If the older sister gets into university and has to study for a few more years, by the time she graduates, those 2 people might already be married and have children. Sometimes, a big age gap really is a problem. The next day, Gu Erhui finished breakfast and went to the shop. Zhang Zijuan was already waiting at the door. Gu Erhui opened the door with a smile and said, You're really early today. Zhang Zijuan followed her inside, handed her some fruit, and then sat down as if he wasn't planning to leave. Gu Erwi didn't rush him, and they chatted casually. Today, they still needed to hire staff. By noon, Gu Erwi had chosen 2 people, a man and a woman. The man was named Shui Tao, tall and strong-looking, clearly capable. She planned to let him handle moving and shipping. The woman was named Song Xiaoyu, pretty and delicate, with fair skin and tall stature. She was slender and suited for selling clothes, so Gu Erwi decided to let her do that. Zhang Zijuan didn't stay for lunch. After returning home, Gu Erwi shared the hiring details. Wang Yueju and Gu Yimin had no objections. Then she said, I want to go to Haisher. This surprised Wang Yueju, Gu Siheng and Gu Yimin. Then she added, I want to visit that supermarket in Haisher. Wang Yueju and Gu Yimin didn't know what to say. Supporting her meant trusting her to go so far away, which worried them. Not supporting her felt wrong because Gu Erwi was determined and doing something important. At this moment, Gu Siheng said, take me with you. He also wanted to see what the city looked like now. What if we run into danger on the way? Wang Yueju worried. Gu Siheng casually replied, we're not fools. We won't travel at night or go to lonely places. We'll eat and stay in government-run hotels.
It'll be safe.
Gu Yimin thought for a moment and said, then I'll go too. Wang Yueju still felt uneasy. She said, Sweki should be back in a couple of days. Why not wait for him to come back and let him go with you? Having a man with them would make them feel safer. Gu Sweki had gone home a few days ago when the shop was closed, saying he would return soon. No need, Gu Erwi said. Mom, I might need to travel often in the future. I can't always have Sweki with me. Wang Yueju knew her second daughter was quite independent. Gu Zhangwo also wanted to nurture her well. He had even said before that Erwi shouldn't be raised like an ordinary girl. After hesitating a bit, Wang Yueju finally agreed. In the afternoon, Zhang Zijuan was surprised when Gu Erwi said she was going to Haisher. He asked, why didn't you discuss this with me? Gu Erwi stopped cutting the apple and looked at him. She said, we are not dating right now, so why should I discuss things with you? Also, if we do date or get married in the future, I will tell you in advance. You can give your opinion, but you can't decide what I should or shouldn't do. She wanted to talk about these things early to avoid arguments later. That's why she wanted to understand in advance. Zhang Zijuan didn't expect Gu Erwi to talk to him like that. Isn't he usually easygoing? Since yesterday, he felt like he was wrapped in sweet love, but now he was suddenly hit with a cold splash of water, making him clear-headed. Maybe he was the one feeling overly sweet. I'm leaving, he said, standing up to go out. But when he reached the door, he stopped and turned around. He saw Gu Erwi stretching her arm, holding an apple and looking at him. Do you want to eat? Zhang Zijuan immediately felt less upset. He turned back, took the apple, and took a bite. Mumbling, he said, I'll go too. Gu Erwi replied, okay. Feeling pampered, Zhang Zijuan's anger disappeared. Then he heard Gu Erwi say again, I saw in the newspaper that a supermarket opened in Haisher.
I want to go see it.
Her voice was soft and polite, sounding like she was asking for permission. Zhang Zijuan felt more comfortable and asked, why do you want to see it? Do you want to open a supermarket? I don't know, just want to take a look. My older sister and Xiao Si are going with me, Gu Erwi said. All right, I'll buy train tickets later, he replied. Gu Erwi said okay, and then thought for a moment before adding, I'm not the kind of woman who can take care of a family or be very obedient. Zhang Zijuan, sitting cross-legged and munching on the apple, finished one apple, wiped his hands, and stood up with a proud attitude. That's just your guess. When did I ever say you should listen to me? Gu Erwi laughed. I was just imagining things. Zhang Zijuan nodded and jingled his car keys, heading to buy train tickets. Gu Erwi couldn't help but laugh happily as her car drove away. So funny. Wang Yueju knew Zhang Zijuan was also going with them. She felt relieved, but also a little worried. She was glad Gu Erwi and the others were safe, but worried that Zhang Zijuan might go out with the girls and be talked about. Gu Yamin heard her worry and said, Mom, times are different now. It's just a trip out together. Besides, if anyone talks, let them talk. Wang Yueju wasn't very old-fashioned, so she didn't say anything after hearing that. Do you think she's afraid Zhang Zijuan might do something bad? Wang Yueju didn't think much about this aspect. Although she didn't have much contact with Zhang Zijuan, his father, Secretary Zhang, was always praised by everyone in Chuanli County. Zhang Zijuan is bad, but not that bad. It must be said that Zhang Zijuan truly has a good father. Since they're going to Haisher, Gu Xiqing told her friends. When they arrived at the Han family, they were still having lunch. Gu Xiqing said that she and her sister were going to Haisher. Han Erpeng looked envious and said he also wanted to go, even asking Han Jingping to go together. Tian Huiying originally didn't say much about him causing trouble, but when she saw him pulling Han Jingping along, she frowned and said, "Going where? Look at your scores on the final exam. Study hard." Han Erpeng was reluctant and said, "Last time when Xiao Si and the others went to Kyoto, you didn't let me go with my brother. Now going to Haisher, you won't let me go either." At this moment, Han Dei said, "Next time, I'll take you somewhere else to play." Han Erpeng was still afraid of Han Dei, so he mumbled and didn't dare say anything more. After they finished eating, Gu Xiqing went to Han Jingping's room and whispered, "Your parents seem to really not want you and Erpeng to go to Kyoto and Haisher." Han Jingping responded with an and changed the subject, asking, "When will you come back?" Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, Gu Xiqing didn't ask further and said, "It will take about a week round trip." Han Jingping took a bottle of soda, opened it, and handed it to her, saying, "Have fun in Haisher." They talked for a while, then Gu Xiqing left to go home. On the way, she kept thinking, why didn't Han Jingping's parents want him and Erpeng to go to Kyoto and Haisher? In her previous life, after Han Jingping's car accident, right after the college entrance exam results came out, he was the top science student in the province. She heard that when he went to the school to collect his prize money, he was hit by a car and died instantly. Kyoto, Haisher, top exam scorer, car accident. Could these be connected? Gu Xiqing's mind wandered, making her heart race. She thought about using her rebirth to change Han Jingping's fate in the next 3 years. But if the car accident was man-made, could she really change it? If it was deliberate, who could be responsible? She stopped walking home and turned back toward the Han family. Seeing Han Jingping, he was sitting with Han Dei at a stone table in the yard, eating watermelon. Father and son seemed to be talking about something, both smiling. For some reason, Gu Xiqing suddenly felt her eyes warm. "Xiao Si, you're back again? Come eat some watermelon," Han Dei called out to Gu Xiqing with a smile. Gu Xiqing forced a smile and walked over, sat down, and took a piece of watermelon to eat. After eating a piece of watermelon, she said, "I heard from Editor Yu in Kyoto that if you do well in high school math and physics competitions, you can be recommended directly to Kyoto University or Tsinghua. Brother Jingping studies well, so I think he can definitely do it. Not taking the college entrance exam or becoming top scorer might mean fewer people paying attention. Maybe then, there wouldn't be as many accidents." Han Dei listened to her and laughed. "Really? Then Jingping should try hard." Jingping also smiled. "Did you come all this way just to tell me that?" "Yes," Gu Xihing nodded. "If you get recommended, I'll be proud too." "Okay, I'll try to make you proud," Jingping said with a smile. Gu Xihing rolled her eyes. "The real honor belongs to Uncle Han." Han Dei chuckled again. "If Jingping gets recommended, I'll hold a celebration." Hearing this, Gu Xihing's heart skipped a beat. She joked, "I think we should quietly get rich." Han Dei paused for a moment after hearing her, then laughed. "Yes, Xiao Si is right. We should quietly get rich."
They had said everything they needed to.
Gu Xihing took another piece of watermelon and stood up to leave. Jingping also got up, "And I'll see you off," she said. Han Dei smiled and let them go. Outside the Han house, Jingping asked her, "Are you really back just to talk about this?" What else could she say? She pretended to be innocent. "What else can I say?" "All right, I'll study hard and try to get recommended so I can make you proud," Jingping said with a smile. He looked at her with a bright, clear complexion, delicate features, and a cheerful smile showing white teeth, like the warm sunshine of spring, bright and comforting. Gu Siheng felt her small heart pounding so hard she might not handle it. She quickly looked away and said, "You talk nicely, but the real honor is yourself." "Yes, it's me myself," Zheng Ping replied. "You've published a book, can you get recommended?" Gu Siheng shook her head. "There's probably no precedent for that. Besides, I'm still early." As they arrived home, Zheng Ping really just saw her off and then left. Gu Siheng, preoccupied with her thoughts, wanted to figure something out. She leaned close to her mom and said, "Mom, don't you think Zheng Ping looks more like Uncle Han and Aunt Tian than like her Peng?" After saying that, she kept watching her mother's expression. Her mother paused her dishwashing, then without looking up, said, "What nonsense are you talking? Zheng Ping looks just like his uncle." All right, it's true that a nephew can resemble his uncle, but she had seen two of Han Jingping's uncles. They were both big and rough. Han Jingping doesn't look like any of them at all. At this moment, her mother added, "He has a little uncle who was very handsome when he was young, quite similar to Jingping. He disappeared when he was about 7 or 8. Such a pity." Gu Siheng thought, can this story be more fake? Then, Wang Yueju turned her head and saw Gu Siheng's doubtful expression. She frowned and said, "Just tell me what you said earlier, but don't tell others." "What can I say?" Gu Siheng asked. "Is there really something?" "Mom, tell me." "I keep my mouth shut. I won't tell anyone." "You child. What could it be? Aren't you going to Haishur? Hurry up and pack your things." Wang Yueju changed the subject and shooed her away. Seeing she couldn't get any more information, Gu Siheng had no choice but to leave. From her look, her mother definitely knew something. That means Han Jingping's background really has issues. But does Han Jingping himself know? Gu Siheng thought he was so smart, he must know. How much does he know? How should I ask Han Jingping? Gu Siheng scratched her head. This was a very tricky question. Asking too vaguely would be unclear. Asking too directly might hurt him. She needed to find the right time to ask. This was a headache-inducing matter. Since she couldn't solve it right away, Gu Siheng decided to put it aside for now. Anyway, Han Jingping was right there in front of her. She just needed to watch him more carefully. Zhang Zijuan's train tickets were bought, and they set off for Haishur. Although young Master Zhang usually lived a pampered life and had never served others, he still behaved with proper manners when traveling with 3 girls, especially since one of them was someone he liked. So, throughout the journey, young Master Zhang was busy running back and forth. Gu Siheng watched him finish getting water and then check if there was food in the dining car. She snorted and said, "If in the future our family has several sons-in-law, and they all are so capable, we could just sit together and chat." Gu Yimin and Gu Hui couldn't help but laugh. Gu Yimin even scolded her, saying, "You dare to say anything." Gu Siheng shrugged. Such a thing could very well happen. In her previous life, she had a colleague whose family only had daughters, no sons, and she had 6 sisters. Their family, during festivals and holidays, always had her father busy in the kitchen with 6 sons-in-law, while her mother sat with her 6 sisters watching TV and chatting. Just thinking about that scene makes people feel envious. Gu Siheng believes that, in this life, their sons-in-law can try to be more like that. While she was thinking, Zhang Zijuan came back and said the meal would be ready in half an hour. They could go over later. Gu Erwi handed him a glass of water, and Zhang Zijuan happily took it and drank. At that moment, Gu's youngest sibling asked him, "Brother Jun, can you cook?" Zhang Zijuan shook his head, no. When did young Master Zhang ever go into the kitchen? Gu Siheng sighed. Zhang Zijuan's heart tightened instantly. He asked, is it necessary to have that skill? For being a son-in-law of the Gu family. Gu Siheng replied, it might be needed, or it might not. Zhang Zijuan turned to look at Gu Erwi, who smiled and glared at Gu Siheng. Don't listen to her nonsense. Gu Siheng shrugged, more skills, more competitiveness, right? Zhang Zijuan didn't speak, but looked thoughtful. Yi Qi wasn't even considered attractive. The train to Haishur arrived around 7 p.m. There was a state-run hotel near the station. The 4 of them showed their recommendation letters and booked 2 rooms. They were all quite tired, so they went straight to bed after entering the rooms. Next to the hotel was a small restaurant, a private breakfast shop that sold steamed buns and porridge. The next morning, after washing up, they ate breakfast there. Gu Sihing ate 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge, costing only 2 cents, really cheap compared to decades later. After eating, they left the shop. Gu Sihing looked around and noticed many private shops on the street, selling clothes, shoes, books, and more. No wonder it was the economic center of China. Just a few years after the reform and opening up, the commercial atmosphere was already strong. Gu Erwi and Gu Yimin also felt the same. Compared to Kyoto, the business scene here was more lively and vibrant. Haishir and Kyoto are really different, Zhang Zijuan said. Although the country made Shenzhen a special economic zone, Haishir still develops faster. It has a stronger economic foundation. Gu Siheng turned to look at this former spoiled rich kid. The things he experienced were truly different, and so was his perspective. Even though Zhang Zijuan used to be a lazy, spoiled heir, the information he had access to was the most advanced of this era. And even though she was reborn, she couldn't share some of the knowledge from the future openly with her family. She suggested opening a supermarket because, in the 1980s, the most profitable business was trading goods, as demand far exceeded supply during that time. Moreover, once supermarkets grow large enough, they will remain a very profitable industry for many years to come. Of course, supermarkets might just be the beginning of their business journey. As long as they succeed in running supermarkets, their wealth will grow like a rolling snowball. Gu Siqing was thinking chaotically as she followed Gu Erwi and the others onto the bus. After 7 or 8 stops, they arrived at the supermarket mentioned in the newspaper. It was now 8 a.m., and a long line had already formed outside. Is business really this good? Gu Erwi whispered. Gu Xing thought it was probably a line to buy eggs, as supermarkets in later times often held such events. Gu Erwi had already joined the back of the line and started chatting with an elderly woman in her 60s. Although they had some difficulty communicating because of different dialects, Gu Erwi understood that these seniors were queuing to receive free soap, 1 bar per day. With so many people coming to get soap, won't they lose money?
Gu Yimin asked.
Gu Erwi thought for a moment and said, but more people are coming to buy things. A bar of soap costs only a few cents, so selling more items makes up for it. Plus, if they come often to get freebies, they will develop the habit of shopping here, Gu Xing added. Hearing this, Gu Erwi's eyes lit up a little. Little 4 is so smart.